Chapter 1 The Outsider. Outsider, have you heard? Anshi, there's an outsider. At that time, Anshi was adjusting the valve pressure of the water purifier. No one knew who the last operator was, but they had tightened the valve so much that Anshi had to attach an extended plastic handle to the wrench and use all his strength to barely turn it a little. When he heard the 3 words, outsider, Anshi straightened up in surprise, only to bump his head against the bottom of the water tank, making a huge and dull sound. Ouch. Tears welled up in Anshi's eyes, and the wrench fell from his hand, barely missing the concrete slab next to his foot. Startled, Bingai stretched his neck and asked, "Are you all right?" The pain left Anshi speechless, but he nodded, holding his head in motion for Bingai to leave, saying, "Go, go." Without further ado, the two ran into the vertical well ladder. Since as far back as they could remember, their shelter had never received any outsiders. The radio station that looked for survivors had been shut down for a long time. Now it's entirely become a carnival site for mutated rats, whose sharp but fragile nails scratched the transformer doors audibly just walking by. Occasionally, wandering people would come to the entrance of the shelter for help. They would negotiate at the gate for a long time, but it seemed none of them were ever allowed in. But these were things Anshi had only heard about. He rarely went near the surface layer because his sister said there were occasionally mutated human invasions there, which made it unsafe. He also seldom ventured below the 10th floor because those wall-boring mutant insects were really impossible to defend against. Therefore, Anshi always worked at the 4th level water purification station, which was right in the middle. Of course, level 4 is actually negative level 4. Everyone knows radiation shelters can only develop downward into the ground. Right in the middle is perfect is a motto in the shelter. No one knows who initially said it, but later it gradually became popular. For instance, when the vertical well ladder luckily stops at the correct height and opens, you would say, "Today is really not too high or low." Or if today's nutritional agent does not have an odd fishy smell, you would definitely express this feeling similarly. The mechanical roller friction sound reverberated through the vertical well as the two men, after a severe jolt, each pulled one side of the elevator iron door and ran into the corridor on -7. A group of people had already gathered at the end of the corridor, Uncle Duade waving his hands irritably, as if there were invisible mosquitoes in front of him. Move aside, don't crowd here." Anshi and Bingai exchanged a glance, tacitly slipping into the medical warehouse nearby, trying hard to fit their thin figures within the shadows of the iron shelves while waiting for Uncle Duade to usher everyone into the squeaking vertical well ladder. Uncle Duade's murmurs grew fainter and fainter until they disappeared completely. Anshi poked his head out of the corridor and looked left and right before gesturing to Bingai. The two crept back out silently. There was more than one medical office in the shelter. Anshi heard there would be another opened on -12 soon, but surgery tables with adequate lighting only existed on -7. Cautiously peeking through the doorway, the anticipated sight of broken limbs and dismembered bodies did not appear. This made sense, considering the resources required for major medical attention without the ability to produce accordingly. It wouldn't be plausible for the shelter to open its gates for such reasons. Bingai whispered, "Did you see their face? Is it a man or a woman?" Anshi raised a finger to his lips, shushing him. Anshi peeked into the brightly lit room with one eye. 2 doctors wearing masks surrounded the operating table, blocking the face of the outsider completely. The outsider seemed to be very tall, likely a man, but perhaps it was the layers of protective anti-radiation suits creating this illusion. His thick combat boots stuck out slightly from under the bed, with the soles covered in yellow sand that Anshi had never walked on, debris from the wasteland. His gloved arm hung outside the cover, the fingernails filled with black grease, his reflective mask and radiation purification core having been taken off and placed aside. Bingai probably realized the outsider's gender, showing signs of disappointment. Women were extremely rare in the shelter, the few that were present isolated from them as breeding resources. They thought with great fanfare bringing in an outsider meant a woman would arrive. Anshi didn't care much. Born in this shelter and turning 16 this year, he had hardly ever seen any strangers. Regardless of who it was, he was curious. Anshi heard the sound of fabric being torn apart, and the doctor behind him began moving his arms dramatically. Soon after, several pieces of cloth soaked in pitch-black blood and fragments of metal were placed on a nearby tray. Out of the corner of his eye, Anshi saw Bingai covering his face with his hand. Almost simultaneously, a smell of rust mixed with decay infiltrated his nose. Anshi was very familiar with this smell. Many years ago, his mother was injured and infected during a mutant invasion. Her rotten wound emitted this exact odor day after day until the end. He could never forget this smell. The doctor who was treating him suddenly looked up toward the door, and Anshi almost let out a scream, hastily pulling back his neck. They waited for a long while, not daring to breathe heavily, their palms sweating cold sweat, but all they could hear were still the sharp sounds of the colliding instruments, as well as the buzzing sound of the power station that never ceased. "It should be fine, right? The corridor is very dark, so it's logical that we couldn't be seen." Anshi mustered his courage again and crept forward. Sure enough, the other person merely walked over to adjust the blood pressure monitor. After adjusting it, he went to tinker with something else on the table by the wall. At the same time, the doctor who had been standing between them and the outsider seemed to have finished his work for now. He pulled the cart with bloody fabrics, fragments, and surgical instruments a little further away, then turned aside to observe the numbers jumping on the wall full of machinery. Thus, Anshi saw the face of the outsider. The man was yet to regain consciousness, his eyes tightly closed, making it impossible to tell whether he was alive or dead. His deep brown hair and stubble covered his cheeks in disarray, revealing high eyebrows, sunken eye sockets, and a prominent nose bridge. Unable to resist, Anshi continued examining this mysterious outsider, every scar on his body transformed into signs of perilous adventure, each bloodstain enhancing a rugged charm. In just a few minutes, his image in Anshi's mind had evolved into that of a dragon-fighting warrior. Anshi fantasized about him standing on a devastated land, wielding a sword fighting countless mutated monsters, until the final moment when the sunset painted the sky red with blood, leaving him atop a pile of corpses, silhouetted against the dying light, emotionless. However, there was no giant sword encrusted with gems on the outsider, only an energy gun and a knife with numerous notches. All medical supplies and food were depleted. Anshi didn't know why the shelter bothered to save him, but he was glad they did. Voices of conversation came from the corridor behind, and Anshi wasn't quick enough to react. Bingai quickly rushed over to pull him behind the medical recycling bin, but unfortunately, their movements were too large, causing the glass waste on top of the bin to tumble noisily onto the ground. The angry voice of Uncle Duode sounded, who is there? When the fierce face of Uncle Duode appeared before them, the two boys were already sobbing uncontrollably. Chapter 2, The Awakening of the Outsider. The awakening happened when Anshi went to see Fettel secretly on the third day. Fettel was the name given by Anshi to the outsider, because he came from Fettel, symbolizing a wild world, cool and fierce, fitting for him. At 11 a.m. in the shelter, lunch began to be distributed. People from each floor would go to the fifth-floor cafeteria in sequence. Their shelter was large-scale, the cafeteria as big as 3 medical stations combined. The number 1 purification station where Anshi worked was one of the first batches to have meals. After eating quickly, they could have an extra half hour for a break. During this time, Anshi sneaked down to check on Fettel. On the third day of doing this, Fettel suddenly woke up. Without warning, he groggily opened his eyes and saw Anshi sitting beside him on a small stool. Anshi was shocked, he hadn't expected to get caught watching. The front legs of his tilted stool made a loud thud when they hit the ground, leaving Anshi frozen in place. Fettel opened his mouth, his cracked lips moving several times, emitting a slight wheezing sound. Anshi understood immediately and hurriedly took out his water bottle to feed him. Part of the clear water went into Fettel's throat, while the rest flowed down along his neck. Anshi didn't feel sorry at all and wiped it with the back of his hand. But suddenly Fettel started coughing violently, making Anshi jump in fright. His trembling hand caused the water bag to drop to the ground, precious water silently soaking into the stone slab. Fettel's coughing was deafening, causing the pink-stained bandages around his waist to become stained again. A doctor had to be notified, but without a word of explanation, Anshi turned around and ran. After running several steps in the dim corridor, he realized something. If he told the doctor that Fettel was awake, wouldn't it expose himself for not taking proper breaks and wandering around everywhere? He then rushed back to the medical station in a hurry. Fettel was looking at him with a puzzled expression. Anshi looked around and leaned against the wall near various signal lights, pondering for a few seconds. Then he reached out and unplugged a tube at its root. Immediately, an alarming red light flashed accompanied by the sound of bells, signaling a synchronized alert at the number 1 medicine station. Fettel frowned, you. Anshi turned back and gestured SH, then quickly ran into a secluded warehouse room to hide. He had just hidden when footsteps approached. Both doctors who had previously treated Fettel entered the room, allowing Anshi to slip away quietly. In the medical station, Fettel looked down at the dropped water bag lying on the floor, wanting to say something but holding back. As Anshi stood in the slowly ascending well lift, he hummed a tune, tapping lightly on the floor to keep rhythm. This was a luxury of riding alone in the lift. Normally, others disliked it when he jumped around in the lift, creating an unsettling sway that felt ominous. But Anshi's mood was good, and he even came up with an additional part for his self-created little melody. Unfortunately, the well lift got stuck about half a meter below the 4th floor. Through the iron railing, he saw Uncle Duode standing grim-faced at the entrance of the purification station, impatiently folding his arms, with a hawk-like glare from above like an eagle spotting a weasel. Where were you? Why did you skip work? Do you know how important the purification station job is? Do you know how difficult it is to obtain water resources? Anshi was unable to answer these series of questions, as he suddenly remembered leaving precious water resources at the medical station. This would be his only drink until the lights were out. How would he last the next 10 hours? Uncle Duode concluded the scolding with, if you don't work properly, I'll reassign you to the 12th floor. Throughout, Anshi listened obediently with his head lowered, mourning inwardly for his water bag. It had his name written on it, impossible to deny, and Uncle Duode was sure to find him again within half an hour for another round of reprimands. After being harshly criticized, Anshi obediently returned to the normal routine of the purification station, spending his days chatting idly with Pinga and weaving stories. But during any free moments, he couldn't help but wonder about the condition of the outsider. Had his wounds healed? Could he speak yet? Was he able to walk now? Why had he been accepted into the shelter? Which level of the shelter would he work on? Would there be a chance for him to come to the 4th level? If they worked together, would Fettel chat with him like Pinga did? Would he tell him about the world outside the shelter and describe the vastness of the wastelands to him? At 11 o'clock, the small team of the purification station packed their equipment and threw off their gloves back into the iron bucket. Anshi felt that today was particularly hot, still underground 4 floors, surely the surface must be scorched by the noon sun. He folded the blue square towel neatly and tied it around his forehead, propping up a small rabbit ear at the back of his head. He and Bottle Cap didn't take the well lift, instead directly opening the manhole cover on the floor of the purification station and climbing down the iron railing on the wall. The two giggled happily, familiar with the shortcut to fall all the way to the 5th floor where they sat at a good spot near the bar counter in the cafeteria. Jianan, responsible for food distribution, saw the two and smiled as she brought out 2 prepared aluminum plates to hand them over. She then turned around to prepare the 3rd portion. Jianan was also a kid who had grown up in the shelter and would be an adult in just 1 month. After serving the 3rd meal, Jianan untied her apron and stepped out from behind the kitchen counter. Bottle Cap curiously asked, "Sis, where are you going?" Jianan replied, delivering food, to the 7th floor. 7th floor, Anshi perked up his ears and said, "I'll go with you." Jianan arched her eyebrows, "Why would you come along?" Anshi said, "There might be mutated rats on the lower levels." Jianan laughed again, feigning an inspection of him up and down, "So what can you do?" Anshi rolled up his sleeves to his shoulders, revealing his skinny arms and flexed them saying, "See? I have muscles." Bottle Cap snorted, "You can't even turn the water valve." "Take me along, sis, I'll help you carry the water." Anshi grinned flatteringly, slightly dropping his eyebrows in a puppy-like manner that made it hard to refuse. Jianan's eyes darted quickly, after delivering the food, "Come back with me, okay? Don't cause any trouble." Anshi nodded vigorously. The two went downstairs with solemn expressions but awkwardly synchronized steps, heading to the 7th floor. There weren't many people there, and this wasn't the first time Jianan had delivered food here. She gave a cursory knock on the open door before stepping inside. Fettel was sitting on the edge of the bed facing away from them. When he heard Jianan's voice, he didn't even turn around, just giving a slight as if acknowledging her presence. Jianan glanced at Anshi, who in turn looked at her, and she asked again, "Do you want to eat now? Once it gets cold, it won't taste good." Fettel exhaled through his nose, almost like a brief laugh, but when he actually turned his head toward them, his face bore no expression as he simply said, "I'll eat now." Then, he noticed someone else in the room. Fettel appeared greatly surprised, his eyebrows shooting up and his eyes widening for quite some time before quietly turning away. He seemed much better in color but remained dirty with messy hair and beard tangled together. Taking the bowl of protein-rich soup, he furrowed his brows slightly as he repeatedly lifted the spoon towards his bearded face. Maybe he doesn't think the food tastes good, such a thought rose in Anshi's mind. In reality, Fettel consumed the protein soup at a steady pace without hesitation. Prior to this, Anshi had never thought about whether the food in the shelter tasted delicious, yet he managed to infer this information from Fettel's previous sigh and frown. Fettel quickly finished the bowl of protein soup and boldly took several large gulps from the water bottle. Anshi couldn't help but remind him, "Don't drink too fast, you'll need to last until evening." Fettel stopped but kept the bottle raised. After 2 seconds under the lowered brows, his gaze moved away and he twisted the cap back on. He hadn't recognized himself. Anshi bent down to help Jianan tidy up the table, and a strand of his hair slipped from behind his ear, almost falling into the bowl, a trivial incident that occurred in half a second, but Fettel's hand shot out swiftly to intercept the dangling lock of hair. Anshi responded with 2 O's, shifting awkwardly as he pulled down his hair tie and rewrapped it. Yet Fettel didn't glance at him again and followed Jianan's instructions to consume a large number of anti-inflammatory and pain relief medications. Radiation-treated external wounds healed very slowly, both platelets and white blood cells were lethargic. It would still take Fettel some time to fully recover. Anshi held the aluminum plate with an empty water kettle hanging off his wrist and followed Jianan as they left. Chapter 3, The First Kind of Contact. And she knocked twice on the iron plate and waited for more than 10 seconds before the manhole cover above his head was opened. He quickly climbed up, complaining, "Why is it so slow?" Bing Guy said, "I just heard some noise outside a while ago, so I didn't dare to move. What if you get caught again?" And she pouted and reluctantly got back into working mode. He put on hemp gloves, stretched his arms, revealing a bit of his waist. Bing Guy added, "Today this place has been making strange sounds all day long, I don't know what it is." "Where?" And she turned his ear sideways, "Are you talking about this rumbling sound?" Bing Guy nodded, "This circulator must be pretty old by now, right? It's not going to explode, is it?" And she shot him a glare, then leaned over and placed his ear against the wall of the big water tank, "But she has been here for quite a while. We were born here, we don't even know how many years she had been here before us." Bing Guy said, "It might have rusted inside, will we suffer from heavy metal poisoning?" And she rolled his eyes in exasperation, "Firstly, this isn't heavy metal. Secondly, everyone on the wasteland is poisoned one way or another, and thirdly, never mind, there's no point explaining it to you." Bing Guy was dissatisfied with Anshi's expression that implied he was intellectually challenged, and suddenly thought of something, "By the way, how is that outsider doing?" And she replied, "Still the same, not speaking, eating dinner with an annoyed face, and taking medicine with an annoyed face." Bing Gai shook his head. He's so strong, we don't know which side he'll be assigned to work on. Perhaps the power station. Or the weapons room, and she remembered his dagger with the curled edge and the energy gun. Today he seemed to have washed his hair and beard. But the water recycling pipe doesn't reach there, Bing Gai realized after speaking. He actually used drinking water to wash his hair, such luxury. Bing watched and she climb up and down checking for malfunctions, feeling idle as he couldn't help. He asked aimlessly, do you know where the shelter he lived before is? Is it close to ours? Come to think of it, I don't even know how many shelters are around our station. However, since he explored all the way to the door of the wasteland, it should be not far away, right? The voice of Anshi came from beneath the water tank. How do you know he also lived in a shelter? Bing Gai felt a bit puzzled. Then what else could he have possibly lived on the surface? After thinking for a while, and she still couldn't explain why, and ambiguously said, I feel like he isn't like us, he has something special. The next day at lunchtime, Jianan went to the pharmacy station to pick up the new week's medication. And she voluntarily carried water and lunch down 7 levels. Seeing it was only him today, Woody didn't have any feelings, only quietly leaned against the bed rail to sit straight, leaning towards the little dining table set up by Anshi. Carefully bending over to avoid aggravating his injuries. Suddenly, Anshi noticed Woody's beard was not only cleaner but shorter, though uneven, as if repaired with something rather dull. He scrutinized the other discreetly, having never been exposed under natural sunlight from childhood, Anshi's skin was at least 3 tones whiter than Woody's, his hair also slightly yellowish instead of deep brown. In contrast, his body was rather frail, his thighs thinner than someone else's arm. What are you staring at? Woody spoke unexpectedly, startling Anshi. Not lifting his eyes, he continued sipping the light brown nutritional paste soup mouthful by mouthful. If there were no third person in the room, Anshi would even doubt those words didn't come from him. Not receiving any answer, Woody looked over and repeated, you've been staring at me. Swallowing dryly despite not actually having saliva, Anshi stammered, I'm just spacing out and looking at a random spot. Woody gave a non-committal glance, took another spoonful of food, then said, yesterday too, the day before yesterday too, the day before that as well, even when I woke up. So he remembered, and saw everything. Anshi's ears started to burn, the blush on his pale skin particularly obvious. But completely oblivious himself, he apologized, sorry. Woody paused briefly in his actions, wanted to say something but decided otherwise. Anshi didn't know where to look now, and could only fixate on the shelf in the corner of the wall. Gathering up courage, he asked again, where are you from? Woody pointed upwards, the wastelands. No, before that, rephrased Anshi, is the place you live in far away? Woody answered, far, yet not far. My place is not fixed, and the world is vast. Anshi silently nodded with slightly open mouth. He didn't know how big the world was, he only knew how large the radiation shelter was. He knew exactly how many rooms, well ladders, round tables, and guns were in the shelter, but beyond these walls of copper and iron, he knew nothing. A fleeting sense of embarrassed inferiority surged within Anshi, stopping his questions. There was only the sound of Woody's spoon meeting his plate in the air. After finishing his meal, he leaned back against the bedhead. Jianan hadn't arrived yet, and Anshi estimated it was time for him to leave. He refilled the water bottle from the wasteland, listening to the gradually increasing sound of water filling the bottle, and said, next time don't use drinking water to wash your hair. There's a water recycling system upstairs, you should save this for drinking. Woody gave him a sideways glance but didn't thank him, merely replying, oh. And she straightened up with the empty water pot in his arms, looking down at Woody from above and asked, are you going to stay here? Woody lifted one hand, pulling open his coat and raising the undershirt to reveal his waist bound by a tourniquet, responding sarcastically, where else could I go? And she wanted to say that wasn't what he meant, but instead mimicked Woody's tone with an, oh, while holding the tray without leaving. Woody also quietly gazed at him, silent and unblinking, his eyes clearly saying, is there something else? And she moved his mouth as if to speak, then said, Radiation Shelter 2397, welcome. Having said that, he hurriedly left. When Anshi returned to the 5th level, he found the dining area already deserted. Realizing it wasn't good, he quickly discarded the tray and climbed upward along the sewage pipe. Urgently, he knocked 3 times on the manhole cover above his head. It wasn't even a few seconds before it opened, revealing Duyur silhouetted against the light. Bing Gai nervously pressed himself against the wall root. Duyur looked extremely pale, the half of his face missing an ear especially horrifying under the interplay of shadows and light. Without asking where Anshi had gone, he slammed the iron cover shut, the thunderous noise causing Anshi's ears to ring for a moment. The next day, Anshi was reassigned to the newly established pharmacy station on the 12th floor. Bing Gai sobbed intermittently outside the well ladder, waving goodbye to him. I'll be back in a couple of days, Bing Gai said brokenly. On paper, the 12th floor included the pharmacy station, physical training room, and anti-radiation research institute, but in reality, it was just a storage area for surplus materials from upstairs. The physical training room had never been visited by anyone. In their unit, only 2 or 3 people were sent out in rotation to explore the wasteland, so their need for radiation cores, medicines, and weapons wasn't particularly large, only enough to deal with the occasional invasion of mutated monsters. Below the 10th floor, no one usually came around, it was mostly abandoned. But now, this place became Anshi's workplace, he was its sole employee. Though Anshi had worked at the water purification station for 3 years, every room of the entire shelter had seen him for some time. Knowing a bit about everything was the advantage of being a native cave dweller. He picked things up fast, and especially excelled at repairing machines. He was once again back in the medical station. Previously, when his mother had been infected, he had run to the medical station day after day, trying all methods deemed useful by the doctors, whether they seemed plausible or not. However, in the end, none of it proved helpful. Without sunlight underground, allergens were very limited, and even with various combinations of nutritious soups, several trace elements were always lacking. Anshi's mother had weak immunity, and the infected part deteriorated rapidly. From health to death took merely a terrifying short span of time. As Anshi entered this familiar room, he couldn't help but recall those days. Some unknown scratching sounds on the walls made his nerves tense, as if death would descend from the ceiling at any moment. Chapter 4, -12. Anshi sat on the table waiting for the potion to finish distilling. He had dragged a chair up onto the table and was holding an old-fashioned long-barreled rifle in his arms, so he could have some reaction time if a mutated bug crawled out, and not let them climb onto him. A few days ago, a half-grown bug had already climbed onto his foot. The feeling, Anshi nervously shook his foot as if the bug were still there. He tried to get a more powerful and less troublesome shotgun, but Uncle Hongyan, who had just returned from exploring the wasteland, said he would certainly damage the pharmaceutical equipment and refused his request. Even this rifle was only given to him after he begged endlessly, and Uncle Hongyan finally agreed. Though Anshi's days at the pharmacy station were lonely, they were not boring. He found a bit of fun in chemistry. While making medicine according to the recipes, he occasionally had some inspiration to add other ingredients, although he didn't dare to tamper with the potions yet. During the time waiting for the potion to distill, which was usually quite a long while, he would drag the chair up to the table and sometimes fiddle with the gun, taking it apart, reassembling it, disassembling again, swapping a couple of parts, then reassembling. During other idle moments, he'd stick his face against the barrel and daydream. Anshi had honed an amazing ability to fantasize since he was young. He could stare at a gray wall and enjoy himself thoroughly. Where is Wutu now? He couldn't help but wonder. Is he healed? Can he eat something other than liquid nutrients? Would he be happier to see other kinds of food? He also thought, after his wounds healed, will Wutu stay inside the shelter? What kind of work would he be assigned to do? They went through great efforts to save him, maybe they had important tasks to assign him, perhaps exploring the wastelands. After all, Uncle Hongyan is very old and can't venture too far each time, and the resources he brings back are getting fewer and fewer. Maybe he will work in the power station, where there's one on the 9th floor not too far from here. Perhaps he'll help Uncle Dugir reinforce the security gate on the surface. Ever since the intrusion 2 years ago, that door hasn't been in good shape. Thinking about the surface gate, Anshi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He has lived this long and hasn't stepped outside that door even once. Yet, Wutu has lived in many places. He even said, the world is vast. How vast is it? Is such a boundless world not frightening? Suddenly, there was a faint sound on the right side of his ear. Anshi turned around stiffly, hugging the gun. Wutu, who opened the door, obviously didn't expect anyone to be here and froze for a moment upon entering. Ah! Anshi opened his mouth, emitting a meaningless sound. Wutu cleared his throat and said, so you're here. Anshi blinked a few times, with a somewhat silly expression, and asked, are you looking for me? Wutu instinctively said, no, then explained, it's just strange where you've been these past few days. Anshi dryly responded with an, oh, and said, I've been punished to work here. Wutu raised an eyebrow and asked, what did you do? Anshi naturally couldn't tell the real reason why he played hooky, so he replied sullenly and vaguely, nothing. Seeing he didn't want to say more, Wutu wasn't concerned either, and turned around saying, sorry to disturb you. Anshi hastily called out, wait. Wutu turned around holding the door, waiting for him to speak. Anshi examined him from head to toe and said, you can walk. Wutu nodded, yeah, but it's still not completely healed over here. Then he lifted his shirt, revealing that the area covered by the hemostatic bandage was much smaller this time. Anshi looked at his clearly defined waist and abdomen, suddenly feeling a little awkward. Wutu put down his shirt, paused, and asked, do you have antibiotics here? Anshi quickly replied, yes, which kind do you need? Wutu frowned slightly, what kind do you have? Anshi jumped down from the table and pulled open the medicine cabinet, taking out 3 different boxes, for respiratory infections, systemic use, and external wound inflammation. Wutu pointed to the 3rd box, this one. Anshi then asked, how much do you need? Wutu countered, how much do you have? He leaned toward the shelves trying to identify the various bottles and jars, his chin almost brushing the top of Anshi's head, allowing Anshi to truly feel the difference in height and build between them. His entire person was enveloped in the lamp shadow cast by Wutu, and he smelled the dry scent of him. Not the damp darkness of the underground, but the smell of the sun from the surface. Anshi turned around, his posture making it seem like Wutu boxed him into a small corner between himself and the shelf, pointing behind Wutu, there's more next door. Wutu looked at an entire wall filled with shelves and expressed some exasperation. You guys just stack medicines here, it's a waste. Anshi retorted, you use drinking water to wash your hair. Wutu glanced down at him for a moment but said nothing. He then noticed the gun in Anshi's hand and reached out to take it. With a few quick snaps, he loaded the chamber and aimed at the wall root with fast and precise movements, then smoothly disengaged the magazine to examine it, handling it as if it were an extension of his own body. As he leaned toward the shelves, his chin almost brushing the top of Anshi's head, allowing Anshi to truly feel the difference in height and build between them, his entire person was enveloped in the lamp shadow cast by Wutu, and he smelled the dry scent of him, not the damp darkness of the underground, but the smell of the sun from the surface. Anshi turned around, his posture making it seem like Wutu boxed him into a small corner between himself and the shelf, pointing behind Wutu, there's more next door. Wutu looked at an entire wall filled with shelves and expressed some exasperation, you guys just stack medicines here, it's a waste. Anshi retorted, you use drinking water to wash your hair. Wutu frowned slightly. Anshi noticed that he didn't show much expression beyond frowning, and pinched a bullet to check it under the light, asking, this is a bit strange. Anshi gestured for him to look at the gun's slide mechanism, took the bullet back, and carefully unscrewed the bullet tip with a bent copper piece. Look, I modified it a little. The bugs move too fast, and my aim isn't great, so a larger attack range is safer. Wutu compared the two sides several times and asked, can you modify guns? Anshi reassembled the bullet tip, took the gun back from Wutu, and forcefully pushed the bullet back into the magazine, his movement awkward, showing his inexperience. Anshi said, a gun is just a machine. I'm actually pretty good with machines. He paused but couldn't hide a hint of pride in his tone. Whenever there's a problem with the station's equipment, people always ask me to check it. Wutu scrutinized him, apparently doing so for the first time seriously, then after a long pause said, try reducing the proportion of saltpeter. A smaller explosion increases physical impact. Anshi replied, I've tried, but the gun barrel's caliber is too small, we can't achieve the effect of a shotgun. It can be done, Wutu said, pointing at several parts of the gun while briefly explaining, the most words Anshi had heard him speak at one time. Anshi became excitedly absorbed, constantly adjusting the gun, unaware when Wutu left. Afterward, almost every day Wutu would visit this deep underground room. His stays were brief, but each appearance brought Anshi a wave of joy, as though he were a prisoner in solitary confinement and Wutu the priest in the jail. There wasn't much talk, most of it coming from Anshi, but Wutu occasionally interjected with low enthusiasm, either correcting or asking short questions. After asking a question, he'd fall silent for a moment, then say something else, leaving Anshi to savor their brief conversations alone. Occasionally, Anshi would ask about guns, and Wutu seemed knowledgeable about turning any item around him into a lethal weapon. More often, however, Anshi inquired about the outside world, whether the sun was truly so deadly and the land so barren. There was a mutant invasion 2 years ago, Anshi recounted. They blew up the gate entirely. Those mutants were nothing like cockroaches, they were intelligent and quickly killed everyone on the upper 2 floors. Anshi paused, reminiscing, my mother was sleeping at the rest station on the 3rd floor when she woke up. She grabbed me and told me to run. Then, through the iron railing of the well ladder, I saw a mutant already behind her. But I couldn't stop the ladder, I couldn't go back. He hesitated for a moment before continuing, we hid on the 10th floor until dawn. At one point, we thought about going back, but there were still several children with me, and I had to protect them. Children are very important. Wutu looked at him, aren't you a child too? Anshi shook his head earnestly, I was already 14 then, I'm not a child. She didn't die immediately, but she was infected, Anshi continued. Everyone isolated her because they feared she might mutate. After mutation, she would become a vampire, and we'd have to kill her. Did she mutate? Wutu asked. No, Anshi shook his head, saying, she passed away after over a week. Wutu nodded, that's already quite a long time. Wutu had seen many humans after infection, some decaying within hours, others undergoing genetic mutations. Post-mutation, radiation humans, could survive with large amounts of water but were fiercely attracted to the iron in hemoglobin. Thus, they preferred sucking human blood to drinking water. As dehydration occurred easily on the surface where the atmosphere was thin, they stayed hidden underground and hunted at night, known as the new vampires. But Anshi's voice brightened again, at least it sounded so on the surface. Back then, no one dared to approach my mother except me, so I learned a lot about medicine during that time. In other words, working at the pharmaceutical station now was also thanks to what he learned then. Wutu chose his words carefully, optimistic. He snorted softly again and said ambiguously, compared to us, you might end up being the last one standing. What about you? Anshi didn't catch the hidden meaning in his words and asked, you seem quite interested in our shelter. Are you going to stay? Haven't they told you which station you'll work at yet? But your injuries haven't healed yet, so you should be able to rest for a little longer. Don't you know why I'm here? Wutu asked. Anshi shook his head blankly, and Wutu looked away, saying indifferently, oh, I don't know either. Chapter 5, Invasion. When the gate on the surface was blasted open, and she still had no idea what had happened. He was on the 12th underground level. When the commotion reached him, he didn't have time to think about it because just before, perhaps a minute ago, perhaps an hour, though at least that's how it felt to him, a large number of mutated cockroaches surged out from the door cracks and ventilation ports on the ceiling. Holding his gun, and she screamed loudly, jumped nervously in place on a table before realizing and pulling the trigger after removing the safety. The recoil of the gun pushed him backward, he retreated 2 steps and barely managed to stabilize himself at the edge of the table, almost falling over. He slightly bent forward to maintain balance and fired another shot. Several bugs that were overly large were blown into halves, their clearly corrosive bodily fluid splashing onto the walls with a pungent smell rushing toward him. Even more smaller insects quickly crawled towards him. Their black shells reflected the ghastly white overhead lights. He fired again, and the modified distillation device caused the range of the shrapnel to increase, showering shards of glass and scalding liquid everywhere. As it splashed onto the insect bodies, these alien creatures convulsed with their 6 limbs twitching and their bodies trembling. And she couldn't tell whether the chaos originated from the real world or within his mind. Tensed up, he sprayed random shots with his gun, leaving no shelves or pharmaceutical containers unscathed, while the bugs and bug corpses on the ground grew increasingly numerous. There were too many of them, never had he seen so many bugs. With his mind a complete blank, and she frantically resisted the approach of the multi-legged monsters. After pulling the trigger a few times with a clicking sound in vain, he realized that his ammunition was gone. And she pulled out a spare magazine from his pocket, shaking hands attempting to switch it on, but he trembled so much that the magazine fell under the table, hitting a bug trying to climb the table leg. Should he go down to pick it up? He dared not. And she hesitated for only 2 seconds before deciding to jump off the table. The moment he jumped off, he wildly swung the gun's butt, smashing away several larger-sized bugs and quickly picking up the magazine. During this process, he inevitably got swept by the antennae of a mutated cockroach across his hand, feeling utterly sick, cold sweat running down his back, but survival instincts took precedence, forcing him to quickly climb back onto the table. In this short period, the number of bugs increased again, either sensing the scent of death among their own kind or the blood rising in temperature within she. They became bigger, as long as his forearm. At this point, and she heard sharp, piercing cries coming from the ventilation ducts, akin to something having its throat pinched. He knew well what this sound meant. Mutated rats, which are even larger, if caught, would surely bite through one's neck. And she held his gun but against the shoulder hollow, shooting round after round. His aim was poor, but thankfully, there were too many obvious targets, so each shot brought some result. However, the enemies were too numerous and resilient. A large cockroach climbed onto the table behind him and was kicked away by Anshi's scream, revealing its soft abdomen beneath the hard shell. It flailed helplessly, instantly swallowed up by other surging bugs. Simultaneously, a huge gray mutated rat dropped from the vent, landing with a thud on top of the iron rack. Its incisors were long, eyes blood red, claws razor sharp, mottled gray fur standing on end, and its small, disgusting tail hung aggressively behind it. Its 4 limbs were powerful, and Anshi had no doubt it could leap directly from the top of the iron rack to the table. And she knew he shouldn't stop firing at the bugs, but the sensation of being locked onto by a predator terrified him so much that his limbs wouldn't obey his commands. The gun suddenly felt unbearably heavy, as if the trigger itself was glued down. I have to move, and she thought, his face drenched with water, not even aware when he started crying. Another gray rat dropped down, this time landing closer to Anshi on the ground, and almost simultaneously, the first gray rat crouched its hind legs, it was preparing to jump. A little strength returned to Anshi's arms, and he quivered as he lifted his gun. Suddenly, the gray rat sprang upward with great force, jumping even higher than Anshi imagined. Its bald head almost grazed the ceiling, its fanged mouth and sharp claws heading straight for Anshi's face. Instinctively, Anshi raised the gun handle defensively in front of him and tightly shut his eyes. I'm going to die, Anshi thought. This death came so swiftly and unexpectedly that he hadn't even had time to savor his life yet. He hadn't even lived fully yet. Bang! A tremendous gunshot exploded beside his ear. Anshi opened his eyes suddenly. He hadn't fired the gun, yet the mutant giant rat almost reaching his face was struck on its head from the right side, getting blasted away mid-air, its brains and blood splattering all over the wall. Bang! Another sound followed, and the other gray rat on the ground was thrown backward, half its body shattered. Several more gunshots rang out in succession. Anshi's ears were ringing from the explosion, and Fei too stood at the doorway. He fired a shot and stepped forward with each one, his face devoid of any emotion, his breathing steady, as if he was facing a scene that could not be more ordinary. The shotgun without an expansion soon ran out of bullets, and he swung the butt in a semicircle with one hand, flinging 3 bugs away like trash. Simultaneously, he drew a handgun from the back of his waist with his left hand, taking almost no time to aim before firing 6 consecutive shots. 6 more bodies lay sprawled on the ground. After completing all this, Fei too didn't even glance at Anshi once but instead pulled out a dagger from his boot, not the one Anshi had seen before, but the standard issue from the shelter, and began checking the corpses of the mutant insects and rats scattered around. Wherever there were still signs of life, he delivered a finishing blow. Finally, he retrieved half a roll of gauze from the medical ruins, which hadn't been completely charred, carefully wiped the handle of the knife clean, and put it back beside his lower calf. It seemed only then that he noticed and she standing on the table. He asked, "Did they scratch you?" And she shook his head, his mouth agape. Fei Tu said, "Well, get down." And she stumbled off the table, his legs going weak, almost causing him to kneel down, but he quickly managed to catch himself by holding onto the table. As the tension faded, he began to feel the ache in his muscles, especially in the hollows of his shoulders. We should go upstairs. It's not safe here," and she said, unsure whether a second wave of mutated creatures might attack. However, Fei Tu shook his head. "No, it's safer here, the radiation people came in from above." Only then didn't she realize the source of the commotion overhead. A group of mutants had breached the surface layer into the shelter, and all fighting forces were summoned to the upper levels. The red alert was initiated the moment the weapons storeroom was opened. Seizing the chaos, Fei Tu had managed to grab 2 guns and a knife. "But we must go up and help them," and she urged anxiously. Fei Tu looked down at him. Whenever they got close, this look of disdain always crept into his gaze. He extended his finger to open Anshi's collar. His right shoulder hollow was filled with purplish-red bruising. Fei Tu let out a humph and released him. "Even if I can't help much, I have to go." Anshi emphasized firmly. "Is rushing to your death more important than preserving the seed of humanity?" Fei Tu remained unfazed. "I'm not a kid anymore. I have to protect everyone." And she replied with determination. Fei Tu lowered his gaze again, appraising the young boy in front of him for the second time. His slender frame seemed frail, his pale skin creating a vivid contrast against the bloodstains of the dismembered insect and rat carcasses adorning the walls. He moved his nose slightly, and she exuded a pleasant smell, akin to disinfectant, cutting through the iron rust taste of the blood surrounding them. Fei Tu took the rifle from Anshi's hands, loaded fresh bullets into his pistol and handed it over to him, saying, "Use this. We'll move floor by floor, and you stay behind me. Don't shoot unless instructed." And she nodded vigorously. They ascended to the 11th level, where only a few stray mutated rats remained. From 10 meters away across the corridor, Fei Tu lifted his weapon, shooting 1 rat per shot. The shards from the blast embedded themselves into the walls, with one piece bouncing off the metal doorframe, narrowly missing them both. Fei Tu glanced at the gun in his hand and commented, "Your modification went too far, it's hard to control inside tight spaces." And she kept silent. Uncle Red Eye had warned him. If he ever saw the state of the pharmacy station downstairs after being blown apart, he would probably be horrified. He stuck close to Fei Tu, not too near so as not to impede him, but close enough to feel secure beneath the broad shoulders shielding him. In a low voice, and she added, "There's another ammunition depot on the 8th floor. There are more guns there." Fei Tu paused mid-step, immediately replying, "Let's go." Subsequently, they swiftly cleared 3 floors of monsters. These creatures had extremely sensitive noses, favoring areas with more human activity. The further upward they ventured, the denser the number of creatures grew. Upon reaching the 8th floor, even before the emergency elevator doors opened, one giant rat after another lunged at them, hitting the iron bars fiercely. Fei Tu whispered, "Close the door." And she rushed to press the button, keeping it locked with great effort. Fei Tu raised his gun and blasted several gray rats nearby, extending the barrel beyond the railing to take care of other rats and massive mutant insects loitering in the corridor or hanging upside down from the ceiling. Only then did he say, "All right." And she released the hold, and the elevator doors opened. One by one, they stepped out cautiously. This time, Fei Tu moved very slowly, his ears keenly tuned to any noise around them. And she occasionally turned back toward their previous direction, fearing some mist monster might sneak up quietly. When they reached the entrance of Purification Station 3, Fei Tu caught sight of the interior of the room. 2 huge gray rats feasted greedily on a man's face, devouring relentlessly. Beside his hand lay a short rifle and a dead large rat. When Fei Tu sent the first giant rat flying, the second one turned around. It was half as long as a man, its sharp snout covered in fresh blood, much like a hyena on the African savanna. Yet its light gray eyes were eerily human-like, radiating an unsettling malevolence. Without hesitation, Fei Tu shot and killed the creature that was charging at them with all its speed. Even after being hit, it continued to writhe with its broken body for a moment. And she also ran over. He had initially wanted to stop Anshi from looking, but then decided this was unnecessary. And she stared at the unrecognizable corpse on the ground. It was his friend, his family, just like everyone else in the shelter. His gaze remained steady, and his body forgot to tremble. Finally, he took 2 steps back and closed the door for him. This is a child who has grown accustomed to death, Fei Tu thought. He looked like someone who could survive until the end. This time, and she didn't hide behind Fei Tu but instead led the way in front of him. Fei Tu didn't try to stop him, only occasionally firing his gun to take out monsters rushing out from both sides. As she smelled the old-fashioned gunpowder, something seemed different today. At the end of the corridor was the weapons depot. The number of weapons inside wasn't many, but they were diverse. Fei Tu picked up an energy gun of a very familiar model, his fingers rubbing against the switch for the explosive mode. Unable to contain the adrenaline surge, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. There were rarely any things that got him excited, which many people knew. But killing and death could, which only a few people knew. He grabbed several more guns and strapped them onto his body, choosing only those with small calibers and precise lethal ranges. He handed Anshi a short-handled dagger before continuing upward. When they reached the 7th floor, it had already become a carnival of mutated monsters. The appearance of 2 new blood bags undoubtedly intensified the party's momentum. For a time, the shrill cries of the creatures echoed incessantly, assaulting their eardrums. Anshi tightly gripped his pistol, leveling it before his eyes, but Fei too moved faster. In each hand, he held a gun pointed in completely different directions, judging the source of attacks by sight and sound almost equally. Dense gunfire rang out frequently, and monsters of various sizes dropped to the ground one after another. It felt as if this place had been designed as a killing training ground for him, and he walked through it as if on flat ground. It was unclear whether it was a mere illusion, but Anshi felt as though the world around him suddenly quieted down, leaving only the sounds of Fei Tu firing his gun. To be precise, the sound of his trigger pulling and the recoil of gunshots, the smooth interlocking parts of the mechanical system, shell casings flying off and hitting the ground, bullets burying themselves into the bodies of monsters with muffled thuds. They screamed loud while alive but fell silent in death, their faint gasps blending into the cacophony along with the barely audible panting breaths of Fei Tuesday. This scene of destruction resembled a perfectly timed musical, where shots and deaths followed in rhythmic sequence. Ugly creatures were dying one by one. Finally, after emptying 3 guns, there were only piles of corpses and twitching remains left on the ground. As Fei Tu and Anshi prepared to ascend another level, a broadcast suddenly came from overhead. Dun Air's voice crackled through the airwaves, all mutated humans have been exterminated. All injured personnel immediately report to Medical Station 2. I repeat, all injured personnel must immediately report to Medical Station 2. With the focus on the radiation battle, they evidently still did not know about the invasion of mutated insects and rats. The two exchanged a look. Medical Station 2 was on the 7th floor. Dropping his weapon, Fei Tu quietly said, "Don't tell anyone about what happened today." He had assumed it would take some effort to convince this perpetually curious teenager, but unexpectedly, and she nodded decisively, "Okay. But we'll be suspected if we stay here," and she said. "Let's go downstairs and come back up after the chaos dies down." Fei Tu watched as the young boy ran away, and then took steps to follow. Chapter 6, The Survivors. Since the invasion of the radiation-infected and the mutated monsters, the shelter suffered heavy losses on both fronts. Fortunately, property damage far outweighed the loss of personnel. But the loss of people was irreparable. The delicate balance between population and resources was the ultimate test for every radiation shelter. In the early days of the shelter, there had been a baby boom. Anshi, Bingai, and Jianan were all new additions to the population born during this period. When they were around 5 or 6 years old, the shelter faced a difficult era of resource shortages. The first generation of residents who built the shelter were aging, their productivity was decreasing, and medical costs were increasing. It was around that time that the shelter ceased broadcasting its survivor signal and began enforcing birth isolation. Anshi still remembered how Grandpa Godirian took an assault rifle from Uncle Dulier, a meager package of anti-radiation cores, and some medicine, and walked out of the shelter's gate with resolute yet despondent steps. Anshi didn't understand it at the time, but Yenin was wiping tears beside him. Godirian never returned from that exploration. Many elderly residents left like him. Anshi volunteered to restore the facilities on level 12, it took everyone quite a while to clear the top 6 levels. When they went downstairs, they were all shocked. But asking Anshi would get them no answers, the boy just held his modified gun tightly, shaking his head with big eyes. Asking further would make him pout and cry. "You've all forgotten about me. There were so many bugs, woo." Uncle Dulier quickly interrupted, rubbing his temples in a headache. All right, we don't have time to deal with you now. After the bodies are carried away, tidy up yourself first. If there's extra manpower, we'll send someone down to help you." He thought for a moment and added, "We'll get you a new gun. Be careful." Anshi forgot to pretend to cry and happily ran off. Level 7's medical station was overwhelmed with patients, forcing Fetu to be dismissed. Limping slightly, he wandered outside and said, "I'll go help him." A quarantined patient in the medical station started mutating. A horrifying scream echoed through the corridor, mixing with mechanical and human sounds in chaotic disarray. No one had time to hear what he said, so he shrugged and left on his own. The elevator slowly passed each level. Fetu found all monster corpses had been dragged away, leaving bloodstains spread across the walls, making the scene more terrifying than when the bodies were still present. It was like a wartime concentration camp after the troops withdrew. Reaching level 12, he saw a light in the room with surveillance cameras and went inside. Surprisingly, his walk became steady, without any limp. Anshi was crouched, staring glumly at collapsed shelves. He'd managed to find a construction steel pipe, placing a stool as a support to lift the shelf with great difficulty, raising it by 3 centimeters. Fetu watched him speechlessly, walking closer to prop up the steel frame with both hands. With a bit of effort, he lifted it up effortlessly. Broken medicine boxes and jars scattered everywhere. Anshi looked at him and showed a row of white teeth. Feta glanced at the lever in Anshi's hand, thinking to himself, is this kid smart or dumb? Anshi asked, does anyone suspect you? Feta shook his head and replied, no one has time. Anshi grinned again and said, Uncle Dullier has a good memory, he will come back for you after a while. But don't worry, I'll protect you when the time comes. Another promise to protect him. Feta looked down at the thin arms and legs of the teenager in front of him. What misconception did this kid have about him? Anshi squatted on the ground, separating the usable and unusable medicines and ingredients, humming a tune as if it were a fun activity. Feta looked around, contemplating what else he could sneak away. Holding a box of surviving hemostatic ointment, Anshi smiled cheerfully at him again. Feta frowned and asked, what? Anshi questioned, I knew you're different from us, you can't possibly be someone who got lost from the shelter. Feta simply, oh, Ed, and responded, maybe I'm a warrior specially sent by the shelter to explore the wasteland. Anshi narrowed her eyes and shook his head, with an expression saying, I already know everything, so stop fooling me. Red Eye Uncle and Vig Uncle are both warriors, but they're not like you, Anshi argued. Feta smirked dryly, how am I different? Anshi shook his head while gesturing dramatically, you can't get used to the shelter's food, you don't follow schedules, and you use guns and knives so skillfully. Maybe it's just that the shelter I came from is somewhat different. Feta casually countered. Anshi wasn't easy to fool and listed a bunch more evidence. His obsessive nature was evident as he gesticulated enthusiastically while sharing his observations. Feta raised his eyes to look at him and, after a long silence, crossed his arms, tilted his head, and asked, do you really want to know? Anshi immediately dropped what he was holding and nodded vigorously with bright eyes. Feta glanced at the expensive pharmaceuticals scattered all over the floor, resisting the urge to pick them up, cleared his throat, and said, I don't stay in any one shelter permanently. We travel in groups. I'm a bounty hunter. Anshi's eyes widened even more upon hearing the words, bounty hunter, but he said nothing for a while before asking, then, what exactly is that? Feta replied, it's like a service agency. The shelters give us missions and we take them on, like cleaning up mutant human nests around shelters or escorting fertility resources and such. Anshi's jaw dropped, that's so cool. In return, the shelters provide us with food, medicine, weapons, water, and... He hesitated suspiciously and changed his tone, stuff like that. What else? What else? Anshi urged. What else? Feta regretted starting the conversation, foreseeing endless questions ahead. Do fertility resources mean girls? Do you just send girls around like that? Isn't it dangerous out there in the wasteland? Anshi had not met many females, apart from his mother and Yenin. Feta shrugged indifferently, dangerous, yes, which is why they need people like us. Anshi imagined swarms of mutated rats roaming freely over the sandy surface, concluding Earth was perilous beyond belief. Feta snickered after hearing this, out in the wasteland, mutated rats are probably the friendliest things you'll come across. Little rats and cockroaches might be resilient, but at least they're small pests. As for the big ones mutating. Anshi slowly sucked in a breath, both fearful and excited as he asked, so, what's the most terrifying, the scariest mutated creature? Feta glanced down at him and said, humans. After contemplating his words for a moment, Anshi continued, it must be really hot outside during the day, right? I sometimes feel the heat even on level 4. Feta responded, yes, it's hot during the day, but there are fewer mutated humans. Those creatures fear dehydration and generally won't come out unless... Unless, prompted Anshi. Feta hastily rephrased, never mind, hopefully you'll never encounter that situation. But Anshi's curiosity had been piqued, he wouldn't let go. Strangely, after yesterday's near-death experience, he felt a sudden closeness to Feta, and any remaining traces of fear vanished. All right already, Feta interrupted, clearly exasperated. Let me ask you something now. Anshi placed his hands on the table and wagged an imaginary tail, you ask. Feta thought for a second and then asked, why do you call yourself Anshi? Because I was born on Black Sabbath, Anshi replied. Feta said, what an unlucky name. Anshi didn't seem too bothered as he shook his head slightly and said, anything else? Other than that, how many medical stations and armories do you have here? Feta questioned. 1 medical station where you've been staying, 2 pharmaceutical production workshops, 1 upstairs and this is the second, though it hasn't been much used due to lack of personnel. As for weapon stores, only 2 exist, one of which I showed you. On level 6, there's also a weapons research room. Well, what it actually does is repair captured weapons when exploring the wastelands, but it can't accomplish much else, Anshi explained immediately. You have quite a large station here, yet your arsenal seems limited. Feta commented, noticing there were also quite a few empty rooms. Anshi's eyes twinkled, almost resembling a front-row student trying to catch the teacher's attention. We originally had 5 or 6 warriors, but, it's too dangerous, several left and never returned, so now fewer people are sent out to explore the wastelands. At his reminder, Feta remembered something and followed up, can your station produce anti-radiation cores? We sure can, Anshi nodded. Room 1 on level 8. After listening, Feta remained silent for a while, pondering deeply. Anshi waited anxiously but received no follow-up question. Restless, he fidgeted on the chair and asked, anything else? There's one more thing. Feta looked around the room, raising his gaze and inquiring, is this place still usable? Why wouldn't it be? The distiller is still in good condition, Anshi said confidently. The good condition distiller mentioned by Anshi was covered in dented bullet marks, looking battered and weathered. Anshi touched the outer wall of the distillation tank and comforted it, shoo, oh don't worry, it'll be fine. Feta couldn't help but feel a mixture of frustration and amusement but maintained his poker face. Anshi said, I've checked thoroughly, there's no serious damage. Look, even the table is intact. Feta gazed mournfully at the randomly scattered medications on the ground, those precious commodities that would be difficult to obtain outside. Being greedy was common among bounty hunters. And, the medicine warehouse next door is completely undamaged, Anshi stated. No bugs managed to get in, it's amazing considering it's right next door. As for the damaged drugs here, I can probably reproduce them within about 2 weeks. Fetu observed him silently for a long time, then said, in outside bounty hunting groups, doctors and mechanics are rare assets. Anshi understood and smiled until his eyes squinted. A mechanic plus doctor like me must be pretty rare, right? Chapter 7, The Use of the Outsider. Since Wasteland had provided a great deal of gun knowledge to Anshi in exchange for medicine, Anshi was no longer satisfied with the old antique in his possession. He recalled that during the previous battle against mutated creatures in the Wasteland, he seemed to favor 2 energy guns quite a bit, and the way he wielded them, it was truly blood-pumping, as if these guns were born to be used to their fullest potential rather than remain confined in the ammunition room, which would be an enormous waste and injustice. Anshi made up his mind to improve his combat skills. Originally, he had never had such thoughts, nor did members outside the warrior category have the time from God to receive weapons training. But just like countless boys who secretly do push-ups next to their beds after lights out, Anshi also wanted to change something about himself. To grow taller, to become stronger, just like Wasteland. Anshi spent 2 days cleaning up the physical training room on the 12th floor, and Wasteland liked it too. He didn't say anything on his face, but indeed appeared more frequently on the 12th floor, extending what was initially a 20-minute casual chat into an hour and a half including physical training. Anshi was a little worried about his wounds, but the weight he used on the dumbbells was still 3 times that of Anshi's. He first moved his joints around, calling it warming up, then began doing some weight training. The next day, he added some pull-ups and planks to his routine. Finally, he would run in place for 15 minutes with high knees and quickly sprint diagonally across the small room until drenched in sweat. Anshi mimicked him by running diagonally across the room, constantly engaging the abdominal muscles to accelerate and brake, collapsing onto the ground after just a few laps. Wasteland found him bothersome, so he lightly kicked his calf. Anshi rolled over a couple of times with his arms wrapped around, moving to a less obstructive corner to continue lying down, watching Wasteland work out. Wasteland took off his shirt. The hemostatic bandage around his waist had been completely removed, revealing a clearly defined side waist with a black wound. It looked like burnt flesh curling at the edges, a typical radiation toxin injury that grotesquely marred the beauty of this otherwise handsome body. Looking up further, his thick chest swelled as his arms exerted force, and sweat uniformly spread over its attractive contours, reflecting the harsh light of the lamps. It was both sensual and sacred, very strange indeed. His upper arms were robust, no wonder he could easily lift an iron frame. Down to his forearms, the lines were gracefully balanced, with a protruding bone near his outer wrist that was particularly good-looking. After finishing a set, Wasteland bent down to put away the equipment, slightly turning his back. From his vantage point on the floor, Anshi admired Wasteland again. His back was incredibly beautiful too, with 2 deep muscle lines running along either side of a profound depression. His pants were pushed down, exposing the fullness of his buttocks. When performing weighted squats, this view reached its peak, leaving Anshi drooling. After completing all his exercises, Wasteland grabbed the water bottle and drank deeply, glancing down at Anshi. The boy's unguarded gaze met his, looking somewhat bewildered yet sharp, hands behind his head exposing a section of his stomach, feet leisurely swinging back and forth. Wasteland shifted his gaze, drank another sip, tightened the cap, and draped his shirt over his shoulder. Anshi asked, "Are you heading back?" Wasteland hummed in response, and Anshi continued, "The wound on your waist is healing a bit slowly. I've prepared a new antidote. Do you want some?" Wasteland hastily put on his shirt and softly said yes. Suddenly, there was a noise outside, surprising both of them. Anshi jumped up from the ground and crouched by the door. There were at least 2 sets of footsteps. Fortunately, the footsteps stopped at the entrance of the first room in the corridor. Dunir seemingly opened the empty restroom door and said, "This will do, we just need to clean it." Another voice responded, "Flory from restaurant number 2, okay, did you tell Jenin and Red Tea?" Anshi perked up his ears, quietly opening the door slightly wider to hear better. Though Wasteland gave him a glance, he said nothing. Their conversation became clearer, "Not yet, but Red Tea probably knows already." Flory asked, "What did she say?" Dunir, "She didn't say much, she understands, just like you, accepting it quickly." Flory sighed, "After all, we are older, Jenin has just come of age." Dunir said, "Yes, already of age. In the terms of the shelter, that already counts." Anshi, confused, attempted to ask Wasteland through a whisper, only one word escaped before being covered. "So, what about the outsider, did you tell him? Florrie asked again, prompting Anshi to stop struggling, his ears sharply alert. Dunir replied, no, but since his life was saved by us, asking for 2 years of his time and some sperm shouldn't be considered excessive. 2 years. Sperm. Anshi froze, now he understood, the puzzle finally had its answer. The outsider was saved not for future expeditions into the wasteland or to work together at the shelter, but as an external gene to dilute the bloodlines of the station. Anshi knew what reproductive isolation meant. To prevent mixing of breeds, men and women designated for reproduction would be isolated in a zone where they were barred from contact with others until conception. No, it should be until pregnancy, childbirth, then another pregnancy, until there were enough newborns for the station. Tianan, Red Tea, and Florrie all came from the same mother. Mating them separately with different males would purely be a waste of resources. It would be better to assign them all to a complete stranger, this genetically superior stallion. Anshi felt his limbs go limp, hanging onto Wasteland's one arm as he was dragged back to the room. Wasteland closed the door. Silently, the two sat on the floor. The heated air from their earlier exercise lost all its warmth. Dunir and Florrie seemed to have finished their inspection, their footsteps gradually faded away. Wasteland scratched restlessly at the dirt by the wall with his toes, then turned around to say something but stopped, startled. Why are you crying? Wasteland asked in surprise. It might have been better not to ask. Anshi let out an even louder cry. He felt like he was trapped in concrete, all the air in his stomach squeezed out. He felt so wronged, so utterly sad that his world was spinning, and his heart ached. Wasteland was slightly taken aback, repeating, why are you crying? Isn't it, aren't you upset too? Anshi hiccuped through his tears. They're going to lock you up and make you a breeding machine. So. Wasteland sighed helplessly, then why are you crying? I don't want to see you exploited like this. Anshi raised his voice. Wasteland squatted in front of Anshi, elbows resting on his knees, raising an eyebrow, what about your sister? Is it okay for her to be a breeding machine? Anshi hesitated, protesting, that's not true, I feel bad for her too. Tianan and Florrie had both grown up receiving education in the shelter. They knew early on as members of the station, no, as women of this desolate age, that they bore some unavoidable responsibilities and fates. But when they were younger, the future always seemed so distant. And growing up happened in the blink of an eye. Or, do you also think women, as reproductive resources, should bear these responsibilities? Wasteland teased him. After carefully pondering for a moment, Anshi slowly shook his head. It wasn't just women, it was everyone. But Wasteland wasn't a member of any radiation shelter. He thought his destiny would have been different. There had to be someone who could leave, escape, find freedom. Being chained, it was the scene Wasteland couldn't accept most. A moment of silence passed before Wasteland's voice broke it, actually, I've known for a while. What? Anshi suddenly raised his head, pulling a tendon at the back of his neck, but he didn't care, you knew. Yes, I guessed, Wasteland said. Suddenly, a sly smile appeared on his face, it was the first time he'd ever smiled. Otherwise, what do you think made my wound take so long to heal? Anshi blinked dumbly for a moment, stammering, you deliberately did it. Wasteland nodded. Anshi, like a student who just found the right answer and was desperate to blurt it out before anyone else, rushed to say, if there are still residual radiations in the body, they wouldn't use you as a donor. So you deliberately delayed your healing, didn't even eat the medicine you got from me. Wasteland nodded again. Anshi paused for a while, not even having time to feel relieved before his ears drooped again, saying dejectedly, but eventually, the wound will heal anyway. For how long can it last? Looking at Wasteland's calm expression number 1, Anshi finally became angry, if so, your future is about to change, don't you want to leave here and live freely above ground? How can you be so indifferent about it? Wasteland replied calmly, so, what exactly are you so worried about? Anshi opened his mouth wide, taking several deep breaths, but couldn't find the right words. Wasteland's serene voice contrasted sharply with Anshi's agitation, are you really so opposed to me sleeping with someone else? Anshi sucked in a sharp breath at the suggestive words, feeling for the first time like he'd lost his ability to look directly at him. He mumbled nervously, that's not what I mean. What do you mean then? Wasteland dropped his knees onto the floor, hands propping him up on either side of Anshi. Feeling the pressure, Anshi had no choice but to lean backward, gazing up at Wasteland kneeling over him. Wasteland blocked out part of the light, his eyes reflecting a startled version of himself. Anshi gazed blankly, eyes wide open, what do you mean? I don't know. Wasteland chuckled, in the span of mere minutes, he had smiled twice. You don't know. But I do. I've known since the very first moment I saw you. The way you look at me, it reveals everything about your feelings. He leaned down as if performing the simplest push-up, now supporting himself with just one elbow on the ground. Anshi tried to recoil as far back as possible until the back of his head pressed flat against the floor. With his right hand, Wasteland cupped the back of Anshi's neck, his thumb grazing along the edge of his jawline. He tilted Anshi's face up and kissed him. He gently suckled Anshi's lips, their tongues meeting briefly before parting. And then he said, I understand exactly what you mean. Chapter 8, Itch. Anshi still had tears on his chin, but they were instantly evaporated by the heat of his blushing face. He hunched his shoulders, trembling with his hands clasped together in front of his chest, like a rabbit whose ears were grabbed by a fox, or a fawn carried into a cave by a leopard. Fateland loomed over him, isolating him from the entire world. Fateland bent down to gaze at him and slipped his hand under his shirt, stroking upward along his side waist. The boy's smooth skin was exposed, so pale that veins could be seen beneath it, so delicate it seemed as if it could be pierced by just biting down. Anshi whimpered, unfamiliar with the sensation of being touched by others, his fingertips went numb with tension. He twisted his body trying to escape in another direction, only to end up closer within Fateland's embrace. Fateland leaned down again. This time Anshi was prepared. Unconsciously, he tilted his chin upward, deeply anticipating another kiss. But Fateland paused a centimeter away from his lips, entranced by the innocent boldness in the boy's demeanor seeking a kiss, he lingered momentarily before proceeding. Their tongues met, breath mingled with breath, and they shared a long kiss. Anshi's arms encircled Fateland's neck, his clothes pushed up to his chest, his knees curled to clamp around Fateland's thigh as if inviting complete surrender. Fateland's Adam's apple moved slightly as his hands embraced Anshi's sides, inching the shirt higher up. His thumbs traced each of Anshi's ribs, brushed against his tender nipples, then slid down to hold onto his waist. Fateland lowered his head to kiss his abdomen. Anshi suddenly quivered. Fateland looked up at him, seeing the curved eyes of the youth smiling and heard him say, "It's ticklish." Fateland rubbed his beard, then mischievously scraped Anshi's stomach with his chin. Anshi giggled uncontrollably. The next moment, laughter turned into something else as Fateland's tongue trailed over his lower abdomen, leaving behind cool trails of moisture. Anshi's chest rose and fell rapidly, his belly trembling faintly. Supporting Fateland's head with his hands, Anshi tried to push him away. Fateland's face was pressed towards Anshi's crotch. He glanced down, then gazed back at Anshi's face, fingers hooked under his waistband pulling downwards. Anshi gasped and quickly removed his hands, not to grab his pants, but to cover his mouth. Fateland chuckled, saying, "Lift your butt." Anshi obeyed, arching his waist, allowing Fateland to effortlessly pull down his pants. Fateland inwardly marveled, how did this kid make it to this age without getting eaten? "Have you done such things before?" Fateland asked. Anshi, looking baffled, said, "What?" Then realized and stammered, What? Of course not." Fateland spread his legs wide, kneeling beside Anshi, straightening his waist and raising his arm to take off his shirt. Looking down, he saw Anshi staring fixedly at his chest, noticing a slight bulge in his underwear. Supporting himself near Anshi's ear, he asked, "What are you looking at?" Anshi's gaze wandered vaguely, replying, "That was the first sentence too." Fateland hummed thoughtfully, asking, "So this time I'll change it. Do you want to touch me?" Anshi's throat bobbed, questioning, "May I?" As an answer, Fateland took his hand and placed it on his own chest, slowly guiding Anshi's examination of every muscle and vein, his thin fingers encircling Fateland's pectorals, brushing over hard nipples, moving downward past shark abs carefully avoiding scarred wounds, counting over each neatly aligned abdominal muscle. The texture underneath his hands felt worlds apart from the fragile body of the young man. Finally, bringing Anshi's hand to below his navel, he guided it forward following the trail of hair. Anshi watched intently. Fateland pulled aside the waistband of his pants slightly with one hand, leading Anshi's hand downward. The look of him, leaning down with pursed lips, was incredibly sexy. Anshi felt his ears burning. His hand then encountered a semi-erect hot mass, instinctively clutching it. "Do you know what to do?" Fateland asked. Anshi nodded briefly, hesitated for a moment, and then honestly shook his head. Fateland also touched through his underwear. After just a couple strokes, Anshi was fully erect. Fateland adjusted his erection so its tip poked out above the waistband, commenting, "Quite spirited indeed." "I'll teach you," he said. "Rub here, slide downward, expose the glands, and draw circles with the palm." Anshi's legs curled involuntarily from the pleasure but couldn't close properly, so they clamped tightly around Fateland's waist, as though pleading for more attention. Soft moans escaped his lips, his hands gripped Fateland's shaft immobile, almost like it was the sole anchor in a sea of lustful waves. After playing with him for a while, Anshi's breathing quickened. Fateland stopped, pulling him back from the brink of climax. Anshi complained softly, muttering something. Fateland didn't hear clearly. "Say it again louder," Fateland requested. Can I see it?" The tempting little thing, holding his own erect member in hand, still cautiously asked if he could take a look. Fateland raised both hands, gesturing in a "be my guest" pose. Anshi panted heavily, clumsily unfastening Fateland's belt and tugging it down on both sides, revealing an upright and stiff rod that sprang out pointing at him with a glistening tip. Anshi's fingers grazed the rounded head, pulling a thin strand of precum before exclaiming, so hard. "You're not only allowed to see, but you can also lick," Fateland enticed. But Anshi's expression was as though completely bewitched. He propped himself up, eyes fixated, and when Fateland saw this, he kneeled forward slightly, bringing his erection close to the boy's mouth. The aggressive sex organ contrasted lewdly against the innocent face of the youth. Anshi extended his tongue for a lick, paused, then licked again. Fateland felt great dissatisfaction and pinched his cheeks, commanding him to open wide, take it in, deeper. Anshi emitted muffled groans as his mouth was ravaged, drooling all over. Fateland still thought he wasn't taking it deep enough, withdrawing momentarily to rub it on his chest before leaning down to give him a soothing kiss. Their penises pressed together, rubbing against each other's abdomens, arousing Anshi greatly, who embraced Fateland's shoulders, thrusting his hips unknowingly. Anshi, Fateland suddenly called his name, his voice low and sexy, whispering in Anshi's ear, I want to fuck you. Anshi let out an animal-like whimper, more pre-cum oozing from the tip of his cock. Fateland took this as consent, pulling his legs to clamp around his waist, saying, hold tight. With that, he lifted Anshi by his ass and carried him off the ground with one arm. Anshi yelped, soon realizing Fateland had walked out the door, which scared him into trembling mutely. Though aware there should be no one in the corridor, Anshi still blushed furiously all over his chest. Fateland made his way back to the medical station at the end of the hallway, placing Anshi on the desk. With his erection jutting prominently behind, he turned to rummage through a shelf, picking up a bottle of massage oil used for external injuries. Returning to the desk, he unscrewed the cap and bit off the seal, pouring its contents directly into Anshi's body. Uncomfortable, Anshi writhed back and forth, causing the table to creak audibly. Fateland slapped his buttocks warningly, don't move. Then he poured some more of the oil onto his red member, tapping it gently against Anshi's groin cloth, scrotum, and opening. Several times the head of the penis pushed into the entrance slightly before slipping away again. The youth's sticky moans captivated the heart, his mind clouded by the pleasure. Fateland's fingers dug into his thighs as they inched inch by inch further into his body. Both were gasping, Anshi feeling the hardness pulsating within him, sobbing, it hurts a little. It hurts me too, Fateland said, it's supposed to hurt. Fateland tried moving his hips experimentally, eliciting louder startled pants from Anshi. After a while, Anshi brokenly questioned, will it, always, hurt like this? Losing control due to Anshi's naive inquiry, Fateland bent down and thrust deep into him, making Anshi immediately arch his chin upwards like he was suffocating, his fingers gripping the edge of the table as his legs trembled in midair. He pulled out partially, repeating the act, and Anshi let out a pleasing cry, his body releasing the scent Fateland loved once more. His rhythm increased, Anshi's voice growing fragmented amidst the violent storm as his cloudy consciousness still instinctively extended his tongue seeking kisses. He seemed to really enjoy kissing. Fateland shifted his grip on Anshi's legs, sliding him further out so his entire buttocks hovered in the air, yet remained firmly anchored at their connected point. Heated massage oil dripped everywhere, forming drops on the floor. Anshi's erection, impossibly rigid, struck against his belly, and just as Fateland gave it a couple strokes, Anshi ejaculated. The semen sprayed Fateland's face, with most landing across Anshi's own chest, cheeks, and hair. Fateland leaned down to lick the semen from his face, urging Anshi to suck the sperm from his tongue, murmuring beside his ear, letting his tongue graze the tender lobe, open your mouth. Obediently, Anshi opened wide, extending his tongue. In rapid succession, Fateland pumped his shaft, growling deeply as he ejaculated straight into Anshi's awaiting mouth. Chapter 9, The First Encounter. The wound in the wasteland healed slowly, but his relationship with Anshi developed as if powered by a supersonic booster. Anshi had never been in love, let alone experienced anything romantic. Once he started dating, the momentum was far beyond what his brain could process. Every day when Anshi didn't see Fetty, he thought about him, wondering when he would come. But when Fetty actually arrived, all Anshi could think of was him. One day, just after Anshi had finished putting the surviving medicine back on the shelves, Fetty grabbed him and pinned him against the cabinet, having passionate sex. Boxes of medicine fell all over the floor again. Afterwards, with a flushed face, Anshi put the medicines back and warned him, we can't do that here anymore. Sitting on a stool with his legs crossed, playing with a new submachine gun Anshi had stolen, Fetty looked up upon hearing this and asked, oh, then where should we do it? Anshi stuttered, unable to answer. His intuition told them they shouldn't be so reckless, but he couldn't come up with any strong arguments or valid evidence. Fetty leaned the gun against the edge of the table, lowered his long legs and spread his knees wide, staring at Anshi suggestively. Anshi sidestepped behind the shelf, peeping from behind with one eye. Fetty said, take off your pants. Shoo. Anshi instantly hid back behind the shelf, his face red as he leaned against the iron surface. Fetty patiently waited, not urging him even once. Nevertheless, Anshi eventually stepped out of the shadow, standing just 2 steps away from Fetty. He untied the waist rope of his trousers and let them fall down to the ground. The young man newly introduced to lustful pleasures displayed both innocence and wantonness, becoming more seductive each day. Step by step, Anshi came out of his pants and reached for the hem of his clothes. Fetty stopped him, saying, don't take off your shirt or your shoes and socks, just come closer. Dressed neatly above while naked below, Anshi's pale legs were wrapped in sleek muscles. His body was still developing, his calves and ankles delicate yet elegant. Anshi took another step forward, stopping just out of reach of Fetty's open arms. Come closer, I want to hold you, Fetty said. Anshi couldn't resist these words, he was immediately filled with emotion. Leaning close to Fetty, Fetty embraced his waist, lifted his head, and kissed him passionately. Holding Fetty's head, Anshi pushed his bangs back, saying wetly-eyed, this looks good. Fetty responded, I'll cut it tomorrow. But Anshi shook his head, letting the hair fall down again. Don't cut it. If it was cut, others could see too. Fetty continued rubbing his back through the fabric, then slid his hand inside, roughly grabbing his buttocks. Under the manipulation, Anshi stumbled forward, steadying himself by resting his hands on Fetty's shoulders. I want to undress you, Anshi said, I want to see. Fetty hesitated slightly before biting his teeth and saying, okay. Anshi pulled the hem of Fetty's shirt upward, and Fetty raised his arms in cooperation. Then Anshi squatted down, facing Fetty's crotch, reaching out to unbutton his pants. Within a week, Anshi had rapidly learned many things. Holding Fetty's penis in both hands, he carefully stroked it up and down, focused and reverent. Soon enough, it grew thick and hard, reddish and pointed straight at the ceiling. Fetty gave another order, saying, sit on me. Anshi ignored him and instead started kissing the insides of his thighs, the abdomen, the tip of his penis flicking playfully across his face without making contact. Fetty's broad bare chest rose and fell sensually, his breathing heavy. When Anshi finally tired of teasing, he straddled Fetty, grinding his round butt against his thighs. Fetty couldn't help but grab his waist, positioning him over his erection. As Anshi descended onto him, both men held their breath. In a stark white medical station, the rough, grey walls bore traces of old dried blood. A foldable chair, seemingly on the verge of collapse, bore the weight of the two men. The slim youth, legs wide apart, rode Fetty, moving his hips involuntarily as though conquering a savage beast, controlling a fearless knight. In the most lewd way possible. Fetty allowed Anshi to bounce on top of him, eyes closed, long hair scattered. In one hand, he stroked his own erect member, looking wildly unrestrained. Listen, Fetty said, you're not allowed to come. Anshi paid no attention, so Fetty twisted his wrist behind his back and repeated sternly, you're not allowed to come so quickly, unless you can come like this. Anshi let out an unsatisfied grunt, adjusting to a more comfortable position before sinking down again. Before long, fluids began to leak from their connected bodies, producing sticky sounds in the silent room. After enjoying it for some time, Anshi grew weary. Lifting his knees, he pouted, rubbing Fetty's waist. Fetty slapped his ass and said, go lie on the table over there. Anshi dragged himself to stand up, leaning on the table and lifting his hips. Fetty strode over with his shiny meat stick in hand, pushing it between Anshi's legs and sliding upwards from his knees all the way to the crack of his buttocks. Anshi couldn't help but let out an ah as he subconsciously tightened his thighs. Why are you so quiet now? Aren't you usually talkative? Fetty teased. Anshi's face was buried in his arms, his ears bright red as he muttered, what should I say? How about something like, this big cock feels so good, Fetty suggested mockingly. Anshi's face remained hidden as he stammered for a while, too embarrassed to speak clearly. Fetty chuckled, just kidding, you don't have to say those things. With that, he positioned himself behind Anshi and thrust inside. Due to their height difference, Anshi had to tiptoe to accommodate him. His long hair sprawled across the table as Fetty's pace grew increasingly frantic. Grasping his long hair, Fetty tilted Anshi's head back as if riding a filly. Anshi whimpered with a mix of pain and pleasure, calling out repeatedly. Suddenly, an unexpected sound crept into their senses, rustling noises. Lifting his blurry eyes, Anshi discovered two not-so-large mutated roaches peering through the cracked wall with their antennae poking out. He immediately turned to alert Fetty, who didn't miss a beat. Keeping his thrusting rhythm steady, Fetty grabbed the gun leaning against the table with his free hand and promptly shot both insects through cleanly. For a moment, death and lust mingled around him, transforming the act into a fatal allure akin to the last coupling of the apocalypse. Slowing his pace slightly, Fetty gave another deep thrust before bending down to whisper on Anshi's back, why did you suddenly squeeze me? Anshi strained his neck to look at him despite his position, gasping between whimpers, you're shooting, looks so handsome. You killing bugs, so cool. Looking down on him with a devilish grin, Fetty said, I bet I look even better killing people. But you're quite the little pervert, finding my insect killing sexy. Anshi's tense but gripped him tighter than ever. Attempting to reach the table to pleasure himself, his hands were swiftly pinned by Fetty pressing him further onto the surface. As Fetty kept thrusting, he whispered hotly in Anshi's ear, has anyone ever told you how prudishly beautiful you are? It's irresistible, you always make me want to tear your clothes off and press you beneath me. Among all the boys in the station, haven't any of your friends touched you yet? Tears streamed down Anshi's face, whether from ecstasy or humiliation, it was unclear, and he stuttered brokenly, no. No. In that case, Fetty continued teasing, what do you think they'd think if they saw this now? They'd probably regret not having tried you first, knowing you're such a wild thing underneath. Anshi whimpered uncontrollably, unable to form coherent sentences. And what if one day you end up on the surface? What happens when the mutants capture you? They'd gangbang you non-stop. Their regeneration is fast, they heal rapidly, you wouldn't get a single moment of rest, Fetty added menacingly. On the verge of climax, tormented by both his own restraint and Fetty's terrifying words, Anshi was driven nearly insane by every pleasurable thrust. But I won't let them do that to you, Fetty said, releasing one hand to grasp Anshi's shaft firmly. Come. Reacting like a sex doll controlled by command, Anshi shuddered violently, screaming as his release covered the floor. Fetty straightened up and discharged onto Anshi's rear with his hand. Both men stood still for a moment amidst the mess. Chapter 10, Plan A. Apart from messing around on the 12th floor, the two recently found a new place. At 10 o'clock every Saturday night, the shelter would organize everyone to watch movies on the 3rd floor. There were only 10 movies in stock in total, slowly accumulated over the years. Besides, each movie session was just 1 hour, and no matter where the movie was paused, it would end precisely at 11 for the lights out announcement. Despite having watched each movie more than 20 times, this was still his favorite hour of the week, especially now, as Foodie also joined in watching the movies. They would casually sit together in the last row of the dark room. Foodie had no interest in movies. If he got interested, he'd become even angrier. Why stop halfway through a movie? Once, when there were only 20 minutes left to the grand finale, the lights out whistle blew. People around him all left with looks of indifference, leaving Foodie fuming with no one to vent to. Today, less than 10 minutes into the movie, Anshi had already snuck a peek at Foodie 3 times. He was frowning slightly, looking serious as he stared at the screen without distraction. Feeling restless, Anshi shifted uneasily on the stool, quietly extending his hand. He placed his hand on Foodie's thigh, but getting no reaction, he moved it closer to the inner side, gently kneading through his pants. Before long, the bulge under his palm swelled, becoming hard as a rock. Anshi attempted to slide his hand inside Foodie's waistband but was abruptly caught. Foodie shoved his hand back and stood up, walking out of the room. Anshi froze, thought for a second, then stealthily followed. He exited the door and saw Foodie turn into the neighboring food warehouse, quickly catching up. The moment he stepped in, Foodie pulled him against the doorframe, pressing into him forcefully. Kissing passionately, Anshi started panting heavily. Despite being separated by only a wall from everyone else in the shelter, their bodies pressed together, tongues entwining. In a deep, low voice, Foodie said, "Hurry, I want to fuck you." He tore off Anshi's pants, lifting one leg onto his arm and thrusting into him from below. In silence, they made love in the darkness while faint sounds from the ongoing movie nearby could still be heard. When the movie had only 2 minutes left, Foodie and Anshi returned silently to their seats in the last row, Foodie maintaining the same stoic expression as before, while Anshi's steps faltered, his head bowed. His heart, suspended somewhere in his stomach, floated upwards, inflating like a balloon until it filled his entire chest. Their secret and mind-overloading forbidden relationship had continued safely until that morning when Anshi was experimenting with incomplete formulas to make medicine. Although it seemed like a complete failure, the half-finished potion, which turned an unnerving color, emitted an unsettling odor, prompting him to activate all ventilation systems, which proved to be limited. When Anshi dragged a chair to wedge the door open so it wouldn't close automatically, the elevator descended slowly. Anshi leaned against the door, grinning foolishly. But then he noticed that the elevator contained not just one pair of shoes, his expression suddenly stiffened. Then the elevator fully descended, revealing several adults from the shelter. Upon seeing Anshi, they paused briefly as if remembering his presence, gave him a brief nod in greeting, and proceeded to enter the first room. Within an hour, they quickly cleaned the room and brought in many items. When they were done, the group left the 12th floor without uttering a single word to Anshi. It wasn't until the afternoon that another visitor arrived on the 12th floor. Foodie walked in, asking, "Why didn't you go eat today?" He smirked wryly, "If that ghost stuff can even be called food." Anshi stood with his back toward him, silently wiping glassware on the table. Glassware was abundant in the shelter, all you needed was sand and fire to produce them. Anshi scrubbed the glass pieces until they squeaked loudly, as if harboring some deep grudge. Finally, Foodie realized something was wrong and stepped in front of him, shocked. "Why are you crying?" Anshi seemed to seize this rare chance to act spoiled, closing his eyes and tilting his head back as tears streamed down his face. They've prepared the lounge, surely for you to move, you." Every day, he could see Foodie's body healing steadily, despite his best efforts to delay it. Foodie's strong physical condition meant he had excellent wound healing ability. By now, the once menacing black gash had transformed into fresh pink flesh. Foodie raised his eyebrows, "This quickly? Let me check." And with that, he left Anshi standing there, getting up and walking away. Anshi froze for a moment, sniffled, dropped the glass measuring cup, and followed after him. It had to be said that the lounge was well decorated, though it was sparse. Rare warm-colored lighting illuminated a modest one-bedroom room. At the center stood a 6-person metal table with mismatched stools, but they had even thoughtfully added cushions. On the table sat the shelter's only potted plant. Of course, the plant inside had long since died, but these dried branches were still one of the rare wooden items in the shelter. The most striking feature of the room was the large bed against the wall, not the stainless steel bunk beds, but an actual double bed. Upon touching it, Anshi regretfully noted that the bedding wasn't cotton but synthetic fiber. Anshi had already moved into the inner room. There was a small sink, a half-height water faucet, and a shelf, which held enough mouthwash for several people. Through the mirror, Anshi saw his own bloodshot eyes. He exited the bathroom and found Foodie already exploring with great interest, poking around here and there. He even sat on the bed and said, "This is 10,000 times more comfortable than the hospital bed and the ones upstairs." Anshi suddenly realized that perhaps Foodie didn't like him as much as he'd hoped. He must have noticed how abnormally obsessed Anshi was with him, so all Foodie had to do was wave his hand, and Anshi had foolishly come running over. In an era where women were so scarce, men with excellent stud qualities could live without working, enjoying food and drink while making love with different women every day to reproduce. What reason did he have to feel dejected? Anshi was utterly crushed. Worst of all, in the future, he would have to endure watching everything happen from just 10 meters away. Fudi leaned back slightly, supporting himself on the bed as he gestured for Anshi to approach. Come sit. Anshi shook his head, tears beginning to fall again. Why are you always crying? Fudi asked. Since the room is ready, why don't we? It feels wasteful if we don't. Anshi sprang up and rushed over to hit him, but Fudi quickly pinned his wrists together and lifted his leg to press him down beneath him. How dare you bite me? Fudi restrained him effortlessly. Anshi struggled wildly, kicking his legs, refusing to let him kiss or embrace him. Fudi hushed him soothingly, as if calming a stray fawn accidentally wandered into a farmhouse. I'll tell you a secret if you stop crying, Fudi offered. Anshi paused momentarily, still skeptical, resisting faintly with a pouting mouth. Whatever you say. Fudi asked, do you want to leave with me? Anshi blinked his eyes, looking utterly confused, muttering, huh. Fudi continued, leave with me, go outside the shelter. Haven't you always wanted to see what's out there? Anshi was completely bewildered, stammering, what? How? Fudi said, I'll let you go, but promise not to hit me again. Anshi nodded and sat up, staring at him intently. Haven't I told you my job is being a bounty hunter? Fudi explained. I've been doing this for years and saved quite a bit of money, enough to buy a small recycling boat. Anshi kept blinking, fixated, waiting for the next sentence. Fudi raised his eyebrows. You can't possibly not know what that is, right? Anshi firmly replied, what exactly is it? Fudi propped his forehead on his palm. Well, do you know what Zumodi is? Anshi exclaimed, oh. Oh, I know, it's a place with water. Fudi was speechless for a moment. Well, Zumodi is the new city on the sea, rich in water and breeding resources, far from surface sandstorms, and free from threats of mutated species. Anshi was amazed. That sounds so good. Why don't we just move there? Fudi clarified understandingly, that's why your station's adults never tell you about this kind of place, knowing such a paradise exists, who would willingly stay in the shelter. Unfortunately, the area of the new city is very limited, and the first gods of creation were all those who held immense power and controlled monopolistic resources and technology at the time. Although these couldn't support their space immigration, they could build a gravity-defying Eden. Only the gods and their descendants live there. Ordinary people could never save up enough money to pay the entrance fee. After all, ordinary people spend their whole lives fighting for basic survival. But near the main city of Zumodi, close to the coast, there are quite a few refugee zones. Fudi went on. These people, though unable to enjoy the life of the new city, have at least secured safety and water. They live in recycling boats of various sizes, better than the wasteland by 1,000,000 times. Anshi dumbfoundedly asked, so, are you saying, you've saved enough to buy one of these boats? Fudi nodded. Most of the money I saved with a friend, I just need a little more, which is why I took the last job. Normally I wouldn't take such dangerous jobs, but when you're close to success, it's easy to get restless. And then you got injured and we found you, Anshi said. Fudi nodded again. Anshi felt there was too much information to digest, taking some time before asking, then, if everyone wants to live in the boat, wouldn't your friend just run off with your money? Fudi looked at him, somewhat surprised. He had thought Anshi, growing up in such a pure environment, would have no defenses against human treachery. Fudi chuckled and said, this person shouldn't do that. Anshi replied with an, oh, his expression still dazed. Fudi paused for a moment and asked again, so? Will you come with me and leave this place behind? Chapter 11, Departure. Anshi hadn't had a good conversation with Fidu for 2 weeks. Ever since that day when he witnessed the arrangement of the breeding rest room, everything seemed to become urgent. Fidu was subjected to an earnest conversation, whereupon he reluctantly showed a trace of surprise amidst his expressionless demeanor. Facing the demands of the shelter, he indicated that he needed time to think, delaying as he went. In reality, both were secretly busy preparing the medicine, supplies, and food necessary for leaving the shelter. That's right, Anshi, the child of the shelter, was about to leave the radiation shelter. He was responsible for writing down all the hidden passages and shift change procedures of the shelter for Fidu to verify. 2 days later, Fidu would return with the notes and assign the next task. Sometimes, Anshi wanted to talk to him about other things, perhaps even act cute, but Fidu would give him a quick charging kiss before rushing off. Anshi knew that this meant there will be plenty of time in the future. Aside from these brief exchanges, the only time they saw each other was during mealtimes. When Fidu left the dining hall, he always happened to narrowly miss Anshi entering. He would squeeze Anshi's hand subtly and then walk away without looking back. Although Anshi had fantasized about leaving here one day in the past, being resolute and brave like those who had left before him, sad but determined and decisive. It turned out his departure was nothing like that. It was filled with tedious details and deep planning, exuding the smell of lies and deception. During the day, it wasn't too bad, but at night, Anshi would stare blankly at the bed above him. He thought about whether he could survive on the wasteland, or if people in the shelter would miss him after he left. Sometimes he doubted if his decision was too hasty, but instantly realized that any other outcome would be even harder to accept. Whether it was Fida staying behind to have sex and have children with a woman, or him leaving alone, as if he had never come here. In a few years, perhaps others at the shelter would vaguely remember there once being an outsider here, but only Anshi knew what his eyes beneath the hair on his forehead looked like. They agreed on a normal Wednesday as their departure date. At some moment in the morning, Anshi suddenly opened his eyes. The wake-up broadcast hadn't sounded yet, the entire dormitory only emitted light snores, the corner emergency lights dimly lit up, the world tranquil and peaceful. Anshi thought, he had dreamed of this day countless times, and now it was finally here. Then he just lay there wide awake until the wake-up broadcast rang, surrounded by the sounds of beds creaking and fabric rubbing. Anshi sat up and got dressed expressionlessly. As usual, he followed everyone upstairs to eat breakfast. Today, he deliberately chose a corner seat, holding his plate while glancing around at the dining crowd. Most people were drowsy and listless, while a few murmured quietly here and there. Everyone wore the same gray-blue linen shirts and dark gray wide pants, similar in height, physique, and hair color, making Anshi feel like he was sitting among a hall full of clones. But one person stood out from them all. Fitu arrived at the restaurant earlier than usual today. He towered over everyone, standing out 100-fold from the rest. Fitu had completely shaved his mop of brown hair, leaving short stubble close to his scalp, exposing clean ears and 2 silver hoop earrings. He also shaved his beard, revealing a tattoo extending from the back of his neck. His angular forehead and cheekbones boldly basked in the white fluorescent light, casting deep shadows into his sunken eye sockets. With a slightly hooked nose, he looked alert, rugged, and handsome enough to make Anshi's nose tingle. Several tables turned frequently to look at Fitu. The dining hall fell quiet for a moment, then buzzed noisily again. Fitu paid no attention, taking the meal tray in one hand and catching Anshi's gaze across the entire hall. He subtly arched his eyebrows, revealing a fleeting smile. Anshi had to consciously control his breathing frequency to prevent himself from trembling. After this fleeting exchange of gazes, the two did not speak further. After finishing his meal, Anshi returned his tray and walked away past Fitu's table without slowing his pace. He knew he wouldn't hesitate now. He wouldn't look back. He was going to leave the radiation shelter, this whole world he had known for 16 years. And so, Anshi endured his shortest yet longest day in the shelter. Unable to help himself, he paused in every corridor of each floor. His mother had once carved marks on the wall beside this pipe, marking his height. The little lines recorded his growth. But now he was taller than the highest line, and there was no one left to help him measure. Anshi faced the wall and fumbled at drawing a line above his head, inscribing beside it, "Goodbye, Mom." Then he came to the small warehouse where he first helped out with chores. He no longer had a key, but he could easily pry it open with a copper wire. Anshi found a broken red faux leather chair in the corner, something he and Red Tea used to fight over to sit on until its cracked leather revealed dirty cotton from inside. Anshi then made his way to his favorite movie room. He carefully touched each of the 10 steps worth of film boxes, still neatly sorted by letter. He touched the box for Thelma and Louise a few more times, confirming in his heart that he remembered every detail within so he wouldn't forget before pulling his hand back. The uncle responsible for this room happened to pass by, smiling at him. "Our Anshi is almost going to have a birthday too, and will play your favorite movie for you when the time comes." Anshi looked at him, the wrinkles on his face and the silver at his temples, and suddenly realized that he hadn't lost all his remaining family after his mother passed away. No, everyone here was family. He wasn't their child, but he was also one of their children. But he had already spent his youth here, and he couldn't spend his entire life here. So Anshi bent his eyes and smiled at him too, even though he knew in his heart he would never see this movie again. Anshi then went to the water purification station where he had worked for 3 years. Bing Guy noticed him and eagerly approached the doorway, whispering, "Why aren't you heading down yet? You'll be caught skipping work again." Before Anshi could reply, he cheered up, "But after you left, they finally replaced our old valve with a new automatic pressure adjusting one, complete with a safety latch. You'd definitely like it. Once Uncle Dunyu calms down, you can use it." Anshi wanted to hug him but the thought only lasted an instant. He nodded instead, saying, "The old one was rusted beyond recognition, it was high time for it to go." Finally, he returned to the 12th floor, to the place hiding most of his secret joys and forbidden loves. He inspected the hidden backpack for long journeys in the corner once more, thoroughly checking the list given to him by Wutu, then hid the backpack again and returned to his medication distillation flask, quietly waiting for the hour of departure. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it was the quietest moment in the shelter. Drowsiness reached its peak after lunch, drinking water handed out earlier was almost gone, and dinner supplies were still a little while away. The surface waste zone was enduring the hottest roasting of the sun, leaving mutated creatures barely alive. Anshi placed the traveling backpack into a cart, covered it with the white hood of the medical station, and walked into the vertical well elevator with a composed expression. As the lift slowly ascended, when it reached the 6th floor, it stopped at a perfect height, allowing Fida to step in as if he were just hitching a ride. Anshi said, "This time the stop is neither too high nor too low, just right." It sounded like idle chat between two random passengers. "There won't be anything just right anymore," Fida said. His hands hung loosely, his legs slightly apart, and his gaze focused forward. "Out there, there's only 0 and 100. 100 is survival, 0 is death. He turned his head and looked down at Anshi. Are you sure? Are you ready? Anshi said, I'm 100% sure. Without encountering anyone along the way, the two arrived at the second floor. Fida took charge of the cart as Anshi quickly pried open the door of the third room on the right. This was a small arsenal connected to the ground hall, designed for quick supply in case of mutant invasions. The two respectively put on their traveling packs. Anshi's carried only some light items, equipped with a steady UV protection mask and inserted breathing filter core. Fida decisively selected a series of guns, ammunition, and power tanks from the shelves, carrying not less than 40 kilograms worth of equipment on his body. Anshi lowered the ladder against the wall, climbing a few steps but hesitated to push open the rotating cap overhead. Fida stood under him, holding the ladder as they both silently waited. The ceiling above was the most fortified yet relaxed area of the shelter. Fortified meant it was difficult to enter here, whether human or beast. Getting inside the shelter should be challenging. However, leaving was relaxed, unless forced. Few people ever tried to leave. Anshi checked his watch, his ears picking up faint sounds. He knew these were the ground patrol shift workers changing guard. They would perform one final equipment check, then proceed to the rest room on the second floor, which was next door, to call the next round of colleagues. Besides, each patrol team locked the second super heavy cubic boron nitride gate whenever they left the ground hall, a process taking exactly 5 minutes during which they could act. The heavy closing door sound faintly resonated through the corridor. Anshi immediately turned the top cover and climbed out. Hurrying to the door, he began unlocking layer after layer of locks. This door only had an automatic locking system, but not an automatic opening mechanism. Fida adjusted the cover on the ground and came over to watch Anshi unlock the door. It was the first time Anshi had done this himself, and he was far from smooth. His strength wasn't sufficient either. He couldn't turn several large steering wheel-like levers. Fida quickly stepped in to help, but almost twisted them in the wrong direction, nearly jamming the handles completely. Although it was clearly an illusion, Anshi thought he heard the sound of the well lift ascending. Sweat trickled down Anshi's forehead. He was wearing a radiation-proof suit, standing at the hottest spot on the surface, his heartbeat like a drum roll. Finally, the last lock clicked open, and Fida pushed hard. Flooding sunlight gushed through the gap between the doors. Anshi froze, stunned. He stared at the intense golden light as though he didn't recognize it, or perhaps couldn't believe it was real. Not until Fida tugged at his arm and pulled him out, then turned back to secure the door again. Behind them, the massive door clanged and locked itself automatically. The bright sunlight stung Anshi's eyes so badly that he could barely open them. He could only look down, to see his boots stepping on yellow gravel, on parched and cracked skin, on the fractured earth. This endless yellow covering the sky and land, stretching endlessly into infinity, with boundaries blurred by the heat, fragile like falling leaves yet majestic like the cosmos. Don't cry, conserve your water, Fida said, welcome to the wasteland. Chapter 12, The First Sun. After leaving the shelter, the two headed west. Though they were heading west, actually Anshi had no real sense of direction at all. Looking around on the surface presented a completely uniform scene. Barren yellow earth with a few withered tumbleweeds rolling across it. Severely eroded rocks were the only landscape feature. In the distance, the air distorted due to high temperatures and faintly visible sandstorms seemed to blend with the sky. After more than an hour's walk, Anshi obviously felt his stamina dropping drastically. His feet began to hurt, the smell of dust filled his nose and mouth, fallen strands of hair stuck to his forehead, and the backpack pressed his shoulders sore. Anshi was not just tired from walking, his empty stomach from skipping dinner started rumbling, his mood gradually sinking. He had fantasized about an epic adventure journey once outside, but instead there was only endless trudging, leaving him feeling listless. He looked up at the wasteland whose pace never wavered. Not much conversation through their masks could happen anyway, and he was too exhausted to even bother talking. The wasteland noticed his exhaustion and said, it'll be dark in less than 2 hours, we need to reach our resting point before then. Forcing up some energy, Anshi asked, what kind of resting point is it? Is it another shelter? The wasteland chuckled sarcastically, how likely do you think it is that shelters are really open for people to take refuge? Anshi thought for a moment and fell silent awkwardly. He followed the wasteland for a while longer, breathing becoming increasingly heavy. Several times the wasteland glanced back at him and advised, don't always look down at the ground, keep your eyes ahead, it makes it easier and you won't feel so tired. Anshi pouted, the sun had already reached directly in front of them. The golden red afterglow blinded him so he couldn't open his eyes. He moved behind the wasteland's towering silhouette to hide, trying to step on his shadow as if playing a game rather than engaging in a seemingly endless march. A few times during this, he stopped and drank water several times. The wasteland seemed like he wanted to say something, but eventually chose to remain silent. Instead, he silently shared his water with Anshi, took over his backpack by hanging it on his shoulder, with full concern etched on his face. Anshi hastily reassured, I'm just not used to it for the moment. I can keep walking. The wasteland replied, alright then, we're almost there. As the sun neared the horizon, the wasteland finally announced they'd arrived. Anshi looked around bewilderedly. There was no sign of an imagined safe house, nothing before him except a small rocky hill. The wasteland pointed toward the summit. Anshi widened his eyes, shaking his head fearfully. The wasteland expressionlessly nodded back. Anshi, both wanting to cry and being unable to do anything about it, begrudgingly lay on the extremely steep edge of a slope and began climbing upwards. The wasteland indicated an incredibly secret path which Anshi hardly considered a path at all, just some iron rings nailed in for handholds and footholds. Still, Anshi went first, the wasteland following below. Loose stones slipped under Anshi's feet and hit the wasteland's head, yet the latter didn't even blink. By the time they had climbed just halfway, Anshi froze. The wasteland looked up at him, noticing his knees trembling slightly and his head lowered, lost in thought. Anshi, don't look down, the wasteland paused for a second, adding, and don't cry. Anshi's face was soaked, but not with tears. Sweat ran down his eyes, stinging them shut. The wasteland instructed again, try relaxing your arms and legs one by one. Make sure your other hand is firmly gripping on. Anshi nodded and carefully moved his arms, turned his wrist, took a deep breath, and continued climbing upward. The wasteland muttered, feeling more concerned in his life than ever before, do not climb too fast, take it slow. I'm right here beneath you. Anshi harbored resentment inside, precisely because you're beneath me, the pressure feels even bigger to avoid harming you. They rested twice mid-climb, and Anshi finally painfully reached the top. The sight of flat ground was within reach, but Anshi's arms were completely numb, his muscles screaming for a strike, barely managing to hoist himself up. The wasteland, from below said, step on my shoulders. Anshi did as told and suddenly felt a powerful push from below. He lunged forward, struggling to roll inward a bit more. Finally, the wasteland climbed up too. Glancing at Anshi sprawled on the ground, he said nothing and let him lie there, entering the cave to inspect. Inside the cave was a stone stove, a stone table, and a stone bed piled high with various layers of cloth material. Exhausted, Anshi stumbled inside, looking around. This place was far from what he'd anticipated from their trek, a rest stop, but he was too tired to even voice a complaint. Looking at the wasteland, his companion's face remained emotionless as ever. Anshi opened an iron box on the stone table, curiosity bubbling as he asked, what is this? A row of gas bullets? The wasteland nodded, replying, but we have enough weapons, no need to take these. Anshi asked further, who put these here? Are they for us? The wasteland explained, it was left by the last person who rested here. If you come to a rest stop and find something you need, you can take it, but you have to leave another useful supply in return, compressed food, water, radiation filters, medicine, anything goes, but it must be one for one. Anshi looked surprised and said, doesn't anyone just take without leaving something? There's no way anyone could see them. The wasteland said, yes, there are some who do that, but those people usually don't last long on the wasteland. The ones who survive generally have been helped by others at some point. When it's their turn, they tend to remember how they survived back then. Anshi nodded vaguely, seeming to understand, and sat down next to the stone bed again. He watched idly as the wasteland opened his backpack, laid out his weapons, and took out food and water. As the wasteland prepared to open the food, he glanced at Anshi's smudged face and instead took out his drinking water, dampening a piece of gauze to wipe his hands and face. After washing his face, Anshi instantly felt more refreshed, the surrounding air seemed less stifling too. The wasteland gestured for him to come over to the mouth of the cave, where they both sat close together. Sitting atop the rocky summit with their legs dangling over the cliff, shoulders brushing against each other, they watched the sunset while munching on compressed rations. The sunlight was still too glaring, making Anshi dizzy whenever he accidentally stared directly at it, seeing double everywhere else afterward. Deciding to eat quickly, Anshi finished his meal in 2 bites, clapped his hands clean, and climbed onto the wasteland's lap, whose legs were spread wide apart so Anshi could settle comfortably in his arms, his chin resting atop Anshi's head as he wrapped his arms around him. The red sun finally reached the edge of the horizon, its piercing light filtered through layers of clouds and dust, scattering countless dazzling golden rays. The entire sky and the earth beneath were dyed pink, like fading bloodstains or a young girl's blushed cheeks. For miles within sight, there was not a single other living thing visible, it was as if this magnificent scene had been specially staged just for them. Dazed, Anshi murmured, it's even better than movies. The wasteland chuckled, the vibration of his chest passing onto Anshi's back. Anshi turned around and kissed him, a first kiss after a long interval, Anshi having craved it for quite some time now. The kiss grew passionate, Anshi actively entwining his tongue with Wasteland's and wrapping his hand around the latter's neck. When Anshi moved to straddle Wasteland, the latter held him still. Then Wasteland unbuttoned his pants with one hand, gently taking out his erect member and slowly stroking from root to tip, while the other hand snaked into his shirt to tease his nipples. Anshi writhed in pleasure, tilting his neck and resting his head on the Wasteland's shoulder, both hands gripping his strong thighs. This feeling of being exposed under the open sky filled him with shame, yet soon enough, he was dripping wet from the stimulation. The Wasteland jiggled his now hardened shaft and joked, this little guy is also seeing the sun for the first time today. Uninterested in prolonging things further, Anshi quickly came at the Wasteland's touch. Afterward, his penis remained outside, his clothes pushed up to expose his pale skin to the heavens. By then, the sun had transformed into a crimson disk, slowly sinking amidst the undulating atmosphere. With every inch it disappeared, the temperature dropped correspondingly. Still immersed in the aftershocks of orgasm, Anshi watched lazily as the top of the sun finally vanished. The indigo sky revealed speckles of starlight, and the moon emerged on the other side of the heavens. Staring awestruck, Anshi remarked, "Just being able to see this scenery makes this trip worth it." The wasteland grinned slightly. "I've wanted to show you a sunset for a long time now. We got lucky today to catch the stars. Seems like the weather stayed clear, especially for the first timer going outdoors." Blushing faintly, Anshi smiled shyly, gazing upward at the starry sky. "So many stars, so beautiful, I've never seen them before." The wasteland replied, "We generally don't see them, but our luck was good today, fewer sandstorms." After thinking for a moment, he added, "But during decent weather, you can usually spot a few stars anyway, what with the ozone layer already being so thin." Anshi thought about how none of his friends had ever seen the stars. As the sky grew darker, the wasteland brought Anshi back into the cave, sealing half the entrance, then settled near the entrance's rock wall, holding a palm-sized notebook with a pencil stub in hand, jotting something down. Anshi lay on the stone bed watching him under the moonlight, growing sleepy, yawning and asking what he was writing. Without lifting his head, the wasteland furrowed his brows, writing intermittently, saying, "The plans for the coming days. Just scribbling for now, I'll tell you once it's sorted out." Anshi responded with an "oh," lying flat and staring at the low ceiling absent-mindedly, lost in thoughts. It felt like he'd been away for 3 months, though in reality, it had only been since morning when he woke up at the shelter. Finally done writing, the wasteland tucked away the paper and pen, walking over and lying beside Anshi. Anshi asked, "Really not doing it?" The wasteland turned him around and hugged him from behind, saying, "No need to do it, let's just hug and sleep." Anshi felt content in this embrace, his heart racing for a bit before he asked again, "Then can we kiss?" The wasteland gently tilted his chin and kissed him. It wasn't the kind of kiss filled with sexual desire or aggression, rather, it was lingering, soft, and intermittent. Anshi felt utterly at ease during the kiss and soon drifted off to sleep. In the middle of the night, he woke up drowsily, feeling slightly chilled, instinctively reaching out for the wasteland's arms. The wasteland embraced him once more, giving him a sleepy kiss, after which Anshi fell back into a deep slumber. When Anshi woke up again, the cave entrance was already flooded with blinding white gold sunlight. Confused, he sat up only to find that the wasteland was nowhere to be seen. The cave was so small that one glance could encompass the entire space. Almost immediately, he noticed that the wasteland's long-distance backpack and the weapons leaning against the wall were gone. He walked over to the stone table where a letter addressed to him lay, the same one the wasteland had written by moonlight the previous night. Looking toward the corner, Anshi saw his own distant travel bag standing there all alone, his knees buckling as he collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 13, The Real Plan A. Wasteland, I'm sorry. I apologize for using you. Although it's meaningless to say this at this point, I still have to apologize to you. The original plan was just to borrow your help to prepare the supplies and equipment needed for the journey. But you said that no matter what, you wanted to leave the radiation shelter once, step on the wasteland, and see the sun. Even though it was only a short day, this wish should be considered fulfilled. You should also understand that this kind of life isn't worth longing for, it's actually quite disappointing. You're not suited for survival in the wasteland. You already have a home, the people in the shelter love you, and you will be happier there. I've left you enough food and water for 2 days and 1 night, which is more than enough for you to return home. As long as you walk east for 2 hours before sunset and then launch a signal flare, they'll see it from your shelter. The signal flare is specially made by your station, so it's easy to identify, and someone will bring you back home. I really meant to show you the sunset once. The weather was great yesterday, and the stars were beautiful. Since you like them, this is enough. Goodbye. And she leaned against the wall, reading this short letter for countless times until he finally accepted the fact that Wasteland had left. He clutched the letter in his hand, tears plopping down continuously. He remembered, every time Wasteland talked about the future plans, it was always, I. The only invitation given to him was, to leave together. This was his coming-of-age ceremony, the first time he fell in love, the first time he made love with someone, the first time he was abandoned by love, and the first time he grieved for love. Everything happened so fast. And she hugged his knees and cried for a long while, keeping the letter slightly away to avoid soaking it. After crying twice, he finally got tired, felt thirsty, and started searching through his long-distance bag for drinks. While drinking water, he dizzily approached the cave entrance to look outside. Tons of fierce sunlight was falling onto the endless land, and the world was deathly silent. He turned around again to check what Wasteland had left him. Apart from food and water sources, there was a compass, a handgun, and 3 signal flares. However, and she didn't have any strength, feeling utterly depressed. His mind went blank as he stared at all these items on the ground, slowly realizing that this handgun was exactly the same one used previously when Wasteland saved him, when he was almost killed by mutated rats. Wasteland descended like a war god, fighting their way out with him. Thinking about this, and she became sad again. He threw the supplies aside, returned to the hard stone bed, curled himself into a ball, silently shedding tears, and then fell asleep. He didn't know how long he slept. When he woke up, the sunlight outside was still strong, but the light and shadows had grown longer. And she used to live a schedule-oriented life but had never truly felt the passage of time. His eyes were a bit swollen, his mind was numb, and he couldn't help wishing he would never wake up after thinking about everything that had happened. When hunger struck, and she barely got up and ate something. While eating, tears streamed down his face again, as if all the grievances he had suffered from childhood found him now, from his mother's tragic death to being bullied by other children in the station. All the past memories turned into tears that dripped on his cheeks and lips, eaten together with the compressed dry food. After dinner, and she went back to the cave entrance and looked outside, finding that the sun had already shifted significantly. There was a lot of dust in the sky, showing only a vague glowing body. And she realized that it would be too late to leave today, making him feel even more disheartened. He returned to the cave and sat staring at the wall blankly. Staring at the wall was something he was already familiar with as a child, but this was the first time he did it with such an emotion. He took Wasteland's letter out again and read it, trying to console himself that Wasteland must have made this decision because he wanted him to be happy and spared from hardship. He wanted to take me to see the sunset, maybe he liked me a little. Such silly thoughts didn't last long and were quickly shattered by harsh reality. He definitely didn't like me enough to want to take me with him. He said goodbye and left without hesitation. And she curled up on the stone bed. This night was especially cold, whether it was real or an illusion, his ears kept picking up strange sounds, causing immense unease. He had closed his eyes and covered his ears many times due to fear, but repeatedly forced himself to get up and check if there were any insects creeping in, or if anything had climbed up the rock pile. His nerves were taut, having slept too much during the day, he spent half the night tossing and turning and was unable to fall asleep. And she wasn't sure when he finally fell asleep. After a long night, he woke up to another scorching day. He sat up, extremely hungry, consuming quite a lot of his stored food. While eating, and she glanced sideways at the letter on the table with his peripheral vision, refraining from touching it, merely gazing at it expressionlessly. Maybe I can survive on my own without Wasteland. And she thought, but then his courage faltered, he had nowhere to go, he didn't know anything else. In the 16 years of his life spent in the radiation shelter, he only knew everything about that place. He was familiar with every corner of each room in the 12-level mine cave, yet he knew nothing about the outside world. He didn't even know Wasteland's real name. Anyway, he did not have the courage to spend another night alone here. Moving slowly, and she dressed properly in his windbreaker, put on his dust mask, packed the remaining supplies onto his back, and painstakingly moved the obstacle blocking the cave entrance, trying his best to mentally encourage himself, though he still looked dispirited. When he walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down, the steep incline made his hands and feet turn weak. Descending the mountain was much more terrifying than climbing up. After several attempts to adjust his posture, and she couldn't figure it out, the first iron ring where he could step was a bit far away. Before, Wasteland had pushed him up here, now it was his turn to get down by himself. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't reach it. Soon enough, sweat started dripping off his face as she struggled, gripping tightly onto the edge of the stone platform, stretching his legs as far as possible, toes pointed, attempting to make contact. Meanwhile, he tried kicking one foot against the rock wall for leverage. Suddenly, the rock under his foot became loose and he slipped, sinking half his body downwards. The fear of death surged over him instantly. Scared out of his wits, and she kicked wildly with both legs as he scrambled back to safety, collapsing onto the ground at the top of the platform, trembling all over and gasping so hard it hurt his lungs. His elbows, palms, and knees were all rubbed red. Fortunately, the windbreaker and gloves were sturdy, preventing any cuts. The terror from the brink of death quickly sobered and she up, sharpening his focus. After recovering a bit, he came up with an idea. He took out the dagger Wasteland had given him, sharpened it, and hammered it into the cliff using a stone, creating an additional foothold. After doing this, he drank some water and ate a little. Though Wasteland had left him plenty of supplies, since a day had already been wasted, the water and food were almost depleted. And she decided to attempt descending the mountain again. He cautiously stepped onto the handle of the dagger, it seemed sturdy enough. So he tentatively tried climbing down, each step excruciatingly difficult. With no one to stand below him anymore, every time she lowered his head to check the foothold, he would inevitably see the dizzyingly high bottom of the cliff, causing him to break down and cry for a moment while hugging the stone wall, forcing himself to take deep breaths and stay calm to conserve energy. The wind began to pick up, carrying dry heat and fine sand over him. Just as he prepared to continue descending, and she suddenly had a strange feeling. Struggling, he turned his head to look around, unsure exactly what he was searching for. Then he saw it, a small group of dark dots on the vast Gobi Plateau, heading towards him. And she's heart raced in shock. This mysterious group was moving fast, yet his own journey down the mountain remained uncertain. He hesitated for quite some time, with unclear intentions of these strangers, he had no choice but to return via the same path. By the time she climbed back to the top of the mountain, he was completely exhausted. Lying on the ground, he tried to minimize his visibility, stealthily observing the area below. With low visibility, and she couldn't clearly identify the newcomers. Lying in the scorching sun, he felt utterly drained and regretful, blaming himself for not following Wasteland's advice to go home before sunset yesterday. At the same time, he also silently criticized his uselessness for being unable to descend the mountain, wondering why Wasteland didn't want to take him along, deeming him unsuitable for survival outside. But Wasteland had also said he was a rare mechanic and doctor within the bounty hunter group, surely not entirely useless. At this thought, Anshi's mind flickered, and if the group below belonged to the bounty hunter gang, they might climb up here to rest. Then, he could ask them whether they'd be willing to take him along. Regardless, it would certainly be better than spending the night here in fear. Thinking this way, and she dumped everything out of his long-distance bag and checked through. Though he failed to find binoculars, he discovered a sniper scope. Holding it, he crouched by the edge of the stone cliff and strained his eyes for a closer look. That group had already arrived within 2 kilometers of the stone mountain, all wearing ragged straw hats or hoods. A strange feeling arose within so he scrutinized them carefully. Before his brain could fully process the information, his body reacted instinctively, sending chills across his skin as goosebumps rose. He suddenly realized none of them wore breathing masks, and their arms exposed outside the sleeves were marked with radiation spots due to uneven skin tones. Under the scorching sun, the top of Anshi's head burned hot, yet all the blood in his body grew cold. They were actually a group of mutants. Right at that moment, one of the mutants suddenly raised his head. Despite the distance, Anshi was certain their eyes met. Only belatedly did he realize the glare from the scope gave him away, prompting him to scramble hastily back into the cave. Anshi was terrified and quickly blocked the cave entrance, shivering as he leaned against the stone wall of the mountain cave. He didn't understand, how could they be vampires if they weren't affected by sunlight? They walked freely during the day. He regretted knowing nothing about them. Anshi trembled, unsure how long he had hidden before the radiated people hadn't come up yet, whether out of disinterest or uncertainty about how to get in. Maybe they had gone around this mountain, but maybe the next second, they would smash this barely concealed cave entrance. And she didn't have the courage to go outside and check. The shadow of the sun grew longer, it was getting close to sunset again, and there was no water or food left. It's over, he thought bitterly, wishing he'd just fallen off the cliff earlier instead of facing death now. No, for a painless and quick death, it'd be better to use the handgun that Wasteland gave him. And she felt overwhelming desolation, all hope lost. The people at the shelter thought he was roaming with Wasteland far away, while Wasteland assumed he had safely returned home. Little did they know, he would die in this cave less than 15 kilometers from home, his dried corpse perhaps discovered only much later. Hanging his head, he absently fiddled the gun back and forth between his hands, and surprisingly, he didn't feel like crying anymore. At that moment, and she suddenly heard a sound. He tumbled off the ground in an instant, forgetting the death scenario he had been imagining just a second ago. Quickly, he chambered the handgun and held it level at chest height, pointing it toward the cave entrance. Something was definitely climbing up. The noise grew closer, and then she hardly dared to breathe, his heart pounding loudly. Light from the entrance dimmed as a shadow appeared, and then she pressed his finger on the trigger, staring unblinkingly. A hand reached in, it was wearing gloves, impossible to tell whether human or mutant. It pushed the stone slab blocking the entrance aside forcefully, and its owner crawled inside. And she stared fixedly at him, his hands trembling slightly, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. No one else seemed to follow behind the man, who stood upright, silently looking at Anshi without showing any fear of the gun pointed at him. Then, he reached up to remove his mask. Wasteland's face revealed itself, expressionless. And she still kept the gun aimed at him, returning the emotionless gaze. His mind was muddled as his lips moved to ask, "Did you get lost? Otherwise, why would he come back here?" Wasteland replied, "No, are you lost?" And she answered, "No, I'm not." Wasteland said, "Oh, goodbye," and turned as if to leave. "Wait." And she shouted, rushing forward in 2 quick steps and swinging the strap of his backpack toward Wasteland's head. Wasteland tilted his head slightly but didn't dodge, taking a direct hit. "You." Wasteland, shaken by the blow, stars flashing before his eyes, clenched his teeth and muttered furiously, "You infuriate me." And she's eyes widened incredulously, unable to believe he had the audacity to accuse him first. Before he could retort, Wasteland continued, "What are you still doing here? Why don't you go home?" He looked extremely irritated, adding, "What if I didn't come back? Are you stupid?" And she panted heavily, glaring at him, brimming with both anger and resentment. He dropped the gun in his bag, puckering his mouth petulantly. Wasteland immediately snapped, "Don't cry." And she puckered his lips even more, tears welling in his eyes but holding back a defiant huff as he turned his face away. Chapter 14, Plan B. Fechuo spread out the supplies of both people on the ground and inventoried them again and again. Anshi couldn't help but interject, "No matter how you count, these are all we've got." Fechuo was crouched down. Hearing this, he raised his head and glared at him harshly. He hadn't intended to bring enough food and water for a 2-person journey to begin with. And now, they'd already wasted 2 days' worth of dual rations. His heart ached with sorrow and he couldn't find words to express it. Their weapons were still abundant. Fechuo, frowning, divided the remaining items into 1 big pile and 1 small pile, then pushed the lighter pile towards Anshi and said, "Pack it up, put it on your back." Anshi asked in surprise, "Are we leaving now? It's getting dark." Fechuo nodded, "Yes, there will be a tornado tomorrow. We won't be able to walk during the day, and it's not safe to stay here." Anshi replied with an, "Oh," and started stuffing things into his bag haphazardly while feeling down. Fechuo looked on from the side, feeling uncomfortable all over but refrained from saying anything. His emotions at the moment were rather complicated. He was both pained by the wasted resources and annoyed that Anshi had not followed the plan to return home as instructed. Yet, he was also relieved that he'd made the impulsive decision to come back, otherwise. Anshi packed his bag while being stared at from behind, feeling very awkward as well. Although he couldn't stop himself from being overjoyed that Fetuo had returned once again to rescue him from despair, he also didn't forget the fact that he had cried for 2 whole days after being abandoned by Fetuo. You actually wanted to leave me behind. After Anshi had shouldered his pack and watched Fetuo swiftly clear away the clutter, a thought came to mind. He asked, did you see anyone else before you came looking for me? Fetuo uttered a indicating confusion. Anshi explained, I was planning to go downhill earlier when I saw a group of people at the mountain bottom. No, they weren't exactly people, they seemed like radiated mutants. Upon hearing this, Fetuo hesitated for a moment, turning around to ask, when was this, and how many were there? Anshi replied, it was about half an hour or an hour before you came up, there were 4 or 5 of them. How aren't they afraid of the sun? Fetuo lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then said, they are advanced mutated humans. Anshi stared at him wide-eyed, urging him to explain with his eyes. Therefore, Fetuo briefly stated, advanced mutations. It's unclear what triggers their chances of mutation. Some people recover after being bitten or scratched by mutant creatures, some become mutants, and some deteriorate completely. There was no need for further elaboration on this. Anshi's mother was a typical case of total deterioration. As you know, most mutants are similar to zombies. They live in small groups without organization, have low intelligence, and only know how to seek food from water sources or blood sources. However, a tiny portion of mutants evolve. No, the word evolve isn't quite accurate, so let's say mutate instead. A small number of mutants turn into advanced types, possessing intelligence comparable to humans, preserving their memories intact, and having bodies highly adapted to the wasteland environment. They have considerable resistance to radiation and sunlight, and their physical repair capabilities are quite strong. Anshi was astounded, then aren't they invincible? Fetuo gave a wry smile, yeah, fortunately, the numbers of such special species are very few, and they can't reproduce. Unlike lower species which mercilessly harm humans, most of them gather in old cities, occasionally going out to raid enough resources to last for some time. But, Fetuo added, the repairing ability of high-level mutants is not limitless. When the repair stagnates and deterioration begins, even the smallest wound could cause them to die from blood loss. It's like septicemia, Anshi murmured. Fetuo said, more or less. This decay process comes unpredictably. For some, it takes just a few days, for others, decades of constant repair might not stop. Now, hurry up and get moving, it's going to get dark soon. Anshi nodded and followed behind, asking, why didn't you tell me these things before? Fetuo glanced deeply at him, because you didn't need to know them before. Anshi also gazed steadily at him, but Fetuo continued, all you needed to do was act like a cheerful fool. Anshi immediately became furious, who are you calling stupid? Fetuo ignored him, putting on his windproof mask and coolly throwing out a line, if you can be tricked and follow so easily, if you're not dumb, who is? Anshi wanted to retort, but as soon as the cave entrance opened, countless grains of sand poured into his mouth. Quickly, Anshi turned around, coughing and spitting sand while indignantly putting on his mask. This time, Anshi went downhill first. Fetuo tied a rope around his waist connecting them together and casually took away the dagger Anshi had stuck between rocks as they descended. Although the winds had intensified, Anshi mysteriously felt no fear this time. Thus, he arrived smoothly at the mountain base. In the short span of just over an hour, the landscape before their eyes had changed drastically. The flowing yellow sands had completely covered the surface features, and the slanting sun to the west had grown increasingly blurry, leaving the sky dim and dark. Even at the foot of the mountain, Fetuo did not untie the rope for fear of losing Anshi in the sandstorm. The two benefited from walking with the wind behind them, taking one uneven step after another, walking silently all the way. As Anshi grew tired from the trek, he began a new pastime of staring at his feet and daydreaming about all sorts of unrelated matters. Earlier, when Fetuo inventoried the supplies, although there wasn't enough food, he didn't ask again whether Anshi wanted to go home. Instead, Fetuo's furrowed brows revealed only that their plans had to change. Originally, Fetuo had planned to find a familiar person who could help manage the savings. But now, as opportunities and advantages were lost, they could only take a detour to earn money at a supply point first. Anshi couldn't help but wonder if Fetuo's future plans had also changed accordingly. Would there be room for him in the cycle boat Fetuo was planning to purchase? If they truly managed to reach there, Anshi could finally see what the sea looked like. And if Fetuo wouldn't accept him, then where would Anshi go next? He thought, from now on, he couldn't be so useless anymore, he had to make his body stronger and stop crying. Walking until it was completely dark, Anshi was already exhausted, yet Fetuo's steps had quickened even more. Thus, he dared not ask Fetuo to stop either. Just as Anshi was bracing himself to grit his teeth and endure this ordeal, he suddenly collided with Fetuo's back. His nose bumped so hard that stars dotted his vision. Yet, Fetuo swiftly turned around, pulling Anshi behind him, crouching down and pulling out his gun. Anshi became tense as well. However, the surrounding environment was so dark that his visibility was extremely low, making it impossible for him to see anything. Then he heard it, the crunching sound of someone stepping on gravel. It seemed Fetuo had already determined the source of the sound but refrained from firing immediately. Having witnessed Feitua's impeccable shooting skills, Anshi wondered why he hesitated, guessing that Feitua wished to avoid revealing their presence too soon. Therefore, Anshi held his breath. The two quietly hid behind an abandoned house, which was already mostly buried under sand. They lay on its roof, putting on night vision goggles. On the infrared sensor, there appeared a large number of orange dots densely gathering in one direction. Human body temperature showed up as red on the display, while mutant creatures exhibited lower temperatures, hence appearing as orange. Although Anshi was quite frightened, Feitua seemed unfazed. He pointed towards the direction those orange dots were converging upon, indicating that it was their destination. Anshi silently asked, "What should we do?" Feitua made a gesture, "Wait." They lay still without a sound, watching the orange dot encirclement shrink little by little. Suddenly, far away, a bright light flashed, signaling the first gunshot. Instantly, gunshots, human shouts, and monster roars mixed chaotically together. Flashes illuminated the scene intermittently. Anshi whispered, "The battle has started. Shouldn't we go and help?" Feitua shook his head, "There are too many. We can't help. It seems quite a few people are at today's rest station, otherwise they wouldn't have attracted so many mutants." Anshi asked, "What shall we do then?" "Just wait here." Feitua replied, "We'll go over once the fight's almost over to stir things up a bit, collect some spoils. Can't let the mutants occupy the rest station, or where will we sleep tonight?" Anshi was shocked by Feitua's brazen plan. As Feitua had said, once the gunfire gradually ceased, he took the opportunity to scavenge the aftermath. The sandy winds were still strong, and the corpses of mutated giant rats and wild dogs lay scattered everywhere, quickly covering with a layer of yellow soil. Feitua helped kill the last few mutated crows rampaging indoors, screaming as they tried to peck out people's eyes, and delivered a few finishing blows to the convulsing monsters lying on the ground. Afterward, he tugged at the rope slightly to signal Anshi, who had been waiting by the door, to enter. Anshi quickly scanned the rest station. It was much larger than the previous one and somewhat resembled a regular house, clearly equipped with a basement. Inside stood 7 or 8 tall and muscular men, dusty and travel-weary, who paid no attention whatsoever to Feitua and Anshi joining their group, as though their arrival was entirely natural. These men took all items off those unfortunate travelers bitten and killed earlier and laid them aside, no one claimed them, and then transported the bodies through a special passage into the basement to be buried without releasing any odors. After returning, everyone peacefully divided the items, nothing very valuable, thus everyone lacked enthusiasm. A few injured individuals all went downstairs voluntarily, while the healthy ones cleaned up the bodies and repaired the dented iron plates back to their original state with a few strikes, locked them securely, and jammed the cover leading to the basement tightly shut. Throughout this process, hardly anyone exchanged words, as if they had repeated such scenes hundreds of times. Thus, a thrilling annihilation came to an end. After everything was properly handled, a few individuals removed their breathing masks, found a corner to rest in. One young man approached Feitua and asked, "You've just come from outside, is there anything left?" Feitua also removed his mask. "They're all gone, everything within 5 kilometers has been lured over here." Although the others did not join in the conversation, they were all listening, and after Feitua said this, they clearly relaxed. Anshi also took off his mask. His long hair was completely drenched with sweat against his face, so he wiped it with the back of his hand and then untied the hair tie to rebind it. After he tied up his hair and looked up, everyone in the room was staring at him. "Anshi? ? The young man who had spoken earlier was dumbfounded. A woman." Anshi paused, and beside him, Feitua's face darkened immediately. Anshi explained, "Ah. No, I'm male." Everyone knew he was a boy from his voice, but still looked at him suspiciously for several seconds. Anshi felt somewhat uneasy as he shifted closer to Feitua and muttered softly, "Am I really that short?" Feitua glanced at him speechlessly and handed him water and food, saying, "Go sit over there and eat sparingly." Anshi sat down by the wall corner, although he was hungry, for continuous days of compressed rations were still hard to endure. As they ate, some people had already lain down to sleep in their clothes. Anshi swallowed the food like wax and leaned against the wall to lie down. Feitua slept next to him on the outside, tucking him between the group and the wall, his broad back facing inward. Anshi stealthily examined the rope still binding the two of them, holding it tightly in his hand before closing his eyes and falling asleep. Chapter 15, The Old City Market. The next day, before dawn, there were rustling sounds as people started to get up. The floor was too hard, and the package used as a pillow was folded too high. Anshi woke up with a sore back and waist, faintly hearing Fudi talking to someone nearby. "I just came out from the Luoqing market, business has been average recently. You guys can go try your luck." Fudi's voice quietly sounded, "Yeah, just to exchange for some travel fees." Anshi sat up dazedly, still in a half-asleep state, noticing it was the young man he had seen yesterday speaking to him. Everyone in the room had woken up, swiftly checking their gear and tidying things up. In contrast, Anshi looked completely lost and out of touch with the situation. While the young man took small sips of water along with compressed food, he nodded his chin towards Anshi and said, "Hey, he's also going to the Luoqing market." A man not far away looked up upon hearing this, showing no expression and raising his hand slightly as a greeting. Fudi also nodded briefly, while Anshi waved his hand and said, "Hi." The man seemed surprised for a moment, then the young man chuckled and asked, "What's up with this kid? Where did you find him?" Foodie looked like he couldn't bear to face this situation. Anshi noticed that this man wasn't much older than himself, though his skin was darker, his hair was prematurely white, and he had dimples when he smiled. His face still carried an air of youthful innocence despite being tall and broad-shouldered. In the shelter where people like Foodie stood out among the crowd as a towering hulk, here in this room, his build didn't stand out at all. Meanwhile, Anshi, with his long hair, large innocent eyes that showed a bit of bewilderment, and his strikingly pale skin and thin limbs, looked entirely out of place. Anshi curiously asked him, "How old are you?" The young man replied, 27. "And you?" "Oh." Anshi fell silent, thinking that a baby-faced appearance was truly deceptive. The young man turned around again, offering a suggestion to Foodie, "Otherwise, why don't you two travel together? There have been high-level breeds active outside recently, and another storm is coming." Foodie, however, shook his head and poked Anshi's head with his finger, pushing him so that he swayed back and forth, saying, "With this baggage, we wouldn't dare bother others." At this point, someone in the room stood up and removed the iron pipe locking the basement well cover. There had been no signs of movement throughout the night, so it seemed unlikely anyone had mutated. Not long after, people below started climbing up, looking haggard but walking steadily. The air was filled with the smell of radiation burn ointment. Stimulated by this smell, Anshi finally snapped back to reality, hesitantly accepting the food offered by Foodie and asking, "Would there be protein soup at that market?" The young man snickered beside him, and Foodie felt a headache just hearing about the tasteless soup served daily in the shelter. It was sticky and unsatisfying. He gave Anshi a warning glance, urging him to eat and stop chatting. Within moments, everyone had left the house, except Anshi, who moved the slowest. Foodie quickly packed everything and hung the bag around Anshi's neck. Anshi curiously asked, "How far is the Luoqing market?" Foodie curtly replied, "Far. We'll need to walk all day. If you walk slowly, we won't make it before dark." With that, he put on his mask and made as if to open the door. Afraid of eating more dust, Anshi hurriedly placed his own mask on. Outside, the sandstorm continued, though the cyclone storm spoken of by everyone hadn't arrived yet. The corpses of the monsters that littered the ground last night had been mostly buried by yellow sand, occasionally exposing a severed limb or broken arm. As Anshi glanced back, the shelter appeared utterly unremarkable even in daylight. He wondered how everyone had managed to find it. He and Foodie still walked while tethered by a rope, and the rest of the group split off and disappeared shortly after leaving their rest area. Ever since leaving the shelter, Anshi had experienced muscle soreness every day, but now seemed somewhat accustomed to it. He mechanically began walking, quickly entering a trance-like state of imagination about what the Luoqing market might look like. Anshi knew of Luoqing. In the era before the full-scale nuclear war, it had been a megacity with millions of residents, its skyscrapers bustling with traffic and activity. But now, it was the domain of those affected by radiation. During the early stages of genetic mutation, cities dense with people and pets were hit first. Within just a week, there were barely any uninfected individuals left in these supersized urban areas. Foodie had mentioned earlier that the market was actually still a distance away from the original site of Luoqing, but because it was surrounded by nothing else significant, it earned its name through default usage. The market could allow one to trade based on luck, items exchanged for items, money for items, or labor for items. Anshi suddenly thought, money? What is money? He wanted to raise his head and ask Foodie, but separated by masks and howling wind, he shouted loudly for a long time without Foodie hearing clearly, so he only gestured with his hand and gave up. The two of them took 3 rest breaks along the way, finally reaching the edge of Luoqing market just as Anshi was about to completely collapse, at least according to the address. But as Anshi looked around, there wasn't a single person in sight, only a few iron poles and stone posts stuck into the ground, as if a campsite had been set up here before and then abandoned. Anshi stared blankly, his face numb, while Foodie said, "Oh, looks like it's moved location." Anshi utterly fell apart. He drew a breath, about to burst into an exaggerated tantrum when suddenly Foodie jumped back, startling him. Foodie didn't even have time to explain, but immediately pulled out an energy gun and fired. Several laser beams shot out and bounced off a quickly moving silver trash can, yet its speed didn't slow down for a moment. Foodie gave Anshi a push with one hand to tell him to run, simultaneously cutting the rope tying them together. Anshi was entirely bewildered, fleeing instinctively while running in circles to create distance from Foodie. That silver trash can swiftly advanced toward Foodie. Suddenly, its semicircular top cover rose, revealing a row of gun barrels inside. Foodie quickly rolled to avoid being hit, hiding behind a row of broken stone walls. From Anshi's position, he couldn't see Foodie behind the wall, and he was nearly driven mad with worry. The red aiming point from the silver killer slowly scanned over the broken wall and stopped on a specific spot, identifying something. A loud bang followed, and the thick stone wall was shattered outright. For a moment, rocks flew everywhere, dust spread through the air, and Anshi's eyes were practically bulging out as he desperately searched for Foodie. Then, at that very moment, Foodie appeared from behind a stone pillar next to Anshi, so fast that only a faint shadow was visible. Without taking any time to aim, he shot directly into the gap between the gun barrels extending out of the silver shield, precise and unerring. Foodie continuously pulled the trigger, the light beam acting like a saw blade and pushing the silver killer back by a couple of inches. It tried to withdraw its gun barrels, but Foodie seized the slight gap revealed during its retreat, quickly throwing in a grenade the size of a USB drive. He turned and knelt, diving to the ground, covering his ears. Stunned, Anshi somehow also covered his ears. Yet the deafening explosion still hammered his eardrums. The internal pressure within the silver metal canister suddenly increased, distorting the entire shell, which now resembled a crunched soda can. Its round top cover popped open with a pop, and flew dozens of meters before dropping. Foodie got up from the ground, holding his gun carefully as he scanned around, then signaled for Anshi to come over. Anshi stumbled over, his jaw almost hitting the ground. What is this thing? Foodie kicked the deformed superalloy skin and rolled it around with his foot. This is the most disgusting thing in the wasteland, more so than any mutated monster or radiation-infected humans. Luckily, its skin is damaged, or it'd be even harder to detect. What skin? Anshi asked shakily. Isn't this just a trash can? Foodie, looking both exhausted and somewhat amused, lifted the trash can upside down, causing the parts inside to spill onto the ground. He explained indifferently, the skin is part of its program. You know how stealth planes work, they simulate their surroundings and change the color of their exterior appearance, making them impossible to detect in the environment, much like a chameleon. Or wait, do you even know what a chameleon is? Anshi understood, shuddering at the thought, if it hadn't been reflecting in the sandstorm, they might have gotten killed without ever seeing the assailant. Foodie disassembled the energy core from the bucket's gun and sifted through the components. A product from the all-out nuclear war period, functioning as scouts. A lot of governments made similar things. Later, however, the governments collapsed, and no one updated their programming anymore. They've been endlessly patrolling the wasteland since then. Now there aren't really any enemies left, but their command programs are basically ruined, they attack anyone they see. Foodie's tone was slightly sarcastic. At least these things don't multiply. Everyone we destroy reduces their numbers. Anshi hadn't fully processed everything yet and only murmured, no wonder the market has changed locations. Foodie hummed in agreement, then tied the broken end of the rope binding them together again. Let's go. It gets harder to see once it's dark. After another 40-odd minutes of walking, they finally reached the outskirts of the bazaar at dusk, spotting a massive row of barbed wire electric fences, behind which flickering lights could be seen intermittently. Seeing this, Anshi felt tears welling up in his eyes. Foodie brought him to the entrance, where several heavily armed muscular men with machine guns stood guard. Foodie put down his backpack and began undoing his outer coat. Anshi was confused. Foodie explained, take off your outer coat so they can check for bite or scratch marks on you. Anshi also began to take off his layered shirts, his pale arms almost blinding the guards. After the inspection revealed no bite or scratch marks on either of them, the two were let in. One of the beefy men asked, did you hear an explosion a while ago? How could the sound travel this far in 45 minutes? Anshi mentally scoffed at the implausibility but heard Futu nod and say, it was one of the 206 models. Already taken care of. The big man nodded in approval, as did the others who glanced over at them briefly. Then the man said, for weeks now, that thing's been circling around here, before handing over a silver-white metal plate, like a pendant from some chain, and saying, room B19. Foodie accepted it and replied, thanks. Anshi was confused, but Futu had already started walking away. He hurried to catch up, asking, what does that mean? Foodie's tone carried a hint of mockery, a room key. Thanks to us, no, thanks to me for clearing out a trash can, you'll get to share my bed tonight. Chapter 16 Movie Day. Luocheng Market was quite large, but there were hardly any people out and about at this time. With Anshi tagging along, Futu meandered through the alleys to arrive at so-called Zone B, number 19, it was a maritime shipping container embedded in the ground. Layers of sun-blocking cloth were draped outside, all covered with yellow dirt. After unlocking it with a key and pushing the door open, inside there was a single bed and a chair. At the sight of the bed, Anshi went crazy, immediately losing the half-dead look from before as he leapt forward ready to pounce on it, only for Futu to grab him by the collar. Futu pulled him away, you're so dirty, take off your outer coat. Anshi slouched over to the corner to remove his clothes while Futu turned on the energy-saving lamp and checked the container seal. Turning around, he was shocked to see that Anshi had already stripped down to just a pair of underwear. Futu was stunned, I didn't tell you to take everything off. Anshi, looking unhappy, said, it's already off. Futu sighed in frustration, if you're like this, what if something happens at night and you have to rush out? He couldn't help doubting his decision again to bring Anshi along, his counterpart's environment since childhood had been overly isolated and simple, and the ideology of these second-generation cave dwellers was vastly different from the outside world. Anshi mumbled unhappily as he put back on his inner clothing. Facing away from Futu and bending over to pull up his pants, his vertebrae could be faintly seen. Futu's gaze lingered on his waist, sliding down slightly, his buttocks were reluctantly stuffed into his trousers before Futu looked away. After getting dressed, Anshi sprawled cross-legged onto the bed, enthusiastically planning, tomorrow we'll find some protein soup in the market. Futu replied dryly, there is no protein soup, and protein soup is trash. Too comfortable lying down, Anshi didn't even bother rebutting, rolling his eyes instead and saying, then, tomorrow we'll find guava in the market. Genetically modified guavas were the only natural fruits and grains unaffected by radiation pollution in Futu's world. But apart from Vimla, there wasn't a single tree on this wasteland. Where would one find guava? Guessing someone from the shelter had implanted that guava information into Anshi, Futu ignored him, treating it as a dream. Chewing on dry rations and roughly planning a route, Futu walked over to the bed and, lowering his head, looked at Anshi's exposed abdomen, asking, how am I supposed to sleep when you're sleeping like that? Anshi opened his eyes and said, tomorrow is Saturday. Futu gave him a questioning look, so? Anshi replied, we need to watch movies on Saturday. Futu remained expressionless, oh. Anshi whispered again, Uncle Chiao from the third floor said he'd show me, Velma and Louise. Futu retorted irritably, oh, then go back to the shelter to watch. Anshi stopped talking and wiggled over to the inside, displaying an incredible level of laziness. The moment Futu lay down, the entire bed became seamless. The energy-saving lamp dimmed automatically, and all was quiet. Just as Futu closed his eyes, Anshi whispered softly, I don't want to lean against the wall, it feels so uncomfortable. What a pampered brat. Futu clicked his tongue and said, go sleep on the outside then. Anshi climbed up, kneeling awkwardly over Futu as he struggled to move to the other side of the bed, his silky hair brushing against Futu's skin. Having barely settled down again, Anshi spoke after only 5 seconds of silence, I'm going to fall off, you're too wide. Exasperated, Futu turned his body sideways and extended his arm to envelop Anshi in his embrace, like a large spoon surrounding a smaller one. Anshi fidgeted a bit but Futu clamped down tightly, ignoring him completely. Clutching Futu's arm, Anshi gradually drifted off to sleep. Perhaps due to how long it had been since such a satisfying bed had pleased Anshi, he woke up earlier than Futu the next morning. Futu's breath sprayed against his neck, and a hard object pressed against the root of his thigh. Anshi, heart racing, subtly wriggled closer without making a sound. After rubbing a few times, Futu continued to sleep deeply, yet the thing grew harder, jumping slightly when stimulated. Since Futu had clearly disclosed his true intentions to Anshi about befriending him, there had been no romantic gestures between the two. Anshi also felt somewhat confused, wondering whether he still liked Futu even after knowing about the deceit and lies. Recalling those days when he was bewitched, Anshi was uncertain if he had genuinely liked Futu at that time. Lost in memories, Anshi felt both angry and restless. Wriggling his hips, he decided to grind until Futu got aroused and then run away, letting him yearn and never fulfill his desires. In a little while, Futu's breathing paused as he slowly came to. Anshi quickly closed his eyes pretending to be asleep, but unexpectedly, Futu soon woke up completely, sitting up and putting on his outer pants. What? It was that hard, and he just straight ignored it. Blood boiling in frustration but only daring to slowly pretend that he just woke up, Anshi seethed inwardly. Futu stood by the bed checking his weather forecaster, in reality, just a simple device to test humidity and air pressure. Anshi sat up directly facing a noticeable bulge in Futu's crotch, filled with resentment as he stared at it. Futu, not noticing, muttered to himself, why is this tornado delayed for so long without coming? Anshi replied nonchalantly, isn't it better if it doesn't come? Futu stowed away the instrument and said, I'm going out to find work. Do you want to stay here or follow me around? Anshi immediately jumped off the bed, go shopping. I want to go shopping. As soon as the door opened, a wave of scorching heat hit them, followed by an uproar of voices. Anshi looked up to see a cloudless blue sky, the calm before the storm. The two walked from Zone B, entirely residential containers, back to Zone A. From afar, they saw crowds gathering with clamorous chatter and sounds of metal clanging. Under the sun-blocking canopies, every narrow alley was packed full of dazzling goods. Both travelers and stall vendors were dressed in all sorts of peculiar costumes. Anshi had never seen such a scene, his mouth hung agape. Several times while walking forward, Futu turned around but couldn't find Anshi. His small frame was easily swallowed among the piles of merchandise. He called out to Anshi many times, but there was no response, only collisions with passers-by that made him fume. Finally, he marched back, irritated. Anshi was conversing excitedly with a rare blonde person, eyes gleaming as he stared at a palm-sized LCD screen in their hands. Futu approached just in time to hear the blonde say, super rare, you won't find another one like it on the wasteland, solar-powered, you'll regret missing it your whole life. Futu frowned darkly and tried pulling on Anshi's arm, but he quickly dodged and stared eagerly at the blonde, will it grow? The blonde nodded, of course. When it's born, it can't even open its eyes, very weak, you'll need to feed it milk when it's a little lamb. Anshi's eyes had transformed into hearts, bubbling pink bubbles outward. Futu grabbed his hand and tried to drag him away. Anshi stumbled along but kept glancing backward as the blonde shouted, I'll be here tomorrow, come find me if you change your mind. Anshi waved goodbye, turning around to embrace Futu's arm and urgently explaining, do you know, it's something you can raise baby lambs with. Interrupted by Futu, I know, an electronic pet, something from Vimla's stuff, but what good is it if the lamb grows big and can't be eaten? Why eat such an adorable lamb? Anshi resisted quietly, but it's so cute. Futu turned his head sharply, glaring at him, do you have money? Anshi shook his head. Futo looked at him piercingly, causing Anshi to lower his head dejectedly. Realizing he had no money and thus could do nothing, Anshi's enthusiasm for shopping drastically dwindled. Even when he spotted novel items, the light in his eyes dimmed the next second. Futo glanced at him several times, wanting to offer comfort, but remained silent. They reached the edge of the market at the assembly hall where quite a few people already waited. They all had sturdy builds, some squatting, others leaning against walls, none engaging in conversation as they awaited potential employers. Futo softened slightly, saying, "You can play over there for a while, but don't go too far. Stay within my sight." Anshi responded listlessly, "Okay." Futo frowned at his tone. "What okay are you talking about?" Anshi, "Nothing." Futo furrowed his brows. "If you have something to say, say it. Stop being sarcastic." Anshi fell silent for a moment more before saying, "It's nothing, it's just." At this point, two men who seemed like potential employers arrived, comparing maps and discussing between themselves. Futo glanced at them several times, trying to restrain his impatience waiting for Anshi to finish. "You used to try to make me help you and treated me nicely. Actually, you didn't have to, I wouldn't necessarily refuse to help anyway. Now that I can't be of much use, you're mean to me every day." Anshi stated. Futo thought inwardly, "If I hadn't been nice, I would have abandoned you long ago. Why am I still here taking odd jobs of dubious origins just to earn travel fees?" Out loud, he answered, "This is how I truly am. The kindness back then was all a trick, I gave you the chance to go home, but you chose not to leave." Anshi couldn't think of anything to counter with, looking down sullenly. From across the way, the new man loudly asked, "Who has experience escorting reproductive resources? Round trip in one day." Without further delay, Futo glanced around, having no time to explain to Anshi, leaving only the instruction, "Don't leave the market. If the wind rises, return indoors." Anshi didn't respond but simply stared blankly at him, suddenly saying, "It's movie day on Saturday." Futo thought he was utterly incomprehensible, tossing him the key and saying, "Fine, go back to the shelter to watch movies then. Take anything in the room you want, go wherever you wish." After speaking, Futo turned around and walked towards the two men nearby, saying, "I used to be a member of the Awali Bounty Hunters group, I've escorted reproductive resources many times." Anshi watched his retreating figure, nervously pressing her lips together. But more people swarmed around him, separating him from Anshi. Clutching the silver key tightly in his hand, Anshi had no choice but to turn and leave on his own. Chapter 17, Sabbath. The Yaveli bounty expedition was quite a renowned large group, and as such, Wasteland had the good fortune to be selected. Along with the two individuals who hired him, Dan and Val, they waited at the market exit for the rest of the team members. The two informed him that this mission originally had 5 escorts when it began, but they lost one newcomer early on in an ill-fated start. They were approaching Luo City Market when another escort fell victim to an ambush by leftover reconnaissance troops from pre-war times. Although their destination, a refuge station for goods transfer, was already close, a storm was brewing, and ahead lay the Luo City mutant base. It would thus be wiser to recruit one more experienced temporary member to ensure a smooth journey through the remaining leg. Wasteland was still pondering his previous conversation with Sabbath while distractedly listening, exchanging sporadic words with them over 10 minutes. With no one showing up yet, all three became visibly irritable. Just as Dan's patience neared its breaking point, the fourth member finally arrived with the cargo. It was none other than the blonde who had been selling electronic pets earlier in the market. "Damn Blondie. What took you so long fetching someone?" Dan jumped and kicked towards her, she failed to dodge and was sent sprawling sideways a meter away. Wasteland turned to observe the woman cloaked tightly in layers. Judging by build alone, she seemed even sturdier than Sabbath. She appeared thoroughly accustomed to such situations, merely bending down again to recheck and organize her gear before nodding briefly in greeting to Wasteland. The blonde climbed back up, exclaiming, "Yo," upon seeing Wasteland. The iron fence covered in sharp spikes and coils of wires gradually opened, marking the departure of their temporary quintet squad. In less than half an hour after setting off, there was no longer any trace behind them of Luo City Market. All 5 being seasoned wasteland travelers, they advanced swiftly and silently, their pace much faster compared to dragging along Sabbath like a turtle. The journey went smoothly for the most part aside from a few mutated desert scorpions, with barely any sandstorms rising. 4 hours later, they reached their first resting spot. Dan handed out some food and water. For the first time, the escorted female removed her face mask. It revealed a Hebrew-looking woman with deep-set features, black hair, and brown eyes. Her big and beautiful eyes contrasted sharply with very dark eyebrows and lashes. She ate delicately and elegantly despite visible signs of exhaustion from travel, giving little hint of hope or despair for what lay ahead. Wasteland only glanced at her once before shifting his gaze elsewhere. The blonde openly eyed him, commenting loudly, "You're the first one to stay so calm." Wasteland asked confusedly, "What do you mean?" The others usually froze solid upon seeing her, for females are rare enough here, and her beauty is captivating. The blonde remarked somewhat meaningfully, "What a pity." Puzzled, Wasteland questioned, "A pity about what?" Dan clarified, "She used to work as a maid in Zumadi but offended her master, leading to her abandonment to trade with the refugee camp for mineral resources. Seemingly unfazed as if not present during this exchange, the referenced female continued eating without any change of expression. Wasteland thought of a few sisters he knew from the shelter where Sabbath stayed, none were like her. She lived, yet her eyes carried a deadened look. A sudden thought crossed Wasteland's mind, touching something within him. Looking again at the blonde, the ultimate employer now clear, he surmised the identities of these individuals. They were mercenaries affiliated with and employed by the main city of Zumity, residing in the cyclical spacecraft bands, modern Knights of the Round Table. To join them, wasn't that precisely Wasteland's ultimate aim for this journey? He felt a fleeting absurdity creep in. After reaching Zumity, it still wouldn't become Eden, continuing life risking everything in the wastelands just to cover maintenance costs of the cyclic spacecraft. When it came down to it, how different could that reality truly be from what he sought so fervently to escape? Still chattering endlessly, the blonde suddenly found herself interrupted by Wasteland. So how about you? There must also be many people staring at you since golden hair has already become incredibly scarce. That explained why Golden Mane had become her nickname outright. Unbothered, the blonde replied nonchalantly, yes, genes responsible for fair or red hair, weak recessive traits, have been largely phased out. In my family, only I am this way. She pulled a lock of her own hair and lifted an eyebrow. My brother's hair color shifted to brown when he was about 15, just like yours. Silent until then, Vol abruptly intervened, stop chatting. Eat quickly so we can make a quick return trip. I want to get back to sleep in a proper bed in the market. Dan echoed his sentiments. When returning, who knows if that reconnaissance guy is still lurking around nearby. Not bothering to lift an eyelid, Wasteland calmly responded, if you're talking about Recon 206, I've already taken care of it. Everyone looked astonished at him. He reached into his pocket to pull out a fragment he'd retrieved earlier from the trash can, engraved with its factory serial number. Passing it among the group briefly before taking it back. Golden Mane laughed aloud. This time, at least you two actually recruited a competent individual. After tidying up again, the group set off once more and reached the destination shelter as the sun was setting in the west. This refuge couldn't be found on the surface at all. It was actually a mountain of rock that had been hollowed out to form an underground level. Dan handed over the cargo to the shelter's person in charge, while Wasteland leaned nearby watching. Upon entering the indoor area, the woman did not remove her face mask and remained standing stiffly like a statue carved from clay. The shelter gave Dan several packages of mineral samples to take back. The four didn't even have time for a drink before they hurriedly headed back again. Although tired, the four men who were accustomed to long treks across the wastelands only quickened their pace, encountering few risks along the way. They merely encountered a small squad of wandering mutants from afar. But since they had no intention whatsoever of engaging in combat, they narrowly avoided them, only detouring slightly further than planned. By the time they returned to Luo City Market, lights had already lit up within the marketplaces, and the four split their rewards right at the main gate. 3 Knights carried the mineral samples back to report to Zumity, while Wasteland received his share of pay for 8 hours hard work, a single ballpoint pen refill. A government capable of issuing old-time currency no longer existed, thus these items widely popularized in peacetime yet now impossible to mass-produce became new universal money. Ballpoint pen refills, lightweight and easy to carry, quickly caught on. Wasteland immediately gave away most of his refills to Golden Mane, saying, sell me that electronic pet. Golden Mane chuckled teasingly, shaking her head side to side as she replied, this probably isn't enough, it's a specialty of Zumity, only the top nobles can afford it to give their daughters. Wasteland glared coldly and said, stop wasting my time. Other than me, there won't be anyone else in this wasteland willing to spend this kind of price on such trinkets. Golden Mane, having witnessed Wasteland dispatch a giant rattlesnake with dual guns so efficiently, rolled her eyes and agreed, alright, we might end up colleagues when you get to Zumity. I'll sell it cheap to you. Wasteland narrowed his eyes, how do you know I'm going to Zumity? Golden Mane laughed as if hearing a joke, isn't it obvious? Nowadays, all bounty hunters still working outside are doing it just to get into Zumity. Otherwise, who would willingly risk their life like this? With the electronic sheep that cost him an entire week's worth of travel expenses, whose kawaii appeal he could never fully grasp, Wasteland dragged his feet homeward. Only now did he realize how incredibly tired he was. On his way, he pondered what Sabbath's expression would be upon seeing this object. He looped back to Zone B, knocking on the door but receiving no response after waiting a while. Wasteland puzzled and rechecked, it was indeed number 19. He knocked harder, fearing Sabbath might have overslept and missed the sound. After another pause, still no one opened the door. With no windows on the container dwelling, he began pacing and tapping loudly around its exterior walls, growing increasingly anxious. Could Sabbath have truly left without him? A neighbor peeked out curiously, and Wasteland asked, have you seen? The neighbor stared blankly at him, prompting Wasteland to sigh irritably and spin towards the exit. The warriors guarding the gate saw him approaching again, assuming he wanted the gates open. Wasteland quickly clarified, did you see, the child who came in with me yesterday? The guard muttered, likely rolling his eyes behind the mask, so many people come and go, how am I supposed to remember every one of them? Wasteland hesitated, unsure of exactly when Sabbath might have departed. He's different from others, you can tell at first glance, very pale skin, not tall. The guards exchanged glances and shook their heads, no memory of him. Wasteland looked beyond the iron mesh, hot air rising, the horizon wavering hazily, no sign of any living creature anywhere in sight. Sabbath wouldn't survive a night alone out there, yet Wasteland had no clue where to start looking. Wasteland quickly calculated, if Sabbath hadn't wandered too far yet, maybe some stall or attraction had captivated him during Wasteland's hurried departure and he'd missed spotting him. As twilight descended, the stalls gradually folded up one by one, and fewer people moved about outdoors. Despair grew larger as Wasteland systematically scoured each alleyway with diminishing hope. He regretted deeply, he himself lacked experience living in communities, let alone interacting closely with others, much less caring for younger siblings. Therefore, he simply didn't know how to handle relationships like this. Just as he turned a corner disheartened, something suddenly lit up his eyes. His steps halted, as though the painting at the end of a scroll had unexpectedly revealed new scenery. Sabbath squatted behind a nearby observation tower, hiding in the shadow, wearing only a mask. In his hand, a piece of wire sketched in the sand. Wasteland didn't call out. Quietly, he approached from behind. Drawn on the ground was a round fruit with 2 leaves at one end, perhaps Sabbath's imagined guava, topped with a candle flame. Sabbath wasn't crying as Wasteland had imagined, but was instead entertaining himself by singing, "Happy Birthday to You." Wasteland stood quietly 2 steps behind him, watching. It turned out that Saturday wasn't movie day, but Sabbath day. Sabbath sang the chorus twice, clapping for himself after finishing, and even acted, "Sabbath is 17 years old today. Thank you all." Then he reached out to extinguish the candle flame, paused for a moment, and wiped away the entire guava cake as well. He stood up, patted his pants, turned around, and saw Wasteland, giving a big jump in surprise. Wasteland looked at him silently without saying a word, leaving Sabbath a bit awkward, who then said, "You're back." Wasteland said, "I've been back for a long time. You weren't in the house, so I spent an hour looking for you." Sabbath thought he was about to be scolded and lowered his head, saying, "Sorry." Wasteland said, "Come here, stretch out your hand." Sabbath unwillingly took 2 steps forward and extended his hand, expecting to be hit. When he was younger in the shelter, he was often beaten on the palm when he did something wrong. Wasteland noticed him wanting to close his eyes, with trembling eyelashes showing both fear and carefulness, which somehow made him oddly likable. But Wasteland decided not to bully him for now and placed the electronic pet into his hand. Sabbath froze for a moment, still keeping his palm stretched out, staring at the object lying there, seemingly unable to believe what it was. Wasteland waited for quite some time but didn't see any signs of happiness or other emotions from him. It was as if he were dumbfounded, just staring at the palm-sized small instrument. He raised his head and looked at Wasteland, his eyes filled with stars, as if asking, "Is this really for me? Can I really have it?" Wasteland coughed uncomfortably, "It's a birthday present. Do you want it or not? If you don't, fine." Sabbath quickly clutched the thing tightly, nearly nodding his head off, shouting, "Yes. Yes." Wasteland finally saw the expression he had been waiting for, yet felt somewhat embarrassed and turned away, saying, "Let's go already." Sabbath hurriedly followed, thrilled beyond measure, chuckling and giggling foolishly all the way, which Wasteland couldn't bear to look at directly, snapping, "Be quiet, don't make me regret buying this for you." Sabbath obediently nodded, sincere and polite, taking only 2 steps before jumping and bumping Wasteland's shoulder, and then darted ahead, turning around to wait for him with a smile. Later that night, Sabbath was still too excited and refused to sleep even after Wasteland urged him 3 times. "Look! My little lamb is hungry. Look, the little lamb is drinking milk. Ha ha ha." The little lamb got angry and turned its butt towards me. "Look! The little lamb is licking my hand. Wah wah, the little lamb is sleeping, so cute, come on, look." Wasteland could no longer stand it. "Enough. I don't need to see your stupid sheep anymore, I also own one myself." He snatched away the electronic screen and shoved it under his pillow, using both hands and legs to hold Sabbath tightly in his arms so he couldn't move. Sabbath protested a little but didn't persist, smiling and closing his eyes. "Good night, little lamb," Sabbath said. "And who bought it for you?" Saying good night to the lamb. Wasteland inwardly complained endlessly but couldn't help slightly curving his lips in the darkness. Chapter 18, The Wind Rises. The next day, Foodie woke up very early. Anshi was still snoring loudly, with an entire thigh resting on him, his trouser legs rolled up to the knee, exposing his waist. Foodie gently disentangled Anshi's limbs and couldn't help but pinch him. The boy's slender muscles were slowly forming. In a short while, no one might mistake him for a girl anymore. Foodie took half of the previous day's earnings to the market to exchange for purified water and food. He noticed that there were far fewer open stalls compared to the previous couple of days. Although the sky remained clear, the oppressive low-pressure atmosphere constantly reminded everyone of the impending storm. Many people had already moved underground. It took Foodie a great deal of effort to procure all the necessary supplies, especially the filter cores for breathing masks. They were almost entirely out of stock. When he returned to their rented accommodation carrying a large bag of items, he found that Anshi had disappeared again. This time, Foodie remained unusually calm. After putting down the items, he began searching around the hut. Within 5 minutes, he saw Anshi with a group of semi-grown kids from the market practicing boxing with a relief duty gate guard. The young boys stood in staggered horse stances, huffing and puffing as they threw their punches, which, despite being well formulated, lacked any real strength. Foodie watched for a while, contemplating going over to retrieve his kid to have breakfast. Anshi followed along with a carefree sway. After walking for a bit, Foodie asked him, "Do you want to learn combat techniques?" Anshi made a gesture, "I also want to learn how to use a gun." Foodie said, "I can teach you, but bullets are precious. We'll need to practice with other things." Anshi's eyes lit up, and he nodded. Foodie then asked, "Why didn't you eat breakfast before running off?" Anshi nonchalantly said, "Wasn't there enough food anyway? I just saved some." He then added proudly, "But I fed the lamb." Foodie felt both speechless and a vague sense of subtle sorrow, tossing a bottle of protein muscle enhancement capsules at Anshi and saying, "I've got more food. Remember, every night before sleeping, take one of these." After thinking for a moment, he teasingly added, "When we're really short on money, we'll sell the lamb." Anshi turned pale and quickly cried out, "No, no." Foodie deliberately teased him further, continuing straight ahead without a word. The two enjoyed what would be their last peaceful meal before setting out once more. Uncharacteristically merciful, Foodie explained their next plan to Anshi. Using the thin layer of dust on the table, he drew an extremely abstract route map, marking a few circles and saying, "These are the nearby rest stations. This one is our most convenient stopover." He then drew 2 crosses, saying, "There's a large limestone cave over here full of all kinds of mutated monsters. Originally, it had water, but the water level kept dropping. A few years ago, it dried up completely, and the creatures inside started to crawl out." Anshi pointed to another cross and asked, "What about this one?" Foodie replied, "This is Luocheng. Our route skirts dangerously close to Luocheng, so we'll need to be careful." "Ah." Anshi nodded, staring at the map for a while before breaking into a wide grin and asking excitedly, "So when do we leave?" Foodie stood up expressionlessly and said, "Now." To Anshi's surprise, he did not ask much but immediately set about packing things. He twisted his long hair several times and tied it behind his head, securing it with the straps of the breathing mask. Then he smoothly slipped on his wind-resistant outerwear, tying it with ropes and ensuring everything was secure. Just as he lifted his leg to leave, he tripped over a backpack lying on the ground, tumbling onto the bed. The moment was instantly ruined. Foodie. Anshi. After tidying up, the two bid farewell to the market and continued on their way. Under the vast cloudless sky without a trace of wind, merciless heavens continuously illuminating a lifeless land, within half an hour, both were sweating profusely, their throats parched. According to Foodie, their current detour covered less than a third of the journey. However, this was only the first part of the trip. After successfully securing the money to purchase the recirculation boat, they would need to backtrack slightly and head north toward the sea. Despite this, Anshi's departure seemed to give him a surge of energy, moving confidently ahead. Foodie could not help but remind him not to be too complacent, but Anshi did not feel tired at all. Watching the energetic teenager striding powerfully ahead, Foodie could only console himself, teenagers growing up had boundless vitality. Sure enough, less than 2 hours later, Anshi's spirits dropped significantly, his steps faltering as he trailed behind. Occasionally, he wanted to take out the lamb to play, but unfortunately, his thick gloves made it impossible to activate the operation interface. With no choice, he perched the lamb on his head to charge under the sun. As they walked, the wind suddenly picked up, swirling up a light layer of dust around them. The compass started to oscillate under interference. Foodie immediately became alert, taking out the atmospheric pressure humidity meter to examine it silently behind his mask. Anshi asked in a muffled voice, "What's wrong?" Foodie replied, "A storm, it's coming from the east." East, it was precisely the direction they were heading. Anshi asked again, "Can we reach the rest station before then?" Foodie shook his head and loudly replied, "I don't know. Hurry up." The wind was rising quickly, with chaotic directions. The two hastened their steps, walking 3 steps in 1. Anshi sometimes struggled to lift his legs against the wind, while other times he ran a few steps not to fall due to the gust from behind. Visibility was decreasing rapidly, the needle of the compass trembling wildly. Both were losing their strength quickly. The storm, which had been delayed for so many days, finally arrived today. Hiding behind the ruins that only left foundations after collapsing, the two caught their breath. Foodie took out a rope and tied it around them both. The wind howled like wailing cries, screaming across the whole land in wave after wave. They dared not rest long and burst out from behind the collapsed wall. Anshi was knocked down by the gale, falling backward. Foodie quickly grabbed the rope. Anshi felt a tightening at his waist and sat down on his bent knees, totally unaware there was a sharp rock behind him where he would have fallen otherwise. Struggling to his knees, he bent over trying to reduce wind resistance, trudging forward gritting his teeth behind Foodie. While looking after Anshi, Foodie also struggled to orient himself. Fortunately, the sun had already crossed overhead, and its faint halo was still visible. Suddenly, a dark shadow flew toward them. Instinctively, Foodie turned his head to avoid it. A desert giant scorpion had been lifted by the wind, its tail tip grazing past them as it swept by. Foodie sighed in relief, being hit by some flying object would have been such an absurd way to die. After enduring the storm for an unknown amount of time, Foodie suddenly felt a weight on his back. Turning around, he saw Anshi kneeling about 3 meters away, his limbs had gone limp, seeming unable to take another step. Anshi! Fudi rushed back and shouted, his voice immediately snatched away by the wild wind, get up. Just hang on a little longer. We're almost there. With his head bowed, Anshi shook and started to untie the rope. Fudi hastily grabbed his hands and pulled him off the ground onto his shoulders. Seeing this, Anshi resisted, causing both of them to tumble down to the ground. If you don't want me to carry you, stand up and walk yourself. Fudi yelled, do you want us both to die here? Upon hearing this, Anshi's body shuddered slightly. Supporting himself against the ground, he unsteadily stood up again, staggering back a step to barely keep his balance, gripping the knot tightly and resuming his steps. Through sheer determination, Anshi silently followed Fudi for another half an hour. By now, the wind speed had surpassed 100 kilometers per hour, with all kinds of things mixed with sand flying everywhere. Fudi finally vaguely made out the silhouette of a building amidst the swirling yellow dirt, originally a watchtower dozens of meters high, but now buried up to its waist. Fudi tugged the rope, signaling Anshi to catch up. As they approached the base of the watchtower, something astonishing happened, the massive spire atop it began to shake. Fudi initially thought it was an illusion until focusing, realizing that the iron sheet covering the top was being torn loose by the wind. Then, all the steel nails securing the cap were dislodged and flew off. The iron sheet was suddenly ripped away, roaring as it hurtled straight toward them. Fudi quickly turned around and threw Anshi to the ground. At the last moment, the wind shifted, curling the sheet inward. It narrowly missed hitting them, instead striking the adjacent sandbank before rolling several times and moving far away. Anshi broke into a cold sweat, his physical exhaustion dissipating instantly under the threat of death. He stood up again and laboriously helped Fudi who was beside him. Both hearts sank heavily, but there was no turning back now, although hope was slim, they managed to climb with all fours to the side of the rest station. The entire station house had sunk several meters with the flowing sand, the roof long since covered by yellow earth. Only the parts of various victims remained stuck out could be faintly seen through the soil. Fudi and Anshi exchanged a glance, actually neither could see the other's eyes clearly, but both read each other's meaning in that look. Sliding down the sand dune, they dug out part of the earth to find a few backpacks. They opened them and took the food and water inside, ignoring the heavy weapons. The flowing sand covered fast, and in just this short period, Anshi's lower leg had completely disappeared. Struggling to pull his foot out, Fudi helped him nearby, taking shelter on the leeward side of the watchtower, and managing to drink a few sips of water beneath their masks. Anshi looked at him, silently asking, what now? Fudi said nothing for a long time, then drew a cross in the dirt with his finger. The wind quickly smoothed the cross. For a moment, Anshi was bewildered, then realized, the cross wasn't indicating, no way out, but referred to the map Fudi had drawn for him earlier. At this wind speed, the first crossed-out spot that represented the cave must have already been buried 3 meters below their feet. The only possibility left was Luocheng. That once prosperous metropolis with its tall buildings would provide countless obstructions and narrow streets where winds would inevitably slow down. Moreover, the numerous high-rise buildings meant no danger of being buried by the sand. But compared to being buried alive, is getting massacred by mutants really a better way to die? Anshi blankly stared at nothingness while his feet were covered with yellow soil. Fudi beside him squeezed his hand. The world is so vast, he suddenly thought for no reason. Anshi nodded, stretched his calf that cramped from sheer exhaustion, leaned against the tower wall and stood up again, walking into the gale once more following Fudi. Chapter 19, Ghost City. After hours of struggling against the fierce wind and sand, they discovered that the longed-for destination, where they had hoped to rest, had already become a dead zone. After this near-desperate false joy, and she was so exhausted he became numb, feeling nothing else. He trudged with the wasteland wanderer toward Luo City, falling several times due to the wind, without a single complaint, then getting up laboriously and continuing to walk. Anshi's mind went blank as he thought, if his life had a limit, today it must have been pushed far ahead. No, from the day he left the shelter, this line has been continuously breached. The first time he set foot on the burning wasteland, the first time he saw the glow of the sunset and the shimmering stars, the first time he realized he was alone in the world and in the universe, every time he came face to face with death but told it, it's not my time today, the boundaries of life seemed to widen just a little bit each time. He looked up at the vague, chaotic outline of the wasteland and wondered, when did the wasteland start living like this? Had he always been like this since childhood, calm and composed in the face of crisis while constantly striving, or had he once had a carefree childhood until the day he left home, whether forced or voluntarily? When the wind stops, he must ask what the wasteland's real name is, and she thought. Sand and gravel hit them from head to toe, and before 4 o'clock, the sky had already darkened. The surrounding scenery became harder and harder to distinguish, and the two seemed to be walking in a dreamlike state composed of yellow earth and flying sand, heading aimlessly in an indeterminate direction. Occasionally, the wasteland pulled the rope slightly to make sure and she was still following closely behind, walking determinately forward without looking back. Because of this determination, and she also inexplicably felt that he would survive. How to survive, he didn't know, but he assured himself he definitely could. More than an hour later, the sun low on the horizon barely inserted a streak of strong light. And she raised his eyes and saw the silhouette nearby like a mirage. Luo City finally appeared within sight. He looked back at the direction he had come from. The storm-like sandstorm rose like an overwhelming wall, leaving no survivors in its wake. And she slowly took a deep breath. The filter core of his breathing mask was overloaded, filling his mouth and nose with the taste of dust, but his heart remained unusually calm, and his steps never paused. When stepping into the territory of Luo City, he almost lost consciousness, and the wasteland was also extremely tired. Before them were crisscrossing streets filled with piles of garbage and swirling yellow earth, wide enough for 8 lanes of traffic or narrow enough for only 2 people. Malfunctioning traffic lights and street corner surveillance cameras stared at them with hollow black eyes. Above their heads were towering, pitch-black skyscrapers, and lurking in the shadows were countless hungry eyes. Even the grandest creations of 3 industrial revolutions ended up this dilapidated. At this point, the wasteland stopped moving forward, unstrapped the backpack, rummaged through it for half a day, then took out an odor signal emitter. From the chest pocket of his shirt, he retrieved a tiny bottle about the size of his thumb containing a deep red liquid, which he inverted and inserted into the top of the transmitter. With a flick of his thumb, he lifted it high. And she was full of doubts, but the rustling sounds around him made him have to remain silent and hold his breath. A massive mutated dog poked its head out from under the garage's roller shutter. It probably used to be an Arctic large breed dog kept by someone in the city, but now its fur was all gone, leaving only sparsely bald skin and a thin tail. Its eyes glowed crimson, exhaling foul-smelling coarse breaths, its body enormous but emaciated with visible ribs. The moment and she locked eyes with it, he felt goosebumps run down his spine. Seeing the wasteland immediately draw a gun, he fumbled hastily and pulled his handgun from his waist, loading it shakily. With one hand, the wasteland adjusted the odor disperser further, and the giant dog sniffed once. It actually hesitated, emitting a hoarse friction sound from its broken throat. Suddenly, numerous unsettling howls echoed around them, responding either to the cries of this mutant dog or the smell emitted from the transmitter. In the next instant, various sized mutated creatures emerged from the darkness, small ones like cockroaches, snakes, and rats, and large ones such as oversized cats and dogs. All the large ferocious beasts once owned by the wealthy in urban areas were now unleashed, encircling them tightly. A quick glance revealed there were no fewer than 100. And Shi's sweat soaked his gloves, and his gun muzzle trembled uncontrollably, but these animals all seemed to fear the odor emitter in the wasteland's hand. The encirclement tightened, yet none of the creatures dared to initiate an attack. And she had seen this device before. It was a signal source that quickly vaporized odors for dispersal. Once used for hunting, it was later adapted to attract mutated monsters into traps for killing. Normally, it contained a small bottle of human blood. However, the fluid in the wasteland's device clearly wasn't any ordinary human blood but rather a scent familiar to all hunters in this city. This power was an absolute suppression from the upper echelons of the food chain. The wasteland took a tentative step forward with the emitter raised, and immediately several mutated monsters in front of him moved back a few inches. And she stayed tightly by his side. The wasteland took another step forward, and this time a few mutated pigeons let out ear-piercing screeches, flapping their featherless wings as all the monsters screamed together in unison. And she resisted the urge to cover his ears and kept observing the area behind the wasteland's back while holding his gun firmly. Yet, the wasteland was unmoved, walking resolutely and slowly forward. With this miraculous amulet held high, they took step by step toward the city center under the scrutiny of over 100 pairs of red eyes. At this moment, a massive low-level mutant suddenly charged from the corner on the left front. Its face was sunken, its mouth devoid of skin revealing terrifying white teeth, running like a beast using both hands and feet. The wasteland aimed the transmitter at it immediately, causing the mutant to halt abruptly 2 meters away from them, nails digging into the ground with extreme force. And she tried hard to stay calm, but tears uncontrollably streamed down his face. The mutant walked around them with intense aggression, apparently intending to charge through the odor emitted by the device. It crouched slightly, shoulders tensed, legs tightened, and was about to leap into the air. However, before the mutant could jump, the wasteland had already fired without hesitation. Every shot hit the mutant precisely. The first one struck 3 fingers above the left shoulder near the heart, breaking the whole arm backward, though it only delayed its movement for a moment. The second shot blasted its forehead, tearing off its skullcap instantly, spilling brain matter everywhere. The third shot tore apart its neck, blasting through the entire jaw, turning its throat into a bloody hole. The fourth shot shattered its knees, forcing the mutant to collapse, convulsing right beside and she half a meter away, looking like a stick person. A strong feeling of nausea surged up his throat, and she pulled back his foot, fearing that the mutant might revive and grab at him. Meanwhile, the wasteland had already switched his aim to yet another mutant emerging from the crowd. This time, it was a female, or what seemed to be a female, with some strands of hair still clinging to her scalp, smaller in stature, but with muscles and skin intact to a much greater extent. Behind her, appeared the third and the fourth mutants. In the city center, the fierce wind had subsided somewhat. Broken glass fragments hung in window frames across the city, making strange pattering sounds akin to drumbeats played before executions. The wasteland slightly shifted his stance, tense all over, ready not to miss any critical details that would delay his shooting. Just then, the encircling monsters began to stir. Those on the outer circle grew restless, while those on the inner pushed sideways to make room, forming a passage. And she watched dumbfounded as a man, stepping soundlessly, passed by 20 ferocious hungry beasts, casually approaching them. He pulled down his hood, revealing weathered skin battered by radiation exposure. He was unmistakably a high-level radiated human. Moving his lips slightly as if attempting a smile, it formed only an eerie grimace instead. He opened his mouth and uttered a deeply resonant voice saying, "Both of you, come with me." Terrified and nervous, and she tightly clutched onto the wasteland's hand, following closely behind him, surrounded by countless eager mutants. Seemingly oblivious, the high-level radiated human turned around preparing to lead the way. Unexpectedly, the female mutant lunged swiftly. However, the high-level radiated human flickered briefly into a blur ahead, reappearing instantly behind, and she, sending the sneaking mutant flying with just a kick, she soared several meters through the air, colliding violently with a roadside fire hydrant, her body folding backward with multiple cracking bone sounds emanating from her waist. Calmly returning, the high-level radiated human nodded lightly toward them, signaling for them to follow. And she stared wide-eyed, completely unable to discern how this man vanished from view and then appeared behind him in mere seconds, ready to deliver a fatal kick. Without question, he had no doubt this man could eliminate both him and the wasteland within seconds, leaving them clueless about their own demise. Evidently, the wasteland shared the same realization, so he followed silently behind the man without asking further questions. It seemed that the sole deterrent keeping every predator in this city at bay was this small signal source in the wasteland's hand. After traversing 2 streets, the number of mutant creatures trailing them gradually decreased. The shops along the street were long empty, but their signs and traces of past decorations remained faintly visible. The 3 walked through what felt like a ghost city, as if they were survivors discarded from a cryogenic experiment, awakening one morning to find themselves a century later. The calamity had struck, humanity had perished, and the remnants of the prosperous industrial age lingered only on Earth, like a damaged commemorative medal. The wasteland still held the transmitter in one hand, the other gripping his gun, and led Anshi gently by the hem of his clothes. The high-level radiated human led the 2 through winding streets to a square, guiding them up the steps into a grand building. Although covered in dust, it was undoubtedly majestic in its past. Arched ceiling frescoes were peeling off, and in the middle of the marble-floored hall lay a shattered crystal chandelier 3 meters wide. On the wall was an embossed portrait of a bearded gentleman, founder of Caesar Life Insurance Company. Despite sporadic electricity illuminating a few dim wall lamps inside, the elevators could never work, so the high-level radiated human pushed open the stairwell door and ascended. From their morning departure, both the wasteland and Anshi had endured numerous challenges that drained their physical strength, especially for Anshi. He started crawling up the stairs on all 4s after reaching only the 5th floor, his knees trembling, and black spots clouding his vision. The radiated human carried them effortlessly to the 18th floor without any change in pace. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he turned back, his dark red eyes devoid of life. "You can put your thing away, there are no such low-level creatures here." The wasteland didn't question him and turned off the odor signal disperser. There was barely a drop of blood left inside. The radiated human glanced past the wasteland at Anshi and again wore his chilling grin, extending his hand. "Hello, my name is Ershiju." And she trembled violently, tears welling up once more, but still managed to extend his hand for a shake. "Hello, my name is Anshi." Ershiju seemed satisfied and turned around, pushing open the door to the 18th floor staircase. Chapter 20, Number 2. 29 pushed open the fire door of the staircase, and Anshi's blood instantly froze. All the sweat on his forehead turned into cold sweat. A room full of high-level radiated people stopped what they were doing and turned around to look at them. In the corner, 2 radiated people were playing table football. One of them lost focus momentarily, and used too much force, causing the handle in his hand to spin several times quickly. The marble inside flew out and rolled to the 3 of them. Anshi looked down and saw that it was a completely round gray eyeball. Thus, he decisively flipped off his mask, turned around, and threw up. A roomful of radiated people silently watched Anshi leaning against the wall throwing up. 29 subtly kicked that eyeball, and it rolled under a table covered in dust, out of sight. One radiated person reacted first, asking 29, "Why is it you? Where is the boss?" 29 expressionlessly replied, "I don't know, he hasn't come back yet." That man hesitated and said, "But I clearly smelled his scent." 29 raised his thumb, pointing over his shoulder toward Wasteland behind him. Seeing this, Wasteland raised the odor dispersal device in his hand and explained, "I've met number 2 once before. He gave me a small tube of his blood, saying, if there's ever need, come to Luo City, and maybe it can save a life." A roomful of radiated people became obviously interested and gathered around, asking, "Oh? When was that?" Wasteland imperceptibly moved half a step towards Anshi, shielding him behind him as he said, 9 years ago. Upon hearing this, Anshi also straightened his waist. He hadn't eaten much anyway, unable to stop the acid but unable to throw up anything substantial. He wiped his mouth, looking at the back of Wasteland's head with great surprise. Could that small tube of blood have been from a high-level radiated person? And one who seemed to be their leader no less. No wonder all the monsters in Luo City recognized that smell and didn't dare to approach. The crowd asked curiously, "So you just came here? How did you know he was still alive?" "It's been 9 years. Another one asked, "Right, it's been 9 years. How do you even know he's still in Luo City now?" It was well known that the mutation of these creatures could decay without warning. Even the most powerful mutants could, within a single night, be abandoned by their genes, quickly disappearing. 29 observed and understood clearly. You don't know, it was just a gamble. Wasteland nodded, the sandstorm hit hard, and the rest stop got destroyed. Staying outside would have meant death either way. When the group of radiated people heard about the destruction of the rest stop, they all suddenly started buzzing with excitement. The rest stop is gone. That means a lot of travelers are left out there. Wasteland and Anshi both noticed the excitement in each pair of red eyes. Food. Food. At this point, one radiated person's attention returned to Anshi standing behind Wasteland, exclaiming with a, huh, and coming closer to sniff. He remarked, a kid. All the red eyes turned their gaze, and instantly their excitement changed from food to child. Child. Anshi was surrounded by a crowd of radiated people, trembling like a lamb that had fallen into a pack of wolves. Seeing everyone showing such unusual interest in Anshi, Wasteland grew tense too. Their number 2, whom he had encountered briefly, wasn't back yet. He was unsure of the exact structure of this high-level radiated society. Would they let him and Anshi go because of that vial of blood? On the contrary, he'd previously heard that some people's blood smelled more appetizing than others. Judging by the scene in front of him, his heart couldn't help but race with anxiety. Unconsciously, he reached back to touch the gun at his waist. Before Wasteland had time to strategize, Anshi suddenly burst into uncontrollable cries, abandoning all resistance. Shoulders drooping and chin jutting up, he cried without a care for appearances. Everyone was startled, and a radiated person hurriedly waved trying to calm them. Step back, we scared the kid. Everyone sheepishly stepped back a few paces but couldn't help staring. As Anshi's loud sobs dwindled into sniffling, Wasteland quietly asked him, are you thirsty? Anshi nodded pitifully. Wasteland handed him his own water flask. Sniffing between hiccups, Anshi drank the water and wiped his tears after quite some time, returning the flask as he said, I'll stop crying. Wasteland wanted to facepalm. Seeing the scene, a few radiated people approached again, asking Anshi, how old are you this year? Where were you born? Anshi had just promised not to cry, but the close-up scrutiny from so many hunters still frightened him. He hid behind Wasteland, burying his face in his clothes, trying to distance himself from the stench of their bodies. With that smell filling his nose, every time he closed his eyes, all he could see was his mother lying on the hospital bed, slowly being eroded by radiation toxins across her whole body. The group of radiated people tried teasing him like they would a cat on the street, making tisk sounds. Since the little cat didn't come out after a long while, they sighed and dispersed reluctantly. 29 let out a soft snort, almost like a cold laugh, and explained to Wasteland, you should know, radiated people are incapable of procreation. It's been a long time since anyone's seen a child. He left the rest unsaid, but Wasteland understood, once someone becomes one of these half-human, half-monster mutants, there's no way they can stay with their families. So when they see a child, they naturally find it precious and rare, 29 added. Wasteland nodded slightly relieved, and reached back to pat Anshi reassuringly on the shoulder. 29 turned his dull crimson eyes away a bit, then said, do you know why? Why God made some people suffer from radiation toxins and mutate but still retain their intelligence and memories? Wasteland wasn't sure what to answer, so he just shook his head. Because it wants us to watch ourselves go extinct, 29 replied. You might think the scene of humanity's extinction will be because of lack of water or food, or being killed by mutated monsters, but no. It'll be when we watch the last human baby born on Earth, and then watch that baby die, until there are no more newborns at all. And then, we will all die. This is how we will end up, 29 said. Wasteland had nothing to say, so he just stared silently at him while Anshi peeked out from behind him, weakly speaking up, actually. I'm not that young. I just turned 17. Besides, there are even younger kids than me at our refuge station. When 29 turned his gaze back, Anshi quickly hid his face again. Before the man could say anything else, his attention was drawn elsewhere as he twitched his nose, saying, the boss is back. Sure enough, less than 5 minutes later, a high-level radiated person pushed the door open. He was covered in yellow dust, looking even more disheveled than Wasteland and Anshi. Surprisingly, he raised his eyebrows 2 millimeters as he looked at the two humans inside, though, surprise, was all in his minuscule facial movement, and asked, food? On hearing this, Anshi immediately shook his head fiercely. Number 2 glanced over, oh, little boy, turning to 29, he asked casually, can I eat him? Eat? Eat. Anshi nearly fainted. 29 briefly explained, I went out to check because I smelled your blood. This kid says that 9 years ago, you gave him a vial of your blood and told him he could come find you if needed. Number 2 stared at Wasteland for a long time. In response, Wasteland also removed his mask, letting Number 2 scrutinize him. After a while, Number 2 looked completely baffled and said, I gave you my blood. Everyone sighed deeply, supporting their heads in despair. What could they do about their leader apparently having face blindness? Wasteland was also exhausted and reminded him, 9 years ago, 7 kilometers west of here at a rest stop. I was part of a bounty hunter group escorting your daughter to Zomodi. Hearing this, Number 2 suddenly remembered, oh. You saved Falilian. Curious glances shot towards them from everyone present. Number 2 explained to the crowd, Falilian, my daughter. You know her. One radiated person asked, isn't your daughter the one who grew up in the refuge station? Wasn't she an infant? Everyone nodded, that's right, the pictures show her as a baby. Number 2 roared, she was a baby 20 years ago. Do you have any brains? With indifference painted across their faces, they responded, our brains have already gone bad, it's what happens with mutations. Number 2 was speechless. Even Wasteland looked extremely distraught and said, 9 years ago, I had just joined a bounty hunter group and was assigned to escort a breeding resource to Zomodi. At this point, he quickly glanced at number 2, but the latter didn't seem to react negatively to being referred to as a breeding resource, so he continued, while staying at a rest station during the journey, one of my companions wanted, to take advantage of that woman. Everyone was puzzled. Number 2 corrected Wasteland's euphemism, those bastards wanted to rape Falilian, and this young man stopped them. The audience murmured, oh. Continuing, number 2 said, as you know, I'd already been mutated for over 10 years. Falilian grew up in the shelter station, and I never got a chance to meet her. But one good thing about being like this is that I could identify the scent of blood. When I smelled Falilian's scent, I rushed over and found this young man had already taken care of the situation. His expression darkened as he turned to Wasteland, if it weren't for you, even with my speed, I probably wouldn't have made it in time to stop them. The gossipy crowd urged, and then? Number 2 shrugged, then I just gave this young man a bottle of my blood and told him he could find me if he ever needed help. Everyone grew frustrated, we know this part already. What happened to the daughter? She didn't know I was there, number 2 replied. I stayed outside the rest stop, didn't go in to see her, and didn't talk to her. After hearing this, the group fell silent once more. No one knew what others were pondering about, and for a while, no one dared to speak. After quite some time, Wasteland finally said, just didn't expect. Number 2 appeared to be surprisingly calm and untroubled, saying with laughter, didn't expect that I'd still be alive, did you? Neither did I, ha ha ha, look, even number 1 is dead now. At present, apart from me, 29 has been a mutated person for the longest in Luocheng. At this moment, Anshi who had remained quiet up till now suddenly spoke out with a crisp voice, asking, are all of your names just numbers? Number 2 looked at him with great interest, replying, exactly, I'm number 2, and then pointing them out one by one, 29, 56, 57, 70. Anshi dumbfoundedly replied, oh. A sentence that wasn't spoken hovered in everyone's mind, since we are no longer humans, why cling to human names and identities, which is disrespectful and desecrating to both oneself and one's family. The name my mother gave me wasn't meant for this monster. But what Anshi was contemplating was something entirely different, these highly radiated people seemed like their facial muscles weren't functioning properly. They were all stone-faced individuals. Previously, he had mistakenly thought that Wasteland's expressionless face was unusual, but now he realized it wasn't true at all. A sharp howling wind swept through the sky above the city, shrieking as if forewarning of ominous weather. Everyone involuntarily glanced outside, the storm had arrived. For the humans on this barren wasteland, tomorrow would undoubtedly be a harder day than today. Chapter 21, Calling Your Name. And she stood in the vertical well ladder, the old chains creaking with the sound of rust. The dim yellow light from the corridor shone through the railings of the well ladder, casting stripes of light and shadow like prison bars, cutting Enshi's face and body into several pieces. The well ladder came to a sudden stop, and Enshi forcefully pried open the iron door, stepping out heavily. A few people were scattered along the deep and long corridor, whispering to each other like the buzzing of insects. And she couldn't hear what they were saying. Just as he took a step forward, all the people in front of him suddenly looked over, their featureless faces fell silent, as if suddenly paused by a button, giving him a blank stare. And she numbly walked forward, passing them all, heading towards the end of the corridor. He pushed open the door, and a strong, deathly smell rushed at him. Enshi's mother lay on the bed, her limbs tightly bound, but this was entirely unnecessary, for she was already extremely weak, emaciated, confused, and breathing so shallow it was almost inaudible. As if sensing Enshi's gaze, the frail mother slowly opened a slit of her eyes. Her eyeballs were grayish-white, it was unclear how much vision remained, yet she accurately identified Enshi's direction. She smiled, moving her fingers as if caressing his hair through the air. Mother always liked his soft long hair, so he hadn't cut it since then. Since then? A faint question arose in Enshi's heart, since when? At this moment, the mother on the bed moved her lips and softly said a few words. But the wind was too loud, and Enshi didn't hear clearly. He anxiously stepped forward, trying to distinguish the words on her lips. Suddenly, many people surged around him, Pingai, Dianen, Duyen, Hongcha. They held onto Enshi's arms and legs, telling him not to approach the woman on the bed. Dangerous, she might mutate, don't get too close. The jumble of voices mixed with the wind, drowning out the mother's final words. Tears were welling up in Enshi's eyes as he desperately tried to rush to his dying mother. Then he suddenly quieted down, how could there be wind in the shelter? And so, Enshi woke up. Enshi opened his eyes, looking bewildered at the high ceiling. His whole body ached as if it had fallen apart, a backlash from overused muscles. Enshi slowly sat up, his stomach growling from hunger. He looked around. He was lying against the wall in a corner of the room, using an old coat as a pillow. His view was blocked by a large desk. Struggling to his knees, he peered over the table. Only a few radiated individuals rested on the other side of the room. He understood why he had dreamed about his mother, because of the smell, the pervasive odor of human bodies being eroded by radiation toxins. And she suddenly felt homesick. Looking mechanically around, and she discovered that this building must have been an office tower. The entire floor they were on was a massive open-plan office. The glass separating the single office rooms had shattered all over the ground, and the walls were covered with dark red stains. Last night, he and Fido had found this corner to rest in after evading others. Both were exhausted, and She's calf still cramped despite repeated massages, and he was starving. Even compressed rations tasted delicious. After eating his fill, drowsiness swept over him, but she subconsciously thought it unwise to fall asleep in the midst of wolves and quickly dozed off. He ended up sleeping for half a day straight. At this moment, Fido walked in from outside. The radiated individuals barely paid him any attention. Fido had shaved, washed his face, maybe even taken a shower, looking refreshed and invigorated. His wet brown hair was slicked back, his prominent eyebrows adding to a youthful charm that made She's heart pound. Fido approached, squatting in front of She and picking up the coat laid on the ground, hanging it aside. He wore only a single gray-white shirt, the fabric stretched taut across thick muscles in an inviting curve. Leaning down, he said, "There's actually quite a bit of water here, though not purified. I boiled a big pot and collected the distillate. Most heavy metals should be filtered out. You can take a bath." And she had no reaction, continuing to look at him with wide, clear eyes. Hearing no reply, Fido gave him a curious glance. "What's wrong? Still hungry and want to eat first?" And she suddenly realized how disheveled and dusty he must look, crawling off the ground and saying, I'll go take a bath first." Fido, however, pulled him back. "It's not good to bathe on an empty stomach. Eat something first." With no choice, she uncomfortably sat back down, hugging the dried ration in his hands and munching without drinking a drop of water. Fido thought there was something strange about him, but he couldn't figure out why. He simply asked, "Where's your sheep? Don't you need to feed it?" And she took out his electronic pet and held it in his hands, tapping the sheep's behind to wake it up. He gave it some dry grass and then placed it near the window for solar power. Watching the little lamb groom itself under the sun, she reluctantly stood up, telling Fido to take good care of it before heading alone to the public restroom around the corner. He came to a dusty mirror, carefully taking off his clothes and folding them neatly to one side. He raised his upper arm with effort, looking at his slightly bulging biceps, then patted his flat abdomen, trying to find traces of abs. He then gathered his long hair, tying it all up at the back of his head, wondering what he might look like with short hair. If it wasn't me, would Fido also make love with others in the shelter? He suddenly wondered. Once this thought arose, it inevitably spiraled outward. Did he choose me just to obtain the resources needed to leave? If not, what did he see in me? I'm neither tall and handsome nor especially smart, always being criticized for being weak and teary-eyed. What does Fido see in me? No, he has never said he likes me. But if he doesn't, why did he take me with him, give me the little sheep, and help me boil water for a bath? And she shook his head, wetting his long hair with warm water, meticulously washing out the mud and sand along with many thoughts. After the bath, she felt as if his entire energy had been restored. He completely forgot the nightmare. Lightly humming a tune, he returned to outside the large room, hearing the commotion inside. And she pushed open the door and entered, finding that many mutants had returned. However, number 2 and 29 were not among them. They formed a circle, excitement radiating from them, while a heavy smell of blood lingered in the air. He paused for a moment, glancing toward the center of the circle where his eyes met those of a human. The human appeared to be a traveler stranded in the storm, filthy and utterly exhausted, his left leg amputated below the knee, already losing mobility. And she instantly understood, even though they didn't need to consume blood, the senior radiated individuals craved hemoglobin just as much as any other mutated creature on this land. This human could no longer survive in the wasteland anyway, so it might as well satisfy everyone's cravings. And she instinctively wanted to turn away from the sight, but the traveler's eyes fixed on him, making him feel rooted to the spot. The traveler was pinned to the ground, his carotid artery slashed open by a sharp tool, gushing out torrents of blood. He tried in vain to cover his neck with his hands, thrashing his single leg on the ground, his hair quickly soaked in blood. Suddenly, She's vision went dark as he fell into a strong embrace. Fido's warm palm covered his eyes, his clean breath surrounding him, leading him away from the scene. "Shoo! Close your eyes," Fido whispered, covering his ears as well. The excited cries of the radiated individuals, the choking coughs of the stranger nearing vomiting, and the endless winds were all shut out, leaving only silence. Finally, she thought. He turned to face Fido, wrapping his arms around his waist and burying his face in his chest. Finally, he could no longer smell that odor. Fido rested his chin on She's head, bringing him back to sit against the big desk in the corner. After a long while, the human struggling sounds gradually weakened, and the brief feast of the radiated individuals was almost over. And she rested his head on Fido's shoulder, softly asking, "Will we end up like this one day?" Fido thought for a moment and honestly replied, "Perhaps. If we're unlucky, it might happen." "Are you afraid?" And she nodded, then shook his head. Fida said, there's nothing to fear. This is far from the worst way to die. And she didn't ask what the worst way to die was, only asking, aren't you ever afraid? Fida fell silent for a moment before saying, I am. Often. But this fear keeps me alive. Those who know no fear don't last long. And she tilted his face up to look at him. Fida seemed lost in some distant memory, his eyelashes drooping, his gaze slightly unfocused. He hugged and she as if holding on to a large plush toy meant to soothe, letting his thoughts drift endlessly. The place I was born was a wasteland rest station, very rudimentary, with poor conditions, he said softly. At the time, my mother was pregnant and was kicked out of the shelter because my father was infected during a mutant invasion but hid it from everyone for a long time until after his decay was discovered. When the people at the station found out, everything went into chaos. They questioned when my mother became pregnant, suspecting my father was already infected at that time, meaning she carried a mutant child inside her. So they drove her out. Fida gave a cold laugh. Back then, people didn't know that mutated humans were incapable of reproduction. But knowing or not wasn't even the key point. Proper fear keeps one alive, and too much of it makes one crazy. He glanced down at and she, as if looking at nothing in particular, muttering, you once asked me what was the scariest thing to mutate, right? I told you it's humans. In fact, it's the mutation of human hearts that's truly terrifying. And she stayed silent for a while, then knelt and hugged Fida's head, patting his back. Fida found this childish comforting gesture hilariously ridiculous, yet inexplicably effective, so he let and she hold him. After a while, and she suddenly let go and asked, by the way, there's something I've always wanted to ask you, what's your real name? Fida looked at him with a teasing expression, I was wondering when you'd finally ask me. He joked, you've known me for so long, slept with me, and even left the shelter with me, without ever thinking about my name. And she felt a little embarrassed and mumbled, because in my mind, you already have a name. Fida raised an eyebrow, oh. What is it? And she looked straight into his eyes and said, Fidu. Fida laughed, visibly pleased, and nodded, then let me be Fidu. And she was entranced by his smile, but still managed to protest, no, you have to tell me. Fida's eyes twinkled with amusement, my father's surname is Light. Name? And she pressed eagerly. Mio. And she froze, utterly unable to associate Fidu with the name Mio, and repeated, Mio? Fidu explained, yes, it's an ancient Viking name. My mother had half Scandinavian bloodlines, and her hair was platinum blonde, I used to be that color too, but it darkened as I grew older. And she stared blankly at him, that must have been beautiful. But, now you're just as good looking. Fida smiled faintly and stared down at him. And she savored the name on his tongue, Mio. He stretched out the syllables again, Mio. Fida sensed trouble ahead and narrowed his eyes. And she blinked and merged the two words together, saying aloud, meow. Fida turned red in the face, when nearby number 2, who had just walked through the door and possessed excellent hearing due to his mutations, turned around, expressionless, and reprimanded, don't try to act cute. Chapter 22, Sniper Rifle. The storm raged on for 3 days with no sign of abating, and there was not a hint of weakening. People from the wasteland and radiation survivors all said they had never seen such ferocious winds. No one knew if this time the Modi at sea had suffered any misfortune, but the underground radiation shelters were certainly not at peace. How many travelers would be madly knocking on the doors of the shelters? And how many mutated monsters would desperately try to burrow underground? Anshi remained very calm instead. After all, he hadn't seen much of anything and had long since grown used to it. On the other hand, after being forced to spend 3 days together with a large group of high-level radiation survivors, he had become numb to their presence. He could now pass by them without expression, and had even joined in a game of table football when there was a shortage of players. Compared to the radiation survivors who always overexerted themselves, Anshi quickly figured out the trick of the game, winning 3 consecutive rounds before being banned from further play. Since then, the radiation survivors haven't brought back any other humans. Anshi thought this was mainly thanks to number 2, who, upon seeing the victim on the ground when entering last time, silently understood but still loudly berated the others, can't you stop bringing back stuff that smells so strong to eat? There's a miner here. Put away your eyeballs and fingers. Anshi glanced at him from atop Fadi's shoulder and softly said, thank you. He believed number 2's hearing was sharp enough to have surely heard it. With the raging winds showing no signs of stopping, the two couldn't go anywhere else. Anshi, having rested for half a day, started feeling restless. He actively sought out Fadi to learn combat techniques. Fadi looked Anshi up and down as he spoke, your physical condition isn't actually bad, your balance is also good. Before Anshi's tail had a chance to perk up, Fadi continued, but your stamina is lacking, your explosive power is insufficient, and your battle awareness is 0. Anshi responded with a simple, oh. Fadi added, and your height is also a bit of a disadvantage. Anshi dryly said, that's enough. Fadi chuckled inwardly, trying to comfort him by saying, you're only 17, you can still grow a few more years. Even though Anshi's face clearly showed unhappiness, Fadi remarked, but this kind of physique also has its advantages, low center of gravity, flexible, fast. Since your arms aren't as long as others, each hit needs to inflict pain. He demonstrated the moves. You need to learn to identify vulnerable areas. Here, and here, they're all weak spots in the human body. No matter how tall or muscular someone is, they'll feel pain after getting hit once. Whether it's fighting or killing monsters, what's most important is thinking. Watch carefully where the opponent moves, not just the present moment, but also predict a few seconds ahead. Finding the right angle is the most efficient method. After some consideration, he added, this type of quick killing approach would probably suit you best. Short and decisive battles, doesn't demand much from your stamina, girls can do it, so can you. There's no need to build yourself into a muscle-bound hunk. Anshi hesitated for a moment and said, but I want to get bigger. Fady surprisedly asked, why? Anshi rolled up his sleeve and patted his arm, because it's cool. Fady mentally pictured Anshi's face paired with number 2's physique, filled with exclamation marks and ellipses. And Anshi pulled the ponytail at the back of his head. I'm also thinking about cutting my hair. It's not cool at all, and everyone thinks I look like a girl. Fady recalled something, lightly coughed, and said, not really. Anshi muttered, that's obvious, it's hot and gets in the way. Lifting his eyes, he observed Fady's expression with suspicion and uncertainly asked, what's wrong? You like me keeping long hair? To his surprise, Fady imperceptibly nodded. Anshi was taken aback and blurted out, why? Fady's Adam's apple moved as he hastily said, because it feels really intense while doing it. Several nearby radiation survivors involuntarily snorted in laughter. Anshi turned red with embarrassment and shouted furiously, why are you eavesdropping on people's conversations? Even the tall and fierce radiation survivors became like several big dogs, sheepishly retreating to the other end of the room. Anshi turned around, the two exchanged a glance, feeling both awkward and understanding as they avoided bringing up the topic again. Fady thoughtfully gave him a series of exercise tasks before putting on his coat and leaving. Running sprints, planks, pull-ups, and sit-ups, many of these exercises Anshi had seen Fady perform in the shelter earlier. At that time, he would tire out after a few minutes of learning and roll aside exhausted, yet now he was managing to complete them halfway decently. Anshi was determined to get stronger and bulkier, working up a sweat as hard as he possibly could. After finishing one set, he gasped for air with his hands on his hips, looking up to find a bunch of red eyes watching him intently. Anshi's arms bristled with goosebumps as he defiantly asked, what's up? Wasiki replied, when you exercise, your body temperature rises, and your blood smells especially fragrant. Anshi swiftly retreated to the corner of the wall, his face full of horror. The next second, Wasiki's back of the head was smacked hard by number 2. Come over here and fix the duct. Number 2 shouted angrily as he dragged him away. Anshi was still shaken. He hugged his electronic sheep and water bottle and fled to the end of the corridor to continue exercising, resting after each set. His rest periods grew longer and longer until he could barely manage 3 sets. He still fell short of the goal of 5 sets. He sat against the wall drinking water, wondering if he could take a shower in the evening. Suddenly, a sound caught his attention. The fireproof door next to him was pushed open, and Fida walked in with a long object wrapped in cloth on his back. Upon seeing Anshi, Fida asked, what are you doing here? Anyway, go put on your windproof coat and come out with me. Remember to bring your goggles and mask. Anshi scrambled up in one go, almost cramping in his legs. He hurriedly ran back to his room, put on his coat, grabbed his mask, and ran out again, vaguely hearing someone behind him say, look, you scared him away. Fida led him up to the 20th floor terrace via a safety staircase. As soon as the door was opened, Anshi almost got blown away by the fierce wind. He wobbled and stumbled into Fida's back. The two made their way to the edge of the terrace where Fida removed the covering from the thing on his shoulder, revealing a segment of a sleek black gun barrel. It was a sniper rifle. Fida said, this is an old-style Macmillan gun, light, long range, and most importantly, its barrel structure is modular and detachable. That means, for close combat, you can quickly adjust the gun body, and you only need to carry one type of ammunition. Anshi gaped slightly, nodding repeatedly. The lines of the gun were smooth and very beautiful, the barrel was matte black, turning into camouflage yellow at the butt. It had a simple and elegant design that did not seem like a killing weapon but rather a piece of art. Fida said, watch carefully. He quickly demonstrated how to set up the tripod and fit the scope into the groove, then showed how to disassemble the gun into an ordinary rifle, handing it over to Anshi. Try it yourself. Anshi managed to replicate Fida's actions almost perfectly after just one look, pausing for only 3 seconds at one step before proceeding smoothly. Fida curved his lips slightly, took back the gun, and reassembled it once more at triple speed this time. Then fluidly adjusted the gun back to its sniper state. He gestured for Anshi to join him crouching down. Fida taught him how to hold the gun and said, you'll have to practice disassembling the gun and reloading bullets when you return home. Eventually, this gun should feel like an extension of your arm, a part of your body. Even with your eyes closed, you should be able to reload a new magazine before the last shell hits the ground. Anshi nodded and leaned forward, pressing the stock into his shoulder pit, gripping the handle, and opening the scope to watch alongside Fidu at the various sizes of mutant monsters lingering on the street below. Fidu leaned slightly, saying, that large, what is that thing? A rat? Did you see it, the black one? Anshi whispered softly, Aim at it. If you're uncomfortable, adjust accordingly. Keep both elbows steady. Fida fine-tuned Anshi's posture beside him. Anshi squinted his eyes, chasing the mutant rat's movements through the reticle. It wasn't too easy. High-altitude winds kept varying, affecting the direction of his gun. Dust filled the sky, making visibility low. Fida said near his ear, "Slow your breathing, put your finger on the trigger. Try firing 3 consecutive shots without changing the grip on the gun." Anshi's heart beat like drums, yet his mind was exceptionally clear, as if all the raging winds outside were excluded from his brain. The entire world revolved around the gun in his hands, his prey under the gun muzzle, and Fida's breathing near his ear. Anshi slowly exhaled, pressing his finger on the trigger. The first bullet hit the giant rat's hind leg, a splash of blue paint exploding onto its fur. The rat jumped half a meter in surprise, bewilderedly looking around. Anshi lost aim due to the recoil of the gun but quickly readjusted the gun to realign with the rat and resolutely pulled the trigger for the second shot. This shot landed half a meter in front of the rat, raising a wave of dust. The rat turned its head and ran in the opposite direction. Anshi aimed ahead, firing a third shot. The bullet whizzed past the rat's head, narrowly missing it as the rat disappeared into an empty house. Anshi loosened the trigger and panted, breaking out in a thin sweat on his back, realizing only then how tense he had been. Fida put down his telescope, commenting, "Not bad, much better than before. Next time you shoot, don't hold your breath, keep breathing evenly." The two spent the afternoon practicing on various mutant targets on the rooftop until the row of ink bullets temporarily made by Fida was completely used up. As the twilight deepened and the city sank into shadows, Anshi stood up along with Fida, packing the gun mount and scope in the cloth, handing it back to him. However, Fida didn't accept it, saying, "This gun is yours now. No matter where you go, you must always bring it. Get used to its presence, get used to its weight." Anshi once again showed the same expression he had when he received the little lamb, a mix of surprise and happiness tinged with disbelief. He cradled the gun, which was nearly half his height, in his arms and whispered softly, "Thank you, thank you." Fida chuckled and said, "That's why your training can't be neglected either. Remember to take your protein capsules so your aim will be steady. Once you've mastered the sniper rifle, you'll move on to rifles, handguns, and eventually learn knife skills." Anshi nodded vigorously, wagging his tail as he followed Fida step by step down the stairs. As they approached the 18th floor, Anshi suddenly spoke up without any context, "Oh, right." Fida grunted in response, but hearing no continuation, he turned around to look at him. Anshi stood a few steps above on the staircase, looking down at him with lowered eyes, holding the gun tightly in his arms. His face was hidden in the shadow cast by backlighting. After a long pause, he finally said, "You once told me that all the kindness you showed me back at the shelter was fake, not who you really were." Fida felt a bit surprised, unsure why he had brought this up now. "I understand," Anshi continued, "it was because I knew the shift change process and the room structure of the shelter well. I also had many medicines, and I knew where the food and weapons were stored. That's why you treated me nicely." He finally voiced the question that had lingered in his heart for days, "If it wasn't me. If I wasn't there when you came to the medical station, would you have," his Adam's apple moved as he rephrased, "would you have quietly gathered information and resources yourself, or would you have chosen someone else, to help you?" Upon hearing this, Fida couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He asked casually, "What do you mean, someone else? Who else is as foolish as you?" Anshi murmured, "Yeah, exactly because I'm foolish." Fida put on an air of seriousness and replied, "Well, I'd probably choose someone else, like your sister who works at the food station. She's familiar with the shelter layout, and she has food and clean water." Anshi's heart sank as he muttered, "Oh." Fida suppressed his laughter, struggling to maintain a straight face as he added, "But there's one problem, her appearance isn't my type." Anshi raised his eyes and glanced at him listlessly, "So, what type do you like?" Fida said nonchalantly, "I like big-chested, curvy girls." Anshi let out a dry, "Oh," while his head hung even lower. However, Fida continued teasingly, "Girls who are fair-skinned, big-eyed, and go ba-ba aren't completely off-limits." Anshi flared up in anger, "When did I ever go ba-ba?" Fida arched an eyebrow, "Didn't I say you?" Anshi puffed up his cheeks, frowning deeply as he glared at him. Then, a suspicious flush crept onto Anshi's face as he hesitantly asked, "If it were someone else, would you? Would you also make love with them?" Fida teased further, "Why are you asking this? Do you want to do it?" Anshi blushed bright red, vehemently protesting, "No, no I don't." Fida feigned deep contemplation before responding, "Well, it's not entirely impossible. But anyway, such utilitarian sexual relationships only exist between adults. Do you know what a casual hookup means?" Anshi indignantly retorted, "Of course I do. I'm not a kid anymore." "Oh." Fida said flirtatiously, watching as the little lamb stepped into the trap, "Then what does that mean? Isn't it just a casual hookup? Let's be casual hookups." Anshi exclaimed loudly. Chapter 23, Friend. As the other person finally burst out laughing, and she realized he had been fooled. Annoyed and embarrassed, he pushed through the rubble blocking the middle of the stairs with all his strength and stomped down the steps. But he didn't get far before being pulled back from behind by Fei Tu, who wrapped an arm around his waist. With a chuckle, Fei Tu whispered in his ear, "What's wrong?" I haven't even said whether I agree yet. And she struggled fiercely, shouting, I don't need your agreement. I take it back. It's cancelled. Fei Tu paid no heed to him as he started tickling his sides. And she immediately lost his will to resist, letting out loud shrieks of laughter and shaking uncontrollably. With tears streaming down his face from laughing so much, and she grabbed at Fei Tu's hand to stop him, completely forgetting that he'd been mad just moments ago. After a brief pause, Fei Tu hugged An Shi again but moved his fingers this time in a totally different manner. Gently, he caressed the side of An Shi's waist, where his two fingers played as if walking upwards. Reaching under his shirt, they grazed over his chest, and then Fei Tu murmured against his earlobe, I was lying before, I don't actually like big chests. His tongue slipped moistly into An Shi's ear, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Ah! An Shi emitted a soft scream, pushing at Fei Tu's chest with his elbow, what are you doing? Fei Tu's hands gradually moved downwards along An Shi's waist outside his pants, lightly kneading. Laughing, he teased, you said you didn't want this. But you're still so hard. An Shi retorted, no. Not true. You touching me made me. Fei Tu held An Shi's chin and turned his face for a kiss. Immediately, An Shi stopped talking and let out small sounds of pleasure as their lips locked. Soon, An Shi willingly opened his mouth and sent his tongue forward, which Fei Tu sucked while kissing and nibbling on his smooth chin. Fei Tu undid his belt with one hand and inserted it inside. Instantly, An Shi cried out in delight, tilting his head backward and leaning on Fei Tu's shoulder, exposing his neck for kisses and tender bites. As An Shi felt Fei Tu's slightly cold nose nuzzle his neck, he couldn't help but turn to seek another kiss. In between breaths, Fei Tu softly said, you really love kissing, don't you? Upon hearing this, An Shi immediately faced him, wrapping his arms around Fei Tu's neck to kiss him again. His erect penis protruding awkwardly poked at Fei Tu's outer trousers, and one cheek was half exposed. Lifting him up and switching positions effortlessly, Fei Tu placed An Shi on the stairs. With his legs caught in a waistband, they weren't able to spread too wide, but Fei Tu propped himself on his knees anyway, bending down to engulf An Shi in his mouth. An Shi let out soft cries, his elbows propped on the stair behind him, feeling lightheaded and as though stars were bursting before his eyes. Like a fish gasping for air out of water, Fei Tu pleasured him orally while simultaneously massaging his nipples, eliciting endless moans from An Shi. Having not engaged in any physical intimacy for quite some time, An Shi quickly reached the brink of orgasm. In a daze, he clutched Fei Tu's head and unconsciously thrust his hips. Fei Tu raised his head, his lips glistening, and his eyes filled with a raw masculinity and primal dominance. Compared to their previous encounters, there seemed to be something extra now. His large hand began moving rhythmically on An Shi's shaft, circling the head with a calloused palm. As An Shi neared his release, Fei Tu hurriedly rubbed dozens more times, pressing upward until An Shi ejaculated all over his own face and hair. His arms went limp as droplets of his own semen hung at the corner of his mouth and tangled in his hair, lost in post-orgasmic euphoria. But Fei Tu gave him little rest, swiftly scooping up the dazed An Shi off the step, tearing off one pant leg while letting the other hang loosely. Pressing him up against the wall, he quickly unzipped his own pants, retrieving his rock-hard erection to prod at An Shi's entrance. Fingers scrabbling uselessly against the slick surface of the wall, An Shi trembled from head to toe, sweat breaking out across his forehead and thighs quivering uncontrollably. Fei Tu guided his shaft, probing his crevice and sliding teasingly against his thigh, coming perilously close to penetration multiple times. However, lacking lubrication, he hesitated to enter fully. Clasp your legs tight, Fei Tu instructed. Looking down, An Shi saw the thick member several shades darker than his pale skin emerging between his thighs, the bulbous head glistening as it slid against his erection before withdrawing back. Back and forth it went. Having spent weeks trekking across harsh terrains, An Shi's thighs and buttocks had grown firmer, though the delicate skin at their root remained especially sensitive. After having his thighs manipulated a bit more, An Shi hardened again, twisting impatiently and muttering breathily, I can handle it. Upon hearing this, Fei Tu immediately flipped him over, chest heaving dramatically, as though re-evaluating him with a gaze unfamiliar with doubt. But soon enough, an enigmatic smirk twisted across his lips as he spoke softly, before I forgot, your body does have one perk, great flexibility. Fei Tu placed one of An Shi's legs on his shoulder, their foreheads pressed together and noses almost touching. Breathing heavily, he asked, do you want me to be gentle or rough? An Shi's eyes were hazy as he gazed into Fei Tu's eyes. Instead of answering, he extended his tongue to lick the sweat off Fei Tu's chin, then said flirtatiously, you don't like it, but I do, I prefer bigger chests. His hand wandered up Fei Tu's torso, grabbing and kneading him with clear sexual intent. He then murmured, no, be gentle. As soon as those words left his lips, Fei Tu thrust hard, sinking halfway inside An Shi, who threw back his head and cried out, digging his fingers into Fei Tu's shoulders. Withdrawing a little, Fei Tu plunged again, causing both of them to moan simultaneously. Listening to Fei Tu's passionate voice near his ear, excitement overwhelmed any discomfort An Shi might have felt. Clutching at Fei Tu's clothes, An Shi begged incoherently, faster, please. Fei Tu's eyes had darkened with arousal. Was this usually shy little lamb possessed by some seductive spirit? Grinding further, he growled through gritted teeth, what's wrong with you? Why are you so wild during sex? And she opened his mouth, gasping for air, but most of what came out was groans from being overstimulated. Eventually, after much effort, he managed to say 3 coherent words, "It's all your fault." Fei Tu pounded into him relentlessly, smirking, "What did I do? Look at you, wet even without lubricant." Dizzy from lack of oxygen, and she mumbled nonsensically after a while, finally finishing a sentence, "All your fault, too sexy." Suddenly, the thick shaft buried deep inside him twitched, hitting his prostate. And she stiffened, immediately releasing more moisture. Fei Tu let go of his leg, allowing the erection inside and she to slide partially out, leaving a wet trail on his thigh. Patting in Shi's butt, he ordered, "Go ahead, lean forward on the railing." Wobbly on his feet, and she positioned himself, lifting his hips high. Fei Tu grabbed his hand and guided it to his own length, instructing him to help guide it in. After entering him again, the rhythmic slapping resumed. Fei Tu was still full of stamina, whereas Shi, thoroughly ravaged after tens of minutes, could barely keep standing. His legs trembled weakly, leaning entirely on Fei Tu's arms around his waist to support his collapsing upper body against the stair rail. The repeated stimulation of his rock-hard arousal brushing occasionally against the cold iron fence made Shi feel as if he might pass out. Fei Tu teased mockingly, "You complain about poor endurance, yet can't stand even a few thrusts." Burying his face in his arm, Shi's raspy throat begged desperately, "That's because of you, insisting we do it here." Recalling their last encounter at the refuge station when Shi rejected doing it on the bed, Fei Tu argued playfully, "Last time I suggested making use of the bed more often, you refused." Hearing this, blood rushed to Shi's head and his cheeks burned as frustration took over his brain. Stuttering, he mumbled faintly, I can't anymore, it's impossible." Fei Tu no longer teased, biting his lower lip, quickening the pace. Short breathy cries echoed off the walls in the abandoned stairwell, shutting out all other sounds of wind or death beyond. Only scorching desire and sticky flesh remained vivid. Having gone a long time without release, Fei Tu finished quickly, spurting onto Shi's thigh just as Shi had already climaxed twice despite being repeatedly re-stimulated. Picking him up along with his weapon, Fei Tu carried him forcefully to the communal restroom. Placed on the sink counter, Shi stared blankly into nothingness, dazed and unresponsive. Unable to clean himself, Fei Tu had to fetch water and wash him carefully. As washing revived Shi's awareness, he suddenly remembered something horrifying. Seized with panic, he clutched Fei Tu's arm. The others, with their excellent hearing, might they hear everything? Squinting as he washed Shi's hair, Fei Tu shrugged carelessly, "You screamed pretty loud, I told you to quiet down, but you didn't listen." Stunned, Shi froze. How would he ever face them again? Amused by Shi's rigid reaction, Fei Tu added fuel to the fire, "And your essence is everywhere, they'll smell it on you for the next month." Ashamed and indignant, Shi shook his head frantically, "No more. No more. No more." Fei Tu replied casually with an "oh," drying him off, noting the redness of Shi's nipples and groin, every touch causing slight twitches, which excited Fei Tu anew. Lost in a sea of shame, Shi failed to notice Fei Tu's hardened member, who stayed silent as well, simply helping Shi dry off before shooing him away. Reluctant to leave, Shi clung to the door frame pleading, "I'm not going back alone, I want to return with you." Touching the buckle on his belt, Fei Tu teased menacingly, "If you stay, we'll do it again, there's no need to walk far, I certainly don't mind." Hobbling on sore legs, Shi ran off. By the time Shi reached the room's doorway, he saw number 2 about to go out from afar. Their eyes met, and Shi's face instantly turned red. At that moment, number 29 also came out, seeing Shi made him twitch and raise an eyebrow mischievously, his red eyes full of mischief. Number 2 subtly said, "Youngster." And number 29 repeated mockingly, "Youngster." They both heard it. And she roared in despair inside, feeling like crying but unable to. After they went downstairs, Shi tried to slip into the house with as little presence as possible, only for all the radiated people to have already smelled him out, turning their heads all at once. Shi bleated as he ran madly to crouch behind the table, hugging his own head and pretending to be dead. After a while, Fei Tu also returned, soaked with sweat. The radiated people dared not bully Shi but showed no restraint toward the thick-skinned Fei Tu, so whistles and teasing sounds echoed everywhere. Fei Tu's face remained expressionless as he swept his gaze over them, shrugged, and pulled Shi hiding under the table out, saying, "Your gun, didn't I tell you to carry it around at all times?" "Oh. Shi mumbled as he took the gun, unwrapped the cloth covering it, touched it gently, seemingly comforting it after having been abandoned. Shi then carefully admired his new friend, touching each bullet in the magazine one by one, checking the barrel against the light and mentally calculating how to make some cheap bullets for practice. In no time, Shi had a rough idea, and forgetting his shyness, he crawled out from behind the table and happily hopped throughout the building looking for trash. He picked up a large bag of empty shells without powder or percussion caps, pried off quite a few slightly deformed bullet tips from walls and door panels, and even found several used energy slots and office-use paper clips, stuffing his pockets full. He prepared to tinker back in the room. Not far away, a group of radiated people were loudly discussing a faulty pipe, arguing back and forth without reaching any conclusion. Shi put down what he was holding and stretched his neck to watch them. Fei Tu was sharpening a knife when he glanced at Shi, silently warning him not to interfere, but Shi ignored him completely. Cautiously sneaking closer, he shuffled forward like an old man and examined closely before saying, "It's not a problem with the pipe, it's the valve, the transformer valve might be broken, or the pointer is inaccurate." Several mutated humans turned their heads to look at him and then looked back at the pile of parts disassembled from the transformer. And she continued, "This is easy to fix, I'll help you take a look." The mutants looked skeptical and moved back a bit. And she squatted among them, picked up tools in both hands and started working immediately. In no more than 15 minutes, he finished the repair, adjusted briefly, and reopened the gate. The green light on the transformer lit up after a long absence. One of the radiated people pointed at the ground and asked, "Why are there extra parts here? Where did they fall from? Will this work?" And she waved his hand and said, "No problem, don't worry about it. I modified it for you. If the transformer valve breaks, this light will turn red, if the pipe breaks, the light won't come on, so just inspect the pipes one by one." The radiated people nodded blankly, exchanged glances, and suddenly woke up, babbling, this one. We have another one that's broken. Take a look at this." From the generator to the water tank, and she worked as a repairman all night until Faye 2 dragged him back to the corner to sleep late at night. He received a bunch of rewards from the radiated people. His rewards were bizarre, ranging from half a dozen flash grenades to biodegradable energy barrels, and he even got a 3-hour free combat tutorial voucher which Faye 2 flatly rejected. "You'll break your bones practicing combat with high-level radiated beings in 2 seconds, aren't you dumb?" And she chuckled but didn't argue, swinging his legs while sitting on the table, his head bobbing back and forth. Numbers 2 and 29 also returned, tossing a few big bags of spoils to the radiated people. Before they could say anything, they were dragged away to check all the recovered instruments. Number 2 glanced at Anshi from afar, who grinned at him with exposed teeth. Faye 2 grabbed Anshi back to the nest, his headache worsening, thinking youths these days were truly uncontrollable. Chapter 24, Judgment Day. On the 7th day of the storm, the entire world was churned into a hazy yellow. Recently, even Number 2 couldn't go out. A group of highly radiated individuals and 2 humans were holed up in a not-so-small room, like some strange live-action show. Everyone seemed a little more worried these days, especially Futu. His brow was furrowed as he meticulously calculated how many days' worth of food remained, taking out the barometer to repeatedly fiddle with it, as if that thing could tell him when this abnormal weather would stop. Only Anshi remained unfazed, conscientiously completing his training to stay fit, then quietly finding various things to practice shooting. When he couldn't go outside anymore, he would prowl around Futu, always ready to ambush him, though he was thrown down by one hand every time. With nothing else to do, Anshi would DIY all sorts of handy weapons, turning the desk into a workbench. Some weapons were made according to Futu's build, others according to his own stature. The day before, something significant happened here. One of the radiated individuals suddenly decayed. It was 53, the one who had calmed everyone down on the first day so as not to scare Anshi and later invited him to play table football. When the decay started, no one noticed. Bored, 53 sat nearby whittling its nails with a small knife, lost in thought, until the blade cut its finger. Blood gushed uncontrollably. 53 looked confused, subconsciously putting the finger in its mouth to lick it. Unexpectedly, it swallowed a full mouthful of its own blood, staining its teeth red. Everyone smelled the blood and turned to look, instantly realizing what was happening. In an instant, everyone fell silent. The whole room of radiated people stopped what they were doing and watched the wound which bled as profusely as a severed carotid artery, yet no one moved forward, and no one spoke a word. Anshi didn't fully grasp the situation, startled, looking around but unable to find any bandage to stop the bleeding, and could only quickly take off his cardigan shirt and wrap it around 53's hand. 53 looked up at Anshi with a complicated expression, meeting his clearly alarmed and concerned eyes. Soon, blood seeped through layer upon layer of fabric. Anshi became desperate, his voice trembling tearfully, "Raise your hand higher. Higher than your heart." Standing nearby, 29 murmured softly, "It won't help." Anshi whipped his head around, a tear spilling over, shouting angrily at him, "What are you saying? It's just a small wound. Aren't you guys super strong?" He held 53's wrist, and soon after, a stream of crimson, thick blood flowed downward, sliding over his robust arm and dropping onto his elbow. Anshi instinctively reached out to catch the blood, one drop landed on his palm, then 2, 3. Anshi's tears also began falling drop by drop. 53, who hadn't spoken since earlier, suddenly stood up now. Its face was unusually calm, as if it were an ordinary day, and it said, "I'm going out, I don't want to make a mess here." Anshi refused to let go, still tightly wrapping 53's finger with cloth. But the blood had already soaked through a large area. Futu came over and pried open his fingers, pulling him away. 53 clenched the cloth in its arms and embraced each companion briefly yet firmly, simply saying, "Goodbye." Perhaps you've heard plenty of goodbyes, but when the person saying those 2 words truly means them, their speech suddenly takes on new meaning and great power. After embracing everyone, Number 2 finally stepped forward. He tightly hugged 53, patting heavily on its back, saying, "See you." Finally, 53 turned to ask Anshi, "May I borrow this clothes? Sorry if it gets dirty." Anshi was crying, his face covered with tears, pleading, "Don't go, there must be other ways." Fueta pressed Anshi's head into his chest, shaking hands solemnly with 53 using his left hand, to say goodbye. After leaving the building, 53 never returned. Looking down from the window, one could vaguely see a streak of dark red blood trail leading far into the distance. Half an hour later, the bloodstain was buried by sand and disappeared without a trace. Anshi cried for a while and then silently nestled into Fueta's embrace, silent. Fueta rested his chin on top of Anshi's head, absently sharpening his dagger as he hugged him, knowing deep down that he actually needn't say anything. Whatever he might say would be useless. This wasn't the first time Anshi was helpless against death, nor was it the first loss. Sure enough, Anshi soon calmed down, staring at the cold shining blade before him for a moment, then crawled out of his embrace and dejectedly continued tinkering with homemade ammunition. Moments later, he stood up and walked towards the group of radiated individuals, picked up a heavy cannon leaning against the wall with both hands, grunting as he dragged it back to his workbench. Anshi tied his hair high behind his head, fussing over the cannon for half an hour, before returning it to its owner. I added a shock absorber, so the recoil is less forceful, making it safer to use, said Anshi. That radiated individual was nearly 1.9 meters tall, stronger by a margin compared to number 2, with tattoos all over from his arm to his neck and onto his bald scalp. He paused for a moment, took the weapon from Anshi's hand, and nodded blankly. Xiaoyang glanced around the group of heavily muscled individuals, extending his hand seriously and saying, "Hand over your guns without safety locks, and your knives without handles." Anshi spent an entire night eliminating all safety hazards. Everyone knew this gesture didn't hold much practical significance, but no one stopped him. They handed over their weapons obediently and cooperated. As the wind speed reached its peak near dawn, the entire building seemed to sway. Anshi crawled back next to Futu and pulled out his electronic pet to play with. Anshi extended a finger lazily, saying, "Xiaoyang." Number 2 mimicked him from not far away, calling out, "Xiaoyang." Anshi just sighed in response. And then they arrived at the 7th day. The 7th day always carried so much meaning. God spent 6 days creating the world, making the 7th day the first of the new world. The 7th day is also the day of rest, the Sabbath. But in the wasteland's world, on the 7th day of the storm, everything seemed less like a beginning and more like an end. A huge tornado clearly cut across the horizon, connecting heaven above and hell below as it approached Luo City head-on. Everyone gradually gathered in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, staring at the scene resembling the end of the world. At this point, all creatures in Luo City were trapped in a predicament. Going out now meant certain death, staying put was waiting to die. This dragon-like monster composed of strong winds and sand looked about 2 kilometers wide merely at the funnel's bottom where it touched the ground. Higher up, the diameter of the column widened abruptly, perhaps to 50 kilometers, covering half the sky like a descending massive cloak of death that advanced mercilessly step by step. The tornado sped forward, and within 10 minutes, it loomed significantly closer, revealing itself not as one but as 2 giant wind columns intertwined. Their bases were completely enveloped in sand, dust, and various biological remains, akin to a ring around a dying star. Despair seeped into the heart and lungs, and brains of everyone like air. Almost without pausing, the edge of the tornado quickly reached the first building in Luo City. With a violent tremor, the building's exterior shuddered like ocean waves, its bulletproof glass and structural foam bursting into dazzling silver lights, only to be swallowed by the yellow sands. Fueta called Anshi to his side. "Anshi, have you ever seen fireworks? Come here, look at the fireworks." Anshi came over, held hands with him, and stood shoulder to shoulder before the precarious window, as skyscrapers were sucked into the mighty force of nature one after another. Electrical appliances and backup generators inside exploded, transforming into bursts of flames. Anshi murmured, "How beautiful." Fueta chuckled, "I knew you were a little freak." Even the mutants laughed as if life's long river had finally flowed to its end where there was no more fear. Humans would no longer endure the struggle of living hand-to-mouth, and radiation individuals wouldn't dread anymore when the mutation against the will of heaven would cease. For a while, everyone's eyes reflected the vast firelight, their faces tranquil. "When do you think Earth will forget us?" one radiated person said. "1 second, another responded. "No, I mean, how long until Earth looks like humans never existed?" That radiated individual continued, "The Eiffel Tower fractured at the waist 20 years ago due to severe weathering. Dubai's sky ladder only lasted a mere decade post full-scale radiation before catching fire and burning down. Now, among the so-called great wonders still standing on the surface, it seems only the Sphinx and the Great Wall remain." The other one laughed, "Nothing industrial civilization built will stand the test of time. Look at us, look at this Luo City. Today, it too will vanish from the face of the earth." Urgiu sighed, "We're nothing. Insignificant. Ice age, volcanic eruptions, planetary collisions, compared to these, humanity's 4th dimension is too short. The Earth's self-repair function will eventually kick in, and even nuclear radiation will be entirely purified 400 years later. By then, when the last human disappears, the Earth can restore itself swiftly, erasing all evidence of our existence. This bug called humankind will finally be wiped clean." The 2 wind columns twisted closer and closer, their vision completely blocked. The floor shook violently, the ceiling squeezed deformed, light bulbs exploded instantly, and the precast slab barely fell and crushed the footpath nearby. Anshi squeezed Fueta's hand gently. Fueta turned his face, smiled, and leaned down for a kiss. All the windows of the entire building shattered immediately afterward. Everyone was knocked backward by the powerful wind waves, countless shards of glass and gravel cutting through their skin, the smell of blood mixing with dust filling their mouths and noses. Anshi lay face down on the ground with his eyes tightly shut, Fueta piled atop his back as the world shook violently, indifferent to their suffering. And just at that moment, the violent trembling suddenly ceased, an eerie silence enveloping them, as if it were the stillness following death. Anshi kept his eyes closed, unready to confront the world behind him. After a long stretch of several seconds, Fueta hesitantly climbed off him, shaking loose the debris from his body. The other radiated individuals slowly rose as well. They now stood on a completely open platform, a third of the floor missing. Every single floor above the 18th had been completely sheared away by the hurricane. The tail of the tornado gradually disappeared, dissipating into a wisp of smoke, a massive cloud-like entity hovering in the air like a ghost. Then, the tail continued to shrink until only the upper half of the funnel-shaped vortex remained. In an instant, yellow earth-colored sand rain poured down from the sky, pattering against their bodies. With it came the corpses of various mutated animals, pieces of houses, and rocks. Fueta quickly shielded both himself and Anshi. After this brief shower of death, Anshi cautiously opened his eyes, gazing at the abyss beneath the broken precast slabs at his feet. A tiny rainbow appeared. With a trembling voice, Anshi asked, "Did we survive the judgment?" No one answered him, but everyone knew they had made it through another day alive. Chapter 25, First Kill. A 7-day extreme weather event had destroyed countless habitats across the land, leaving tens of thousands of people displaced. After the dust settled, corpses of humans and animals lay scattered all over the scarred earth, as if a great genetic cleansing had taken place. Fet and Anshi also decided to continue their journey. The building they had been staying in was no longer habitable, part of the ceiling and several floors above were missing, all the glass was shattered, and now the building leaked wind from all four sides and teetered on the brink of collapse. The radiation-resistant people were also packing up their equipment and weapons, preparing to relocate their base. Anshi, wearing large protective goggles, lounged lazily on a desk, his arms propped behind his head and ankles resting on his knees. The sky was clear with no clouds or wind, allowing ultraviolet rays to shine unchecked. Fet tossed Anshi's bag onto the table and nudged him with the butt of his gun, saying, "Get down, we're about to go." Anshi sat up, "Leaving already?" Fet expressionlessly said, "Or should we have dinner and watch a movie before we leave?" Anshi foolishly replied, "Sure." Fet raised a hand as if to hit him, causing Anshi to scramble up and run away. He first slinked around Urshiba for a while, frequently getting stepped on or bumped into by her sudden turns as she busied herself around frantically. She eventually picked him up and threw him aside. Number 2 beckoned Anshi over mysteriously. Anshi quietly tiptoed closer, and the two of them huddled together. Number 2 took out a small finger-sized wax-sealed bottle, shaking the viscous dark red liquid inside and said, "It's a gift for you, Shu." The light red liquid clung to the inner walls of the bottle as Anshi carefully took it with both hands. "Your blood." Number 2 nodded, "But then again, we're heading in completely opposite directions, and may not meet again. This thing might be useless later on, but you should keep it just in case." Anshi smiled, "Didn't you say the same thing to Fet, or Meow?" Number 2 slightly moved the corners of his mouth, "Yes." "Thanks." Anshi carefully tucked the small bottle close to his body and reached out to hug Number 2, though his arms couldn't fully encircle him. "Good luck." Number 2 said, "I've had enough luck, and I'm giving some to you." Anshi returned carrying the bottle in a laid-back manner, pondering how to find a string to tie around his neck so it wouldn't be lost easily. Lifting his eyes, he saw Fet cross-armed, pressing one eyebrow up with a subtle look on his face. Anshi asked, "What's with the look?" Fet said, "Let's go, Lord Anshi, I've packed your bag. Are you ready to hit the road?" Anshi didn't blush at all, inspecting the bag upon opening it. Suddenly he asked, "Where are my invincible blast bombs?" Fet instinctively countered, "What bombs?" Anshi gestured, "These ones, black, there were 2. Fet pointed at a pile of garbage in the corner, "I threw them away." Anshi let out an, "Ah," and dived into the trash pile, rummaging around until he retrieved 2 dark heavy conical-shaped metals. He also picked out a device that resembled a crossbow at the end and looked like a rocket launcher at the front and cradled it in his arms. Fet, looking at the huge cannon tube, sighed with a headache, "Can you stop bringing so much unnecessary stuff? Carry it yourself." Anshi unhappily said, "But these are my designs." The nitro-oil ratio was adjusted, using this as the propulsion tube. Although the range isn't too far, theoretically the destructive power should be very high. Upon explosion, flammable material will spread 5 meters, and it includes a chemical burning effect that even sand cannot extinguish. Fet stared blankly at him, Anshi misinterpreting his expression, assuming he didn't believe him. He made a motion to insert the shell into the weapon. "Let me show you." Everyone quickly rushed to hold him back. "No, no." With no choice, Fet had to take along this large-scale synthetic destructive weapon made from junk. Satisfied finally, Anshi checked thrice that the young sheep had enough water grass and casually asked, "Where are we heading next?" Fet held up the compass and said, "Continue towards the northwest, today's weather is nice, we aim to walk further, heading to the rest station 43 kilometers away." At the mention of 43 kilometers, Anshi felt dizzy and confused. Then suddenly remembered something else. "You mentioned your friend, the one who saved money for you, where do we find him? Fet answered, he's at Panching Market, which is 228 kilometers from here. Anshi exclaimed in surprise, isn't that not too far away anymore? Completely unaware that his concept of distance had significantly changed. Fet nodded, originally, we'd have to detour around Luo City, so the planned route would be double the distance. But we accidentally took a shortcut this time. Anshi comprehended, glanced at the nearby radio-protective people and asked again, that friend of yours, are you really sure he'll be there? The wasteland had already put on a mask and said, he's in the trading business anyway, and he said he'd wait for me at Panching Market. Anshi gave an, oh, and whispered, what I mean is, you've given him so much money and delayed going there for so many days. My point is, you spent so many days at our refuge. What if he's already gone? Fet didn't seem worried at all, that's impossible. Anshi sourly replied, you sure are confident. Fet then said, it's not confidence, it's trust in him. Anshi became even more resentful, saying sarcastically, what if when we get there, he runs off with the money, slaps us in the face, papa papa papa. Fet gave him a cold glance, if that really happens, then so be it. He saved my life, not just once. If he really needs that money, then it's his. Anshi was dumbfounded, the money that Fet, who was obsessed with wealth, had been saving for years to buy a circulation boat in Zamodi could be handed over without a blink of an eye to this person. Involuntarily, Anshi compared himself, if it were himself, would Fet be as generous? Fet, growing impatient, raised his voice to urge him, don't ramble, are you coming or not? Anshi got startled by his shout and subconsciously blurted out, then go yourself. Once you've got the money, you two can just head to Zamodi together, loving each other dearly. Fet looked confused and shouted back angrily, are you insane? While they were arguing, nearby radio-protective people started making a commotion, oh. They're fighting. They're fighting. Radiation person number 2, ouch, look, he made someone cry. Radiation person number 3, that's true, it'd be better if he stayed and worked for us as a technician. Both turned to look at them, exchanged glances, their faces showing embarrassment, so they stopped quarreling and silently prepared to set off. Anshi wiped his face and waved, let's go. Take care. Radio-protective people said, whatever you do, don't follow any other mutants around. Anshi. As Anshi carried number 2's blood, everything went smoothly leaving Luocheng, and he silently followed behind Fet, who walked very quickly. Despite being annoyed inside, Anshi also strained to catch up with him without complaining. After 5 kilometers beyond the boundaries of Luocheng, a lone mutated dog suddenly darted out from a wrecked car that was only left as an empty shell. It moved incredibly fast and completely silently. Fet heard the sound of the wind splitting apart, and just managed to pull his gun out from his waist to aim when suddenly a red light flashed past from the side, hitting the dog's jaw and sending it flying. Fet raised an eyebrow and glanced over. Anshi held a portable energy pistol with both hands, looking serious as he tried turning the gun to shoot again. Fet gestured for him to stop wasting ammunition and finished off the convulsing mutant dog trying to stand up again with a knife blow. Fet was somewhat surprised and asked, where did you get that? To his surprise, Anshi jumped high up in excitement, full of surprise and disbelief in his tone, I hit it. I hit it. Fet couldn't help but laugh wryly, yes, very impressive. Anshi strutted proudly, waving his gun, found it. There were quite a few remaining power cells in the building, so I cobbled them together. They both lowered their heads to look at the enormous dead mutated dog lying on the ground. After the city collapsed, those hybrid breeds specifically made for pets were quickly eliminated in competition, and the ones surviving were all of this pure combat type. Since leaving the refuge, Anshi finally completed his first kill after so many days. His joy made him forget his cold war with Fet, smiling sweetly as he hurried to continue walking, tucking his gun into his pocket. Initially, Fet had merely instructed Anshi to practice to make sure he wouldn't drag behind too much, not actually expecting him to protect himself well. However, Anshi took great interest and put his heart into it every day. Even when staying overnight at a rest station that night, contrary to his usual habit, instead of collapsing in exhaustion, he actually managed to finish weight training and take muscle growth medicine before falling asleep. The youth's growth was almost visible to the naked eye, his greenhorn aura was slowly fading away, yet his youthful vigor remained the same. Anshi's frame had slightly widened, no longer so scrawny. Without a shirt, his ribs and spine were no longer visible, instead, there was a beautiful curve of muscles. Fet reflected on Anshi's height when he stood, realizing that he seemed to have grown taller as well. At this moment, only these two people were in the small rest station. Anshi lay on a bed of stacked clothing and dry grass, kicking his feet while watching the little lamb, while Fet sat on his butt, playing with his hair. How many of your homemade practice bullets do you have left? Fet asked. Still quite a few, Anshi responded, they're easy to make. Want some? Fet shook his head, then realized Anshi couldn't see and added, no need, tomorrow prepare a row and carry them with you. Anshi turned back in surprise, oh. Are we going to practice shooting tomorrow? Fet replied, yeah, find a few targets for you to practice on. Anshi laughed, lesson 3 of the tutorial. Fet also smiled, the main point of this lesson is, how to hit a moving target while on the move. Anshi was happy for a moment, wiggling around under him, and suddenly Fet noticed a brown string around his neck, picking it up curiously and asking, "What's this?" Holding the familiar slim bottle, he asked in surprise, "Did number 2 give this to you?" Anshi said, "Yeah." Fet's expression changed slightly, "You just wear it around your neck and keep it inside your clothes?" Anshi still answered, "Yeah." Fet gave an, "Oh," let go of the pendant, and flipped down from him, walking to the side without saying anything. Anshi looked at his silhouette several times in confusion, not understanding why. He pulled open his collar and put the bottle away carefully before continuing to comb the little lamb's fur. Chapter 26, Exercise. Futu kept his word, handing over every little creature they encountered on the road to Anshi for practice. Almost all of the monsters between the two large cities were mutated from pet cats and dogs. For the first time, Anshi saw that Futu had no intention of helping and turned his face away, screaming miserably as he fled in the opposite direction without looking back. The second time, he had intended to shoot but accidentally threw the entire gun instead. Though it fortuitously hit the head of the mutated bulldog, it landed by the drooling mouth of the mutated dog. Futu could no longer contain his annoyance and roared loudly, "Stop being cute already." Anshi also complained bitterly, "You haven't taught me anything. You just throw things at me. Besides, this one looks too disgusting." Anshi trembled and pointed at the gray-white monster covered in pus-filled blisters, accusingly. Futu sighed and walked up to Anshi's side, helplessly saying, "What did I tell you before? When shooting at moving targets, don't focus too much on the sight, your eyes should follow the target. More importantly, follow the target's rhythm." While he was explaining, the mutant dog on the ground shook off its dizziness, wobbled as it stood up, turned around 3 times, and was about to run madly towards them again. Futu calmly handed his gun to Anshi, covering his hand and signaling him to shift his arm along with the pull, whispering beside his ear, "Standing shooting while maintaining accuracy is indeed more difficult, but as long as you coordinate your muscles properly and keep focused, you'll be fine." As the red-eyed ferocious dog pounced close, Futu calmly summarized, "Adjust your breathing rhythm, and then pull the trigger." With one clean shot, the mutated dog was hit in the eye socket, stopped in midair due to the impact force, and lay twitching on the ground unable to get up. Anshi himself gestured with the gun after firing another shot, confidence suddenly soaring, "I got it." Futu, humph. He took the gun out of Anshi's hand, nodded towards the chin, "Go retrieve your own gun." Thus, during their third encounter with a mutated monster, although Anshi screamed while running, he still tightly held onto his gun, managing to barely hit the front leg of the mutated lizard with 3 crooked bullets. Seeing Anshi continue to waste bullets, Futu helped him out with a gunshot, but still praised, "There's progress." Anshi chuckled smugly. Futu added, "But." Anshi's expression fell immediately. Futu quickly rephrased, "Nothing." Anshi was already upset and sulked forward muttering, "Fine, I've understood already. Whatever." Futu silently lamented inside, teenagers have big tempers and are hard to console. So the two moved westward while conducting practical training for 4 days. Even though Luocheng wasn't more than 200 kilometers behind them, the topography and climate had already changed significantly. Numerous north-south trending low hills blocked part of the east-west winds, but the dominant northern wind caused even greater day-night temperature differences. These rock mountains were incredibly steep, appearing as if sliced apart by sharp blades. At first glance, their geological layers looked very new, suggesting they had formed not long ago, indicating active tectonic activity. However, the closer they approached Fancheng, the more dire the situation became. This area had suffered greatly, passing by multiple rest stations all completely destroyed. Futu had no choice but to adjust the route 10 degrees northward, splitting a day's journey into 2 parts, temporarily heading to a rather large-scale refuge to take a chance. Before it got dark, the two arrived there. They saw that the first shelter hut was completely ruined. A massive falling rock crashed onto the roof, caving the polymerized metal cover into a sharp angle, covered in sand dust, unclear whether people underneath might have been crushed too. Anshi involuntarily stared for a moment. Futu's expression also darkened as he pulled on him, gesturing for him to follow. Further ahead, a crack abruptly appeared in the earth, resembling a cookie broken on the table. The crack's tail could fit a person standing on either side with legs spread apart, yet widened towards the east, crossing through a house shattered to mud crumbs, disappearing far beyond view. Anshi was astounded. How can a house break like this? Futu furrowed his brows for a while. There must have been an earthquake. Anshi wondered curiously, when? Why didn't we feel it at all? Futu chuckled dryly, when the building we were in swayed like that, what could we possibly feel? Anshi pondered stupidly for a moment, then said, that makes sense. The two crossed the house and went a bit further. Originally, this rest station had an indicator tower. Among 5 shelters either above or underground, only one survived by fortune. Looking at each other, the two decided it was better to play it safe and stop continuing their journey for now. Although the shelter was still intact, it was leaking wind from all sides. The sun had just set behind the mountain, and the temperature dropped to 10 degrees Celsius. Anshi, dressed in 3 layers of clothing, was still frozen stiff and couldn't properly dismantle his gun for practice. In contrast, Futu, like a big lion confined in a cage, paced back and forth with overflowing energy. After standing with his hands on his hips for a while, he beckoned to Anshi, "Come over, let me use you as a dumbbell." Anshi wasn't pleased. "I'm really heavy." Futu snorted, saying, "Stop complaining, come sit on my back." He spread his arms and rested them on the ground, and Anshi sat sideways on his waist, letting him carry him while doing push-ups. Anshi hadn't expected that suddenly both his feet would leave the ground and be supported up, which startled him, but then he thought it was quite amusing, laughing uncontrollably. After a while, Anshi began wiggling his bottom and making noises like prompting Futu to roll his eyes, pretending not to hear him. After completing the push-ups, Futu proceeded to do a set of squats, Anshi riding on his shoulders, bouncing up and down joyfully, shouting out loud, "I want to play too." Ignoring him, Futu placed Anshi back on the ground where he mimicked Futu by sprawling across Futu's waist. Instantly, Anshi gasped for air, being flattened against the floor. From above, Futu asked, "Can you get up?" Anshi frantically pounded the floor, "Impossible. Impossible. Can't breathe. I can't rest." Futu said mockingly, "When I pressed on top of you earlier, didn't you have trouble breathing either?" Anshi chuckled slyly, "What about earlier?" Just as the two were about to get even more physical, the unstable door of the shelter suddenly creaked open, revealing a traveler wrapped head to toe. He glanced at their peculiar positions and instinctively reached for the door to close it again. Futu and Anshi looked at the door and thought, where could he possibly go at this late hour? Sure enough, the next moment, the man pushed the door open again. His body was dirty with dust and bloodstains, having arrived after such a long darkness likely due to a fierce battle before finally reaching the shelter. Futu immediately straightened up, turning into an impeccable bounty hunter and giving the newcomer a cool nod, who laughed awkwardly, "Sorry for disturbing." Anshi also got up shamelessly, brushed off the dirt from his pants and smiled, "Hello." In their casual conversation, the traveler explained how heavily damaged this place was due to previous wind disasters, and indeed, there had been an earthquake. The crack they had seen could be as wide as a kilometer in some places, and at least 5 kilometers long. A large number of rest stations had been destroyed along the way. The traveler sighed, "I actually didn't plan to stop here today, it was purely unavoidable. I was already at C533 rest station by 3:30 p.m., but it had become completely uninhabitable due to landslides, so I had to rush madly to another one. Luckily, there is this one left." Upon hearing this, Futu frowned, prompting Anshi to nudge his arm, "What's wrong?" Futu replied, "He mentioned the station that was destroyed, C533, that's the one we're supposed to go to tomorrow, it's only 35 kilometers from the Fanching market." Anshi stared blankly. The traveler chuckled dryly, "At least you won't walk blindly like I did." Futu pondered a bit further and asked, "How's the Fanching market faring?" The traveler shook his head, "Don't know. Originally planned to go there, but with that crack in the middle, it was just too detour, so I gave up." Futu nodded and lapsed back into contemplation. The traveler seemed utterly exhausted, leaning against the wall and almost falling asleep between sentences. Suddenly, Anshi recalled something else and spoke up, "Is there protein soup at the Fanching market?" Unexpectedly, upon mentioning this, both Futu and the traveler cast identical expressions of skepticism. "That stuff isn't satisfying and doesn't taste good, pure junk." As dawn broke faintly, Futu dragged Anshi up to eat breakfast. His brain was still in complete shutdown mode, unable to function, his eyes barely open. As he ate, his head kept drooping towards his chest until Futu lightly nudged him, causing him to lose balance and fall onto the floor. The moment Anshi fell, the entire room swayed slightly. A confused Anshi stood up, thinking it might have been his imagination. The traveler resting in the corner opened his eyes, sensing something odd. Anshi suddenly felt dizzy, struggling to keep his footing steady. He looked up at Futu, whose expression mirrored his bewilderment. Just as the silence filled with doubt stretched momentarily quiet, the room began shaking more noticeably. A water bottle on the table tipped over with a thud and crashed lid first onto the ground, debris raining from the roof. The traveler who was still dazed a second ago sprang to his feet, shouting, "Earthquake." The three of them hastily grabbed their belongings and masks and rushed out of the room, not even taking the time to put on their coats. They had barely run less than 10 meters when the ground beneath them violently trembled. Anshi lost his balance and took a tumble, biting into dust, before hurriedly scrambling back up and continuing to flee. Not daring to pause underfoot, Anshi caught an ear-splitting sound that set his teeth on edge. He turned back just in time to see the little house they had been staying in being forcibly split apart by some brute force from underground. Several massive vertical cracks appeared on the walls, eventually tearing the house in half, sending a storm of yellow soil flying through the air as if the crust itself had been shaken loose. Futu seized Anshi's hand and pulled him along in a mad dash. Speeding past them were one after another collapsed houses and watchtowers, their backs facing the rocky mountain where boulders were tumbling down, fearing a landslide could suddenly sweep everyone underneath. However, the earthquake was far from over. The earth shook wildly again. This quake was so strong that even Futu buckled to his knees. It was then he realized the ground beneath him was splitting, as though something enormous were about to burst forth from it. This inconceivable yet undeniable thought raced through all their minds at once. As if confirming their nightmare, in the next moment, the world turned upside down. The sun tilted, and Anshi was hurled away by some hard object, but Futu clung tightly to his hand. Their feet slid on the shifting sands, causing both of them to be thrown outward. On the other side, the stranger they had met managed to steady himself not too far away, narrowly dodging a hail of falling stones, only to feel dizzy from the violent shaking. Anshi fell on his rear, using his hands and feet to crawl backward as a colossal shadow loomed over him, covering several square meters around him. With horror, Anshi looked up and saw two massive five-toed iron claws pressing onto the ground. The deep green metallic skin glistened in the sunlight, and its towering body resembled a fortress, nearly 10 meters high. Whether this behemoth had been awakened by the earth or whether it had awakened the earth itself was unclear. Connected from its forelimbs to its waist were two semi-transparent membranes, like heat-dissipating fins of some reptile, which when spread wide more resembled wings. Its two huge protruding eyes rotated in different directions, then suddenly blinked vertically, the thin eyelids retreating. Thereafter, the monstrous creature focused both its eyeballs on the lone traveler before it. It raised its foreclaw, slicing through the air with a terrifying wind sound, striking directly at the traveler who was frantically dodging to the side. He was flung dozens of meters away, crashing against the exposed cliff of a small hill, his brain matter splattering everywhere, blood drenching the ground like a mosquito having just sucked blood. Anshi covered his mouth, his eyes full of terror, and then he glanced at Futu, realizing for the first time that the unwavering confidence and calmness always present in the other's eyes had vanished. A deafening roar reverberated across the skies, the monstrous beast lifting its neck in a wild scream, its triangular head tilting upward, revealing two rows of sharp fangs. Anshi cried out involuntarily, "Dragon!" Chapter 27, Encounter with a Dragon. Anshi shrieked, "Dragon!" Feditu also shouted, "Run!" Anshi needed no further instructions, and the two turned on their heels and bolted. Fortunately, the giant dragon was momentarily distracted by the unfortunate blood bag flattened on the mountain by that slap. With a powerful thrust from its hind legs and outstretched forelimbs, it flew down to the foot of the mountain with its transparent thin wings. It landed heavily, sending up waves of dust. As Feditu ran, he glanced back to confirm the position of the giant creature. It extended its long, thin tongue, forked at the tip like a snake's, quivering in the air before licking the blood off the cliff. Feditu understood, this so-called dragon was likely a mutated species of a giant lizard or crocodile, but something must have gone awry during the mutation, causing the creature's genetic structure to completely distort, making it look completely different. He wasn't sure how long the thing had been sleeping until it was awakened by the recent earthquake. Feditu had no time for more thoughts. After savoring the blood, the giant creature had shifted its attention. Its yellow, bulging eyes swiveled over. Clearly, that little bit of blood wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. Glancing around, there were only two running blood bags, Feditu and Anshi, on the vast open ground, emitting rising body heat as they scattered warmth into the air. After a few tremors beneath their feet, the 5 minutes they had run for was covered in just 3 jumps and slides by the giant lizard. Feditu's fighting instincts kicked in, his body reacting faster than his brain. Instinctively, he pulled out the energy gun that had not been used even once during his travels. In one smooth motion, he turned, lifted the gun, and aimed accurately, striking one of the giant lizard's eyes with a powerful laser beam. The creature roared furiously, its ear-piercing screech almost knocking both of them unconscious. The giant lizard went into a frenzied rage where it wildly flailed about, its thick and powerful tail almost grazing Anshi's face. Anshi screamed in terror, "It's angry." Through clenched teeth, Feditu replied, "Shut up." The next moment, the two were swept off their feet and landed squarely on their butts. The giant lizard stood upright on its hind legs and thick tail, its forelimbs spread wide. A powerful wind pressure rushed toward them, and without their protective masks, both would have struggled to breathe or open their eyes. Feditu strained to see through his arm as the lizard beat its transparent wings. Though the membranes were obviously insufficient for it to take flight like a true flying dragon, when fully extended, they were still quite impressive. The pain from losing an eye fueled the giant lizard's fury as it slammed its iron claw down. Feditu immediately tried to pull out his gun to shoot it, but normal bullets simply ricocheted off its metallic scales with a sharp clang. As Feditu attempted to aim at its remaining exposed eye, the giant lizard suddenly lunged forward with its hind legs, charging towards them. Without waiting for Feditu's command, Anshi sprang aside, contracting his arms and knees, rolling several times. Feditu leaped in the opposite direction, twisting his waist in mid-air to maintain precarious balance while firing off a volley of bullets. They struck the giant lizard's back, sides, and even its head, none managing to penetrate. Nevertheless, the giant lizard was thoroughly irritated. Its single remaining yellow eye fixed on Feditu as it raised a claw high, intending to replicate its earlier action by smashing him to oblivion. Feditu did not step back. He aimed again at the gray-white belly exposed beneath the beast, bang. Bang. Several shots dislodged a few white scales. The giant lizard bellowed angrily as it pressed its iron-clawed hand hard onto the ground. Indeed. Feditu thought, perhaps this thing was similar to a crocodile, its underside being the softest part. Anshi, he yelled while circling around, pull out your gun and shoot it. Don't concentrate too much. Help me distract it. Upon receiving the order, Anshi quickly acted, pulling out the multifunctional rifle Feditu had gifted him. This time, the target for the sniper shots was big enough for every shot from Anshi to land harmlessly on the giant lizard's body. The giant lizard became increasingly agitated, swinging its front limbs and tail to try and shoo away this pesky fly. Feditu seized the opportunity to switch to his energy gun, 2 red beams piercing through the membrane on the lizard's side. Anshi caught on and imitated his action, aiming at the other wing of the dragon. After several shots, 2 gradually enlarging burning holes appeared on the film-like wings. The giant lizard, in agony, swung its claw mightily, and the clawback hit Anshi full on, throwing him far away before landing heavily. Feditu's heart tightened abruptly. Hastily gathering strength, he made a sprint and slid sideways along the shifting sands, reaching under the giant lizard, surrounded by 4 invincible claws, facing its strong tail behind him and a somewhat vulnerable abdomen above. With both hands firmly on the gun, Feditu unleashed a barrage of rapid fire upward. Struck in its weak spot, the giant lizard let out a scream, lurching to the side. Feditu kept his eyes locked on the creature, already predicting its movement as its muscles tensed, and stepped aside accordingly, avoiding being crushed underfoot. The giant lizard spun half a circle, ignoring Anshi nearby and focusing solely on how to kill Feditu. Feditu had quickly reloaded and used the same tactic again, unleashing a fierce attack on the dark, burnt belly of the giant lizard. Enraged beyond measure, the giant lizard scooped up a large clump of sand, lifting its entire body high before crashing down with ferocious speed. Its intention was clear, to flatten Feditu by pressing its massive form against the ground. The beast moved too fast, and the distance was too close. Feditu barely had time to think, but years of combat experience and countless bloody battles had fused thinking into the very fibers of his body, nerves, and muscles. With all his might, he leapt to the left, firing a shot from his right hand at the floor for extra propulsion. After an agile and wide roll, the giant lizard narrowly slammed just 5 centimeters from his arm, its landing sending Feditu flying slightly from the wind force. Feditu didn't waste any time recuperating. Crouching low and summoning his strength, he pushed off with one leap forward while adjusting the energy gun to its maximum power reserve mode for a charged shot. Running alongside the side of the lizard, he suddenly stomped, turned, and unleashed an awe-inspiring blast toward the base of the lizard's tail. This single shot depleted all the reserves in the energy gauge, causing the weapon to overload completely in Feditu's hands. It exploded into pieces, reducing his gloves to fragments and drenching his entire palm in blood. Feditu himself was sent flying backward by the shockwave. The giant lizard, writhing in pain, violently twisted its body. Feditu could only watch as, amidst the swirling dust, a massive pointed claw lunged straight toward him, piercing through his chest armor and skin. Feditu was flung high into the air, leaving 3 trails of fresh blood upon the yellow earth below. It wasn't until this moment that the searing agony finally registered in his nerves. Anshi eventually returned, limping along awkwardly, only to witness this horrifying scene. His heart nearly stopped, and he let out a desperate roar, no. However, the pain of losing its tail was far greater for the giant lizard, driving its fury to a crescendo. Its sharp head, all 4 limbs, and broken tail thrashed wildly about, smashing violently into the nearby mountain face. Boulders of all sizes rained down. Ignoring the excruciating pain coursing through his own body, Anshi sprinted toward Feditu. At that moment, as the giant lizard convulsed in pain, its mouth suddenly sprayed a torrent of saliva. Some droplets splashed onto Feditu's body, eliciting a soul-wrenching scream. Fedi, too. Anshi dropped to his knees beside him. This saliva appeared to be a toxic liquid. Wherever it landed on Feditu's skin or open wounds, it sizzled noisily, its effects eerily reminiscent of radiation poisoning. Feditu writhed in unspeakable pain, having lost all sense of rational thought, his eyes vacant, his body involuntarily convulsing. Throughout all their acquaintance, Anshi had never once seen Feditu flinch from pain, not even the slightest wince, and now he dared not imagine what Feditu must be enduring. Feditu. Fet. Meow. Anshi shook his arm gently, yet dared not apply too much force. Feditu seemed entirely unresponsive. Amidst its wild thrashing, the giant lizard's severed tail had been cleanly amputated. Gasping for breath, its venom dripped steadily from its mouth. Shaking uncontrollably, Anshi felt both terrified and eerily clear-headed. Grabbing Feditu's fallen backpack, he withdrew the homemade rocket launcher resembling a crossbow, loading it with a black explosive round that gleamed ominously with cold light. As he was about to aim, someone tugged on his sleeve. Turning around, Anshi saw Feditu regaining some lucidity, speaking brokenly, "No. Run. Go." Anshi stared resolutely into his eyes. Feditu, like a fleeting flicker of life, suddenly sped up his words, "Its wings and tail are broken, it can't fly. Run, I'll hold it back. My friend Feng Yin, if you make it to Fan City Market, find him, take the money, ask him for help. You can buy a recycling boat or use the money to seek refuge at a shelter. Or, if you like, stay in the market and have fun there." Anshi couldn't bear it anymore, cutting Feditu off sharply. "What are you talking about?" Feditu yelled back furiously, "I said, go now. There's no time left." With that, he spat out a mouthful of deep purple-black blood. He pulled his hand from inside his shirt, holding 2 blood-soaked grenades. Anshi looked at him, voice quavering, "Are you going to kill yourself? Just to save me from a dragon, would you leave me?" Feditu grew increasingly frantic, pushing Anshi away as he struggled to stand. Anshi then said suddenly, "You must really like me. No, you must love me." Even Feditu, caught in such a dire situation, asked incredulously, "What?" Anshi's tone remained unnervingly calm. He spoke gravely, "Look at you, you're willing to sacrifice yourself to protect me, let me live, and even give me all your money." Feditu realized belatedly that his leg had snapped when he was flung earlier, unable to support his weight. Collapsing to one knee, he roared in despair, "When the hell is this to still talk about this?" Yet Anshi continued looking down at him steadfastly. "You always act so mean to me, pretending you don't care." Feditu could only stare back at him wide-eyed, trying to comprehend whether the world had gone mad, or if he had. Yet Anshi knelt down and gently kissed his blood-streaked lips, saying softly, "Don't be afraid. Let me handle this." Anshi loaded the cannon shell, firmly carrying the strange-looking cannon tube on his shoulder, though it was rather too heavy. At this moment he paid no attention to that. Anshi's chest burned with a fierce fighting spirit and determination, yet he didn't fire the cannon immediately but instead held a gun in one hand and fired several more shots toward the giant lizard's side belly. This time the giant lizard became much more cautious and didn't rush into action again. Instead, it violently flung sand and rocks around with both claws. Anshi lifted his hands to block, getting hit hard on his arm, head, and abdomen, but he didn't budge, not even an inch. Behind him lay Feditu. Soon, Anshi emptied one gun and threw it away, pulling out another. Bang! 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 Uninterrupted gunfire erupted, causing Anshi's arms to go numb from the recoil. The empty sound of click echoed when he discarded the spent gun, pulling out the last energy gun he'd pieced together. The bullets earlier hadn't been precise enough, most of them bouncing off the lizard's armored scales. However, the creature had been forced to turn its front, and Anshi seized the opportunity to take a deep breath and intensely target its foreleg. Red laser beams shot through the air, with half of them hitting their mark and peeling off skin and nails from its hardened claws. Enraged beyond measure, the giant lizard lifted its front legs high. During this short clash, Anshi had already understood that this movement indicated it would leap. Feditu lying nearby also noticed, using his last bit of strength to attempt dragging Anshi away. But Anshi was waiting for exactly this moment. He brought down the cannon mounted on his shoulder, aligning the muzzle carefully, keeping his eyes locked on every movement of the lizard. In that instant, the entire world seemed to slow down dramatically. All sounds of wilderness and beasts faded away, leaving only Anshi's breathing and heartbeats. Adjust your breath, keep your eye on the target, feel its rhythm. Feditu's words echoed in his mind. Anshi gently exhaled as the dragon-like form leaped high into the sky. It was so large that its broken wings blocked out the entire sky. As soon as Anshi pressed the firing trigger, the recoil sent him flying 2 meters back, landing behind Feditu. The fragile belly covered with white scales of the giant lizard was precisely hit by the explosion. Its ambush motion halted, and it fell headfirst onto the ground under the powerful blast. A gaping black hole smoked furiously over its chest. The mutated lizard's belly had actually been penetrated forcefully, with a large surrounding area of skin and scales emitting sizzling corrosion sounds. Without caring about its deafening screams, Anshi rose up from the ground again, quickly reloading the second cannon shell. Kneeling on one knee, he positioned the cannon correctly. Suddenly, he turned back to Feditu with a triumphant smile. "I told you my invincible explosive bomb is amazing." Feditu's eyes were blood red, watching this unfamiliar teenager against the backlight, momentarily losing all ability for speech. The giant lizard rolled half a circle and got up from the ground, crashing headlong into the adjacent mountainside. By this point, despite sustaining devastating injuries, a missing eye, broken wings, severed tail, and a huge hole blasted in its chest by Anshi, it remained incredibly robust. The mountain it collided with began to crumble and rockslides commenced. Feditu rasped hoarsely, "Above." Anshi glanced up, understanding. At this moment, the giant lizard stood between two mountains. It appeared that this was originally a whole single mountain, eroded in the middle due to wind and rain to form a kind of natural arch bridge, and the lizard was right under this bridge. Sweat streamed down Anshi's eyes as he wiped his forehead and cheeks vigorously with the back of his hand. His ribbon accidentally slipped, letting his long hair flow freely in the wind. He stood there steady yet slender. Anshi adjusted the angle of the cannon higher, knowing that Feditu couldn't stand up anymore but still feeling like he was supporting his back, guiding his arm, and pressing the trigger together with him. Another thunderous cannon shot rang out, hitting the top of the rock above the giant lizard. The mountain split apart, massive stone slabs collapsing down. The middle part landed directly on the lizard's lower back, causing it to roar as it desperately clawed into the ground. Its roars triggered more falling stones. In a flash, various sizes of rocks came tumbling down, pinning the lizard's head and limbs underneath. Exhaling the last remaining breath from deep within his stomach, Anshi allowed the heavy cannon barrel to roll beside his feet, unable to support himself any longer as he collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 28, SOS. After Anshi fainted from exhaustion, he was awakened by the scorching sun, his eyes fluttered open to see the sun already high above, the ultraviolet rays mercilessly licking at his exposed skin without any obstruction. Only then did Anshi remember that his anti-radiation cloak had been left in the shelter, now miles behind them and flattened to rubble. The giant lizard continued its sporadic snarls, though less terrifying than before. It now resembled a relentless ghost haunting the area. If not for more pressing matters at hand, or if they hadn't almost run out of ammunition, Anshi would have fired a few shots just to silence it. Anshi leaned down to look at Fei Tu, his eyes tightly closed, lips discolored and bruised purple, his face pale as a result of excessive blood loss. Anshi quickly retrieved a bandage from their luggage and carefully wrapped it around Fei Tu's chest. He had completely lost consciousness, unmindful even when moved around. Again, and she felt tears welling up in his eyes. Fei Tu had lost too much blood, which would soon attract other mutated creatures, while the Fan City market was still dozens of kilometers away. But regaining composure quickly, and she took several deep breaths and whispered to himself, "No crying, must persevere." Unable to find anything to stabilize Fei Tu's broken leg, and she ingeniously dismantled his rifle into parts, using 2 hollow gun barrels as splints, and bound them tightly with a bandage. Seemingly sensing something, Fei Tu let out a groan from his throat. And she quickly turned to check on him, his eyes slightly cracked open, trying to speak. And she bent down closer to his ear. With an almost imperceptible voice, Fei Tu managed to say, "In the bag, there's a detector." Confused by his meaning, and she thought perhaps Fei Tu wanted to detect hidden mutants nearby. Hastily, he retrieved the bioterrain detector and handed it over. Struggling to press the right buttons, and she helped him operate it. Fei Tu struggled to hold the detector up for a long while, pushing his fingers across the screen. He finally said, 1 kilometer east, there's a cave. Understanding the urgency, and she quickly packed all the supplies back into the bag, grabbing some light empty guns but leaving the rest where they lay. As he stood up again, he immediately stumbled and fell, belatedly realizing he must have sprained his ankle, unsure whether any bones were damaged. Trying hard to dismiss this new problem, and she pulled out a stimulant injection. Fei Tu grabbed his hand. This kind of stimulant, akin to drugs, could temporarily eliminate hunger and pain, boosting one's energy significantly but highly addictive. After the drug effect wore off, the person would feel extremely weak for 24 hours. Pushing Fei Tu's hand aside, and she nodded. Fei Tu no longer argued but simply requested, "Then give me a shot as well." And she instantly opposed, "Absolutely not. Another injection might kill you." Fei Tu responded firmly, "If you don't give me one, neither of us will make it to the cave alive." With trembling hands, and she nodded and proceeded to extract the pink liquid agent into the needle, releasing the air bubbles. Pinching Fei Tu's arm, he inserted the sharp tip. The agent swiftly invaded Fei Tu's veins, sending an unnatural yet powerful mental boost coursing through his brain. Dopamine surged, significantly dulling the intense pain in his chest and legs. His consciousness cleared somewhat. And she then gave himself another injection. Feeling his heart rate soar, knowing his metabolism and physical abilities had been temporarily enhanced, he hurriedly helped Fei Tu stand up. Supporting Fei Tu's arm around his neck and hoisting both their bags onto his shoulders, and she bent under the immense weight. And she had never felt the world so vast, so desolate. Although bolstered by the stimulant, their steps remained staggered and slow. For most of the time, Fei Tu walked with his head hanging low, occasionally opening his eyes to check the compass and verify their position. A route normally covered in 10 minutes took them nearly half an hour. The unforgiving sun blazed down on Shi, scorching his ears, neck, and arms. Yet, he found no refuge. Fortunately, the cave was visible against the horizon, despite being not overly concealed but possessing depth and allowing for a simple entrance disguise. Once inside, free from the sun's relentless assault, and she quickly removed Fei Tu's coat, seemingly the medicine powder in the bandages had worked, only a faint pink stain soaking through. And she unbound the bandage, exposing Fei Tu's chest marred by bloodstains, claw marks, and torn fabric all stuck together. Carefully cutting and peeling away the ruined clothes, even medicated, Fei Tu couldn't help letting out a muffled cry of pain. Whispering, "Shoo. Shoo," as a calming assurance, and Shi's withheld tears finally spilled forth. Weakly smiling, Fei Tu quipped, "You, move further. Don't let your tears fall on me, it hurts." Hastily wiping his face with the back of his hand, though continuously tearful, and she choked out between sobs, I need to disinfect your wounds." Fei Tu, in pain but still teasing, said with a laugh through his hurt, "Weren't you the tough guy just now? Why are you crying over some disinfection?" And she bit his lips, pouring the medical disinfectant onto the bandage, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, he made up his mind and raised his arm. Wait a moment," Fei Tu interrupted suddenly, "give me something to bite on." And she nodded and handed him the remaining half-roll of the bandage. Fei Tu glanced at it dismissively, "Cheaper stuff." Through sobs, and she choked out while laughing, "What time is this to be so stingy?" He grabbed a corner of his own coat and shoved it towards him. Fei Tu folded the fabric and clenched it with his teeth, nodding in acknowledgement. And she also nodded and gently touched the blood-soaked chest of Fei Tu with the antiseptic-laden bandage. The pain surged so much that Fei Tu's eyes rolled back, his abdominal muscles tensed, trapping an agonizing scream in his throat. And she felt as if he too had sustained severe injuries. With utmost care and speed, and she cleaned around the wound. To his horror, he noticed that the edges of the claw marks were turning black and curling, a radiation toxin forming a purplish-black radiating web with fine branches spreading out. Large amounts of liquefied cells gushed from the wound like water. Unable to bear the sight, and she rewrapped the hemostatic bandage, and Fei Tu also released the cloth clenched between his teeth, his chest rising and falling weakly. "Don't look so grave," Fei Tu reassured, "I've had several mutations before and didn't decay. My luck is still good." He wasn't even finished offering comfort when she began sobbing once again, bending his head low to find anti-radiation agents and antibiotics for him to swallow. As he wept, and she checked Fei Tu's broken leg. Fei Tu said softly, "This one is fixed quite well. For now, don't touch it." And she nodded and asked, "Are there any other places that hurt?" Fei Tu was out of energy, closing his eyes and shaking his head. And she hastily gripped his arm, "Don't sleep. Open your eyes, don't fall asleep." Fei Tu frowned, his willpower and depleted physical strength battled silently. He slowly opened his eyes and, looking at Anshi, suddenly said, "I truly don't like you." And she knew this was in response to what he had said earlier and shook his head through tears. "It's okay." Fei Tu curved his lips into a weary yet charming smile, still so easy to fool. He said, "I'm just trying to piss you off on my deathbed." And she screamed, covering his mouth, "No saying that. No saying that." Fei Tu closed his eyes again. This time, he could no longer hold on, falling unconscious. Fei Tu. Fei Tu. Meow meow. Meow meow. No matter how much she shouted, there was no response. Fear overwhelmed him as his entire body went cold. What to do? What to do? Don't cry, think fast. And she became a headless mutated fly stuck in an oven, panicked and despairing. He dumped all the items from their luggage, every usable first aid item had been already employed, leaving him completely helpless. Suddenly, he spotted two dark green smoke tubes. It was the SOS signal flare Fei Tu had left for him to send signals to his own shelter. Although the signal format was unique to his own shelter, he had to try it. And she rushed out of the cave and, without cover, sprinted under the scorching sun to fire the first signal flare. A crimson streak pierced the sky, exploding into a special emblem of a shelter that was not very visible against the midday sun. And she returned to the mountain cave, praying silently someone would see it. An hour passed interminably, and the only sounds in Anshi's ears were the crackling burns of the earth and Fei Tu's gradually weakening breathing. Pulling up his trouser legs, he discovered that his right ankle was swollen and unable to bend. Without anything to ice it down in such an environment, and she decided to ignore it altogether. Another hour went by, hopelessness began to take hold of Anshi. Fei Tu started struggling to drink water, and the throbbing pain in his ankle grew harder to ignore. His scorched skin turned unnaturally red and hot, and leaning against the stone wall did nothing to cool him down. On one foot, Anshi hopped out of the cave and fired another signal flare. By the third hour, slanting sunlight crept into the entrance. Leaning against the wall sat Anshi, with Fei Tu's head resting on his shoulder, and his head atop Fei Tu's. And she reached out to hold his hand, only to find his palm full of previous burn cuts from the energy gun explosion. Blood had clotted long ago. Touched deeply, and she cradled his wrist and rested it on his thigh. Does Fei Tu still feel pain in his sleep? And she couldn't help but wonder. He too wanted nothing more than to sleep. His eyelashes fluttered twice as he was about to close his eyes when a noise startled him awake. And she stared blankly as shadows appeared one by one on the path leading to the cave entrance. In a daze, and she thought, if these were radiation mutants, they should have been eaten by the second group earlier. It'd be a waste now. A few people walked in, and she first saw a pair of military boots, then their fully sealed anti-radiation suits, and sighed with relief. The leader squatted down to check the two of them, and then she hurriedly pleaded, "Please help us." The eyes behind the man's mask were completely unruffled as he carefully surveyed the wasteland scene. Then he turned to look at the people behind him. They all shook their heads. What does that mean? And she immediately tensed up. The leader turned back, patted Anshi's shoulder, and said, "Sorry, you're both too badly injured. We can't take you." "What?" And she exclaimed in shock, but we'll die." The man tilted his head slightly, "We will all die eventually anyway." And she stood there dumbfounded. He had known that not finding rescuers would be hopeless, but he didn't know that the disappointment after a fleeting hope would be even more unbearable. The man had already stood up. The group started turning around, except for one person who remained looking at them. That person suddenly spoke out, "Wait. I remember who you are." He took off his helmet, revealing a head of grayish-white short hair. "I met you at the rest station before. At the time, I thought you were a girl." And she stared at him blankly for a moment, then remembered, "You're that guy." Oh. That was the enthusiastic young man he had encountered on the first night he left the shelter. However, the young man's expression immediately became troubled. He looked at the unconscious Fei Tu and said, "The blood smell on him is too strong, and he has no mobility at all. Bringing him along is too dangerous. If it really comes down to it, I can help you, take you with me." And she gave a dry, "Oh," and leaned back against the wall, saying, "Thanks, no need." The young man pursed his lips and repeatedly glanced at his teammates. The team leader urged, "Let's go." The white-haired youth lowered his head, having no choice but to resecure his helmet and follow them. Behind him, and she suddenly opened his eyes, which gleamed with an animated light, shouting out, "Wait." Everyone turned around. And she said, "You're bounty hunters, right? If I have money, I could place a task, correct?" The leader guessed what he was about to say, asking, "Do you have money?" And she shook his head and pointed to Fei Tu. "He has money. We're heading to the Fan City Market, and we ran into trouble along the way. He has a large sum of money saved in the Fan City Market. If you escort us there, I can pay you." The group hesitated, uncertain. And she clenched his teeth and said, "It's true, he used to be from the Lily bounty hunting group." Unable to bear looking straight at him, the white-haired youth supplemented, "Yahweh." And she nodded repeatedly, yes, exactly from the Yahweh team, it's true, we were going to use the money to head to Zumoti. Upon hearing the word Zumoti, everyone fell silent suddenly. The leader looked at the white-haired youth, who nodded, "It's true, the part about Yahweh." After pondering, he added, "This person is Miolite." The leader suspiciously paused and counter-asked, "That Miolite?" And she was utterly confused. The youth nodded, "Yes, Miolite of the Yahweh bounty hunting team." The leader, surprised, asked, "How did he end up here? Isn't he dead?" At this, and she suddenly shouted, "If you keep chatting, he really will die." Seeing the grief-stricken face of Anshi, the youth jumped in supportingly, "I absolutely believe he can afford to pay us. Here's the deal. I won't collect my share of the payment. You can divide it among yourselves." In the next instant, he received Anshi's ultimate skill, grateful little sheep eyes, which made him feel dizzy. The bounty hunters exchanged glances with each other and reached an agreement. The leader made a gesture and said, "This amount, how does that sound?" And she had no concept of money whatsoever, so he eagerly nodded in agreement. The leader waved his hand and pointed at the two, "You, go lift him. Hurry, we're losing time." Chapter 29, San Fan Wushir. Chiwei, that is, the white-haired youth, gave a radiation protection suit to Anshi. The size was slightly large, and Anshi had to raise both arms high just to barely reveal his fingertips. Limping, he picked up his backpack and guns one by one and hung them on himself. Chiwei couldn't bear to watch, so he handed him a wide-handled machine gun to use as a crutch and then dismantled an ice belt, squatting down to wrap it around Anshi's ankle. Hiss, so cold. Anshi gritted his teeth. Chiwei smiled, "It'll stop hurting in a bit, you can apply heat only after 48 hours. At this moment, the other two bounty hunters silently approached Fetty's side. One lifted his arm while the other lifted his leg and threw him into a makeshift folding stretcher. It looked questionable in quality, as if it could easily jostle someone off at any moment. Unconscious, Fetty was moved around with no color in his face, covered with an oxygen mask. Anshi's gaze followed for a while before pulling up his hood. This was Anshi's first time traveling with anyone other than Fetty. Walking on the sand, his footsteps were uneven, and within 10 minutes of departure, he fell behind. Fortunately, Chiwei turned back for him, and the group stopped under the blazing sun to wait. Anshi felt somewhat embarrassed and tried to quicken his pace. Half an hour later, the leader of the caravan briskly walked over and took all the bags from Anshi, heavily stacking them onto himself. Anshi gave him a listless smile. An hour later, Chiwei carried Anshi on his shoulder. Anshi's face was flushed, unsure whether it was due to embarrassment for slowing everyone down or from the scorching western sun. He lay on Chiwei's back for a long time before finally opening his mouth. "Actually, I usually don't walk much faster than this." Chiwei tilted his head, confused. Anshi continued, "If it weren't for me, Fetty would have already reached Zumoti." Chiwei understood, knowing that Anshi recalled the scene when they last parted ways. At the time, Chiwei recommended Fetty to travel with another traveler taking refuge at a rest station. Fetty refused, claiming he was carrying dead weight. Chiwei consoled, "Nope, without you, he would have already died in the cave." Anshi simply shook his head and muttered softly, "If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have met this kind of thing." The caravan hurried on, finally arriving at the entrance of Fan Ching Market as the sun set. Anshi heard the clamor of voices and woke up hazily from Chiwei's back. Before him stretched what seemed endless, row upon row of variously shaped iron boxes topped with a vast array of solar thermal panels interconnected by steel pipes, safety ladders, and advertisement signs, all very close together. Beneath was a continuous alloy awning stretching endlessly, reflecting fantastical hues under the twilight. The scale of Fan Ching Market was actually several times larger than Luo Ching Market. Still not fully awake, Anshi stood there, mouth slightly agape until Chiwei patted his leg, waking him up from his daze as he climbed down. Trying to stand, his ankle still hurt badly. The gatekeeper opened the door inside, which was 5 meters high and lined with electrified fences, checking each person one by one. But when it came to Fetty, the gatekeeper pulled aside his outer chest clothing, glanced down, and said, "This one won't do. All radiation victims go to the hospital at the back." "There's a hospital here." Anshi perked up his ears, but the other few looked rather uneasy, glancing back at him. Anshi asked blankly, "What's wrong? Aren't we going to the hospital?" Knowing there was no other option, the leader said, "You all go in first, Chiwei, come with me to the hospital." Thus, the two again lifted Fetty and walked around the electrified fence, Anshi following from behind. True enough, not 50 meters further, Anshi saw a large row of low houses, appearing to be a few oversized shipping containers welded together, though only half as tall as normal containers, suggesting their lower parts were embedded underground. Anshi walked to the entrance, and as soon as he pulled open the soft curtain, he was immediately stopped by the intense smell that hit his nose, prompting him to rush to the side and retch dryly. The entire hospital was filled with radiation-burned patients, and the mingling odors of blood, rot, medicine, and radiation toxins came rushing out with the oppressive heat from the whole day. Chiwei looked somewhat worried at Anshi, explaining, we can't risk letting potentially mutated people enter the marketplace, so they're all quarantined here. Anshi, suppressing the surge of stomach acid, nodded, taking a deep breath to straighten his body as if preparing for a heroic sacrifice. He once again pushed aside the curtain. Inside was still the scene of hell, with moaning and wailing echoing everywhere, like some post-bombing prisoner of war camp. Anshi and his companions found a space near the ventilation outlet, transferring Fetty from the stretcher to a bare bedboard. At that moment, a sudden cry of agony rang out from the corner. Anshi was startled and turned back to look, only to see a group of people already rushing up, pinning down the limbs of the screaming patient. Another jumped onto the bed frame and fired a bullet straight through the patient's head. Blood splattered everywhere, covering the faces and necks of everyone around. Indifferent, they released the person who had just mutated and met their end. Moments later, the sanitation workers of the market came in and carried away the body. Anshi stared wide-eyed, his back tingling with cold sweat, and after a while asked, why do they need the corpse? Chiwei pressed his lips together and mumbled vaguely, bioenergy, for power generation. Anshi clapped both hands over his mouth as his throat tightened and waves of nausea hit his stomach. Yet he couldn't help but keep glancing at that corner. Chiwei said again, don't go near, if you have external wounds, splashes of blood from a mutant could cause infection, though the probability is low. Anshi widened his eyes and edged closer to them too, only to receive an unfriendly gaze behind the mask from the leader of the travel group. Feeling uneasy, Anshi took a step back. Mumbling, Anshi said, I don't have money to pay you right now. Clearly, the death stare wasn't effective on this leader, whose gloomy gaze remained locked on him. Anshi cleared his throat, put on a serious face of a little money lover, and said, the content of my posted task was to escort us into the Fanqing market, but we haven't entered it yet. Therefore, the task isn't considered complete, and payment can't be made. The leader sighed, removed the headgear, revealing an unexpectedly young face, and said, understood. Tomorrow morning, you and Chiwei enter the market, find your contact person. Once found, the delivery will be considered complete, and thereafter, it's none of our business. Seeing Anshi not responding, the leader frowned slightly and asked, any objections? Anshi quickly snapped back to reality, acting as though he hadn't been spacing out, and shook his head, oh, no, none. In the night, only the sound of the wind filled the wasteland, and the market fell quiet. Only this hospital still buzzed with noise. As if since ancient times, once the sun sets, all pain becomes more unbearable. Coughing and moaning echoed continuously through the dark, iron frame beds creaked with each shift. For the first time, Anshi felt how dim the emergency lights were, and how deep the night seemed. At midnight, Fetty began to run a fever. Anshi dozed off briefly before waking up suddenly, discovering that Fetty was furrowing his brows in evident distress. The earlier pale complexion had turned scarlet red, murmuring incomprehensible words. Concernedly, Anshi used the back of his hand to touch Fetty's forehead, nearly on the verge of tears. Suddenly, someone from the next bed reminded him, he's running a fever, go get some water. Anshi nodded repeatedly, I've got water. He fed Fetty a round of anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medicine, then soaked several layers of medical gauze, placing it on his forehead. This coolness appeared to soothe him as Fetty gradually calmed down. Anshi had never seen him like this before, always so composed, strong, and invincible. Regardless of whatever situation arose, Fetty could always swiftly find a solution, as if everything would naturally fall into place as long as he was there. But now, at this moment, he looked so fragile and helpless, just like every other life on this vast land. Amidst the heartache, Anshi suddenly felt a peculiar sense of comfort. He thought, without himself, if Fetty got injured, he'd have to endure alone like others in this hospital, with no one to cool his forehead, no one to stay up at night, no one to help preserve his body when he mutated. After another hour or so, Fetty slowly opened his eyes but was still somewhat confused. Anshi softened some dry rations with water and fed them to him, though he ate little and vomited more, repeatedly. The dry air quickly evaporated the moisture from the wet gauze. At 3:30 a.m., Anshi changed it again and finally slumped against the wall, falling asleep. Anshi was woken by Chiwei shaking him. Opening his eyes, he saw the sky was already light, and that same young leader stood nearby, giving him a disapproving look as if silently rebuking him for dozing off while tending to the patient. Patient? Anshi leaped to his feet immediately, Fetty. Then he noticed Fetty was lying on the bed, looking expressionless at him. Anshi exclaimed joyfully, you're awake. Fetty replied with a hint of helplessness, I've been awake for 2 hours. Anshi was delighted, clumsily feeling Fetty's forehead, his temperature was perfectly normal. Then he lifted Fetty's shirt collar, inspecting for a bit before saying, we need to change the gauze. Fetty tried to prop up his body to cooperate but winced in pain. Upon removing the bandages, the innermost cloth had adhered to the scar due to coagulated blood, causing Anshi to frown. Seeing his hesitation, Fetty was about to grab the wound himself when Anshi yelled loudly, don't touch it. 5 beds away, everyone paused their actions momentarily, looking around bewilderedly. With his hand frozen mid-air, Fetty watched as Anshi dampened the gauze with antiseptic solution, then carefully peeled off the softened parts. After the bandage was removed, Chiwei and the leader came over to look at Fetty's chest, exchanging glances. Anshi asked curiously, what's wrong? Chiwei clicked his tongue and said, what an extraordinary recovery ability this is. Anshi also looked over. 3 deep and wide claw marks were still grotesque, revealing the fresh red meat inside. The wound edges remained purplish-black, but the toxin hadn't spread further, and the inflammation had improved quite a bit. There was no more body fluid leaking out. Anshi asked in confusion, is this considered fast recovery? The leader shrugged and said, he's still alive, isn't that fast enough for you? Anshi ignored him and took out the last roll of gauze to replace it on Fetty. As he lowered his head, Fetty could see the sunburn on his neck and arms. Some skin had already turned into white flakes and fallen off, revealing pink tender flesh. Fetty blew a breath of air, and sure enough, Anshi instinctively pulled back his neck from pain. Surprised, Anshi looked up, only to find that Fetty was teasing him. He raised his eyebrows, pursed his lips, showing a "you'll regret it" expression. Chiwei couldn't help but laugh on the side. When they first met, Anshi had opened those big eyes like a girl. Everything he saw carried a hint of shock and bewilderment. Now, even though he still had long hair and pale skin, he had undoubtedly changed quite a lot. That's what Chiwei said. Fetty lay back looking at the ceiling with an attitude of total apathy. Yeah, my temper gets worse and I become fiercer. Chiwei laughed and asked, then how about the protein soup? Do you still like protein soup? Fetty retracted his gaze and smiled, tilting his chin up and said, Anshi, tell him. Anshi mimicked Fetty's tone, protein soup is trash. Chiwei laughed out loud, I got it. With his leg wound not yet healed, Fetty could only verbally instruct Anshi on how to find his friends. Anshi listened absent-mindedly, nodded, stretched his body, and twisted his joints left and right. He put on a mask, pointing at the leader who stood cross-armed nearby, we'll be quick. He will stay here to take care of you. The leader, ? Chiwei smoothly entered the market with Anshi. The two followed the road signs all the way to Zone C. While walking, Chiwei introduced, most stalls in Zone C sell medical supplies. Afterward, you can also come here to stock up on medicine. However, you need to inquire at multiple places for prices so as not to get overcharged. After thinking for a moment, he added, your type easily gets overcharged. Anshi didn't respond to the implication. Leaning on Chiwei's shoulder, he craned his neck to look around left and right, suddenly shouting, there. Anshi directed Chiwei to turn left and right, finally stopping in front of a crimson tent, this one. Wait, Chiwei abruptly stopped, gaping at the golden cursive letters PH on the red tent, incredulous, the person you're looking for is Feng Yayan? Upon shouting this, the man standing under the awning behind various medicines and respiratory filter cores also looked over. Anshi looked at those gray eyes and blurted out, ah, seems like it's this name. Before the man could speak, Chiwei was already shouting, my god. Divine Hands Feng Yayan. Great Healer Feng Yayan. Full-level Dr. Feng Yayan, Six-Winged Angel Feng. Listening to these increasingly exaggerated nicknames, Feng Yayan was both amused and embarrassed. Anshi glanced back and forth between the two somewhat bewilderedly. Feng Yayan kindly smiled and asked, looking for me? Anshi blankly stared at him for a while before blurting out confusedly, ah. Fei, Mi Ao sent me to you. You help him keep money, I have to pay them first. His leg is injured, so he couldn't come, now he's in the hospital. Feng Yayan interrupted him, slightly furrowing his brows, Mi Ao got injured? Huh. Ah, yes. Anshi replied, we encountered an enormous mutated monster, he was scratched. Before he could finish, Feng Yayan had already walked out from the back of the shop, pulling down the aluminum roller shutter and hanging up a sign saying, temporary break. So. Anshi finally managed to utter the last syllable of his sentence. Anshi followed this man whom he had just met for 5 minutes, listening to Chiwei babbling beside him about Feng Yayan's background. His mind quickly calculated their attribute panels. Height, Feng Yayan plus 10. Combat skills, Anshi plus 10. Medical skills, Anshi plus 10. Medical skills, Feng Yayan plus 100. Time knowing Fetty, Feng Yayan plus 50. Anshi felt a sense of frustration rise within him, thus staring harder at the back figure ahead, as if his eyes were laser beams. When they returned to the hospital, the previously bored tour group leader who had casually sat with his legs crossed noticed the person accompanying Anshi. With a bang, he put the front legs of his chair down and stood straight immediately, the surprise flashing briefly in his eyes. It seemed that Fetty had fallen into another deep slumber. Feng Ian did not wake him, but rather felt his forehead and chest for temperature, flipped his eyelids to check, and measured his heart rate for 20 seconds. Then he bent down to examine Fetty's wounded leg, slightly tilting his head as he asked Anshi, what exactly did you encounter just now? Anshi replied, a dragon. The group looked over at him in confusion, ? Anshi stammered on nervously, offering explanations and recounting the chain of events. The group remained silent. To everyone's surprise, there was even a glimmer of respect in Chiwei and the leader's eyes. After hearing it all, Feng Ian clicked his tongue and remarked, he's still alive. Incredible recovery ability. He turned to face Anshi and said, you did well, the first aid measures were spot on. Caught off guard by receiving praise from someone he so earnestly wanted to dislike, Anshi blushed slightly and muttered, thank you. Fetty, having been stirred around for a while, slowly regained consciousness, his gaze flickering blankly across Fong Ian's face before realization dawned upon him. Finally, seeing the situation, the leader spoke up, "All right, we've gone to the market, we've found the person. It's time to pay up, right?" Anshi nodded, turning towards both Fetty and Fong Ian with outstretched palms. Fetty weakly asked, "How much?" Anshi enthusiastically replied, 500 pen cores. Fetty roared in anger, "What?" His chest wound ripped open once more, blood gushing forth, as the unbearable pain caused him to faint again. Chapter 30, The Doctor. After several rounds of communication, and she finally understood, the meaning of 5 fingers was not 500 pen cores, but 5 dozen. He awkwardly counted out 60 and handed them to the young leader, then quietly leaned towards Chi Wei to whisper in his ear, "Do you really not want any reward? You've helped me so much, still, I should give you something, look, there's still a lot more." Chi Wei chuckled and said, "I truly don't want anything." Fei Tu woke up slowly and promptly chimed in, "He really doesn't." And she instinctively turned back to glare at him, only to catch Fong Ian's smiling grey eyes behind Fei Tu, silently retracting his gaze. However, Fong Ian approached and said, "Let me take a look at your foot." And she blinked incomprehensibly, until the other pointed at his sprained ankle, realizing what he meant. He hopped to sit on a stool nearby, lifting his leg to rest on Fong Ian's knees. The swollen ankle resembled a bun. Fong Ian poked it with his fingers, then lightly gripped his heel and rotated it slightly, asking, "Does this hurt? How about that?" And she truthfully replied, but suddenly his foot shrank back. Fong Ian looked up, and she squinted and smiled, "It tickles." Fong Ian also chuckled. He is the first person I have encountered in the wasteland who likes to smile, and she thought. There should be no bone injury, but this kind of sprain takes the longest time to heal. You need to focus on recuperation. Fong Ian casually opened his satchel, unwrapped a new ice bandage, and wrapped it around for him, saying, "Once we're back, I'll apply some medicine to it. For the next few days, you should lie down with something under your leg, higher than your heart." With that, he stood up, patted Fei Tu on the shoulder, and said, "Let's go." And she looked up bewilderedly, "Where to?" "Of course, into the market." "Silly lamb," Fei Tu replied nonchalantly. Unexpectedly, and she suddenly panicked, "Oh. Where's my sheep? The little one's out of power." And she limped after Fei Tu and Fong Ian, leaning on a stick borrowed from the hospital, hopping on one leg. The two people walking ahead were of similar height. Fei Tu's right leg was merely fixed simply and couldn't bear any weight yet. He looped his arm around Fong Ian's shoulders while the latter encircled his waist. They appeared extremely intimate as they leaned on each other. They chatted intermittently. And she strained to hop closer and try to hear, but only caught bits and pieces that made absolutely no sense to him. It seemed like they were talking about something in another world. Arriving at the entrance of the market, Fong Ian explained just a few words to the guards, and the other party actually nodded and opened the gate. As they walked further into the market, many people greeted Fong Ian, asking how he was doing. Occasionally, someone would also nod to Fei Tu, but no one noticed and she. In the morning when entering the market, Chi Wei carried him on his back. Now when she realized that this city market was unusually vast. More and more people moved around here now, and then she was jostled to sway from side to side. Raising his head, he found that Fei Tu and the others had disappeared. Lost track of them? And she felt a bit lost standing in place for a moment, seeing nothing but densely packed heads and shoulders. Many people complained that he was in the way, forcing and she to move aside repeatedly to let others pass. Suddenly, a quick-moving person's shoulder violently collided with his back. Originally standing on one leg, and she immediately lost balance, stumbling and falling, knocking over a large number of things. The person who had bumped into him didn't even notice, striding away swiftly. The stall owner, on the other hand, was stunned for a second, and the next moment burst into full-throated curses. And she was crawling among people's legs looking for his crutch, too afraid to reach out for fear of being stepped on. In the chaos, he grabbed the tabletop trying to stand up on one leg, only to find that the tabletop itself could move. All the items on the table were knocked off, clattering onto Anshi's head and face. The furious face of the stall owner loomed above Anshi, pushing his mask up to reveal a bald head with an alarming face full of spots, and she stuttered, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." The stall owner bristled eyebrows wildly, took a deep breath, ready to deafen Anshi's ears, but was suddenly distracted by something else, tilting his head upward. And she followed his gaze to look up. Fong Ian's tall figure stood before him, against the light, stretching out a hand to him. Seeing Anshi without a reaction, he voluntarily bent down and grabbed Anshi's arm to help him up. Then, he turned around and began helping the stall owner pick up goods from the ground. Seeing this, the stall owner waved his hand and said, "No need, doctor, please don't bother." Fong Ian ignored this, continuing to help collect scattered objects on the ground. The stall owner hurried out as well, muttering, I'll do it, picking up things alongside Fong Ian. Fong Ian found the cane kicked to the side and returned it to Anshi, saying, "I'll make you a new one once we get home." Then he turned again to apologize to the stall owner, "Sorry, did it cause any loss?" The vendor waved his hands repeatedly. Fong Ian smiled at him and nodded, then led Anshi away. Feng Yian pushed through the crowd for him, and she saw Fei Tu not far ahead at a corner, leaning against the wall with crossed arms waiting for them. When they approached, he opened his mouth to taunt, "What trouble has stupid lamb caused this time?" And she glanced at him, lowered his head, and continued hopping without a word. A flicker of surprise flashed in Fei Tu's eyes. Feng Yian reached out to support him, and Fei Tu leaned over willingly, casting a few curious glances over Feng Yian's shoulder at Anxi. Similar to Luo City's market layout, Fan City's District B was also a residential area. However, compared to the monotonous container block structures, the buildings here were more colorful. Apparently, there were many permanent residents here. Their houses had all sorts of personal touches, some covered in solar panels, others hung with long-term advertisements seeking certain resources, still others had an additional story expanded upwards, with decorations full of the owner's individuality. For instance, Feng Yian's place was like this too. Outside Feng Yian's residence hung a large crimson velvet flag embroidered with golden letters, identical to what was on his stall. Once inside, the facilities were complete, vastly different from the previous rest spot. It looked like a mini shelter station, fully equipped with a small water purifier, medicine distillation machine, temporary generator, and even an adjustable hospital bed. And she looked around and noticed a trapdoor in the corner on the ground, amazed to find that there was even a basement. Behind him, Fei Tu's eyes gleamed with disdain towards wealth. But she didn't pay attention because he was seething with jealousy as well. And she fumed as he mentally added 100 points to Feng Yian's attributes panel. No, given how money-obsessed Fei Tu was, and how rich Feng Yian seemed to be, it had to be 1,000 points. Now he understood why Fei Tu had trusted Feng Yian so much before. Feng Yian certainly didn't need to take his money. Thus, and she felt even more frustrated. After letting Fei Tu go, Feng Yian hurried over to his cabinet drawer behind his workbench and began rummaging through it. Afraid to move recklessly again, and she stood stiffly on one leg in the center of the room, looking like a duck trying to stay awake. Soon enough, Feng Yian returned with a tube of ointment, beckoning him over. "Come, sit down. I'll apply the ointment for your sprain." And she was slightly taken aback, not expecting this to be Feng Yian's first thought, unsure how to react. Ah. On the other hand, Fei Tu had already climbed onto the hospital bed voluntarily, lying there and giving orders remotely. "Also bring the sunburn cream, give him some." Feng Yian responded with a questioning "oh," before asking, "Where are the sunburns?" And she pulled down his collar hesitantly to reveal his reddened neck and back. After inspecting it, Feng Yian said, "It's not serious. Let me clean my hands first and help you rub it, it's hard for you to reach." And she nodded, taking off his jacket. As the cloth brushed against his skin, some patches of dead, whitish scales fell off. Embarrassed, and she wrapped his arms around himself and hunched up, sitting awkwardly on the edge of the chair. However, Feng Yian gently grabbed his wrist, applying lumps of sunburn cream onto his arm and spreading it gently in circles. A pleasant fresh scent spread around, bringing calming coolness to his skin. Once he finished with the arms, Feng Yian held the tube in one hand and asked, "Pull your hair back a bit." And she turned his body slightly, obediently gathering his hair to expose his neck, while Feng Yian lifted the collar of his shirt and squeezed some cream out with his other hand. Fei Tu suddenly interjected, "Let me do it." Feng Yian acted as if he hadn't heard anything. Ignoring Fei Tu, who was now aimlessly counting pen cores in the linen bag and wincing in pain each time he recounted, Fei Tu tied the bag tightly and pretended to lament, "No money left, no money left. I'll just sell the sheep." Upon hearing this, and she instantly forgot about pretending to be melancholy and turned his head to shout, "You dare." Although inwardly amused, Fei Tu maintained a blank expression on his face. And she became increasingly uneasy under his steady gaze, unsure whether he was serious or not. Quietly, he slipped his hand into his pocket and grabbed the electronic pet, whispering, "No, we can't sell the little sheep." Fei Tu kept silent, still staring at him. And she started panicking, stammering, "Please don't sell the little sheep, I will go earn money, really." Fei Tu coldly replied, "You won't earn any money." This simple truth dealt a heavy blow to Anxi, who already felt completely outclassed by Feng Yian in terms of their attribute panels. Clutching the electronic sheep tightly to his chest as if fearing someone might snatch it away, he quickly sidestepped to one side, only to lose his balance and fall off the chair, landing hard on his buttocks. The dull ache radiating from his rear overwhelmed Anxi completely. Unable to hold back any longer, he hugged the sheep tightly and burst into tears. Surprised, Feng Yian looked over at him, then glanced at Fei Tu, discovering the latter wearing an unmistakably guilty expression. Fei Tu quickly consoled, "No, I was just joking. Why are you crying?" But Anxi wouldn't listen, sobbing heartbreakingly, sadness pouring out along with every tearful complaint. Feng Yian surprisingly discovered Anxi completely disregarding Fei Tu's comfort, instead bawling loudly. Fei Tu moved with difficulty, his legs disabled and restricted in motion. He slowly shuffled over, trying to coax Anxi, "No, I was just joking with you. We're not selling the sheep." And she went into a hysterical fit, "You said it." Fei Tu completely caved, like a big clumsy bear squatting next to Anxi in a strange pose, "No, I won't say it again, I promise." And she, who couldn't stop crying hard, started hiccuping. While wiping his tears, he muttered intermittently, "You, from now on, can't do that anymore." Fei Tu nodded lifelessly. Okay, I won't do that anymore. Feng Yian watched the whole process and almost burst laughing while trying to hold back. After and she cried himself tired, Fei Tu coaxed him with sweet words to rest on the hospital bed, promising repeatedly that he wouldn't touch the little lamb's idea. Only then did he begrudgingly close his wet eyelashes. Over the past 2 days, he had only slept a few hours face down. Once his eyelids touched the pillow, they refused to open, falling into a deep sleep until nightfall. When she woke up, he turned his head and saw the two of them standing under the warm yellow light, Fei Tu leaning against the workbench with his back towards and Feng Yian stood in front of Fei Tu, their heads together looking at something. And she lay in the darkness where no one noticed he had awakened. His heart felt heavy. Fei Tu asked in a lowered voice, "What does it mean?" Feng Yian explained, "Didn't I draw a tube of blood? I wanted to see how the mutated toxins were being cleared out of your body." And she became more alert and perked up his ears to listen. Fei Tu nodded, "So what are the results?" Feng Yian frowned as if unsure how to phrase it. Upon seeing this, Fei Tu's tone darkened, "Just tell me straight." Feng Yian shook his head, "It's not what you think, I'm just, putting it this way, the specific result needs further extraction of your genetic sequence to be confirmed, but I suspect, you may not be entirely human." And she widened his eyes and sat up a little in the bed. Fei Tu remained silent, all she could see was his frozen silhouette. After a long pause, Fei Tu finally spoke, "I don't understand." Feng Yian elaborated, "Throughout your life, how many times have you been scratched by mutated creatures, each time recovering rapidly? I suspect those toxins weren't metabolized by your body, but absorbed instead. I've long felt that your immune system and repair mechanisms were unnaturally strong, not human-like but rather." He hesitated before saying, "I guess, you might be the offspring of mutated humans." As soon as these words came out, Fei Tu immediately straightened his body, unconsciously raising his voice, "What? Mutated humans can't possibly reproduce." Upon finishing, the three people inside the room simultaneously thought of one thing: Fei Tu's mother could have been exposed to radiation during pregnancy, likely when his father hadn't yet mutated. Realizing this, Fei Tu slumped back against the table, his shoulders sagging completely. Feng Yian said, "So, you might be the only known offspring of mutated humans till now." A moment later, he added, "This mustn't be told to anyone. Otherwise, you'll end up spending the rest of your life in places other than Zumo Ti's laboratory." Chapter 31, Protein Soup. The room was so quiet that you could hear the sound of the filament burning. After a long pause, Fei Tu shook his head and said, "Still doesn't seem right. How is it possible? The body repair ability and metabolism of mutants are dozens, no, hundreds of times greater than mine. Radiation and sun exposure don't affect them at all, but I can't handle it. Just walking under the sun for an hour, my skin starts peeling off." Feng Yian said, "I'm not sure about this either, after all, you didn't mutate through ordinary means. I haven't encountered any examples of radiation people reproducing." Seeing Fei Tu's expression, he consoled, "I already said this is just a guess. Don't overthink it." The two fell silent for a moment. Fei Tu whispered, "Don't tell him yet." Anshi knew the him Fei Tu referred to was himself, but it was too late. He wanted to pretend he hadn't heard, but Feng Yian's gaze had already met his. Fei Tu raised his head to say something else, noticing Feng Yian's look, he also turned his head. In the darkness, the two stared at each other without blinking or speaking. Could Fei Tu decay like a mutant? Anshi wondered. Would he one day face the same fate where even trimming nails could be life-threatening, leaving Anshi helplessly watching as he bled incessantly, slowly turning into a dried corpse? Or would he quietly leave like Wu San when he realized it, not even saying goodbye, finding a solitary place to die with as much dignity as possible? In those short seconds, Anshi thought about many things, but ultimately said nothing, just blankly staring at Fei Tu. Fei Tu also realized that Anshi had overheard their conversation, cursing inwardly that he had just barely managed to stop him from crying. Anshi opened his mouth slightly, and both men tensely stared at him, only for Anshi to softly say, "I'm hungry." Feng Yian laughed, walked over, and turned on the overhead light, opening the cabinet to find food. Anshi squinted against the bright light, coming to his senses to find Fei Tu still standing there looking at him. Anshi said, "Don't let your leg hang down all the time. It will swell." Fei Tu gave a self-deprecating laugh. If he were a mutant, a fracture of this degree would have healed by now. Nevertheless, he obediently leaned on the table, walked over, and sat down at the edge of the bed. Anshi moved over slightly, making space for him on the narrow single bed. They propped up the injured leg together on the bed, toes touching toes, the other leg hanging down. Fei Tu watched Feng Yian busily preparing their food with an emotionless expression, completely unfazed by being a bother. Anshi, however, quietly glanced at Fei Tu. He hadn't shaved for days, but the jawline was still firm and handsome, exuding a manly maturity and charm. Anshi quietly slid his hand into Fei Tu's, intertwining his fingers tightly with his. At first, Fei Tu didn't react, then tightened his grip back and pulled Anshi's hand closer, tucking it inside his shirt. Feng Yian's miraculous muscle ointment worked so quickly that the next morning Anshi felt significantly better when he woke up. He moved his ankle and rolled up his pants leg to take a look. The swelling had almost entirely gone down, though the bruising had darkened to a purplish black, which looked quite alarming. Looking around the room, Anshi noticed neither Feng Ian nor Feitua in the upstairs bedroom, but the trapdoor on the floor was open, with faint sounds from below. Anshi took a few hesitant steps, not daring to put much weight on his foot, hopping to the edge of the trapdoor and carefully descending the ladder using only one leg. Looking around, he found the underground space even larger, compared to upstairs, which seemed more like a clinic. This was actually Feng Ian's living quarters. Half the room was filled with various medications and raw materials, while the other half contained daily living furniture. Anshi held onto the wall and followed the sound of water to the bathroom entrance. The door was half open, emitting wisps of warm steam. Anshi could vaguely hear Feng Ian and Feitua talking. He pressed against the wall and peeked through the crack in the door. Feitua sat on a plastic stool, completely naked, his injured leg covered with a plastic sheet supported to one side. Feng Ian stood behind him, sleeves and pant legs rolled up, showing muscular arms and calves, holding a scoop and sponge to wash Feitua. Feitua's hair was wet, water dripping from his forehead and eyebrows. His eyes were closed, listening to Feng Ian talk, occasionally responding with a few words. Anshi watched for a while and grew irked, but couldn't help leaning back to watch some more. A troubling thought began to form in his mind, causing him deep unease. Feng Ian and Feitua didn't appear to be merely friends. Could it be, did they have some special past? The moment the thought came to Anshi, it was as if enlightenment had struck him, making more and more sense the more he thought about it. Ignoring for now the unique aura of long-time acquaintances between them, Feitua, who never initiated contact with anyone, actually seemed very close, relaxed, and trusting toward Feng Ian. Anshi didn't want to look anymore, scrambling back upstairs on all fours, yet feeling like he no longer wanted to stay in this house at all. He grabbed his mask and crutches, hobbling out of the door. Anshi aimlessly wandered through the residential area. He first sat by a neighbor's doorway watching them dry things, something brownish-gray, looking like an animal's hide but wrinkly. Anshi approached to take a closer look, only to be waved away by the neighbor. Continuing onward, he saw a homeowner up on the roof repairing solar panels, but accidentally kicked over the ladder. Seeing the ladder coming his way, Anshi hurriedly let go of his crutch and steadied it. The homeowner was startled and quickly apologized to Anshi while thanking him. Anshi helped him prop the ladder back, tilting his head to watch him fiddle with the complex wiring. As Anshi wandered further, he heard a familiar voice and poked his head in through an open door. Sure enough, Chi Wei was sitting inside laughing loudly. Apart from him, 2 other members of the tour group were also present, actually smiling and waving at Anshi when they noticed him. Anshi felt somewhat surprised. After all, the entire group had been unusually quiet during their journey. Perhaps because they had finally reached a safe place, everyone had loosened up. The room where the group was camped had just one large communal bunk bed. Chi Wei patted the space beside him and asked, "How's your leg?" Anshi eased himself down onto the edge of the bunk, lifting his leg to roll up his pants. The group gathered around to inspect. "Oh, much better." Chi Wei commented, "No wonder, Feng Ian really is amazing." Hearing that name made Anshi melancholic again. Chi Wei asked, "How's Lei?" Anshi glared at him and said, "Don't know, probably dead." Everyone exclaimed, "What?" Pouting, clearly dissatisfied, Anshi reluctantly asked, "Is the doctor really that great?" Chi Wei instinctively answered, "Of course, super skilled. It's my first time seeing one in person." Noticing Anshi's sullen expression, he quickly changed his tone to comfort him, "But you're cuter." Anshi became even more annoyed. He didn't want to be cute. At that exact moment, the door opened again, and a horde of half-naked muscular men streamed in. They paused for a second upon meeting Anshi's eyes. Chi Wei explained, "The public bathhouse is right next door. I just went, it's not bad. Do you want to go?" Anshi didn't care about the bathhouse anymore. The room was filled with half-naked muscle-bound men, bursting with testosterone, and Anshi was gaping, drooling. The last man to enter was that young team leader who rarely spoke. Spotting Anshi immediately, he looked slightly surprised, though only raising an eyebrow ever so slightly. The other aloof face, another Feitua, Anshi thought. With that comparison in mind, Anshi couldn't help but measure the two against each other. Feitua seemed slightly taller, but both were similarly muscular. Who had the bigger chest muscles? That, he wasn't quite sure. The leader's skin was darker, an attractive bronze shade, gleaming with vitality. He shook his wet hair like a dog, grabbing a clean piece of clothing to put on. As he lifted his arm, it emphasized how robust and powerfully built his arms and torso were. Suddenly, the leader stopped mid-motion, sensing Anshi's gaze. He turned around suspiciously. Caught red-handed, Anshi tried to look away nonchalantly, but when he glanced to the side, he froze. Standing at the doorway without him realizing was Feitua, staring at him darkly. Anshi felt as if millions of sheep were stampeding through his heart. Dry-mouthed, he asked, "Why are you here?" Feitua replied, "Shouldn't I be asking you that?" Anshi blinked, muttering a single word, "Oh." A vein bulged visibly on Feitua's forehead. Anshi asked, "Where's the doctor?" Feitua said, "Feng Ian has gone out to set up shop. I couldn't find you anywhere. You didn't eat, and you're wandering around everywhere." Dejected, Anshi slowly hobbled off the bunk alongside Feitua, the two limping back together. Upon returning to Feng Yian's place, Anshi felt more comfortable staying with the group on the communal bunk than being here, lavish and fully equipped with everything needed, but he just didn't like it. I'm being too petty, Anshi thought. They've known each other far before me, they have a much closer relationship and lots of shared history. What can I do about it? Still, he couldn't muster any energy or happiness. Fechuo was standing on one foot next to the kitchen sink, tinkering with something. Anshi watched for a while and said, let me do it. You go sit. Unfazed, Fechuo simply said, almost done. Anshi dragged a stool to the counter, sitting there staring at his back, still distracted. Fechuo's posterior was more uplifted. Fechuo turned around, holding 2 enamel bowls. Anshi took a look inside and was stunned, then looked up at him. Fechuo said indifferently, this is the closest thing to protein soup we could find. Anshi blinked blankly, picked up the spoon, stirred the thick paste in the bowl, and scooped a spoonful into his mouth. He looked up at Fechuo and, noticing the other watching him steadily, sweetly smiled, delicious. Fechuo quickly pretended to be disdainful, looking away while muttering under his breath, terrible taste. Anshi burrowed his head down and ate heartily, one spoonful after another, feeding the warm, slightly scalding broth into his mouth, warming his entire stomach. After breakfast, Anshi went downstairs and took a rather extravagant hot water shower. Coming out, he saw Fechuo lying lazily on a cot, playing with a blood pressure monitor by the bed. He scrambled up using all fours, climbing onto Fechuo's body. Fechuo, mindful of the wound on his chest, lightly pushed him away saying, go lie on your own bed. Anshi shifted, saying, no, it's too far. What a load of nonsense, the bed was right there. Then could you dry your hair a little before lying down? Fechuo continued to criticize him. Anshi laughed, flipped over and kneeled on top of him, drenching him in water. Fechuo furiously yanked his hair, growling, I'll cut it all off someday. Anshi glanced up at him with a smirk, you wouldn't dare, you love how it feels when we do it. He had truly grown a lot, Fechuo thought, not only capable of wielding a rocket launcher against mutated giant lizards, but also able to flash such seductive smiles. Thinking this, Anshi had already leaned over close to him, grabbing the back of his neck and kissing him passionately from above. The initiative from the lamb seemed quite pleasant as well. Fechuo's hand circled around Anshi's buttocks and waist, savoring it thoroughly. Sensing a hand slipping into the back of his pants, Anshi parted his lips slightly and panted, asking, what if he comes back? Fechuo smirked mischievously, so what? Are you thinking about having a three-way when he returns? And then got slapped across the face multiple times by Anshi. Fechuo grabbed both of his hands and pinned them behind his back, forcing him to raise his chest as he teased further, or, did someone from that group catch your eye? The white-haired one? Or perhaps the leader, wasn't it you who liked those big pecs? Anshi's face turned red with embarrassment, trying to free his hands but ended up merely straddling Fechuo's thighs and grinding against him. Fechuo whispered, or, are you thinking they should all come at once? Tell me, why have you become so promiscuous? Anshi, outraged by his slander, opened his mouth to bite him. Fechuo stopped teasing him, alright, why are you crying now? Come on, kiss me, we don't have much time. When he touched Anshi, he chuckled wickedly, there you go faking tears when you're already rock hard. Fechuo pulled him to his ear, his voice magnetically seductive, at which part did you get hard? When imagining being taken by the whole team. Determined not to acknowledge him anymore, Anshi broke free, taking charge. He pulled out Fechuo's semi-erect member, slowly rubbing it with the palm of his hand. In no time, the thick rod was slick with prostate fluid, glistening with moisture. Anshi moved back a bit and used his tongue and cheeks to comfort it. After some stimulation, Anshi sat upright, unbuttoning his pants, his wet, long hair hanging by his waist, his body covered in a thin layer of muscle with beautiful, smooth lines. Fechuo gritted his teeth and said, looks like your ankle has healed. Anshi crawled forward a little, gripping the base of Fechuo's penis, rubbing it between his legs and the crack of his buttocks, undulating his hips. The passionate sight made Fechuo's eyes turn bloodshot, yet he still couldn't penetrate him. Fechuo was almost exploding, his penis twitching violently on its own. Anshi asked, will you continue to bully me in the future? Fechuo gripped both of his thighs, replying, how dare I bully you, savage lamb, flesh-eating lamb. Anshi, supported by Fechuo, slowly lowered himself inch by inch. Afraid to press on his chest, he intertwined their fingers. Can you twist your hips? Fechuo asked, treat me like a massage stick. Anshi breathed heavily, left leg feels weak. Fechuo could only slightly lift his hips, searching for the right angle to thrust upward. Soon, Anshi found the rhythm, twisting his hips and riding him in circles. Not having done it for a long time, both were incredibly impassioned. As their pleasure peaked, their eyes met, suddenly feeling an overwhelming emotion bursting uncontrollably. Fechuo reached out and grabbed his neck, pulling him closer for a deep and lingering wet kiss. Anshi rested his elbows on Fechuo's shoulders, lifting his but slightly as the burning rod slid out and tapped against his thigh root. He pouted adorably, my leg's numb. Fechuo had no choice but to guide him to change positions, raising one leg over his shoulder and supporting himself with his hands behind to lower down. Fechuo nuzzled his calf affectionately, smirking mischievously, didn't Feng Yian tell you to elevate your feet above your heart? Anshi had no strength to argue, this position drove him extremely deep, and within minutes, he let out a sound of unbearable pleasure, his entire body trembling as he ejaculated all over himself. Fetuo ran his fingers across Anshi's chest, saying, "You've dirted the bed." Anshi was euphoric, panting in this position for a while, feeling Fetuo still hard as iron inside him. Unable to resist, he started swaying again. He turned around, head toward feet, crawling on all fours with his butt facing Fetuo, sitting down onto him. This way, Fetuo could clearly see the sight before him, how the round buttocks engulfed his formidable erection and got soaked with every thrust. Fetuo said, "I want to come inside you." Anshi half turned his head, dazedly asking, what? Fetuo's fingers sunk into his buttocks, gritting his teeth and repeating, "I want to come inside you, filling you up with my semen." He had never requested such a thing before, always pulling out just as he was about to ejaculate. Anshi babbled, "Okay, hurry, come inside me." Upon hearing that, Fetuo grabbed his waist and hips, fiercely making him sit down on his penis, slapping sounds resounding without pause. Anshi screamed as Fetuo was driven to growl low, his thigh muscles tightening as his erection quivered repeatedly inside Anshi's body. Gradually, some white liquid slid out from where they were joined. Fetuo withdrew his penis, causing more semen to gush out. Anshi lay motionless on his legs for a long time. Fetuo poked his ass, prompting Anshi to rasp hoarsely, "Don't touch me, I've come twice in a row, I can't move." Fetuo laughed, "Then just stay like this until Feng Yian comes back." Anshi moaned, struggling to straighten up. The two of them, limping, helped each other wash for the second time. Chapter 32, A Pen Refill. Lunchtime arrived, and Feng Yian closed his stall and returned home. The moment he entered the door, and she anxiously watched his every move, closely trailing behind. Fei Tu, watching from behind, coolly remarked, "Do you think people are dogs? After so long, can they still smell the semen on you?" And she immediately lost it and whispered fiercely, "Lower your voice." Unfortunately for Fei Tu, he was stepped on by a heel and fell to the ground with a grimace. Feng Yian seemed unaware of what had just happened as he took off his coat and hung it by the door, washed his hands, then instructed the two of them to show him their injured legs. First, he thoroughly examined the tibia of Fei Tu's calf, feeling along the bone and muscle lines before murmuring, "It'll take some time for the hairline fracture to heal completely, but it's recovering quite well." Then he also checked the scratches on his chest. After taking a shower, Fei Tu hadn't wrapped up with bandages anymore, the radiation toxins were metabolized out of his system, and the wound color was becoming lighter. This should have been a cause for celebration, but for a moment, the three of them in the room remembered the possible reason behind the fading toxin, making the atmosphere somewhat heavy. Feng Yian turned to check Anshi's sprain, his elegant fingers lightly pressed down on Anshi's ankle before releasing it and observing, "The swelling is basically gone, young people do recover quickly." And she pulled down his pant leg and softly said thank you. Just as Feng Yian was about to turn around and go downstairs, he suddenly looked back and added mysteriously, "Still, it would be best if the two of you abstained while taking medication." Anshi's face exploded like fireworks. Fei Tu, suppressing laughter, shuffled over to the counter to prepare lunch. Anshi's face burned hot, feeling increasingly infuriated seeing Fei Tu snicker. As Anshi prepared to lunge toward Fei Tu, Feng Yian's head popped out again from the trapdoor at the top of the stairs, leaning there and asking, "Did either of you touch the water heater?" That reminded Anshi, "Oh right, I slightly modified it earlier. Now it has a standby mode, otherwise each time we use hot water, we'd need to restart it, which is energy wasting, plus it shortens the machine's lifespan." Feng Yian raised an eyebrow, eyeing him with great meaning. And she misunderstood and repeatedly apologized, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have messed with your stuff without your permission." It was all due to his habit from fixing equipment in the past, having developed this occupational ailment. Feng Yian smiled and explained, "No, it's fine. I'm just surprised." From the side, Fei Tu nonchalantly chimed in, "Anything you need repaired or replaced, just give it to him. He's like Doraemon, repairing your device pays for his meals." And she blankly looked between the two, asking, "What's Doraemon?" Feng Yian asked, "Is that true?" And she nodded honestly. Feng Yian gestured for him to come down, then come down here. After hastily finishing lunch, Feng Yian left the house to return to his stall, while Anshi fully threw himself into the comprehensive upgrade plan for household appliances. Before leaving, Feng Yian instructed him to inspect several old devices, which Anshi managed within half an hour. Thus, he began walking around the house scrutinizing every appliance with a wrench in hand, eager to start. Bored stiff upstairs due to his injuries preventing him from going out or exercising, Fei Tu grumbled down the stairs. Watching Anshi busily tinkering with things, utterly ignoring him, Fei Tu leaned on his stick and annoyed Anshi by pinching his butt or poking his waist now and then. Tired of his antics, Anshi shooed him away. Ignored, Fei Tu felt unbalanced, muttering discontentedly, "You've done enough, you know." And she was perched on a ladder adjusting the garbage degradation unit, not looking back and saying, "Don't bother me, you don't understand." Rejected. Fei Tu felt like a parent who'd been shut out by a rebellious teenager, greatly hurt. Sullenly, he sat on a small stool in the corner like a wronged big bear. Unfortunately, no matter how pitiful he acted, he didn't get even a glance. A little while later, Fei Tu couldn't help but ask, "Why is he still letting you fix these things?" And she didn't pay attention to what he said, replying after a 2-second delay, "No, I'm doing this myself, I'm checking everything for him." He paused, then added, "Eating and sleeping at someone else's place for free, one should still contribute something." Fei Tu retorted, "Then since you ate and slept at my place for free for so long, why don't you do something for me?" Fei Tu intentionally emphasized the words, "sleep with me," smirking and waiting to see, and she angrily turning around after being teased, but and she merely briefly turned his head, paused his movements for a second, and then continued working. For 5 seconds, silence filled the air before and she responded with an, "Oh." Fei Tu slowly sensed something amiss in the atmosphere and said, "I was just joking." And she had already pushed the cover back onto the top of the equipment and was tightening the screws with both hands simultaneously, his actions swift, but he remained silent. Fei Tu repeated once more, "I was just joking with you." And she responded even louder this time, "Oh." Fei Tu also felt the joke lost its luster, and he climbed back to his bed lying there with eyes open. The whole afternoon passed by without Fei Tu or and she saying another word, one tinkering downstairs noisily while the other upstairs gasped as if awaiting death. It wasn't until Feng Ian returned home from closing up his stall that the atmosphere in the room finally began to loosen up again. And she's face smeared with motor oil, his clothes and hands dirty beyond description, but still warmly explained all of his work achievements to Feng Ian item by item. When Feng Ian was inspecting the medicine reactor, he finally couldn't help asking, "This kind of thing isn't common, right? How can you fix it too?" And she replied, "When I used to work in the medical station during my time at the refuge site." Feng Ian raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly, seemingly understanding, but then turned his head confused immediately afterward. "So, why did you leave the refuge station and run off into the wasteland?" Hearing this, and she suddenly froze, he really seemed to have never thought about this question carefully. At first, he was driven mad by pheromones, falling in love for the first time in his life, and recklessly followed Fei Tuesday. Later, this fantasy shattered very quickly, yet why didn't he go back then? Was it because his ambition to wander far and wide was too great, or subconsciously, he believed that if this journey ended too quickly, it would be rather embarrassing? Or rather, at the time, he only had a single desire to escape, to flee reality, to break away from wherever he was. Even though he has never faced what he is escaping from nor thought about the destination of the journey. But at this moment, and she suddenly realized that the end point of the journey has already come within visible range, when Fei Tu fully recovers, they will set off on their journey again soon, and this time, they will head straight for Vimalakirti. Then, how should he deal with himself when the time comes? Vimalakirti is Fei Tu's goal, but not his dream. In the end, he doesn't even know what his dream is, but the vast eternity of walking side by side across the boundless wastelands deceived him. Feng Ian's words interrupted Anshi's train of thought. He marveled and tested the performance of the device, saying, "With your craftsmanship, you can definitely make money. Surely many people in the market are willing to pay you to repair and upgrade appliances." Upon hearing this, Anshi felt somewhat embarrassed, pursing his lips and turning away. But upon catching sight of Fei Tu entering the room from the corner of his eye, he instantly switched to proud sheep mode, a look of, "Didn't you see," on his face, completely forgetting that he was currently a smudge-faced sooty mess. Fei Tu sneered upon seeing this. And she also huffed and turned away. At night, as the lights were about to be turned off, Feng Ian bent over near the items he prepared to bring to the market the next day. Suddenly, he turned around and asked, "By the way, do you want to come with me to the market tomorrow?" And she was whispering something in Fei Tu's ear, saying he wasn't feeling well after that incident and wanted him not to ejaculate inside him anymore. He was startled when he was called out, instinctively asking, "Me?" Feng Ian revealed that familiar warm smile with his eyes curving, "Yes." And she looked at Fei Tu in confusion, but the latter showed no expression and made no response. And she nodded and said, "All right." After pondering, he asked again, "What about Miao staying home alone?" Feng Ian incomprehensibly questioned, "Him? He'll just stay here. His leg shouldn't move much anyway. Besides." The ever-gentle Feng Ian's face twisted into an almost contemptuous look, "He's a grown-up, he won't die." Fei Tu snickered softly. Feng Ian continued tempting them, "Tomorrow happens to be the day every month when the Vimalakirti caravans pass through. They'll bring lots of interesting things from the sea, things we can't find in either the wasteland or underground." And she obviously wavered, but still wore a conflicted look. "However, even if there are fun things, we don't have the money to buy them." Fei Tu blurted out before thinking, "It's I, who am out of money, you've never had any." Immediately after uttering these words, Fei Tu regretted it and gave Anshi a worried glance, fortunately finding the latter reacting normally, bleating like a sheep demanding to hit him. The next morning, Feng Ian indeed took Anshi along to the market. Back and forth several times, and she finally had the chance to experience the grandeur of the Panchen market this time, the endless large and small shops scattered and intricately connected together, displaying strange goods filled with everything you could imagine and more. The market was also divided into specific zones according to the type of supplies sold. And she helped Feng Ian stretch the red tent front wide and secure it tightly to the poles with ropes. Feng Ian hung an iron box tied with rope around Anshi's neck and said, "You're responsible for collecting money." And she tightly clutched the box to his chest, murmuring okay, without the chance to ask anything further when the first customer arrived. "Doctor." The guest was a head shorter than Anshi but sounded like an adult. On his head, he wore a huge dark green windproof goggles, resembling a mutated toad. Noticing An Shi beside, he asked curiously, "Oh. Where is this little kid from?" Feng Yian said, "He's my younger brother." The guest didn't believe it. "Where did you get a younger brother?" Feng Yian replied, "He's a friend of my brother, and the younger brother of my friend." The guest lost interest in arguing and chose the medicine by himself. He handed over 2 pen cores and a hollow slot radiation filter core to An Shi and asked, "Can I use these as payment?" And she held the iron box, looking at Feng Yian with a blank expression. Feng Yian looked back and asked instead, "What do you think?" And she shook his head, so Feng Yian shrugged and said, "And she says no." The guest groaned, and An Shi hurriedly waved his hands to explain, "No, I'm not saying no, I just don't know the price." Feng Yian said, "Oh, heard that? And she says we need 5 pen cores." The guest was unhappy, he didn't even say that. "Doctor, we've known each other for so long." Feng Yian laughed, "All right, 5 pen cores, and I'll give you a row of amphetamine painkillers for free." He took out a bundle of drug boxes from under the table, untying them while explaining to An Shi, "This is rapid-acting painkillers, with big side effects. If there are acute injuries that need treatment, it can be used as an anesthetic, otherwise don't take it casually." And she blinked and nodded, wondering why he was suddenly explaining this to him. After a moment of thought, he asked, "Then should it be taken after meals?" Feng Yian replied, "No, it doesn't go through the digestive system, has nothing to do with the stomach. But some people might have allergic reactions, and the liver index will spike for a couple of weeks." And she understood, Feng Yian was teaching him medical knowledge while selling items, and he quickly became fully focused on helping. It turned out Feng Yian was a rather excellent explainer, unlike Fei Tu who only answers questions with 2 or 3 words, he had a good attitude and wasn't stoic-faced. And she tried hard to dislike him but found it quite difficult. During their idle moments, and she actively helped Feng Yian organize the medicines and trade items under the stall. Leaning down, the pendant slipped out from his collar. Feng Yian was surprised, "Did he give this to you?" And she, holding the vial of number 2 blood, inexplicably nodded. Feng Yian smiled, "He never leaves that behind, he must really like you to give it away." And she immediately felt guilty, this wasn't Fei Tu's bottle, but thinking again, he wagged his tail and took out the electronic lamp to show Feng Yian, "This was also given to me by Miao." Feng Yian couldn't help but lean in, the lamb on the screen was squinting its eyes, lying on the grass, basking in the sun. He actually bought something like this. No, I should say, that guy actually buys anything to give as gifts. And she was overjoyed, wanting to parade the lamb on top of his head for all to see. He spun around inside the tent and placed the lamb on the highest spot of the counter behind him, looking left and right at it. Suddenly turning around, he saw Feng Yian with a wry smile. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, and she cleared his throat and asked, "How long have you known Miao?" Feng Yian recalled, "When I met him, he was even younger than you now." And she, "Ah." Feng Yian demonstrated the height at his jaw, so small, he joined the bounty hunter group back then, always got himself all bruised up, scrawny and poor, estimated that his stinginess developed from that time. And she completely missed the point and was astonished, "Was he thinner than me?" Feng Yian chuckled, "Yeah, just a little brat, always frowning without talking." "Oh." And she showed an envious look, how nice it would be to see the stoic little Fei Tu. After drifting off in thought for a while, and she suddenly thought of something else. Did Miao ever have, when he was in the bounty hunter group, and she stammered, with anyone else, something good? Feng Yian had a thoroughly shocked expression, "Impossible, everyone in the group were alpha dogs, wow, just imagining it gives me goosebumps." "Oh." And she dumbly responded. After some hesitation, he asked again, "Then, what about you?" "What about me what?" Feng Yian didn't realize what she was asking for a second, then burst into laughter upon realizing. And she blushed, pulling on his sleeve and whispering, "Hey." Feng Yian was still laughing, bending over with trembling. And she loudly protested, "Stop laughing already." Feng Yian straightened up, wiping the corners of his eyes, Sorry. And she pouted and glared at him sullenly, then heard Feng Yian mutter thoughtfully, "Oh." Feng Yian slowly shook his head, couldn't help but find it amusing, and looked up at him, "So, it turns out I was disliked for this reason." And she's ears turned red as well this time. Chapter 33, The New Moon. The sun gradually rose, and even under the continuous shade of awnings, An Shi was drenched in sweat, the ground exhaled increasingly hot dust, and there were more and more people in the market. Feng Yian's stall was bustling with visitors. After the first half hour, An Shi quickly regained his composure, figuring out how to deal with customers and becoming familiar with the positions of various medicines. He and Feng Yian kept busy until 1:30 in the afternoon. The scorching midday sun finally drove away the creatures moving on the surface, giving the two a much-needed break. Feng Yian shook his head apologetically at the last customer, "Sorry, we're taking a lunch break, reopening at 3. Then, he pulled down the curtain and handed An Shi a water bottle. An Shi gulped down most of the warm water and wiped his forehead with his arm, exhaling deeply. "How do you usually manage by yourself?" Feng Yian shrugged indifferently, "Well, I deal with as many people as I can handle, but I don't have enough time to make all the medicine when there are too many customers." An Shi nodded understandingly, although the pharmaceutical equipment in Feng Yian's house was quite luxurious for a private owner, compared to the shelter station, its scale was still far behind. In Fan City Market, where people came and went, it was normal for a batch of drugs to be sold in one day. Feng Yian locked the roller shutter and stretched, saying, "Are you hungry? Let's go home and eat." Anshi mimicked his action, stretching his arms and twisting his waist as Feng Yian asked, "Tired?" Anshi shook his head enthusiastically, "I want to come back this afternoon." Feng Yian smiled, "Good." Thus, the two walked shoulder to shoulder back home. After a few steps, Feng Yian suddenly asked, "By the way, how old are you?" Anshi hesitated but replied truthfully, 10, 17. Feng Yian exclaimed with emotion, "Wow, so young." Anshi pouted, "I knew it, why do you always say that?" Feng Yian laughed, "You really are quite young. So, guess how old I am." Anshi walked backward, tilting his head to observe him carefully. The other person had a tall, sturdy build, and his face showed no obvious signs of age except for some faint laugh lines, making him seem very approachable. Anshi guessed uncertainly, "I don't know, 35. Feng Yian chuckled again, Is it wrong?" Anshi pressed on. Feng Yian remained silent for a moment, then said with a grin, "Go ask Miao when you get home." When they returned home, upon opening the door, they were immediately met with an oppressive atmosphere. The temperature indoors seemed to drop 10 degrees. Fei Tu sat sulkily by the dining table, his long legs resting on another chair, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the tabletop. "Finally decided to come back, huh?" he said sarcastically. Anshi answered meekly. "Humph." Fei Tu turned his head away. Anshi was confused, whether it was in the shelter station or Luo City before, though the two lived together for long periods, Fei Tu rarely took the initiative to speak to him. He should have gotten used to quietly doing his own thing and often found Anshi too talkative. But after getting injured, Fei Tu's personality seemed to undergo a subtle change, like now. It was almost like he was sulking. Anshi involuntarily glanced at Fei Tu again and found him somewhat adorable, with bubbles forming in his heart. Seeing Anshi standing there foolishly, Fei Tu said helplessly, "Never mind, let's eat first. Don't you usually start complaining about being hungry at noon? Aren't you hungry today?" Anshi's biological clock, formed over years in the shelter station, was precise like a stopwatch. He had meals and slept according to schedule every day, and if the timing passed, he began to feel unwell. This annoyed Fei Tu during their early travels together. After scolding him harshly and causing tears several times, Fei Tu could only adjust his own routine accordingly. Shaking his head and nodding excitedly, Anshi sat down at the table. "I got busy helping the doctor and forgot. There were so many people today, so many customers. But the doctor is really amazing. He taught me so many things I didn't know before. Did you know? The ingredients in Ma Huang anti-inflammatory powder and the anti-infection sterilization medicine are mostly the same, it's incredible." Watching Anshi excitedly chatter, Fei Tu decided not to remind Feng Yian to come upstairs for the meal. Anshi stuffed a Fan City Market-specific nutritional pancake into his mouth entirely and realized he couldn't chew it. His cheeks swelled up, moving up and down. Fei Tu prodded them with the spoon's handle. Anshi grinned mischievously, his shoulders trembling slightly as he pressed his cheeks with his fingers to help chew the pancake. Fei Tu's lips curled into a slight smile, and he sniffed disdainfully, "Dumb sheep." After hearing that, Anshi froze suddenly. He jumped up abruptly, causing his chair to crash to the floor with a bang, crying out, "Oh no! I left little lamb at the store." Fei Tu was also taken aback. Could Anshi, who cherished his e-sheep every day for fear of it breaking, have forgotten it somewhere else? He instinctively reverted to his cold and aloof expression and said, "Didn't you say you didn't want to sell it? Have you changed your mind?" Anshi, in a rush, explained, "No. I left it on the cabinet to charge it and forgot to take it with me when we left." Anshi anxiously turned around twice before bending down to pick up the stool and asked, "The doctor locked the door when he left, right? It should be fine." Fei Tu responded coldly, "I don't know." Anshi shouted in distress, "Ah! My little sheep." At that moment, Feng Yian, who had looked upstairs after hearing the stool fall, climbed back up and consoled, "Don't worry, it won't be lost, the door is locked." Anshi nodded quietly and obediently sat back on the stool. Feng Yian turned his head and feigned anger, "Why didn't you call me to eat?" Fei Tu glanced at him emotionlessly and said unconvincingly, "Oh, come and eat." Feng Yian took the bowl and sat on the counter, both available stools were already occupied. He spoke to Anshi, "When you go to the store later, just pack away your e-pet so you don't forget it again. In the afternoon, there will be more people, and it might get lost." Anshi, with teary, pitiful eyes, held the bowl and nodded. On hearing this, Fei Tu raised an eyebrow and turned around, asking, "What? You're going again in the afternoon?" Anshi replied, "Of course. The doctor's stall business is booming, and if I don't help, he'll be overwhelmed." Fei Tu snorted, wasn't he doing well by himself before? After pausing for a moment, he furrowed his brows further and added, "And didn't you dislike him before? Why are you sticking to him now?" Anshi immediately became flustered. It seemed that everyone had noticed his hostility towards Feng Yian, which he thought he'd hidden very well. Fei Tu saw straight through his thoughts, "You put everything on your face. Who doesn't know? Anshi screamed in embarrassment and covered his face. Feng Yian said affirmatively, that's true. Anshi did a great job and helped me a lot. Upon being praised, Anshi shyly smiled through his fingers, his eyelashes flickering. Fitu, upon seeing Anshi's sparkling eyes, felt inexplicably annoyed, yet couldn't find an outlet for his frustration. So he just frowned harder. After a while, he suddenly muttered out of nowhere, then I'm going too. Feng Yian looked up and asked, what are you going to do there? Fitu said, I'm going moldy staying here. Feng Yian laughed, you've only been resting for a few days. Don't forget, you've got a tibial fracture. You can't walk around recklessly. Even Fitu couldn't question the medical judgment of Master Feng Yian, pursing his lips and forming a tough line with his chin. Feng Yian continued his scolding, always relying on good physical fitness and faster recovery, treating your body as worthless, not applying ointment properly, nor resting adequately. Anshi echoed in agreement, exactly, exactly. Fitu glared ferociously, prompting Anshi to lower his head and move closer to Feng Yian. Feng Yian turned and asked Anshi, isn't it true that during battles, he always wants quick results, refuses to wait for the best timing, rushes forward regardless of the consequences, and thinks injuries don't matter? Saying this made Anshi seriously recall such occasions. Yes, it was indeed like that. Now, thinking carefully, he realized why he always found Fitu's combat style so cool. This bravery stemmed significantly from risking his life recklessly, akin to fighting as if it were the end of the world. Anshi started shouting instantly, that's right, that's right. Doctor, please give him a lecture. Fitu stood up limping over trying to grab Anshi's ear, but on one leg, he couldn't keep up, and Anshi ran off. At the doorway, Anshi waved his hand, doctor, doctor. Let's open the store. The instant Feng Yian pulled open the roller shutter, Anshi darted inside crouching low, picking up the e-sheep from the shelf, hugging it tightly, and planting a few kisses on it, apologizing, sorry, little lamb, I will never leave you behind again. While pulling down the curtain, Feng Yian chimed in, little lamb says it forgives you. Anshi burst into tears, the doctor was so gentle, whereas Fitu just called him, dumb sheep. In just half a day spent alone with Feng Yian, Anshi entirely abandoned his stance against a love rival and instead secretly thought, it wasn't unreasonable at all. If Feng Yian and Fitu had been together before, he wouldn't have much to argue about. Anshi had always wanted a big brother growing up. He imagined his ideal older brother would be as gentle as Sister Jianan, indulging in his mischief. But better still, he would be more skilled, knowledgeable, and capable like Feng Yian. Once this idea arose, Anshi increasingly felt that Feng Yian radiated an unparalleled brilliance, kind, amiable, and incredibly handsome. Helpless under the keen gaze of little sheep adoring eyes, Feng Yian chuckled, knowing that another person would soon start disliking him. However, this day was actually quite extraordinary for Anshi. Its significance was second only to the day he left the shelter and stepped onto the wasteland. This was the first time he communicated with strangers without the protection of the wasteland, whether it was a fierce scarred warrior with a bloody smell or an odd vendor with human fingers in his pocket, Anshi could remain calm and face them directly. This would have been unimaginable for him just 3 months ago. Upon further reflection, these changes didn't start today. From the advanced mutants in Luoqing to Chiwei's bounty hunter group, these people were once ones Anshi wouldn't dare to approach, let alone live under the same roof and laugh happily with them. At this moment, amidst the bustling noise and chaotic afternoon in the heart of Fanqing Market, during this tranquil yet scorching summer day, Anshi suddenly realized that living on the wasteland wasn't as hard as he had imagined. Anshi, doctor, may I ask you? Feng Yian was focused on keeping accounts and hummed and through his nose. Anshi, you said before that when you first met Miao, he was younger than me. Feng Yian nodded, yeah, he grew tall early but was actually very young. Anshi opened his mouth in surprise, he was already surviving on the wasteland at such a young age. Feng Yian corrected, no, he grew up on the wasteland. Anshi recalled and solemnly nodded, his mother was expelled while she was pregnant. Feng Yian turned to glance at him momentarily, musing, since he told you, it should be fine. Anshi looked puzzled, question mark. Feng Yian continued, Miao's mother was an extremely strong woman. I only met her once, but you can't help but admire her. In this era, for a woman to survive alone on the wasteland is already tough enough, and raising a child makes it nearly impossible. At that time, trade routes weren't as developed as they are now. Vamo stood above everything, while the whole wasteland struggled to survive. Rest stations were far apart, markets were small in scale, and the remains of pre-war killing machines roamed everywhere. Sometimes, one reconnaissance robot could destroy an entire village of refugees. Initially, Miao's mother likely wandered around many places with her young child, migrating and seeking refuge with various nomadic tribes. Those clusters were made up of disadvantaged groups who couldn't be accepted by shelters. To stay, she associated with many men. Feng Yian sighed and rephrased, she changed affiliations multiple times and even became pregnant several times, but none of the children survived. Years went by in this haphazard way, until Miao also grew somewhat older. But even among these migrant tribes, there were hierarchies based on strength. Their acceptance of frail children with low productivity was very low. After several leadership turnovers, they got expelled again. The incident occurred when Miao, he was probably 11 or 12 years old. By then, he and his mother had already drifted around the wasteland for several more years, coincidentally finding refuge at a rest station. But, after nightfall, a group of travelers at that rest station, surrounded and gang-raped Meow's mother. Anshi gasped sharply, covering his mouth with both hands. Feng Yian's expression turned heavy as he said, actually, incidents like this might not have been the first. Whether voluntary or forced, she never cried out, fearing she'd wake Meow. But he still woke up, being held down by two adult men. He had no choice but to watch it all unfold. Anshi's chest rose and fell violently. How could? Feng Yian shook his head slightly. In such circumstances, forget about intervening, it was considered good if others didn't join in. However, that night, everyone in the rest station took part in this act of violence. He tilted his head slightly, his grey eyes meeting Anshi's, saying, fortunately, a passing bounty hunter happened to witness everything and killed all the perpetrators inside. Anshi was deeply shaken inside. He suddenly remembered that years later, the wasteland led another bounty hunter to a resting station where he saved a girl. That was number 2's daughter. Feng Yian continued, the two men responsible for restraining Meow were shot dead by the hunter, while the other excited men were caught off guard and died with their pants still down, glaring wide-eyed. A faint yet melancholy smile appeared on his face, but that was also because this hunter had impeccable gun skills, always hitting the mark. At that moment, both Meow and his mother had been splattered with blood on their heads and faces, but the two were eerily calm, especially his mother. It was then they realized she'd accidentally been strangled to death by those bastards while trying to restrain her during the assault. Meow walked over and silently observed her for a while. Then he closed her eyes, dressed her properly, and took her outside to bury her in the wasteland. By nightfall, after digging for hours with blood all over his hands, he faced countless mutated creatures attacking him. The bounty hunter stood beside him, gunning down every creature that dared approach. By dawn, Meow had finished arranging everything. He gathered all the items from the dead in the room. What the hunter didn't take, Meow packed and carried on his back. Then he turned to the hunter and said, teach me how to use a gun. Let me follow you. You don't need to care about anything else, I'll figure out how to feed myself. Anshi was already crying uncontrollably, tears streaming down too fast for her to wipe them away. Feng Yian slightly tilted his chin upward, gazing at some invisible point in the air as if lost in memory. For many years after that, Meow followed him. He taught Meow how to use a gun, how to fight with a blade, how to survive hand-to-hand combat. He trained him to be a bounty hunter, raising him as he grew up. Sniffling, Anshi asked, why do you know so much about this? Feng Yian blinked slowly and softly replied, because I was there that night, inside the house, along with that hunter. Anshi sucked in a breath, dazedly saying, so that was when you first met Meow. Feng Yian nodded. After quietly sniffling for a moment, Anshi asked again, who is he? The hunter. This time, Feng Yian paused for a long moment before slowly answering, he was my friend, my best brother, and also the man I loved. Anshi widened her eyes slightly, asking, where is he now? All traces of smiles finally faded from Feng Yian's face. He lowered his eyelashes and sighed, unfortunately, in this world, everyone I've ever loved has died. Chapter 34, Distant and Far Away. The ink blue spread across the horizon, and the shape of the moon faintly showed on the sky. And she sobbed while hugging Feng Yian, crying loudly while patting his back as if he were the one bawling. Feng Yian kept soothing him, I was wrong. Isn't Meow still alive? Meow was raised by him, and he can be considered my younger brother, also someone I love. And she couldn't hear any of it, crying until he almost fainted, hoarsely gasping between sobs, you mustn't be sad. Feng Yian said, I'm not sad. Am I not smiling right now? He looked down at Anshi who was crying a mess, feeling like all the dry tears in his eyes had flowed away with him, that there was someone so concrete and thorough in mourning his sorrow. Suddenly Feng Yian felt as if the huge wound in his heart healed a bit. Actually, he hadn't thought about that person for a long time, though he had been thinking about them non-stop. Since that person's death, he had rarely seen Meow either. Both of them could help but see that person's shadow on each other, especially Meow. Feng Yian used to say they were a stoic master and apprentice, with only a spoonful of emotional quotient between them. In fact, he had guessed at Meow's bloodline quite early, but that person would just glare at him and tell him not to talk nonsense in front of the child. Look, even this excessive protective instinct was exactly the same. But those being protected were much tougher than they had imagined. He remembered that day when she found him. His whole body was covered with dust and dark red blood scabs. His right foot was swollen so badly he couldn't walk, and his face was smeared with dried tear marks. He looked at him and asked, excuse me, are you Feng Yian? There was an unmistakable slight tremor in the boy's voice, yet he still made an effort to stand up straight and puff out his chest. His eyes were bright, clear, and determined. Do you know Mylate? He's injured. Please help us. Though they appeared to have nothing in common at first glance, Feng Yian and Meow, upon deeper reflection, were not entirely dissimilar. One could fight without changing expression until their entire body was wounded, surrounded by corpses in a blood-red end-of-the-world scene. And another, even after walking out from such an apocalypse, never got tainted by the stench of blood. At this moment, the youth was using all his might to try and soothe their long-standing pain. The shop owner from the next stall came over to borrow something and was frightened off by the sight of Anshi wailing. Feng Yan sighed, moving his eyebrows as he stood up with Anshi hanging onto him, using his sleeve to rub Anshi's face, saying, "Hurry up and pack your things to go home. If we don't leave soon, Meow will start breathing fire." As he folded up the booth, he looked at Anshi who was still sobbing, sighing, "Oh, how am I supposed to explain this once we get back?" Anshi's mood remained very low. With various items exchanged for medicine hung all over his body, he sniffled while walking slowly behind Feng Yan. After walking for a while, he suddenly grabbed Feng Yan's clothes. Feng Yan turned around, caught by surprise, and lowered his head to meet a pair of puffy red eyes. And she said, "I'll be really strong in the future." Feng Yan, eh? And she seriously replied, "I will become very strong, not only good at repairing machines and making medicine, but also skilled in shooting and fighting, earning lots of money." Feng Yan understood and couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, are you planning to marry Meow and keep him at home?" And she didn't fully understand the concept of marrying, but he nodded, "I will take care of him." Feng Yan couldn't resist reaching out to touch his head, muttering to himself how impressive this really was. When they returned to the living area, the sky had turned deep blue. The warm yellow energy-saving lights lit up Feng Yan's room, and the air, dry and warm, was filled with the aroma of food. It was like a real home. Fetu, nicknamed Waste, originally had a sour face, presumably stewing some words to say, but seeing Anshi's appearance immediately changed color, asking, "What's wrong?" And she shook his head unhappily. Fetu then looked towards Feng Yan, but he had already slipped away. Having no choice, Fetu turned back to Anshi, inspecting him. "What happened? Did someone bully you?" And she still didn't speak. The cheerful little lamb hopping around at noon seemed gone, replaced by a gloomy red-eyed sheep. He removed the bags from his body, and Fetu quickly went to help him. "Was it a customer who bullied you, or something else? How could you cry helping out at the stall? You really, forget it, you're not going tomorrow, did you hear me? Just stay home and rest." Before Fetu could finish his words, Anshi had already buried his face in Fetu's embrace, arms wrapped around his waist. Fetu could only encircle him with his shoulders, patting his hair. All right. And she mumbled something into Fetu's shoulder, but he didn't hear clearly. And she then lifted his head, chin bumping against Fetu's chest, saying, "I'm going again tomorrow." Fetu looked down at him, staying silent for a moment before saying, "Are you getting taller?" And she straightened his body, and Fetu extended his hand to gauge, finding that the top of Anshi's fuzzy head just reached the level of his chin, and said, "You really have grown taller. At first, you were only this high." And she replied, "I'll be even taller in the future, with more muscles too." Fetu smiled, saying, "Then it will be very embarrassing if you cry or act cute later on." And she shook his head, "I won't act cute anymore in the future." Fetu teased him, "Isn't this acting cute right now?" And she hesitated but still stretched out to embrace Fetu. "This doesn't count. It's not counted with you." Fetu said mockingly, "Oh. What a privilege for me." And she let go of him and squatted on the ground quietly packing up. He placed the iron box containing pen cores aside and sorted out supplies obtained by bartering into categories across the floor. Fetu asked, "How much money did you make today?" And she looked up blankly, "I don't know. I got a lot of strange things, I don't even know what they're useful for." Fetu sighed helplessly and lifted his collar, saying, "All right, let's eat first." But Anshi insisted on squatting there, replying, "No, I promised the doctor I'd help organize. Oh yes, also, I'll earn back the money I spent before." Fetu took a moment to understand he was talking about the 60 pen cores paid to the travel group, puzzled. "Why are you suddenly bringing this up?" And she said seriously, "It was so hard to save up enough to buy the cyclic boat, wasn't it? And after you go to Zumo Tea, you'll definitely need money for food and purifying water. For now, with your leg being inconvenient, you temporarily can't take on any missions." Fetu felt something was off and caught onto a key point in his words. "After I go to Zumo Tea? What about you?" "I." And she blinked very slowly, with a naive bewilderment shining in his eyes, yet it was different from his original innocence, carrying now a trace of youthful melancholy. He answered truthfully, "I don't know." Fetu paused. "What do you mean? Aren't you coming with me?" And she dared not look up at him and murmured, It's not that. But what could I possibly do in Zumo Tea?" Fetu looked at him for a while, as if he didn't recognize him, dropped the item in his hand, and turned around to go downstairs shouting, "Feng Yan! Come out!" Fetu hopped down the ladder on one foot, and Feng Yan spun in place, realizing there was no place to hide, and could only show his trademark smile asking, "What's for dinner tonight?" Fetu glared at him, pointing an elongated index finger. "What exactly did you tell him?" Feng Yan mumbled nonsensically. "Fetu, don't play dumb. He was handed over to you for half a day, and then came back all wrong." Feng Yan innocently asked, "What's wrong?" Fetu took a deep breath, trying to sound gentle. "He suddenly told me he wouldn't go to Zumo Tea and wanted to earn my money back. Where did he get such ideas?" Feng Yan's attempt to joke failed, so he could only say, "Isn't that normal? Teenagers want independence, want self-reliance, and wander far away from home." Seeing Fetu still glaring fiercely, Feng Yan sighed and said, "He's 17 already. He wants to be a man, wants to shoulder responsibility, protect the ones he wants to protect. What's hard to understand?" When you were little, weren't you more like? Feta frowned. No, he's a bit different, growing up in a simple environment, it's easy for him to get deceived. Fong Yian raised an eyebrow, teasing, you mean, like how you've been deceived? Fetu. Fong Yian waved his head carelessly, anyway, is there even such a thing as a pure growth environment in this world? You're protecting him too much. Kids need to grow up and become sensible, but you're reluctant. Isn't it actually easier for your survival burden when they do? Feta still had some irritability, that's true, but it doesn't mean we can't go on like this. Why force him to grow up instantly? Fong Yian interrupted him, wrong. He has already grown up. Growing up happens overnight but also takes years. When he faced the mutated giant lizard alone and saved you from the wasteland, he had already grown up. Even before that, he was struggling to grow up, but you chose not to see. Feta ran out of words. Seeing Feta's face full of depression, Fong Yian couldn't help but tease, tsk tisk, truly pitiful. A kid who has never survived a single day on the wasteland suffers everywhere with you. Fetu, it wasn't. Fong Yian kept mocking, how could he bear it? Fetu angrily shouted, it wasn't in the plan. Never mind, I don't want to discuss this issue anymore. Fong Yian hadn't bullied someone else's stoic apprentice until their hair was on fire for quite a while, so he burst out laughing uncontrollably. Fetu sked once and gloomily climbed back. Just as Fong Yian was about to go downstairs, he spoke again, if you really want to do what's best for him, then you can't keep protecting him like this. In this vast land, protection is poison. No one understands this better than you. By the time we reach Zumo T, the situation might still be unclear, and dragging him along everywhere won't provide stability. Just look at this incident, if it weren't for Enshi's effort, both of you would have perished. Seeing Feta stand rooted in place without a word, Fong Yian sighed, fetch again, there's no place for sheep to survive on the wastelands. Feta understood that Fong Yian was right but still felt irked deep down. He sourly remarked, you sure seem quite concerned about him. Fong Yian couldn't help but laugh bitterly and curse, I'm older than the two of you combined. Can you both stop being jealous over me already? That night, Feta lay awake in bed, having done nothing all day while staying indoors, he simply couldn't fall asleep. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the shadow next to him shift slightly, then shifted again. Feta said, are you going to sleep or not? We need to get up early tomorrow for the market stalls, you know. Caught red-handed, and she mumbled some agreement from under the blanket. After a while, he moved again and whispered, meow. Feta's temples twitched violently, do not call me that. And she replied softly, all right. Silence hung in the air for a moment before Feta asked, what is it? And she hesitated, his voice timid with a touch of sorrow in the nasal tone, asking, at that time, weren't you really mad? You left food for me and told me to stay safe, but I wasted it all. Feta snorted lightly, mad enough to die. And she muttered another, oh, and asked, then, why did you still take me along? Do you regret it now? I never help, just eat. Feta found Enshi's self-description amusing and countered, aren't you always eating when hungry and getting hungry when you've eaten? Why so bashful all of a sudden? And she pouted slightly and retorted, I'm reflecting now. Feeling aggrieved, and she grew irritated, so serious in his worries, yet Feta didn't take it seriously. He asked further, so, what happens after we arrive in Zumo T? Feta answered casually, in Zumo T, we won't have our heads full of dust every day, nor will our faces wash down into muddy water, there'll be no sandstorms, abundant water sources, oh, and also, no mutated cockroaches or rats. And she thought for a while and said, sounds pretty good. Feta mocked, dumb lamb. Immersing himself in envisioning Zumo T, azure seas and skies, rippling waters with countless spacecraft floating above. Him and Feta residing on a small spaceship, greeting neighbors as they drifted by nearby. Feta had excellent night vision and could almost see the bewildered expression on Enshi's face as he blinked. And she asked again, so, what will we eat then? Feta responded, don't know. After buying the cyclic boat, we'll be broke. I might join a night group later, occasionally taking missions to deliver goods here on the wastelands, selling stuff, it's somewhat similar to bounty hunter work. And she inquired, then what about me? Feta quipped offhandedly, you can eat grass. And she exploded immediately, sitting upright on the bed, so ultimately, I am still a waste. Feta sat up too, growing somewhat impatient, what then do you plan? And she stated firmly, I want to rely on myself. I want to earn money, like you and Dr. Fong. Fong Yian was indeed right, children grow up, desiring to leave home and explore the outside world. First, he left the safety station, parting with family and friends he'd known since childhood, one day, he'd also leave him. Feta turned around and lied down again, his back facing Enshi as he said indifferently, oh well, do whatever you want. And she gazed silently at his figure in the dark, he didn't say another word or turn around, breathing steadily as if asleep. All Enshi could do was lie quietly face up. Chapter 35, Lilith. You know, I've been seriously worrying about this, and he still doesn't take it seriously. A few days later, one day in a bustling market stall, Enshi mumbled as she angrily shoved the bandage into the drawer. The soft bandages were rudely bunched together, patiently bearing Anshi's dissatisfaction. That time too, I suggested we go to the nearby rest station first, but he insisted on taking a shortcut. In the end, it got dark before we reached the next rest station, and we were chased by a mutated giant spider for half an hour. That spider was Thayet big. Anshi stretched her arms wide to demonstrate. Because of the daytime heat, she had tied her long hair into a ponytail behind her head and folded a red square cloth into a wide strip, binding it around her forehead to hold back loose strands and sweat. She efficiently sorted items while muttering to herself with great seriousness, completely oblivious that a customer was already standing in front of the stall. Fong Ian smiled at the perplexed customer and mouthed silently, "What tea's wrong?" Fong Ian also mouthed in reply, "No thing." Afterward, when you ask him, he'll just say, "I didn't hear." When Anshi imitated the wastelander saying, "I didn't hear," she kept a straight face, acting it out properly. Isn't that unfair? Facing Anshi's sudden upturned question, the customer stood stiffly, nodding along cooperatively. Anshi said, "You agree, right? Anti-swelling spray is 8 pen cores, thank you." Confused, the customer paid and walked away, looking back every 3 steps. Fong Ian laughed so hard she was doubled over, crossing her legs as she watched Anshi busy herself alone. Her ears caught Anshi's grumbles, filled with resentment. After a long while, she finally interjected, "What you're talking about, this communication issue." Anshi paused to look at her. Fong Ian continued, "Is unsolvable in the short term." Anshi immediately pouted unhappily. Fong Ian hastily raised her hand and added further, "But." Anshi arched an eyebrow. Fong Ian went on, "It will gradually resolve itself over time." Anshi discontentedly muttered, "What's that supposed to mean? That's like not saying anything at all." Fong Ian spread her hands, smiled, and said, "There's no way around it. When two people don't stand on the same level, it's hard to hear what the other is saying." Upon hearing these words, Anshi suddenly collected herself, seemingly struck by the meaning hidden in them. That was it, he wasn't expecting himself to become some sort of superhuman or make tons of money. He just wanted a chance, a bit of time, to prove that he could survive independently, handle things solo, and exist as someone equal, who could stand face to face with the wastelander. Standing in front of him, gazing directly into his eyes, listening to the words he wished to say. This truth applies under any societal rule. Fong Ian lamented. What truth? Anshi asked. Fong Ian smiled, economic independence decides political independence. Anshi carefully mulled over these words, showing an expression of life philosophy being appended. But there's no rush for this either, quantitative change will eventually lead to qualitative change. When the time comes, everything will become clearer. Fong Ian comfortingly rubbed his head. Still, Anshi kept his head down, unresponsive. For the first time, he felt his thoughts so crystal clear, he had suddenly figured out why he became increasingly panicked the closer he came to touching a happy ending. Is this the finish line? Is this what I really want? Deep inside, there was always a faint voice, this is Wasteland's earned future, not mine. Can I really keep staying beside Wasteland like this, depending on him, whining and seeking comfort from him? And if one day he grows tired of me and stops being kind, where would I go then? He had always revered Wasteland, even before meeting Wasteland, Anshi thought, he had started admiring him, admiring a calm, strong, composed, free, omnipotent hero. When Wasteland appeared, the hero suddenly took on concrete form, and he began yearning to become him. He wanted to grow taller, stronger. He consumed concentrated protein granules and underwent daily weight training. He started learning guns, started studying martial arts. Now he realized that he wasn't trying to turn into him. His longing to grow up stemmed from wanting to be the person beside him, not the one trailing behind. But there was no way he could express this to Wasteland. He'd definitely not care, Anshi thought. There's too little I can do. Anshi's philosophical deliberation was interrupted by the noise. Looking up, he saw the crowd slowly moving, unconsciously parting a seam, as if making way for someone. The first thing Anshi saw was a pair of deep red reversed fur boots. Those probably weren't real leather, Anshi thought, though artificial leather was also extremely rare. Then he saw the navy blue pants tucked into the boots, moving upward his gaze landed on a red cape of the same striking color as the boots, fastened at the front with a golden claw-shaped pin. The man's black gloves rested on the leather belt around his waist, his elbow slightly propping up the cape to reveal thermal insulating wear underneath. On top of everything, he wore a vintage brown cowboy hat. Anshi noticed that he wasn't the only one eyeing the stranger, whispers rippled through the crowd of travelers surrounding him. Walking briskly, the man strode directly to Anshi, or rather Fong Ian's stall. It was only then Anshi noticed there were dozens of others following in his wake, all cloaked in similarly red capes with golden-pointed claws pinned on their chests, creating an eye-catching streak of blood red against the yellow sand. The leader removed his goggles, tipped his hat brim as a greeting, and nodded slightly, saying, "Doctor." As he spoke, a flash of light caught Anshi's attention, revealing all of his teeth were silver, whether they were genuine teeth or just caps remained unclear. Noticing Anshi's stare, the man smiled back, showing off a mouthful of gleaming silver. Anshi instinctively ducked behind Fong Ian. The man no longer glanced at him but extended a tablet screen instead, saying, "I need everything listed here." Fong Ian took the order list without any expression, scrolling through it carefully before murmuring, most items aren't a problem, though for some. I'm not sure if our inventory is enough. Turning to Anshi, he asked, how many tubes of bactericidal antioxidants are left? Anshi hesitated for a second before replying, half a box is all that's left, but the new batch comes out tomorrow, which should be 48 vials. Nodding, Feng Yian turned back and asked, in a rush. Before the other could respond, he handed back the tablet, saying, if you're in a hurry, there's no help for it, there are still plenty of stalls you can try. The man chuckled, leaving the tablet untouched, and said, not in a rush. Tomorrow works too. Feng Yian still held the tablet between them, then the man added, except for the hemostatic bandages and bone-setting plates, I'll come for the rest tomorrow. These are the deposits. Unfolding one hand, instantly someone from behind him handed over a large bundle of pen cores tied with hemp rope. Glancing at them briefly, Feng Yian remarked, that's too much. The man smiled again, this covers 80% of the full payment. I trust Saint Feng Yian's reputation. Anshi couldn't tear his eyes away from the man's face, suddenly realizing where this uneasy feeling came from. When he smiled, only his mouth curled while his eyes remained devoid of any warmth. Feng Yian leaned over slightly and whispered, help him get the bandages, also 5 sets of bone-setting boards. Anshi responded, pulling out a large box, opening it, and picking out 5 sets of traction steel nails and bone-setting boards placed neatly on the counter. Then he opened a drawer and asked, how many bandages do you need? The man lowered his head and looked once, replying, all of them. Anshi's eyes widened momentarily as comprehension dawned, bending down to gather every single roll of bandage inside. Meanwhile, another team member stepped out from behind him, pulling open a big dust-proof jute bag. Anshi dumped all the items inside. The total comes to 46 pen cores, thank you, Anshi casually said. Hearing this, the man looked over, asking, is he your little assistant? He hadn't finished speaking when his smile froze mid-face. While Anshi hadn't noticed, Feng Yian quickly walked over and shielded Anshi from behind. Feng Yian pulled open the collar of his shirt, tucking back the pendant of a blood bottle that had slipped out when he bent over earlier. After this series of actions, Anshi was still completely unaware, by which time Feng Yian had already turned back, grabbed a pile of pen cores from the man's hands, and flung them into a drawer as if they were rocks, producing a dull sound. Closing the drawer casually, he said, send someone to pick up everything by noon tomorrow, everything will be ready. The man remained silent for a long moment. Anshi peeked from behind Feng Yian's shoulder, meeting the direct, unrelenting gaze of the man, causing inexplicable goosebumps to rise on his arm. Attempting to look away, he found himself locked in place, like being hypnotized by a sea monster. Feng Yian asked again, anything else needed? Only then did the man withdraw his gaze, smiling once more and saying, that's all, see you tomorrow. Gradually, the group faded into the distance. Still, Anshi felt traces of unease lingering on his skin, rubbing his arms and asked, who was that? Even before Feng Yian could answer, snippets of discussion from the people around reached Anshi's ears. Red Dragon Capes. Golden Claws. Yaweli Bounty Hunter Squad. Yaweli, such a familiar name. Frowning, Anshi racked his brain trying to remember. Meanwhile, Feng Yian had already started rolling down the stall curtains as if intending to close shop. She tossed the bundle of pen cores to Anshi, saying, keep them safe. Since developing a concept of money, Anshi had never seen so much cash before. Roughly counting them, 12 small bundles of pen cores, weighty like old-school bomb packs in movies. He couldn't help but imagine Fei Tu's reaction upon seeing this much money. He would get excited and instantly transform into a big dog. Then Anshi would toss out a bundle, and Fei Tu would wag his tail, picking it up with his mouth, placing it back in Anshi's hand and even let him pat his head. Anshi was utterly charmed by his own imagination, her eyes brimming with love as she trailed after Feng Yian, dazedly heading back while hugging a large bundle of cash. That man earlier, after walking for some time, Anshi suddenly said, I don't really like him. Feng Yian turned his head, why? Anshi thought carefully, among all the people in this yellow sand or even this market, the person wasn't particularly strange-looking or acting strangely, and until now, had only politely smiled at them, yet he made her feel very uncomfortable. Hence, she honestly said, I don't know, but I just feel he is kind of odd. Feng Yian chuckled, saying, so, the little lamb's instincts are pretty sharp, huh? Knowing to stay away from fierce carnivores. Anshi grumbled, I'm not a little lamb. And who are you calling a little lamb anyway? Fei Tu's voice suddenly rang out. Anshi looked up, he leaned on his crutch, standing not far ahead, wearing a coverall apron over a fitted tank top, exposing his strong arms, probably having come out to check since waiting too long inside. Feng Yian burst into laughter, saying, seems like the new role of the house cook suits you well. Fei Tu didn't bother replying, instead staring fixedly at the huge sum of money in Anshi's arms. Anshi shook the bundle of dynamite-like cash in front of him, saying, looks so much money. Fei Tu glanced at him and replied, aren't you worried about getting robbed holding onto it like that? The three of them walked side by side, slowly strolling for a bit. After a while, Fei Tu asked, what were you two talking about? Feng Yian calmly answered, oh, we were talking about encountering Huafu earlier at the market. At hearing this, Fei Tu abruptly stopped, turning around to ask, what? Anshi got startled by his sudden rise in volume, and seeing how terrifying his gaze was, she mumbled, you know him? Suddenly, Anshi realized something, exclaiming, "Oh. That Lily bounty hunter group, isn't it your old team?" Chapter 36, Captain. Fishin's expression changed slightly, a change that Anshi definitely wouldn't have noticed 3 months ago. He furrowed his brows slightly, narrowing his eyes as he asked in a low voice, "Are you sure?" Feng Ian waved his hand indifferently. "Anshi, describe the appearance of the person you just saw to him." Anshi thought for a moment and said, "It was someone really flashy." He grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, saying, "Silver teeth, a red cloak, and red boots. Oh, and he wore a hat that could easily be blown away by the wind." Fishin sighed softly with both worry and amusement at Anshi's animated description, saying, "It's him." Anshi leaned closer, his eyes sparkling mischievously, asking, Who? He looks like he has a lot of money." Fishin still frowned as he briefly replied, "The former deputy captain of the bounty hunting group I used to belong to, now the current captain." Anshi exclaimed with an, "Oh," and asked again, "Then what about the previous captain?" Fishin glanced at him after lowering his head, calmly answering, "He was killed by him." Since Fishin had been restricted from going out and spent a great deal of time around Feng Ian's residence, the quality of their food skyrocketed exponentially. Anshi grew up eating rationed meals in a shelter but hadn't realized how bad protein soup was until now. Seeing Anshi's face almost buried in a bowl with strands of hair about to fall inside, Fishin couldn't help but push the food into his mouth with a spoon while nudging Anshi's forehead with his finger. Anshi hummed in protest, stretching his neck to reach the last bit of sauce. Fishin disapprovingly commented, "How can you eat so messily?" Anshi mumbled unclearly as he swallowed his food, saying, It's delicious." Fishin continued not letting him off the hook, pulling on his ears or pinching his cheeks from time to time, remarking, "You've gained weight recently because of the good food." Compared to his earlier days when he lacked sunlight and was malnourished, the boy's originally pale, gaunt face had indeed become rounder. His big eyes weren't as overly round as before, yet they shone more brightly. "I haven't." Anshi placed down the empty bowl, rolled up his sleeves, and flexed his arms, exclaiming, "Look, muscles." Fishin gave a tisk and extended his arm next to Anshi's. Not only was it much thicker, but it also featured fluid lines, bulging firm muscles, faint veins, and a manlier wheat color. Anshi slumped his shoulders, puffing out his cheeks. Fishin couldn't resist prodding them with his fingers. When he pressed harder, air leaked from the corner of Anshi's mouth with a chuckle. "Ahem." Feng Ian loudly cleared his throat, capturing both of their attention. Fishin awkwardly withdrew his hand. Anshi scraped the bottom of the bowl with his spoon for a while longer, licking it spotless. Then, he remembered the visitor from the stall. "Oh right, you didn't finish telling me about what happened with Captain Lily just now." Anshi tapped Fishin's arm with the handle of the spoon, then reached under his apron to chill his waist. Fishin swiftly grabbed the spoon and threw it to his right where Anshi couldn't reach. "It's not Lily but Yawali," Fishin stated. With no choice, Anshi obediently placed his fingers on the table and grumbled, "He killed the previous captain and made himself captain, surely meaning he isn't a good person." "I knew it, I disliked him at first sight." "Ask Dr. Feng, isn't that right, doctor?" Without even looking up from the microscope nearby, Feng Ian automatically complied, Exactly. Fishin warned, "Don't act so frivolous. Stay as far away from him as possible, hear me?" Anshi lazily rested his cheek on the table, lifting his eyes to look at him, "Can't do that. He ordered a huge batch of goods which need to be prepared before noon tomorrow." Fishin pointed toward their lodging provider without mercy, "Let him take care of it himself." Confused, Feng Ian straightened up, After having his fill, sleepiness began to overwhelm Anshi, and he lazily questioned, "Why? Is he dangerous?" Fishin answered, "He's different from anyone you've met before. For his goals, he will stop at nothing, disregard everything. Anything is merely a counterweight on the scales of interest, a man without a heart. Do you think he's dangerous or not?" Anshi blinked his eyes, then, "What is his goal?" Fishin softly chuckled, "Himself." Rarely hearing Fishin speak about his past, Anshi pursued further, "What about the former captain? Did none of the members care after he was killed?" Fishin lightly tapped the table with his fingers, seeming to be reminiscing or carefully choosing his words. After a long pause, he finally said, "Strictly speaking, we were all responsible for his death. Although no one pulled the trigger, we stood idly by and let him die. When I joined Yawali's bounty hunting group, I was about your age. The captain back then was a friend of my master." Fishin said this while both he and Anshi noticed Feng Ian stiffening for a moment, but neither turned to look at him. "You know, in big groups like Yawali's, the members are already hunters with some abilities. But as for me, I could join purely because of the relationship between my master and the captain. Young, frail, no mission experience, not even much regular combat experience. The others in the group were all unhappy, especially Huafair. Groups of this size usually don't gather entirely. Everyone has teammates they're used to cooperating with, and missions are often accepted by fixed combinations. It's easy to form small factions. As deputy captain, Huafair had quite a number of close teammates who resisted me from the beginning. No, it wasn't just against me, it was against the so-called saintly methods of the captain. Feishan's expression grew increasingly serious. There is nothing wrong with acknowledging that we live in a world of survival of the fittest, but such struggles should have basic frameworks of humanity. Some people believe that only by completely discarding those unnecessary adherences, and becoming absolute egoists can one survive, but in reality, these kinds of people rarely live long. After saying this, he glanced at Feng Ian, who also smiled towards him. Anshi understood, these were definitely the words of Feishan's master, Feng Ian's old confidant. Many people abandon the idea of living within this framework too early, and it's hard not to feel disappointed with oneself deep down. This disappointment has nowhere to go, so it gets passed on to those who persist. Feishan shook his head and continued, anyway, no matter what, the captain still went out of his way to bring me along on missions, took care of me generally, and later, I gradually wasn't as incompetent anymore. Anshi laughed, so, you were once bad at this too? Feishan raised an eyebrow, even at my worst, I wasn't as bad as you. Anshi hummed disdainfully twice and then thought about how Feishan had been fleeing around with his mother during his childhood, surely facing hardships and helplessness that he himself never faced, so he pouted. Feishan continued, the captain, although strict and conventional, treated everyone pretty well. Many people in the team actually respected him until 3 years ago. At that time, we took on a task from a small shelter. There were large amounts of mutated creatures surrounding the shelter. It had been attacked more than 20 times in half a year, killing most of the population. Desperate, they exchanged all their resources for payment and hired us. At the time, we divided into 4 teams to sweep the nests around the shelter. I was assigned to the nest farthest from the shelter, about 3 kilometers away, but when we got there, something felt off. Anshi, who had been lying on the table, sat up straight now and asked, what felt off? There weren't enough monsters. Feishan said, it didn't take long to deal with those minor enemies. We should have returned to camp right after that, but something, maybe it was intuition, told me to go check out the shelter first. Within 2 kilometers of walking out, we saw a fire in the distance, and smoke could be seen from far away with a smell accompanying it. Feishan furrowed his brows, fists clenched as he spoke, that smell. Not only was there the burnt odor of plastic and fibers, but there was also that, really fragrant, grilled meat smell. Anshi hadn't initially grasped what he meant, but when she suddenly did, her throat tightened in shock and nausea hit her hard. Feishan continued, by the time we reached the shelter, almost the entire place had turned to ashes. For some reason unknown to us, the swarm of mutated creatures in that area all surged towards the shelter in broad daylight, perhaps due to too many deaths over the past months causing overwhelming bloodshed sense. Feishan moved his jaw slightly, as if biting his teeth before continuing, wasn't the shelter already attacked many times before? Quite a few people were killed or transformed by those creatures. A resident in the shelter, he snapped. He likely witnessed all his friends and family being. Feishan stopped speaking, he knew Anshi didn't need excessive elaboration. This seemingly fragile and naive youth had already endured countless experiences of death and parting, resilient and obstinate deep inside. Anshi, indeed, simply nodded, whispering quietly, When the fire spread, the captain was inside the shelter. He seemed to have come out 3 times and entered again to rescue others. Just before his final entry, everyone tried stopping him, but he insisted on going in anyway. Feishan said, not long after his last entrance, the main gate collapsed. You know, most shelters have only one entrance and exit, oxygen isn't abundant inside. Huafair immediately ordered us to, abandon him. Anshi exclaimed in surprise, what? The wasteland let out a cold laugh, that's right, actually more than just him died in the fire, several members of the bounty group as well as the shelter residents also perished. But Huafair abandoned them without hesitation. In his eyes, life was just a simple math problem, 5 lives were worth more than 4, and rather than risking more lives in a rescue attempt, it was smarter to cut losses quickly. After all, those who went back into the shelter made that choice on their own, others shouldn't bear responsibility for it. Anshi muttered, how could this be? It's too cold-blooded. Feng Ian also came over and sat down, sighing, cold-blooded. Most people here survive by believing in exactly this kind of thinking. In any case, when I got back, I had a huge argument with him, but deep down I knew there was no way to change anything. I couldn't accept what happened, not just him but the other teammates who stood by and did nothing. So, I paid my termination fee and left the group. I wasn't the only one who left then. Since then, I've been traveling alone. Feitian said nonchalantly, ending this story. There was a moment of silence in the room, only interrupted by the intermittent sound of the water heater working. Anshi softly asked, isn't it harder when you're alone? Feitian shot him a scornful glance, saying something with double meaning, not really, it's less tiring than being with 2 people. Anshi looked deflated, mumbling. Feitian continued, traveling alone means you can't take large missions, making money becomes slow. Participating in temporary teams at the market is more about luck, reliable teammates are good, bad ones lead to trouble. Anshi stiffened his neck and said, bad teammates will help you grow. Feitian looked at him speechlessly, you're becoming thicker-skinned. As the red sun of sunset crept across the floor through the window frames, Feng Ian poured each of them a cup of strangely flavored tea, reportedly something from the market to enhance viral resistance among the noisy crowd. Anshi frowned, sipping the tea slowly, and suddenly asked, so? Feitian responded offhandedly, Anshi asked, how old are you, really? Fei Tian glanced sideways over his cup. Anshi, question mark. Fei Tian, how did you come up with such a question after that story? Anshi truthfully answered, I've been wondering for a long time, just forgot to ask. Fei Tian, I'm going to be 28 next month, exactly 10 years older than you. Anshi dragged out his tone expressionlessly, oh. Feng Yian coughed again, I hope we all remember a bit of etiquette while discussing age. Don't neglect the respect due to the elderly. Chapter 37, Hemoglobin. And she calculated the age difference between the two in his heart, but failed to come up with any profound conclusion. He didn't feel particularly surprised, he had always known that Fei Tu was older than him, but he wasn't sure by how much. The other's constant stern expression, unflinching even if the sky fell, made him look mature, but occasionally revealed signs of childishness. For instance, when the food was unsatisfactory due to limited conditions, Fei Tu obviously lacked enthusiasm. Although, plagued by a compulsion to cherish food, he could eat everything without complaint, his expression looked worse than crawling with mutated cockroaches. And then again, the doctor always enjoyed teasing and playing with him. When Fei Tu tried to act indifferent while secretly seething, and she would stifle laughter until his stomach hurt every time. By the time she reached Fei Tu's age, Fei Tu would be close to 40. And she thought aimlessly, what will he be like at that age? Still wearing a stoic face. Will he still have abs at 40? Fei Tu noticed his gaze and lazily glanced at him, what are you looking at? And she blinked his eyes, trying to cover his tracks, nothing. Fei Tu raised an eyebrow, you're clearly up to no good. And she was just about to refute when Feng Yian suddenly called out, the both of you, come over here. Both looked over, Feng Yian stepped aside to reveal the microscope on the table. Fei Tu got up slowly, pulling in Shi who had stuck himself onto the table with one hand. Fei Tu peered into the microscope, red ovals of varying sizes appeared on the slide, and Shi also leaned in to take a look. Both were utterly confused. Red blood cells, lymphocytes, platelets won't show up under this lens yet. Feng Yian tapped his chest and said, this is my blood. Fei Tu and Shi nodded blankly. Feng Yian removed the slide and replaced it with another one, adjusted the objective lens as he leaned down, and said to Fei Tu, this is your blood. Fei Tu's expression changed slightly as he took a glance before averting his eyes. Curious, Shi stretched his neck and positioned his eyes to the eyepiece, startled to find that the cells presented on the slide not only retained their red color, but their outer wall shapes had significantly altered. Their internal structure appeared much more complex, as if they weren't from the same dimension as the previous sample. Moreover, those cells seemed alive, very active, moving around incessantly on the slide. The two silently looked at Feng Yian, waiting for what he would say next. Feng Yian switched back to the previous slide, took a test tube and dipped some on it, saying, you see, this is the reaction of normal human blood to mutant biological blood. First, there will be a very intense rejection response, followed by a 24-hour period where various white blood cells multiply greatly. This process has three possible outcomes, which you both know already. He raised his finger, destroying and engulfing the abnormal cells, being infected and transformed by the abnormal cells, or directly decaying after infection. My experiments haven't been extensive enough to confirm specific probabilities, but based on experience, these situations roughly each account for a third. Do you guys have any objections? And she shook his head, and Fei Tu remained silent. Feng Yian continued, and she, can I borrow a bit of blood from your vial? And she paused momentarily, comprehended the request, and handed over the second vial from his neck. Feng Yian put on gloves, carefully opened the sealed lid, used a glass rod to extract a small amount, placing it under a clean slide. And she immediately eagerly leaned toward the microscope. Upon inspection, he exhaled a sigh of relief, this looked completely different from Fei Tu's blood. These cells had sharp edges and black nuclei, resembling more closely the mutant biological cells from the prior experiment. Feng Yian took some of his own blood samples and placed them on the slide, instantly, they were devoured by these spiky cells. He tested with mutant blood, yielding the same result. He projected an enlarged image from the lens, pointing at a cluster of small dark red cells, this thing, see it? It's equivalent to the immune antibody system inside mutants, but its composition is far more complex compared to human white cells or plasma cells. This thing also exists in Miao's blood, Feng Yian stated, I don't have a decay phase high radiation person's blood sample on hand, but judging from symptoms, it should be that, under some instantaneous mutation, the number of platelets drops sharply, causing wounds unable to heal, but the exact cause of decay remains unknown to everyone. The question lingering on everyone's lips at that moment was, would one day Fei Tu also suddenly degenerate like a highly mutated person? But no one could ask it aloud, and no one had an answer. Feng Yian steered the conversation away, continuing, I've reviewed the report, your blood composition is actually mostly similar to humans, but as for the figures, your platelet count is extraordinarily high. I don't know why there's no formation of blood clots, and the indices of liver enzymes and serum proteins are all astonishing. It's likely this explains why your wounds heal fast, toxin cleansing cycles are rapid, and you have strong bodily repair abilities. Anyway, all human diseases come down to cellular abnormalities in the end. With your blood, I ran 20 experiments, and each time it unequivocally consumed the invasive cells. This is extremely rare, if not impossible, in human blood. Feng Ian straightened up but still refrained from saying the words, "You're not human." Tu Fei was silent for a long while before quietly replying, "Understood, thank you." The room quieted for a moment, then Anshi's low murmur broke the silence, "That's so cool." Both Feng Ian and Tu Fei turned to stare at him simultaneously, surprising Anshi, who realized he had spoken his thoughts aloud. Stammering, he explained, "No, I mean, isn't this just like being a superhero?" Tu Fei's eyebrows formed a bizarre expression, one lowered and the other nearly reaching the heavens, displaying extreme disbelief. Feng Ian burst into laughter, sweeping all the glass slides into the trash can, including the gloves. Anshi's ears turned red slightly as he softly defended himself, "Meow is just meow. What difference does it make if the cells look weird? We can't see them anyway." Tu Fei looked down at him with a complex expression. Seeking help from Feng Ian, Anshi tilted his face upward, asking, "What? What's wrong?" Feng Ian patted his head, laughing and said, "Nothing, what you said is great." When night fell, Tu Fei reclined on the bed with eyes closed early, while Anshi circled around him quietly twice without any response, finding it uninteresting, and climbed back onto his own bed. Tossing and turning, he almost fell off. Hearing the noise, Tu Fei developed a vein on his forehead, opening one eye to glance over, and upon seeing that Anshi was awake, he immediately leaped onto Tu Fei's bed. With no choice, Tu Fei raised his arm to give Anshi some space, muttering, "What is it?" Anshi replied, "Can't sleep." With an unmoved expression, Tu Fei said, "I can." He grinned, "You can't either." Tu Fei acted as if he was going to push him down, causing Anshi to quickly hug his waist with both hands and feet pleadingly, "Don't. Let's chat." Moving closer, Anshi whispered near Tu Fei's face, "Are you thinking about what the doctor said?" Tu Fei neither nodded nor shook his head, only stating, "Even if he hadn't mentioned it, I'd already had a feeling about this. I've known for a while. Today just confirmed it." With self-deprecation, he sighed, "Small wounds would heal quickly." People around began to feel surprised, then fearful. "As a child, I didn't understand, but growing up, I realized it wasn't normal and it was better to hide it." As he spoke, he reached to remove the tape from his chest. The skin under the bandage, tinged yellow due to the medicine, now showed pink new flesh where deep bone-exposing scratches had been days earlier. And she tossed the bandage aside and leaned forward to kiss Tu Fei's nose, strands of hair sliding across his arm, cool yet slightly ticklish. Tu Fei chuckled slightly, "What's this for?" And she grinned, "It's the unique Anshi way of comforting, available only to the luckiest few." Tu Fei's lips twitched slightly before curving into a smile. After a while, he added, "Maybe I'll end up like a mutant." And she quickly interrupted, "Not at all." Tu Fei gestured for him to let him finish, saying, "What I mean is, one day this amazing recovery ability might disappear, and even a tiny cut could cost me my life." After looking at him for a while, and she responded, "Aren't we all like that?" Tu Fei tilted his head, not fully understanding. And she continued, "We never know when life will suddenly end, don't we all live like this?" In that instant, Tu Fei felt a gentle yet powerful jolt in his soul. He remembered when he first met Anshi, the refuge station was invaded by mutants and radiated humans. After seeing a companion's body, Anshi only took 5 seconds to process the news, just moments before he was sobbing from the bug's attack, but next, he calmly covered the dead friend's eyes, shut the door, and boldly marched into the cluster of monsters. At that time, Tu Fei thought that this child might be stronger than any of them. And she was completely oblivious to his thoughts at the moment, and kept rubbing his head against his chest, searching for a comfortable position. The wasteland squirmed uncomfortably, complaining, "Your hair is making me itch." Yet when he raised his hand as if to push Anshi away, he hesitated above Anshi's head before letting it fall back down. Unexpectedly, Anshi suddenly looked up, his eyes gleaming mischievously in the dark. He started to speak hesitantly, "That." Tu Fei's temple twitched, sensing that another absurd comment was coming. And she asked, "Since your blood is different, does that mean your semen might be different too?" Tu Fei's face clearly showed exasperation and silence. Still brimming with enthusiasm, and she went on, "Last time you came inside me. Could I end up mutating too?" In an instant, Tu Fei threw his long legs over and with a twist of his waist, flipped Anshi beneath him. His voice laced with innuendo, "Once won't do, we'd need several tries to know for sure, just like with pregnancy." And she began wriggling about happily, but then found his hands and feet restrained. Laughing and playing around, he glanced up only to get unexpectedly lost in Tu Fei's eyes. Damn. Anshi's heartbeat accelerated furiously, his immunity to this smiling version of Tu Fei was zero. Staring into each other's eyes, they saw themselves reflected within them. They gazed at one another for a long while, detecting unease in each other's reflections, one unsettled by the uncertainty of the future, the other lost in self-doubt. It was at this inappropriate moment that Tu Fei recalled something Anshi had said earlier, he might not accompany him to Zomodi after all. This should have been nothing difficult to accept. Over the past few decades, solitude had never brought him loneliness, every acquaintance automatically concluded with farewells. He shouldn't feel uneasy or resentful because of this. Yet right now, he suddenly realized he couldn't bring himself to talk about parting ways. It was as if this little house of Feng Ian possessed a certain charm, like this peaceful market was their Eden, the midnight ball before 12 o'clock struck. Once the bubble burst, the dream would shatter, and they'd be forced to confront an overly real future. Looking into each other's eyes, both reflecting themselves and the other. And she moved his lips slightly, whispering softly, "I want to kiss." A flicker of loneliness passed through Two-Face's eye corners as he smiled faintly and asked quietly, "Where do you want to be kissed?" And she replied honestly, "On the lips. I want kisses everywhere." Two-Face's eyebrows twitched slightly before he bent down and kissed him. When he lifted his head again, he gazed at Anshi, whose face was flushed red, panting, and whose eyes were moist. A sudden memory returned. "The first time I kissed you, you looked utterly terrified." A thought flashed through his mind. With so short a time together, why did they already have so many memories? And she also recalled, then, upon learning that Two-Face was to be confined as reproductive resource in the shelter, he cried profusely, only to be kissed out of nowhere. And she stuttered, asking, "Back then, why did you kiss me?" Two-Face's grin took on a roguish look, the upward curve of his lips pronounced, "Because your whole demeanor was practically screaming, 'Kiss me.'" Seeing Anshi's stunned expression, he added, "Not just that day, but every single day beforehand. Every time you came to deliver food, you stared at me straight. Every time I took off my clothes, you got this lecherous look. As soon as I edged closer to you, your breathing stopped altogether, like you wanted a kiss." Anshi's eyes widened in shock, his face turning entirely red. He hadn't known any of it. Realizing this now, all he wanted was to find a hole to hide in. His lips trembled. Then, did others notice as well? Two-Face shrugged nonchalantly, "Who knows?" And she felt overwhelmed by embarrassment. It couldn't be happening, and yet he hadn't even noticed it himself. After a moment of inner turmoil, he once more caught sight of Two-Face's healed wounds, and snapped out of his sweet reverie. Now that the wound was healed, there was no reason left to stay. "Soon, you'll be leaving for Zomodi, right?" And she asked softly. He used "you" instead of "we," causing Two-Face's smile to vanish without hesitation as he rolled off him, taking all warmth and heat with him. Seated on the edge of the bed, he gazed deeply at Anshi. Yes. The cherished smile gone, the familiar scent of dryness gone, and she grew increasingly upset. He had messed things up. "What about you?" Two-Face questioned. "What will you do?" And she also sat up, swinging his legs at the edge of the bed, looking down as he responded, Maybe I'll rent a small single room in Zone E. The doctor said I can share the stall with him, help him keep watch usually, and go out for repair jobs." After pondering, he added, "Most work will still be inside the market, so it's not dangerous." Looks like you two have everything figured out," Two-Face remarked with a hint of mockery. Zone E was the newest and most remote residential area in the Fan City market, taking more than 20 minutes to walk around to reach the main market. Even so, shouldering the cost of renting a place long-term wasn't exactly easy. The wasteland looked at him for a moment, and she also lifted his head, and his clear, big eyes met his with frankness. Finally, the wasteland sighed and said, "I don't get it." And she chuckled tensely, "Neither do I." The wasteland frowned, "So why is that?" And she cut him off, "There are some things I need to take time alone to realize. It would just be slower and harder if I were by your side." The wasteland muttered discontentedly, "Oh, my fault." And she saw how like a big bear he looked, sulking with a furrowed face and slouched shoulders, which was both amusing and somewhat endearing. He felt a little sorry for him, so he knelt up and hugged his shoulder lightly. The wasteland wanted to push him away, but she had already retracted his hand. And she said, "A year. Give me a little time, give me an opportunity." The wasteland flicked his eyelids, and it was then that she noticed how long his lashes were. Though they weren't curled, they shielded half his eyes like tiny brushes, making him seem unfathomable always. And she used to think this way, but now all he could feel was how lost yet charming those eyes were, prompting an urge to kiss them. And so, he did. The wasteland closed his eyes, then fluttered them open again, asking, "What does 1 year mean?" 1 year's time. "If I can, no, regardless of the result, I will find you in Zomodi." And she declared. "Hopefully, by then, I will be worthy of you, able to stand by your side." The wasteland instinctively retorted, "Who asked you to look for me? What if I don't want you then?" But immediately changed his tone, "No, no. A year is too long, 3 months. And she heard this and his eyes twinkled with joy, yet within that smile mingled many intricate thoughts, as well as the sorrow of youth. The wasteland gazed at this smile, realizing what he had resolved wouldn't alter. Chapter 38, The Blood Bottle. On the morning of the next day, when Anshi opened his eyes, the single bed next to him was already empty. He rubbed his eyes twice, pushed the mess of hair behind his head, and saw Feng Yayan squatting by the door, packing up goods on the ground. Let me help you." Anshi slid off the bed, feeling dizzy. He turned around in a circle, bewildered, and asked, "Wasteland, where's Meow?" Feng Yayan looked at him for a second, did not answer his question, but instead thoughtfully said, "Wasteland, you usually call Meow like that?" Anshi scratched his face. "No, it's just what I call her in my heart," slipped out accidentally. Feng Yayan raised an eyebrow as if savoring the name. Seeing Anshi still staring at him, he finally remembered to say, "Oh, Meow went to the market to buy things, dry rations, purified water, things we need for the road." Anshi immediately slumped his shoulders. "Oh." Feng Yayan asked, "Do you regret it?" Anshi shook his head. No, doctor, let me help you. The two used a wooden cart to push a large pile of medicines and emergency equipment to the market. The inventory quickly emptied by more than half. Anshi squatted on the ground, carefully counting according to the purchase list, indicating there was no problem. Feng Yian seemed quite unconcerned about it all, picked up 2 stools and waved a hand saying, "Come rest." Anshi sat down with him, trying to mimic him by putting his feet on the shelf. Sad to find his legs were not long enough. They had not relaxed for long when suddenly, 2 travelers covered in blood rushed to their stall. Anshi was startled, and Feng Yian quickly stood up asking, "Who's injured?" Though both looked disheveled and exhausted, it wasn't immediately clear where the wounds were. The short one among them said, "Outside, got scratched and couldn't get in." Feng Yian nodded, took out the first aid package from under the table, glanced inside, and instructed, "Anshi, fetch me 2 sedative injections." Anshi immediately jumped up and started preparing the injections for him. That person then asked, "Doctor, can the eye be saved if it's damaged?" Feng Yian hesitated briefly, looking up at him. "The retina cannot be repaired, only surgery can replace it." Upon hearing this, the tall companion suddenly squatted down and began wailing loudly. Feng Yian explained, "The retina is one of the few parts of the body that cannot regenerate. Let's check the severity of the injury first." The short one also had an unfriendly expression, estimating that the wound condition was not optimistic. "He's a sniper. Without the right eye in the right hand." Anshi involuntarily stepped back half a step, picturing the horrifying image of the wounded soldier, losing an eye and a hand, imagining the kind of injuries that could cause. He then thought of the makeshift tent outside the market, which smelled strongly and was extremely hot. Not even speaking of eyes, the nervous system of hands is exceptionally complex. In such medical conditions, how could they possibly be reattached? The tall man cried hoarsely, use my eyes. He did it to save me." But Feng Yian had already collected some simple surgical instruments and interrupted while walking out of the stall, "Don't talk about this now, hurry up, time is critical." Anshi quickly grabbed him, "Wait, wear a mask." Feng Yian accepted it and put it on. The 3 of them hurried off in a flurry. Anshi was left alone in Feng Yian's stall, blank-faced. After being lost in thought for a while, he noticed a bloody handprint on the edge of the table, probably from one of the 2 men who had supported themselves against it earlier. Anshi poured some drinking water, tore a small piece of gauze and wiped away the handprint. He ended up cleaning the entire tabletop. The white gauze soon turned brownish-yellow. Ever since coming to this scorching land, dust was everywhere. That day, he overheard people at a nearby stall talking. It was said that Zumodi had plants, and there were even small gardens on some big anti-gravity islands. Moreover, the air there was humid, sometimes even raining, and occasionally, the rain wasn't strong acid. Everyone spoke of Zumodi with longing. Originally, Anshi didn't understand why, but after witnessing the scene just before, he realized he might have underestimated the difficulty of surviving in the wasteland. Maybe I'll regret it in a month, Anshi thought. Just as he was lost in deep thought, a shadow suddenly appeared above him. Anshi sluggishly looked up, straining to stare against the light for a long time before letting out an "ah" and standing up. The visitor showed a silver smile and said, "Hello." Anshi almost forgot this part, and partly because he hadn't expected the other party to come in person. Hyufure misunderstood his bewilderment and asked, "If you're not ready yet, I can come back later." Anshi hurriedly waved his hands, "No, it's all ready, right here." He uncovered the oilcloth, looked around, and realized, the other side indeed came with only 1 person, making him feel awkward. "You might not be able to take all these alone." Hyufure showed an expression of slight distress. "What should we do? Everyone else has things to do. Today, it's only me." Anshi paused for a moment and said, "You can borrow the cart, but, will you return it?" Hyufure couldn't help but chuckle. Yesterday, he had already paid much more as deposit than the cost of this wooden cart. Nevertheless, he still nodded. "If you're not confident, you can come with me." Anshi looked around, placing his hands on his hips. He didn't know when the doctor would return. Hyufure then added, "You can close your stall first. I'll wait for you to lock up." Anshi thought about it for a while and eventually nodded. "Wait here, I'll leave a message for the doctor." The Yaweli group was too large in number, so finding a centralized residence wasn't easy, which meant their lodgings were farther from the market. Hyufure easily pushed the cart with one hand, seemingly without any effort, while Anshi followed half a step behind, holding an iron box used for storing pen refills. "What's your name?" Hyufure asked as they walked. Anshi softly replied, "Anshi." Hyufure, as if he hadn't heard clearly, turned back, "Huh." Anshi had no choice but to repeat louder, "Anshi, the Anshi from Day of Rest." Hyufure said, "Oh, that's a nice name, mine is Hyufure, without a last name." Anshi replied, "Me neither, I don't have a last name." After a brief pause, Hyufure asked again, "How long have you been following Feng Yian? You don't seem like someone who grew up in the wasteland." Anshi evasively replied, Not very long." Seeing that Anshi didn't want to elaborate further, Hyufure didn't press him and continued talking to himself, "It's pretty good staying here. It's freer than the shelter stations and safer than the wasteland." Anshi asked, "Compared to Zumodi?" At this, Hyufure raised an eyebrow faintly and laughed lightly, saying, "Zumodi? It's probably better there, that's what everyone thinks. Anshi detected some undertone in his words, asking, do you not think so? Have you ever seen anyone coming out from Zumodi? Discarded servants, discarded sex slaves, useless laborers who grow old and cannot afford the rent. No matter how they get into Zumodi, eventually they are abandoned by it. Zumodi is not our home, it's just an expensive vacation spot. Hyufur held up his thumb and forefinger to show a tiny space, and the truly belong to Zumodi people only count for this small fraction. Anshi twisted his head to look at the rows of doors beside him, unsure how to respond. Hyufur then continued, do you know the 20/80ths rule? Without waiting for Anshi's reply, he kept talking, 80% of resources and wealth are concentrated in the hands of 20% of the population. But this rule isn't accurate anymore. To be precise, it might now be 99 versus 1. Anshi felt he was exaggerating a bit, and could only stiffly agree, oh. Hyufur asked, why, do you want to go to Zumodi? Anshi responded, no, just curious. Hyufur nodded and said, back when the massive radiation outbreaks happened, those people fled to sea, believing they would be the last survivors on Earth. They took away all the skilled technicians and resources. For everyone else who couldn't buy tickets to this Noah's Ark, they probably regarded us as already dead anyway. Anshi knew that those people he mentioned were the first-generation founders of Zumodi, the people sitting at the top of this broken pyramid. Though they were now elderly, they still controlled the lifelines of human technological civilization. Hyufur added, even now, the gap between underground production capacity and the seas grows wider. One barely holds on, trying to survive, while the other idly amuses itself with fashion and luxuries, occasionally throwing away some trash to trade for more essential goods on the wasteland. Hearing the word luxury, Anshi involuntarily clutched the electronic sheep in his pocket. He suddenly realized that, when almost everyone was struggling desperately to live, the wasteland had bought him something only the people from the sea world were entitled to own. He started regretting coming along. He should have waited obediently at the stall until the doctor and Meow returned. We're here, Hyufur suddenly said, causing Anshi to look up. Indeed, the area was now sparsely populated, with only several tents identical in appearance set up together. Anshi asked, are all these rented by you? Hyufur nodded, everyone's tired. We need a short 2-day rest, and we must rest well. Anshi followed Hyufur into one of the tents. Inside, it was a bunk bed setup but quite spacious, and even included a tiny bathroom so they wouldn't have to queue up for the public showers at the market. Compared to the other rental rooms at the market, it was certainly luxurious. But compared to Feng Yayan's place, it was still lacking far behind. This crossed Anshi's mind. When Hyufur began single-handedly unloading various medicines, Anshi finally noticed that his left hand was bound with bandages, so he quickly offered, let me help, let me help. Hyufur did not stop him and simply instructed him to stack all the medications in the corner, apart from some sensitive drugs which he placed inside a low-temperature insulation box. Alright, Anshi straightened up, dusting off his hands. Let me see, we still need to pay for 50 pen refills. But Hyufur didn't move. Anshi looked up and saw him staring at him. Unconsciously tightening his grip on the iron box in his arms, Anshi asked, what's wrong? Hyufur inspected him for another 2 seconds before saying, nothing, 50 pen refills, right? Here you go. Anshi opened the iron box as Hyufur directly dropped the refills inside. As he closed the lid, Hyufur asked, you're not going to count them? Anshi hesitated for a moment before reopening the box and counting them with his fingers. Thank you, I'll be heading back. Anshi pulled the empty cart and turned to leave the tent but suddenly felt something was off. His ears picked up faint footsteps and rustling wind. Before he could react, someone pressed against him from behind. Startled, Anshi dropped both the cart handle and the iron box onto the ground, making a loud noise that scattered the pen refills all over the floor. What are you doing? Instinctively, Anshi swung a hit which Hyufur caught with one hand, holding Anshi's elbow while blocking his other arm. He slammed Anshi forcefully against the wall. Anshi's head hit the wooden panel, causing a sharp pain. Without hesitation, he sharply raised his knee, but it was deflected by Hyufur. Fueled by anger, Anshi faked a feint with his left hand and struck with his right hand at Hyufur's throat. Even if Hyufur were skilled, with only one functional hand, he had to retreat half a step to avoid being hit, barely evading the slash from Anshi's nails that left 2 marks on his neck. Anshi watched him vigilantly. Hyufur took another step back and revealed an open palm where a chain with a blood veil pendant hung. Anshi immediately touched his neck, empty. His expression turned cold. Give it back. Hyufur grinned instead. Oh, so you do get angry. Anshi repeated, give it back. Hyufur slowly coiled the chain around his fingers. Looks like this harmless little guy has some tricks up his sleeve, huh? Who taught you how to fight? Anshi remained silent, keeping his eyes fixed on him, waiting for the perfect moment to exploit any weakness. Hyufur examined the blood vial in his hand. Meow late, isn't it? This is his stuff too. What's your relationship with him? Where is he now? Is he in the Fan City market? Before he finished asking the series of questions, Anshi crouched low and darted out, sweeping his foot at Hyufur's shin in a rather tricky angle. Since he started learning combat skills from people on the wasteland, he would occasionally try ambush attacks when they brushed their teeth or daydreamed, even though he never succeeded. Now, however, when he needed explosive muscle power, he finally felt these past days of training bore some results. Still, this slight improvement wasn't nearly enough against bounty hunters who lived dangerously all year round. Despite being slightly off balance due to his injured hand, Hyufure quickly spun away from the attack. The moment Anshi noticed Hyufure retracting his claws, he grabbed whatever was nearby and threw it towards Hyufure's face. Reflexively, the latter lifted his uninjured arm to protect himself, allowing Anshi to land a kick on his injured arm. Ah! Hyufure shouted in pain, clutching his arm, as Anshi reached out toward the spasming hand. Just as expected, Hyufure shifted sideways, giving Anshi the chance to snatch the chain of the blood vial. Not bothering about the scattered pen refills on the ground, Anshi turned and bolted, but after only a few steps, he felt a sharp pain in his waist and tumbled forward heavily. Before he could prop himself up with his elbows, Hyufure already stomped on his back. Out of breath, Anshi fell flat, pressing his cheek against the rough floor. Anshi regretted immensely. It was clear yesterday that Futi warned him to stay away from this person, but he hadn't listened, and worse, came so far following him alone. Hyufure switched to kneeling on Anshi's back, placing his entire weight on Anshi's spine, wrenching his wrist hard down onto the ground. The intense pain made Anshi loosen his grip, causing the vial to roll out. Hyufure casually picked up the blood vial, laughing, "You." He hadn't finished the first word when a massive force hurled him through the air. Anshi heard a dull crashing sound followed by Hyufure's cry of agony as well as some clutter falling onto the floor. Before Anshi could comprehend the situation, someone yanked him to his feet. Futu's angry face appeared in front of him. Futu blocked Anshi behind him, and looking at Futu's profile, Anshi suddenly felt a pang in his nose. How strange, earlier, while facing it all alone, he was afraid but never considered retreating. Yet now that Futu showed up, every ache in his arms and back flared, urging tears to well up in his eyes. I knew you'd be here," Hyufure said calmly as he got up from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. His arm bandages had turned from pale pink to red, but it seemed like he didn't even notice. "What are you doing here?" Futu asked coldly. Hyufure moved his lips first, spitting out a mouthful of blood onto the ground, then shrugged. "What else can I do at the market? Shop around, look for some fun." He jerked his head toward the scattered pen refills on the floor. "Anshi, are you just going to leave your money behind?" Futu turned sharply and glared at him, as if scolding him for mentioning names so carelessly. Anshi felt guilty and began picking up the pen refills from the floor. He wasn't worried about being attacked with Futu there. "Give them over." Futu held out his hand. Hyufure examined the bottle in his hand against the light again, and Futu added sternly, "Don't make me take it." Hyufure raised an eyebrow but surprisingly complied, walking over and placing the blood vial back into Futu's hand. Hyufure wore that same emotionless grin once more. "Don't be mad, it was just a little joke. We haven't seen each other in so long, couldn't we at least exchange greetings?" Futu didn't want to say another word to him. He simply tilted his head and asked, "Are you all set?" Anshi nodded. "Yeah. Let's go then." Futu spoke. Anshi turned and started walking toward the door, then couldn't help himself and glanced back. Hyufure's face was already turning dark red due to broken capillaries, yet he revealed a row of silver teeth, waving goodbye to Anshi. This time Anshi finally saw clearly. Those sharp silver teeth were a predator's threat directed at its prey. Futu looked at Anshi, following his gaze back to Hyufure. He pointed a finger toward Hyufure's chest and said, "I've given you 3 chances already. The next time I see you, I'll kill you." Chapter 39, Plan C. Anshi's arm was being dragged as he was pulled along. From behind, you could see the angry little flames on Fei-Tu's shoulders and head. After walking a good distance, the surroundings returned to the bustling of the market. Only then did Fei-Tu slow down his pace, releasing Anshi's hand and walking forward on his own. As Anshi started running, his back began to hurt. He chased after Fei-Tu, wincing and asking, "How did you find me?" Fei-Tu still looked displeased. "After I finished shopping, I went to the stall to look for you guys, and I saw this." He shoved into Anshi's arms a palm-sized blackboard, on which was the message Anshi had left for Feng Yian. Anshi held up the board, suddenly understanding. "Oh. Oh." Fei-Tu lightly slapped the back of his head, and "Oh. How did I tell you yesterday?" Anshi mumbled, sensing there was no way to avoid the scolding. Suddenly inspired, he began covering the back of his head with his hand, pouting, "I just bumped into a wall earlier, it hurt so much, and you hit me." Fei-Tu frowned, "Don't pretend to cry in front of me." Anshi's eyebrows drooped, "Woo." Fei-Tu glared at him for a while, agitatedly saying, "Did you really bump your head? Did you bump it hard? Do you feel dizzy or want to vomit?" Anshi, looking down, mumbled, "Still okay." Fei-Tu didn't speak for a long time, sighing, saying, "Pull your hair back." Anshi looked at him confusedly, realizing why. He pulled his hair back, revealing his neck. Fei-Tu hung the chain of the blood veil around his neck from behind. Anshi held his hand up for a long time without hearing anything from Fei-Tu's. Turning his head to look curiously, he saw that Fei-Tu had already withdrawn his hand. "Forget it, don't wear it. It'll just bring trouble." He stuffed the blood veil into Anshi's pocket, saying, "Go back and find a place to keep it properly. There won't be anyone to save you next time." And she slowly walked back following Fei Tu, idly stepping on his shadow. Fei Tu's walking posture no longer showed any sign of leg injury. In contrast, Anshi's previously sprained ankle still hurt occasionally. But the doctor said it was quite normal for a sprain to take about a year to recover. For ordinary people. When they returned to their rented apartment, Anshi immediately saw the large far travel bag standing in the corner. This time, there wasn't the lighter and smaller one beside it. And she suddenly realized that he was really going to separate from Fei Tu. And she stared at it for a long time, trying to lift it. His waist ached, it was heavy. Sitting cross-legged on the edge of the bed, Fei Tu waved, "Come over." And she dropped the bag and ran over, leaning forward with his hands resting on Fei Tu's thighs, staring brightly at him. Fei Tu tilted his head slightly backward, wrinkling his nose, as if scratched by some furry pet, saying meaninglessly, "Turn around." And she turned back but kept twisting his head to look. Fei Tu said, "Take off your clothes." And she hesitated for a moment, quickly pulling off both his sunscreen jacket and undershirt from the top of his head, exposing his flushed neck and ear tips. He slightly tilted his face, about to say something, when he let out a painful scream as soon as his mouth opened. And she, ah. Fei Tu applied the ointment rather roughly on the bruised purple spots on Anshi's back. Anshi's face twisted together, straining his back muscles, gritting his teeth and breathing heavily. Fei Tu prodded the bones on his spine. "Now do you know pain?" And she, "Haas, a woo-woo." Fei Tu didn't hold back, continuing, "Still planning to play independent, leaving you alone resulted in this mess within half a day." And she puffed out his cheeks, wriggling away from his fingers. Fei Tu continued, "You clearly lack the ability to live independently. Even in the marketplace, you're not safe." And she became unhappy, muttering, "It's not like that, I just got careless this time. It won't happen again." Fei Tu spoke harshly, loudly saying, "All right, since the route to Zomodi is not far, and the purified water is sufficient for 2 people, we will leave after breakfast tomorrow morning. Hear that?" And she remained silent. After a while, he said softly, "We agreed on a year, and after a year, I will come looking for you. By then me." Fei Tu suddenly grabbed his shoulder and spun his entire body around, and she, startled by being called by name, and she couldn't help but compose himself and look at him. Fei Tu coldly said, "That's enough." And she was dazed for a moment, and the vivid expressions on his face gradually faded. "I'm serious, why don't you ever listen to what I say?" "Forget it." Fei Tu furrowed his brows. "Forget it? What does forget it mean? What exactly do you have to forget about?" And she's tone carried a hint of displeasure and resentment. "Is it so difficult to respect my thoughts? If you continue acting like this, even if I go with you to Zomodi, would you also plan to ignore my opinions on matters we disagree on?" Fei Tu froze for a moment, opening his mouth to explain, "That's not what I meant." And she waved his hand irritably, "So I said forget it is. I don't want us to argue on the last day." And she disentangled himself from between his knees, picked up his clothes and put them on, then flipped his long hair out of his collar. He stood with his hands on his hips for a moment before squatting down to tidy up his things. Fei Tu watched silently for a while before calling out, "And she?" And she ignored him. Fei Tu said again, "And she? What are you doing?" And she replied sulkily, "Packing my luggage." Fei Tu said, "What luggage are you packing? Aren't you going with me?" And she turned around and glared at him, moving to the new rented place. "Even after you leave, I can't keep mooching off the doctor's hospitality forever, can I?" Fei Tu responded with an, "Oh, you're moving to Zone E. See? I'm not completely ignoring what you say." And she sniffed, "Humph." Fei Tu nudged Anshi's but with his toes, "And she?" And she abruptly turned around, "What do you want?" Fei Tu said, "Don't be mad, and she. Let's go together." And she forcefully turned back, "I'm not angry." Fei Tu inexplicably thought of the electronic pet sheep that always showed its curly butt to him. But and she spoke up now, I've never tried hard on my own to get anything or achieve something. In the refuge station, all food and drink were distributed according to the number of people, and all jobs and skills were assigned by the uncles. After we came out, I depended entirely on you. I didn't have to use my brain at all, I just needed to dumbly follow you. He slightly turned his body, revealing trembling eyelashes. The last time, when we encountered the dragon, honestly speaking, I was terrified. One part of it was fear afterward, afraid that if luck hadn't been on our side then. Fei Tu interrupted him, "That wasn't the case, you handled it well back then. Right? That's what I think too." And she turned his face and forced a smile. "It was only then that I realized, actually, I am not completely useless. I can fight, I can protect others. I just need to work a little harder." He took a deep breath and said, "On this vast land, everyone seems to have their own way of survival and mechanism, like the doctor, Chi Wei, and even you, all clearly walking on the path of your lives. If I told you to give up Zomodi and stay in the market with me, would you agree?" Fei Tu furrowed his eyebrows. He had been setting, leaving the wasteland and heading to Zomodi, as his goal for so many years and almost never considered other possibilities, leaving him momentarily speechless. And she shook his head, "That's why it's only me. Only I am unclear about everything, blindly being led around without understanding who I am or what I can become. Fei Tu looked into his eyes and let out a soft sigh. My master once said there are 3 great philosophical questions in this world that people will think about throughout their lifetime but may never fully understand. The first one is, who am I? And she pressed his lips. The doctor also mentioned that. The second question is, where am I going? He continued, but none of this makes sense beside you. It didn't hurt as much before, but seeing you makes it unbearable. Tears I could hold back before start falling just by looking at you. Progress requires coercion, and solitude inspires reflection. Fei Tu stared at him for a while. His eyes seemed to carry countless words, but they finally boiled down to a teasing sentence. Are you treating me like your mom? Upon hearing this, and she burst into laughter. He walked over to Fei Tu, cupped his face, and gave him a kiss. Damn it, it's this smile. Fei Tu couldn't help but think in his heart, because of this smile, he'd agreed to everything. He used this very smile back then to look forward to Fei Tu, look forward to freedom, and look forward to the electronic lamb. Looking forward to himself. So he ended up giving him everything, freedom, adventure, and himself. In the end, he realized that he was the weaker one. The skeleton under the lamb's skin is made of steel. Fei Tu chuckled somewhat mockingly. Whenever he displayed this expression, it carried some of the mature man's melancholy that and she liked. He said, seeing is one thing, but stubbornly refusing to listen to advice, that's what makes you quite annoying. Being called annoying, and she smiled again, I can't help being annoying. I like you anyway. Don't forget to decorate the cycle boat nicely, find a spot where we can watch sunsets and stars. Fei Tu looked away, unwilling to respond, but and she leaned against him, do you want to? We'll have to wait a long time after this. Fei Tu dryly answered, not in the mood, go away. And she's nose rubbed against his chin and all the way to his ear. Don't go, let's do it. Anyway is fine, I'll let you come inside me. Fei Tu replied lifelessly, no, I'm going to come in someone else. And she burst out laughing at this. This was the first time he saw Fei Tu throw a childish tantrum, and involuntarily, he touched his cheek, pushing his slightly longer hair behind his ears. After we get to Zumodi, you should grow your beard back. You can't be this handsome, and she said. Fei Tu glanced at him slyly, isn't having a beard handsome? And she kissed his jawline and then his lips. Fei Tu pursed his lips tightly, uncooperative, as he watched and she clinging to him, pressing kisses all over. And she lifted his shirt and pecked his abs, then sucked on his nipple, only to have Fei Tu grab his forehead and stop him. What are you doing? Stop messing around like that. And she's hand moved to his crotch and looked up at him with an inviting gaze, you're hard. Fei Tu's voice turned steely, I want to stay hard if I feel like it. And she thought his sulking expression was both immature and unbearably adorable, so he buried his face into his stomach through his pants and licked it, almost instantly making it harder again. Fei Tu's hand gripping his head changed to pulling his hair while she sat upright on his knees in front of the bed, taking Fei Tu's shaft out and placing it in front of his face. He held the column with one hand, burying his nose in the pubic hair, licking all the way from the base to the tip, his tongue circling the head before lapping along the underside ridge. Fei Tu exhaled sharply, SSS, holding onto the edge of the bed with one hand and massaging in Shi's ear with the other. And she had not done much of this before, but Fei Tu's ecstatic and sexy expressions accompanied by his moans stimulated all his senses, making him want nothing more than to please this man with all his might. He kept swallowing and licking until his jaw ached, and saliva overflowed from the corner of his mouth, before finally letting Fei Tu climax. He cleaned the semi-hard penis and tucked it back into his pants neatly, then smiled mischievously and asked Fei Tu for a kiss, still carrying the scent of semen. Goodbye, they both said silently just before closing their eyes. The next morning, and she woke up very early. He stared at the ceiling for a long time before daring to turn his head to look at the adjacent bed. It was completely empty, the quilt was folded meticulously, and the sheets were taken down. He sat up mechanically, his travel bag in the corner was also gone. He looked around blankly left and right, and found a note by his pillow. And she opened it, and this time there was only one sentence. This time, the one leaving is you, it's even now. He stared at these words for a long time, reaching out to pull the little bag from his chest, folding the note carefully and putting it together with the slips Fei Tu had left on the mountaintop rest station. Chapter 40, Independence Day. Anshi sat on the bed for a long time, blankly realizing just how quiet the room had become, no wasteland noises, no doctor around either, and the world seemed cut off, just 2 steps away. He slowly got out of bed, pulled open the hatch door, and climbed down the ladder into the basement. Everything here was arranged exactly as it had been yesterday, Feng Yan's bed hadn't moved, and even the cup he'd left behind casually was still in the same spot. Anshi felt a bit puzzled inside, brushing his teeth while dully staring at his own reflection in the mirror, spiritless, with hollow and vacant eyes. After doing a quick wash, Anshi didn't bother to eat anything but locked the door and went out. The heavens were merciless, above the wasteland today was still an endlessly clear blue sky without a single trace of wind, leaving him slightly disoriented. Everything had become strangely unfamiliar, as if it were the first day he had ever seen this charred land. Anshi first went to the management office at the entrance of the market to collect the keys from one of the gatekeepers who was on shift. The deposit had been prepaid by Feng Yan, supposedly to cover a few days of helping watch the shop. Holding the key, Anshi carefully studied the large map posted outside the management office. This map was clearly not made all at once. The old section of the market, Area 3, had been drawn earliest, its colors worn by sandstorms and acid rain. The outer zones were newer in color, and the E-zone where Anshi was heading stood out as the freshest, as if newly marked. At the marketplace gate nearby, something was unusually noisy beyond the electric fence today, layers of buzzing heads surrounding the area, the air carrying a sense of unease, like rust mixed with disinfectant. But Anshi wasn't in the mood to indulge in the spectacle and merely glanced over before walking away. Following the map's direction, Anshi crossed through Fancheng Market, passing various types of shops. He looked at the anti-sand boots and filter cores on the stalls, and then observed the faces behind them. Suddenly, those faces started blurring, distorted as if by high heat, transforming into sticky molecules in the turbid air. Anshi's pace quickened until it almost turned into a sprint. He felt the surrounding air was too dry, desperately siphoning moisture from within him. And then he realized it wasn't the people's faces that were blurry, it was his own eyes. Anshi suddenly stopped in his tracks, breathing heavily as he stood there. He bent his head downwards, several wet spots appeared on the yellow earth but evaporated instantly. Slowly exhaling the air from his lungs, Anshi's chest gradually settled, and he continued walking. Today's gravity seemed abnormally strong, pulling him silently toward the center of the earth, making every step unbearably heavy. Following increasingly sparse signs, he struggled to find Area E. Once there, he tried, albeit confusedly, to locate room number 98. Fancheng Market truly lived up to being the largest city in the wastelands. The new shelter units in the zone all looked identical, and Anshi soon lost his way. This far out, the bustling market had already turned bleak. The sun was fierce, and most people hid indoors. After 20 minutes of fruitlessly searching, Anshi couldn't find a soul to ask for directions. Sweat drenched his body, his hair clung to his forehead, his throat was parched, and his tongue almost stuck to his palate. Anshi caught sight of a fleeting shadow with his peripheral vision and rushed quickly towards the corner it disappeared around. That figure was wearing black despite the scorching sun, wrapped in layers of scarves under a hood, resembling the Grim Reaper from ancient propaganda materials. Anshi hesitated for a moment but, knowing it might take ages to encounter another passerby, mentally prepared himself, suppressing his fear, and took his first step of independence. "Hello." Anshi called out. But it was as if the person didn't hear him, continuing to walk without hesitation. "Hello." Anshi shouted again, louder this time, simultaneously hastening to catch up and lightly tapping the stranger on the shoulder. Finally, the stranger paused and turned their head slowly, revealing half of their face. Only half a face because the other side of that head was severely shriveled and concave, as if it had been eroded by concentrated acid or intense fire, faintly showing the outline of the skull. It was like seeing a skeleton in broad daylight. Anshi's knees buckled, nearly causing him to fall. Still, he managed to straighten his slurred speech and ask, "Excuse me, do you?" The remaining sole eye of the other person scanned him up and down conspicuously, assessing him from head to toe. Instantaneously, Anshi's survival instinct screamed warnings, the hairs on his back stood straight, cold sweat pouring down in this sweltering heat. He suddenly realized that asking for directions could inadvertently reveal the address of his own residence. "I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else." Anshi yelled loudly, turning and fleeing. After running for a while and turning a few corners, Anshi quickened his steps once more, looking back several times to ensure no one was following him before finally stopping. Leaning against the scorching iron sheet, outer wall of a rented apartment, he was still shaken but couldn't help feeling proud. If Feng Yian knew about this, would he praise him for being alert? But then it dawned on him, Feng Yian wasn't here anymore. By the time they met again, he might already have forgotten about this moment, and Feng Yian wouldn't be there to compliment him for his cleverness. And if Feng Yian were here, how could Anshi have spent an hour failing to find just one house number? Anshi shook his head, flicking off beads of sweat and traces of desolation. These square container-like shelters had no eaves at all, with the sun directly overhead, casting not even a shadow on the ground. Wiping the sweat on his wrist and rubbing it off on his pants, Anshi lifted his head, blinking a couple of times. A few drops of sweat had trickled into his eyes. His expression remained calm as he scanned over the dazzling reflective outer skins of these iron boxes, his pupils gradually widening. The house numbers on one side were odd, and so were those next door. All the doors in this row displayed only odd numbers. Suddenly enlightened, Anshi's spirit rose. His unit was an even number. He'd been walking the wrong direction since entering this section. This time, Anshi traced back to the entrance of Zone E by following the decreasing sequence of house numbers, glancing toward the T-junction's opposite direction, room 2, room 4. 15 minutes later, he finally arrived at number 98. The room Anshi rented was rudimentary, a single bed, a table, no windows, no stools, only a thin layer of dust spread across the floor. It greatly resembled the first stopover where he and Feng Yian took refuge when leaving the shelter station. That's fine, thought Anshi, this is where my journey begins. Walking around the tiny room a few times, Anshi soon realized how confined the space really was, the ceiling slightly low. Sitting down on the bed, he started calculating. Firstly, he'd continue assisting the doctor at the stall, which attracted plenty of customers. He could set up a promotional sign and start offering services like repairing neighbors' appliances, trying his hand at upgrading the weapons for passing merchant groups as well. Anyway, with the doctor's reputation as a backing guarantee, hopefully, he could save up for the first month's rent. Looking around the room again, Anshi noticed there was neither a shower nor water pipes. He planned mentally that after moving everything from the doctor's place, his primary task would be finding Zone E's public bathhouse and fresh water supply station. Anshi pursed his dry lips and took a deep breath before standing up. The return trip was quicker than the way there. When Anshi arrived at the door to Feng Yian's house, ready to unlock it, the door suddenly swung open violently. Feng Yian rushed out, startled upon seeing him. Anshi had never seen such an expression on Feng Yian's face before. Gone was the usual jovial and gentle demeanor. Instead, Feng Yian looked extremely stern and harsh as he asked, "Where did you run off to? I've been searching for you for half the day." Anshi, puzzled, said, I went to collect the keys for the rental unit, and was just about to come back to move my things." Feng Yian's expression darkened further, pulling him along and saying, "Forget about the things, come with me quickly." Tall and long-legged, Feng Yian forced Anshi to almost jog just to keep up, his throat parched from thirst yet he dared not interrupt. Without pausing even at the main gate of the market, Feng Yian directly brought Anshi outside the electric fence. Many of the onlookers from earlier had dispersed, revealing the scene inside. In this windless day, yellow sand hadn't yet covered up the blood stains scattered across the ground, instead, they had congealed into lumps of deep red clots. Judging by the amount of blood, multiple people must have suffered grave injuries. Anshi felt something underfoot, lifting his shoe to see it was half of someone's ear. Stumbling back a few steps, he finally remembered what the smell was earlier, the metallic tang of blood mixed with death, skin seared by gunpowder burns, bones shattered by heavy strikes. Feng Yian had walked a good distance ahead by now, noticing Anshi still standing blankly staring at the bloodstains, explained, "Do you remember the patient we operated on yesterday? After performing limb suture surgery, it was late, so we sent him back to the triage tent. The conditions there are poor, high concentration of viruses and bacteria. As night fell, his condition started becoming unstable, so I stayed there overnight." Anshi hesitantly nodded, uncertain where this conversation was heading. "This morning, just as I was about to leave, 2 more individuals were carried into the tent," Feng Yian continued. "I didn't pay much attention initially, but their attire stood out too much, they were wearing red capes. Yaweli bounty hunters." Instantly, Anshi had an ominous premonition, recalling the confrontation with Wafur the previous day. "So I went to ask around, and I learned that there was a conflict between 2 groups this morning, right by the entrance of the market. But no one really knows how it started. Then I went to the crime scene and found this." Feng Yian handed over a gray-black electronic screen. Anshi immediately recognized it. It was a wasteland weather barometer. The screen had been shot through with bullets, leaving spiderweb-like cracks. Anshi took it trembling in his hands. This couldn't be possible, perhaps it was just the same model. He turned the screen to its back. There was a unique patch of white paint. Anshi's hand loosened, and the barometer fell to the ground, shattering completely. Countless sparkling fragments scattered across the floor. "Where is he? Is he okay?" Anshi cried out. Feng Yian shook his head, "I don't know." Anshi felt his heart suddenly constrict, rising to his throat. Wasn't Miao just recovering from severe injuries? Didn't he leave in good condition, heading for Mohadi where he could finally live without constant fear? Why did things change so drastically in such a short time? Anshi felt like he couldn't breathe again, his chest heaving as he asked tearfully, "What do you mean by don't know? Surely Miao is fine, right? Isn't he able to recover quickly from wounds? Can't even the most severe ones heal?" Feng Yian interrupted him, "That's not what I meant. I truly have no idea what happened to Miao. He's not here, in fact, the entire Yaweli bounty hunters team has disappeared." Anshi held his breath. "What do you mean?" Feng Yian glanced at him, pulled out a piece of cloth to wrap up the barometer carefully before pocketing it. She then tugged on his sleeve, signaling for him to follow her. 2 members of the Yaweli team were brought in. One didn't last long after arriving, while the other is still unconscious due to blood loss, but severely injured too. They probably left him behind because they believed he wouldn't survive. Once again, Anshi returned to the foul-smelling, stifling heat of the casualty tent. His eyes settled on the person lying on the bed. His face was too young, pallid, and lacking any color. His tightly furrowed brows betrayed pain even in unconsciousness. On his red cape were parts darker than the rest, clearly stained with blood. Underneath his tattered clothing, from his chest to abdomen and down to his thigh, thick bandages were wrapped around him, tied neatly in Feng Yian's characteristic way. Feng Yian said, "Once he wakes up, we can ask if he knows anything about Miao." Anshi stared at the person on the bed for a while before suddenly speaking, "I know what happened to Miao." Feng Yian turned around, surprised, "You do?" Anshi replied, "Wafur, it's definitely him. He incited all of this, and he's the one who kidnapped Miao." Feng Yian frowned and hesitantly asked, "Do you have any proof?" "No," Anshi said, "but once he wakes up, we'll be able to confirm it." He pulled out blood bottle number 2 from his pocket, feeling an unprecedented surge of anger along with an unusual calmness. Miao wasn't the intended target from the beginning, but this would lead them to uncover the person who betrayed their whereabouts in the wasteland. Chapter 41, Flame King. Not long after, the young man with black hair on the bed slowly awoke. His eyes were only disoriented for an instant before he regained his wits. He abruptly tried to sit up but triggered the pain of his wounds all over his body, letting out an "ow" as he fell back down. Anshi approached him, looking at him smugly. The young man's eyes were full of caution. Then he noticed Feng Ian standing beside Anshi, seeming to recognize him, his tense muscles relaxed slightly. Anshi adjusted the headrest so the young man could sit up and look at him directly. He said, "Now that you're awake, I have a few questions for you." The young man merely glanced at him once and then coldly looked away. Anshi extended one finger and poked at the bandage on his thigh. Caught off guard, the young man cried out in pain instantly, then clenched his jaw as he glared angrily at Anshi. Anshi grinned mischievously, "You'd better cooperate." Feng Ian chuckled awkwardly, then said, "Hello, my name is Feng Ian. May I ask your name?" The young man still wore an impatient expression, but because of the politeness shown by the other side, who had seemingly just saved him, he briefly responded, "Flame King." Anshi commented, "What a strange name." Feng Ian nodded, "However, I've heard of you, the explosives expert. But I didn't know you joined Yaworli." Flame King replied, "I've been a member for a year now." Feng Ian introduced to Anshi, "He might be Yaworli's youngest member since Meow," then he turned to look at Flame King, "Meow Light, do you know him?" Flame King pursed his lips, neither confirming nor denying it. Anshi pointed at his injuries and asked, "Did Meow cause these wounds?" Flame King's face showed signs of frustration and reluctance, making a sound of dissatisfaction. Anshi complained, "I'm asking you a question," and raised his finger again as if to poke him. Flame King instinctively tried to move away, causing even more pain to radiate from his wounds, gritting his teeth against the agony. Anshi said, "We know you captured him. Why did Huafurl take him?" Flame King sneered, "If you already know, why bother asking me?" Anshi narrowed his eyes dangerously, as if contemplating where to start torturing him, but Feng Ian stepped slightly in front of Anshi, saying, "Flame King, you know what happened. Your team has already left. And that child brought in with you, due to the lack of timely emergency measures, has already died. By now, he's probably been taken to the market to be turned into a bio-battery. You, on the other hand, survived. You survived because we saved you, not because of your team." When Flame King heard about his teammate being made into a bio-battery, his Adam's apple moved sharply. At the end of Feng Ian's speech, he raised his voice and retorted, "I never asked you to save me. So now, am I supposed to thank you or something?" Feng Ian shook his head and said, "No, actually it's us asking you for help. I just wanted to ask you this, is a captain who abandons injured comrades without hesitation really worth your loyalty? I don't know what you think, but the Yaworli group I once knew wasn't like this." Not sure which words touched a nerve, Flame King's expression was somewhat dazed. Feng Ian continued, "So, will you help us tell us Meow's whereabouts?" After saying that, Feng Ian stopped and silently watched Flame King. Flame King's gaze was lowered, as though caught between a dilemma. Anshi originally intended to say something but was quietly restrained by Feng Ian pulling on his arm. After a while, Flame King finally said, "As for whereabouts, I really don't know where they went. I only know they were supposed to rest at Chi Mountain Station after leaving here, but that's just a stopover point. By the time you get there, they'll probably have already left." Anshi felt a vague disappointment in his heart, but consoled himself, he still learned a general direction. But, Flame King added, "I can tell you why Leet was targeted by Huafurl." Both Anshi and Feng Ian attentively focused on him. Flame King lifted his face solemnly and said, "Because of his blood." Upon seeing the expressions of both individuals, Flame King seemed surprised as well. "You already know?" Feng Ian said, "Wait a moment, tell us first what you know." After hesitating for a while, Flame King revealed, "A few months ago, there was a case of a mutated baby. Did you know?" Anshi and Feng Ian exchanged bewildered glances, both shaking their heads. The Flame King nodded and said, "Few people know, because the baby passed away only a few hours after birth. The mother was bitten in early pregnancy, then experienced mutation during mid-pregnancy. After giving birth to the child, she collapsed and died shortly thereafter. By the time they were discovered, both mother and child were already dead. When we first heard about this case, it only piqued our curiosity for a moment before we forgot about it. But the captain, Huafurl, he seemed very interested in this matter and investigated quite a lot about the mother of this mutant." Suddenly, the Flame King started coughing violently, and blood seeped through the bandages on his abdomen. Clutching the edge of the bed with whitened knuckles, he bore the pain with all his might. After calming down, the Flame King continued, "One night when it was just the two of us on guard duty, we talked about this topic. I told him that mutants are inherently unable to reproduce, or else this world would have already been taken over by them long ago. Human beings wouldn't even be able to survive in such narrow margins." But he disagreed, the Flame King added, saying maybe there have been successful cases already, and he once knew someone like that. He asked me, "Why did Yaworli's bounty group recruit you?" "Because of your explosives expertise, because you can most effectively kill the most people and monsters. What if there was a human, a loyal human bound by ties who could be controlled, but at the same time possessed the speed standard and healing ability of mutants? This person would be a superior combat weapon compared to all of us. If this world can pay such substantial rewards to those who complete missions, could you imagine how much money they would be willing to pay for such a super soldier? Feng Yian frowned and said, "You're not telling me." Flame King, grimacing, pressed against his hip. It appeared that the wound in that area was causing pain, but he didn't request any painkillers. Instead, he gritted his teeth and endured the agony for a while. Anshi had difficulty believing it, saying, "But even if Miao doesn't cooperate." Flame King looked up at him, "You still don't understand. Whether or not Miao cooperates makes no difference. What Huofurl wants isn't Miao as a person, but his blood, the gene carried within his blood, from which they want to extract the serum." He forced an ugly smile. "If I were you, right now, you should feel relieved because in order to use his blood, they need to keep him alive. Even though..." Flame King's smile faded. Sometimes being alive is not necessarily a good thing, living many times can be more painful than death. After speaking for so long, the Flame King fell into a deep sleep due to mental exhaustion. Anshi and Feng Yian left the stifling and noisy tent of injured soldiers, silently walking while immersed in their own thoughts. After a while, Feng Yian said, "So, Huofurl's appearance at the market may not have been coincidental." Anshi, knowing what Feng Yian was getting at, shook his head. "Impossible, how could he know where we are? He must have seen the blood bottle hanging around my neck, thought about the wasteland, and thus..." Feng Yian interrupted, "He knows about my connection with the wasteland, so he boldly came looking for me at the stall. Even if it wasn't because of the bottle, it must have been due to other clues." Suddenly, Anshi crouched down on the ground and began sobbing uncontrollably, emitting broken sobs. "It's not true. Miao was originally recovering inside the house, he didn't even go outside, he shouldn't have been found. It's all because of me, because of me." The pent-up emotions erupted, accompanied by self-reproach, regret, and guilt. Crying and shouting, "He called me several times before leaving, asking me to go with him, but I refused. I should have gone with him, wah." Passers-by at the market all turned their gazes toward them. Feng Yian also squatted down, patting Anshi's back and saying, "If Anshi had been captured too, who would go save Miao?" Anshi hiccuped, wiping away his tears with the back of his hand, giving himself encouragement. Right, can't cry, I have to save Miao." Feng Yian said, "Even if this hadn't happened today, it would happen later. Next time we won't be around, and we'll think he's still enjoying life in Vishvamity. We might find out a year later that he's been captured." Listening to this, Anshi thought about it and believed Feng Yian was right. Wrinkling his face, he hesitated for a while before finally saying, "Doctor, Feng Yian looked at him curiously. "Anshi, do you have any water? I'm dying of thirst." Both returned to the stall nearby and lowered half the curtain, sitting inside to quietly deliberate. Feng Yian cleared the desk of its contents, took out a map and laid it open, saying, "This isn't the latest version, some places may not be entirely accurate since extreme weather can drastically change landscapes, but the rest stations and large refugee station locations are correct, and the scale is relatively precise." Curious, Anshi leaned closer to take a look. He had already guzzled down a whole bottle of water and was now sipping at the second one slowly. Feng Yian pointed at several green dots on the map. "These are all the rest stations within a 10-kilometer radius. This one was mentioned by Flame King earlier, it's east of Fan City. Further in this direction, there are 3 rest stations and 1 refugee station. They probably have quite a few injured people in their team right now, and with Miao in tow, they can't undertake a long trek, especially after that big storm. The recovery status of the rest stations hasn't been fully accounted for yet." Anshi nodded and asked, "Should we also consider the refugee stations? Aren't they, usually reluctant to open doors to travelers?" Feng Yian replied, "Generally speaking, that's correct. However, Yaweli's large group has signed agreements with many refugee stations over the years. Occasionally, these stations provide lodging and supplies, while the travel group offers protection and discounts on bounty missions. More and more bounty groups are making these deals along their regular routes because the conditions at the refugee stations are much better than those at the field rest stations. Security is tighter, and medical equipment can be shared." At this point, Feng Yian suddenly paused as if he'd spotted a cockroach draped in gauze in the air. Anshi hesitated, staring at him suspiciously. Feng Yian suddenly turned around, his voice filled with excitement. "What did Flame King say earlier?" "Huofurl's goal is to replicate the wasteland genes to create super soldier serum. To accomplish this, you need well-equipped laboratories. Such things aren't available in the marketplace or at the travel group bases, only in the refugee stations." Anshi immediately understood and began tracing his eyes eastward along the map. While there were numerous rest stations marked, there were far fewer refugee stations. When looking for larger-scale ones, the number was even more limited. Suddenly, a voice behind them said, "Good job. I actually came here to tell you all this, but you figured it out already." Both turned back in astonishment, surprised to see Flame King barely standing against the sunshade railing. Feng Yian's eyes widened slightly. How did you get in?" Flame King snorted with a pale lip. "Naturally, I walked in. They checked me at the entrance for a while, but since I only had gunshots and knife wounds without any radiation toxins, they let me in." Anshi looked completely disheveled. "But, can you walk already?" Before he could finish, Flame King swayed to the side and nearly fell. Anshi was startled and instinctively tightened his grip on the water bottle in his hand while Feng Yian quickly caught Flame King, who collapsed limply into his arms. The two hastily gave up their stools to form a makeshift bed for him. Feng Ian looked somewhat troubled, unsure how to handle such an aggressive patient, or perhaps his exhaustion was catching up after staying awake all night. After regaining some strength, Flame King half opened his eyes and weakly said, even though we've narrowed down the range, our time is still very tight. Nobody knows if the serum thing will work, but once Huofurl's experiments show initial success, Zumo T will immediately get the news. After all, the refugee stations are just test sites. The real treasure trove is in Zumo T. Anshi pursed his lips and nodded, we must stop him before then. Otherwise, once the news got out, the dream of retirement in the wastelands of Zumo T would vanish. However, Feng Ian's attention wasn't focused on that. He crossed his arms skeptically and asked, us? Flame King nodded calmly, yes, I'll go with you. Silence descended in the tent for a moment, followed by a loud, ha. Flame King struggled to prop himself up and faced Feng Ian, you're right. The Oeli bounty group I know, the one I want to join, shouldn't be like this. I've only been with them for a year, but I've already lost countless comrades. That trash Huofurl doesn't deserve to be the captain. So, his gaze grew clear and cold with determination, for the sake of the former captain, I'm going to personally deal with this trash. After delivering this grand proclamation, Flame King rolled his eyes back and fainted completely. Chapter 42, Team 1. When Yuan woke up again, it was already dusk. This time, he had slept a little longer and it took him some time to figure out his current situation. Feng Ian was packing food onto plates by the stove not far away. Seeing that he had opened his eyes, she smiled and said, you're awake. Just in time for dinner. Anshi also happened to push the door open at that moment, looking worried as he said, our rented place has been vacated, but they won't return our deposit. They say it will be used to offset future rent instead. Feng Ian waved her hand. No worries, come and eat then. Anshi saw Yuan lying on the sickbed, the person lying there yesterday had still been Fudi, Wastelander. Anshi immediately felt overwhelmed with sadness, his mouth drooping as if about to cry. Suddenly, he remembered everything was caused by the Yaekuli, Yalavi, troop, how Fudi's injuries now remained unknown, whether his wounds were properly bandaged or if his old leg injury would affect him later on. Would he be abused, imprisoned, or controlled by drugs to become an ignorant experimental subject? And this person before him was one of those responsible for this outcome. Anshi suddenly felt flames of anger rising, his eyes glowing red. Yuan witnessed his ever-changing expression and asked fearfully, what are you doing? Anshi wiped his face and turned around without expression to pick up the bowls. Yuan silently made his judgment in his mind, this person, not only strange, but very dangerous. 3 bowls of assorted stew were placed on the table. Anshi only ate one bite before crazily missing Fudi's cooking skills, yet both Yuan and Feng Ian maintained normal expressions as they ate bite by bite. Feng Ian asked, how do you feel right now? Yuan touched his abdomen, clenched his fist, and replied, much better. Feng Ian continued, we will leave early tomorrow morning, being left alone shouldn't be an issue for you, right? Yuan hesitated, immediately put down his bowl, and seriously said, didn't I already say that I'm going with you? Anshi gave an exclamation of surprise, are you serious? Yuan frowned, or what else should I do? Anshi also put down his bowl, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Yuan, very suspicious indeed. Yuan glared, what did you just say? Anshi protested, it makes sense doesn't it, just a while ago you were together trying to abduct Miao, yet now you want to help us. Very unreasonable isn't it, what if you change your mind later? Feng Ian placed her hand on his cold, trembling hand, Anshi, stop. Yuan, who was originally brimming with fire wanting to counter-argue, also couldn't find words after seeing Anshi's expression. Feng Ian softly consoled, I understand how anxious you feel now, but for Yuan, he didn't know Miao before, and there has been no personal conflict between them, merely following Hufuer's orders. Yuan deeply inhaled, saying, the real purpose of this mission, we actually didn't know beforehand. Hufuer deceived us into believing it was a client's commission. Up until now, many team members may not even know his schemes. To be honest, I've observed much for a long time. Regarding some things in the past, rumors have been heard quite frequently. But I truly didn't expect that, in order to earn money, he would be capable of sending us off to die without batting an eyelid. Whatever the case may be, your objective is to save Leyte. The greatest obstacle is Hufuer. My goal is Hufuer. I don't see why we shouldn't cooperate. Or. He narrowed his eyes, are you doubting my abilities? Do you believe or not, using just items in this room, I can blow up the entire city market of Fancheng? This shocked Anshi now, this person, not only strange, but very dangerous. Feng Ian fell silent for a bit before asking, even if we succeed eventually, what do you plan to do to Hufuer? Yuan thought about it and responded, I need to ask him a question first. Feng Ian inquired, what question? Yuan said, I must know the truth. 3 years ago, was it really him who killed Ming's team? Feng Ian raised her eyebrows, oh, she exclaimed curiously, asking, do you know Ming? Yuan nodded, he is my reason for wanting to join the Yaekuli troop. 6 years ago. In short, you only need to trust me. However, Anshi interrupted, asking, what happened 6 years ago? Yuan slightly furrowed his brow, apparently struggling with how to explain it. After biting his lower lip, it seemed like he'd made up his mind. Just when he was about to open his mouth, Feng Ian picked up the conversation instead. What if he denies it? Yuan chuckled cynically. He told us back then that because he couldn't waste more soldiers' lives risking their safety, he left Ming's team in the fire scene alone. But look at Hufeuer, does he seem like someone who cares about soldiers' lives? Many people suspected that it was him who fabricated the explosion back then, leading to the premature collapse of the evacuation station's exit, all to take Ming's place. Feng Ian sighed. Don't you already have a number in your heart? Why ask him? Yuan said, asking him is just giving him a chance, counting as a final bit of respect for him as captain. Whether he admits it or not, in the end I will kill him to avenge my fallen brothers. Feng Ian seemed sensitive to the word revenge, wrinkling her brows uneasily and asking, but what about your body? My body has no issues. Yuan became too emotionally agitated, and started coughing again. Anshi looked at him speechlessly. After calming down a bit, Yuan continued, at least I stayed with Yequili for a year, familiar with their behavior patterns. I can tell you, Yequili now is not the same as before. After Ming's team died, more than just Lei left the group. And those who suspect and resent Hufeuer are not limited to just me either. You're planning to confront the entire troop head-on, your chances aren't high. But if I'm involved? If someone inside agrees with us? Feng Ian interrupted him, alright, you've already convinced me. Let's eat, we won't be having hot food later. Yuan grunted, seemingly wanting to show that he didn't care whether the food was hot or cold, but still ate all his spoonfuls obediently. After finishing the meal, Anshi began packing up the luggage. For some unknown reason, the faraway bag that had always managed to fit all personal items perfectly before, now seemed shrunk. No matter how much adjustment was done, its zipper wouldn't close. Anshi muttered threats to the travel bag, don't think that wasteland isn't here so you can act moody. Yuan lazily leaned against the sickbed, softly chuckling. Anshi's ears perked up immediately and he raised his head angrily, you laughed at me. Yuan turned his face away, did you hear wrong? I did not hear wrong. You laughed at me, I'll poke you. Anshi pointed his finger threateningly as he moved closer. Yuan felt like he was facing an imminent battle, yet due to his numerous injuries, he didn't know which side to start protecting first. Alright, Feng Ian quickly tried to smooth things over, let's check the route. He spread out the map on Yuan's lap, and the three of them bent down together to look. Yuan was the first to draw a line on the map with his finger and said, this road cannot be taken. Anshi nodded, we took this way when coming to, there's a huge crack along it. Yuan apparently had complaints about Anshi's choice of words, moving his eyebrows slightly but said nothing, pointing lightly on the map, I believe this route is most likely. There are these 3 large evacuation stations along the way. His fingers were very delicate and long, and his hands very steady, unlike those who held guns or knives for a long time. This was a pair of hands that dealt with dangerous explosive sensitive cores. He said, all 3 are top-notch old evacuation stations, large-scale, and with complete facilities of various kinds. First, let's talk about this one. Although it has been interacting with Yequili for a long time, a new set of managers was recently replaced, not sure what the relationship between it and the troop currently is. As for the other one, as far as I know, it has never had any contact with Yequili, nor do we receive any bounty tasks from them. In that case, this one seems most possible. It has only recently entered into a contract agreement. His finger tapped on a station in the southeast corner, saying, this station was originally operating independently in a loop, but was invaded several times by mutated monsters and mutant humans, sustaining heavy losses, starting to issue tasks seeking external aid recently. I went there once not long ago, it contains a well-established pharmaceutical system and radiation resistance lab. Feng Ian reflected thoughtfully, if they're troubled by mutant creatures' invasions and just suffered significant human resource losses, these would definitely be the ones most in need of highly capable combat personnel. Yuan nodded, exactly, I speculate that Hufeuer will attempt to persuade them to provide experimental sites and researchers. In return, the first successfully developed serum will be given preferentially to this station. Anshi's eyes were spinning, feeling his intelligence completely trampled on. Nobody ever taught him logical reasoning or deduction. How could they come to conclusions about the troops' whereabouts with just a few words? Yuan said, I've been to this station once before, its mark is a 3-headed bird. What? Anshi shouted involuntarily. Yuan got startled, chiding him, why are you yelling? Anshi quivered and asked, Is that the case? He drew a circle on the back of the map, with 3 bird heads screaming towards 3 different directions, their sharp mouths revealing thin tongues. Yuan frowned, that's right, do you know? Anshi nodded in a daze, he knew it all too well. Not only did he know, but he also lived there for 17 years. Wait. Are you saying, this is the radiation shelter where you used to live? The other 2 inside the room both appeared puzzled. Anshi nodded, I was born here and grew up here. I never left this shelter until I met Miao. Yuan seemed even more shocked, you mean, this is the first time you've ever stepped out of the shelter, the very first time? Anshi nodded again, the first time seeing the sky, the first time seeing the sun, moon, stars, the whole wasteland, everything is for the first time. And actually, Meow is the first person I have met from outside the shelter. Both eyes widened, Yewang hesitated. Have you heard a term called imprinting? Cough cough. Feng Ian cleared her throat and moved away from the topic, asking, then, did you sneak out? That means after you left, no one at the station knew where you went. Anshi meekly responded with an affirmative sound. Yewang revealed a subtle expression and said, this lady, do we really need to rescue him? He just doesn't seem like a good guy. Sounds exactly like someone who lured a minor. But Anshi bared his teeth and retorted, what are you saying, don't talk bad about him. Yewang also showed his fangs, hiss. Alright, Feng Ian once again separated them, we will leave early tomorrow morning. Yewang, your luggage, probably none of it's still around, right? Anshi was making faces behind Feng Ian, while Yewang with glaring eyes, replied, aye. Yes, all gone. But I don't need too much stuff. If possible. Feng Ian adjusted her position slightly, no worries, I should have extras. You pick what you need. Yewang seemed not accustomed to unwarranted kindness, awkwardly responding, oh, thank you. Feng Ian smiled brightly and nodded, good, everyone go to sleep early tonight. Anybody want to take a shower? Anshi raised his hand high, me. Yewang followed with the question, can I also take a shower? Feng Ian rolled up the map and put it away, alright, let's bathe in turns. Then he glanced at Yewang again, asking, can you manage bathing by yourself? Do you need help? Yewang's pale face from excessive blood loss suddenly flushed, what? No need. Anshi burst into laughter and rushed downstairs quickly to secure the first batch of hot water. Just before bedtime, Anshi took out the gun that Wasteland gave him, holding it up against the moonlight for inspection. The beautiful and elegant lines of the gun body glimmered coldly. He carefully wiped it once, then wrapped it in a dustproof cloth, standing it beside his puffed-up travel bag. A sudden thought crossed his mind, spoken words of unknown origin, no matter how far you go, eventually you will return to where you started. He had never imagined he would come back to the shelter under these circumstances. Would he truly be able to face everyone when that day comes? Bingai must be scolding him for running away without a word. He was so selfish, only caring about leaving himself, not thinking at all about those who needed him. After he left, was the shelter invaded by mutants several more times? Uncle Danya must have been extremely troubled, and has Jian and sister been assigned any new mates? Are they all still alive? Anshi said to himself, this isn't the end yet, not by a long shot. Chapter 42, A Side Story from Another World. Day 1. Sunday. It was almost 10 in the evening when Meow finally returned home from overtime work, another wasted weekend on his job. He hung his suit coat aside and loosened his tie with his forefinger, then suddenly heard a few knocks on the door. He was puzzled, since moving into this apartment over a year ago, he rarely had visitors, had barely interacted with neighbors, and hadn't made any recent online purchases. He couldn't think of anyone who might come knocking. As he walked towards the entrance, he asked, who is it? There was no response from outside, just 2 more knocks on the door. Meow frowned, started to unbutton his sleeve cuffs as he leaned forward to look through the peephole. At first glance, he saw nothing through the fisheye lens. After adjusting the angle slightly, he noticed something white moving below the view. It seemed like a white woolen hat. Suspectingly, he asked again, who's there? Knock knock knock. The reply came only in the form of more knocks. Meow stepped back half a step. With one sleeve rolled up to his elbow, revealing his strong forearm, he turned the lock and opened the door. A sheep stood outside. Meow felt his eyes widen like never before. A sheep? On the upper floors of an elevator apartment building? Meow stuck out his upper body and looked left and right down the corridor. Indeed, no one else was around. Suddenly, he felt his stomach soften as he lowered his head and realized that the sheep was tilting its head to nudge against his belly, trying to get inside. Wait a moment. Meow tried to hold the sheep's head with his hand, but instead, it interpreted this as petting and nudged him back affectionately. Not far away, the elevator bell rang. Meow quickly stepped aside and beckoned the sheep inside, otherwise, how would he explain this strange sight to the neighbors? As soon as he moved aside, the sheep stepped in gracefully, making crisp, pleasant clicking sounds on the marble-tiled floor with its hooves. Before Meow could even close the door, a neighbor emerged from the elevator and greeted him with a smile. Meow responded with a stern nod. Turning around after closing the door, Meow found the sheep already casually wandering to the living room balcony. The scene of a sheep mixed with TVs and sofas was so absurd that Meow took a deep breath and shook his head in disbelief. He gestured while walking, saying, come here. Surprisingly, the sheep understood, obediently clicking along towards him. Where are you from? Meow asked, examining the sheep's neck for any tags or notes. Its thick wool felt good, tempting him to pet it a couple of times more. But there was nothing. This was simply a sheep that had somehow appeared in his apartment building. With his hands on his hips, Meow observed this sheep closely. It wasn't very big, somewhere between an adult sheep and a lamb, covered entirely in fluffy, thick curls of white fur. Its round black eyes curiously examined the surroundings, its ears slightly drooping, looking quite helpless, but small horns bent backwards already peeked out from the top of its head. It was a little male sheep. The sheep's hooves were neat and clean, impossible to imagine how they crossed the city to reach here. Sitting down nearby, Meow opened his phone to search if any local zoo or pet store lost a sheep. Meanwhile, the little sheep wandered around freely in his house. He could hear the sound of the hooves coming closer and farther away, but the gait was extremely leisurely. An internet search yielded no results, but the little sheep had already returned and lightly nudged his arm with its horn. Meow turned his head and looked at it. "Are you hungry?" But it seemed the little sheep just wanted to scratch its itchy horn somewhere. Yet when Meow used his thumb to rub the tip of its horn, the little sheep shook its head and avoided it. Walking around the coffee table once, the little sheep came back, turned around, and swept its soft tail across his arm, then crouched low with its round rear end, slowly tucking its front legs, and sat by his feet. Meow still couldn't digest this surreal scene. He was almost certain it was some prank arranged by his subordinates. Taking a picture of the sheep's back of the head, Meow sent it to his assistant. "What is this?" Almost instantly, the assistant replied. "What is this?" Meow, "Not your doing." Assistant, "No." Assistant, "Wait, what is that?" Meow, "A sheep." Assistant. Meow exited the chat page. Useless employees, he thought. The little sheep had already snuggled halfway against his lower leg, soft and warm. He gently moved his leg, but the little sheep didn't care. Meow asked again, "Where are you from?" The little sheep softly baa-ed, seemingly answering him. Meow laughed and said, "Ba." "What does ba mean?" The little sheep prolonged its tone, "Ba." Meow circled around the little sheep and took pictures of it, and throughout the whole process, the little sheep was very cooperative, except when his hands got too close, it often nudged him with its head. Meow asked, "Are you hungry?" The little sheep didn't ba, but Meow still went to pour a bowl of water and broke some green vegetable leaves onto a plate. The little sheep sniffed at the vegetables with its nose, not eating, but licked 2 sips of water. Meow squatted down on the ground and watched for a while, yawning, recently rushing for the end of the project. He had been working overtime for 2 weeks straight. He would have to wake up early tomorrow, so he decided to just leave this unexpected sheep alone first. He stood up, stretched his waist, unbuttoning his shirt as he paced towards the bathroom to take a shower. After finishing his shower, he dried the water off his body, wiped his wet hair with a towel, and walked out of the bathroom completely naked. For a moment, he even forgot about the sheep's existence. But in the next instant, he saw that there was a very comfortable big white sheep lying on his bed. Meow waved his hand to shoo it away. "Get down, you're dirty, go." The little sheep remained unmoved until Meow reached out to push it, then it let out a mimi, sounding very wronged. Day 2. Monday. The next morning, Meow was woken up by a rhythmic, clacking sound. He sat on the edge of the bed, watching the sheep walk around in a daze before finally getting up to brush his teeth and wash his face. Before leaving home, Meow left some clear water and vegetable leaves, locked the windows and doors properly, and said as he looked back, "You don't tear up the house." The little sheep sat on the floor wagging its tail, tilting its head to look at him. When Meow arrived at the office, the assistant entered with coffee and an itinerary, following him into the office. Assistant, "Boss, at 10 o'clock this morning." Meow raised his hand to interrupt her. "Don't say anything about that now, you go check if anyone nearby lost their sheep." Assistant, "Boss, why are you always picking on sheep lately?" Meow said, "I'm not picking on them. I picked up a sheep." The assistant almost spat out her coffee. Assistant, "Did you take any pictures?" "Let me see." Meow handed over his phone. The angle was a bit strange, the lighting wasn't great either. Meow thought that the lamb itself seemed cuter in person. Still, a scream pierced through the Monday morning office. Too cute. In no time, the whole office swarmed in to gawk at the picture of the sheep. So cute. "Boss, please bring it in to show us all." Super duper cute. Meow's headache grew worse. He drove everyone out, including the assistant. Once busy, Meow lost track of time, passing his quitting hour unnoticed. It wasn't until dusk fell and his stomach growled with hunger that realization struck. Oh no. Meow jumped up from his seat. He had totally forgotten about the sheep at home. Racing back home in record speed, even before opening the door, he heard the bleeding sounds coming from inside. As soon as he opened the door, after a series of clattering noises, the waste bin was tipped over by the sheep's horns. Meow covered his face with his hands. He'd been trampled several times by the sheep's hooves. Battling the hooves' assault, Meow struggled to crawl inside and closed the door. The basin of water was drunk dry, the vegetable leaves gone, even the balcony plants had been stripped bare. The little sheep was still throwing a tantrum, protesting with its me-me-hoo-me-ah. Meow held up his hands in surrender. Sorry, I forgot the time because of work." The little sheep still didn't look very happy. When Meow reached out to touch its head, it actually dodged, twisting its butt to walk towards the corner of the living room, glaring at him fiercely. By this time, all pet feed stores were already closed. Meow could only heat some leftover coffee milk in the fridge and fed it to the little sheep. The sheep seemed starving, slurping it up furiously, soaking the fur around its mouth with milk. Feeling worried, Meow racked his brains, and eventually, could only resort to going downstairs to pull some grass. Even though the high-end apartment had good landscaping, it was still the first time Meow had ever done such a thing, feeling utterly helpless. Day 3. Tuesday. Adjusting his collar fold in front of the mirror, Meow felt something hard poking at his bottom. He turned around and saw the little sheep using its rear against his own to sharpen its horns. Meow said seriously, "Why aren't you wearing clothes yet? Didn't I say we need to go out?" The little sheep continued to indulge in its butt, flapping its ears back and forth. Having learned from yesterday's lesson, Meow dared not leave the sheep alone at home again. Since it was still early, the neighborhood was quiet. Stealthily, Meow led the sheep into the elevator to the underground parking lot. After opening the car door, Meow pulled down the back seat, gesturing a few times. The little sheep seemed to understand, placing its front hooves down and exerting a little force from its hind legs, obediently sitting into the car. After settling the sheep in his office, the assistant had just arrived, surprised saying, "Boss, what brings you here so early? The coffee isn't ready yet." "It's fine," Meow waved his hand, "ask someone from marketing to come over, take some photos, make a missing person, or rather, a missing sheep, announcement." The assistant was stunned for 3 seconds, blinked, and screamed, "What? Is the little sheep here? Go to the boss's office and see the little lamb. Super cute." Half an hour later, people who gradually approached the office all went crazy. They flooded into Meow's office again and surrounded the little lamb. The lamb made a trembling, "Mimi" sound and hid behind Meow. Everyone's maternal love exploded, it was so cute. "He really sticks to you, boss. It's too cute. Where did you find it? I want to go there too." "Yeah, boss, help us pick up a lamb too." Frightened, the little lamb stuck its head into Meow's suit jacket. With his arms stretched wide and muscles bulging, Meow pushed everyone out of the room, "Go back to work." It took another 20 minutes before everyone's excitement calmed down, restoring the office to its usual quiet routine. The lamb had been playing in Meow's office, curiously looking outside several times, and grew bolder. It nudged the doorknob with its head, grabbed at the door crack with its front hooves, and carefully slipped out. The office workers immediately saw it, excited to the point of trembling but dared not make a sound for fear of scaring the lamb. They heard it clatter around, sniffing here and there. "Little lamb, come eat this," an employee whispered. The lamb observed him for a moment, came close, sniffed him, then sniffed his hand, eating the snack from his palm. In an instant, everyone's search pages were full of online shopping pages for lamb feed. After being fed by a circle of people, the lamb finally returned to Meow's office. Meow was on a call at that time. Hearing the tinkling sound, he discovered a pink bow bell hanging around the lamb's neck. The lamb shook its head, making the bell ring clearly. Meow continued talking on the phone but observed the lamb walk over and sit under his desk, half of its butt rested on Meow's foot, and it occasionally pawed the bell with its front hooves, ears moving back and forth. Meow couldn't resist reaching out to rub the fur at the back of its neck. The lamb let out a soft "me." After a day of high-intensity work, Meow was very sleepy and accidentally nodded off on the sofa in the office. When he woke up, the office was silent, everyone had already left. It had been a long while since the end of the shift, they were used to his habit of staying late alone and hadn't disturbed him. In the darkness, Meow felt something wet on his cheek. The lamb was using its nose to nuzzle him, then licked his chin. Meow smiled and asked, "Were you waiting for me?" The lamb walked around him a few steps. As soon as he raised his hand, the lamb stuffed its head into his palm. Meow sent a message to the assistant on his phone, "Don't post that notice yet." With the large amounts of food, grass, snacks, and nutritional supplements bought by everyone in their madness, Meow took the lamb to the empty parking lot via elevator, opened the car door, and the lamb obediently hopped inside. "I'll give you a name," Meow said. "I picked you up the day before yesterday. Let me think, what was special about the day before yesterday?" The day before yesterday was a Sabbath. Meow reached his hand to the back seat, the lamb licked his palm. "Let's go home, rest." Day 3000. Meow held the body of the lamb, his body trembling constantly. Actually, it could no longer be called a little lamb anymore. Lamb was just an old usage habit. The lamb lying on the cold animal hospital table had long legs and beautiful curved horns, but it was already very old and weak, its eyes gray and half open, leaning against Meow's chest. The doctor consoled, "There's nothing we can do, pets have much shorter lifespans than humans. You still have many more decades to live, but for it, this is the limit." Meow touched its head, feeling as if a part of his heart had been scooped out. Day 0. Waking up suddenly from a dream, Anshi looked at the ceiling for a while before taking out his phone to check the time. It was not yet 6 o'clock. There was no early class today, so he could definitely sleep a bit longer. However, that dream just now was strange. He turned into a lamb in his dream. There was also a man in the dream, a handsome man who liked to touch his head and ears. When this man wore a suit, his arms and chest would beautifully fill out the shirt and waistcoat. Anshi closed his eyes for a moment, trying to return to that dream. But suddenly, it seemed like there was a slight scratching sound. Anshi, whoosh, opened his eyes again. He held his breath and listened for a moment. The knocking sound at the door rang again. What the heck? Anshi hugged his quilt. Why must such eerie things happen when his roommates weren't around? But the next moment, a loud meow sounded through the hallway. Chapter 43 on the road. "I've got it," and she said suddenly, "You can pretend that you're going back to your team." After days and nights of continuous travel through the wind and sand, the three of them had managed to cover more than half the distance. Yan Wang was constantly on the move in the wasteland, so despite his slow progress at the beginning due to his injuries, he was very skilled at planning routes and accurately predicting the weather. He chose a straight-line route almost directly towards the refuge station, with a large portion overlapping with the route and she had taken on his way there. Only now didn't she realize why most travelers avoided this road. After all, there were few rest stops along the way, the dens of mutated creatures were densely packed, and there was even a base for dark revelry in Luo City. But she was no longer the little kid who used to cry on the table holding his gun, nor was he the young boy who would be overjoyed at hitting a single mutated dog. His aim had grown steady, carrying with it the inevitability of growing up. At this moment, the three had just rested at a rest station. Ever since Feng Yian joined the group, their active time had extended significantly beyond the norm. This wasn't just because of the longer daylight hours in summer but also because Feng Yian had invented an aroma deterrent against monsters. Its principle of operation was similar to number 2's blood. It was a substance that solidified at low temperatures but turned into liquid or gas at higher temperatures, evaporating quickly. It emitted an odor that was not only unattractive to lower-level mutated creatures but quite offensive to them. Thanks to this aroma, their activity times around sunrise and sunset were slightly extended, and they could more flexibly choose suitable rest stations. Still, even with such a cheating tool, it wasn't enough for nighttime travel. After all, what smelled dangerous to the weak might be enticing to the strong. In the past few days, the three of them had continuously discussed various strategies for infiltrating the refuge station. And she was wiping the blood off his knife handle when a new idea came to him. You knock on the door wearing your flashy cloak. If Wafuer and the others have already moved into the refuge station, the people inside will surely recognize your attire and open the door for you. And she carefully sharpened the tip of his blade on a whetstone until it could reflect his face, then added, then you just say that you got injured before and fell behind. You've been recuperating and now that you're better, you're rushing back to rejoin your team. Feng Yian said, it's a good plan. Yan Wang thought for a moment and asked, how would I know they're there? And she retorted, do you? No, you don't, it's just a gamble. And aren't you a famous superfan of Yue Li's bounty hunter group? There's nothing strange about being eager to return. When she mentioned, number 1 fan, Yan Wang's cheeks blushed slightly red. From a night of idle chatter, he had accidentally revealed this fact and had been teased by she ever since. That night, she had just drafted the first version of the internal structure map of the refuge station, explaining the hidden passages in the main rooms and the entire schedule of the station. After listening, Yan Wang couldn't help but marvel again at his decades-long experience of living underground. So, every day is exactly the same life? That much limited space? Yan Wang's worldview was shaken. No wonder you're so pale. And she said, that's not all bad. We can watch movies every Saturday. Yan Wang lost his cool. There are only 10 movies, right? Feng Yian said, actually, there are quite a few second-generation troglodytes like this now. They've lived in refuge stations since birth, spent their whole lives in underground shelters, and have never stepped outside. Yan Wang whistled in disbelief. Living like this for too long, wouldn't you go crazy? Feng Yian smiled helplessly and said, if you'd grown up like this, and if this was your entire world since birth, how would you even notice the difference? What about you? Feng Yian asked, where did you grow up as a child? A small market, Yan Wang casually answered, it's long gone now. My father ran a general store, buying cheaply, fixing things, and reselling them. Sometimes he also helped neighbors fix solar panels. And she exclaimed in surprise, wow. That's exactly what I want to do. Yan Wang glanced at him, originally intending to say something derogatory to put him down, but he was simply too exhausted to summon the energy. He paused for a moment, seemingly reminiscing, then said, at a very young age, I started setting up stalls with my father. I watched him repair appliances and followed along, learning fast. Soon, I could dismantle and reassemble complex machines easily, and my three-dimensional memory of mechanical maps was excellent. And she deliberately made an incredulous tsk sound. Yan Wang immediately snapped back, wanting to die. Both simultaneously reached for the ornaments on their waists, but having personally witnessed their creativity, more precisely their destructive power, Feng Yian hastily changed positions and placed himself between their lines of sight. Yan Wang let out a tisk and continued, later, physical modifications became a bit boring. Chemical reactions seemed more interesting, especially those, violent ones that emit light and heat, the ones that can explode. As Yan Wang spoke, his eyes unfocused on a point in empty space, and his black pupils seemed to glimmer with a trace of blood, but upon closer inspection, it looked like firelight. Feng Yian laughed, that's quite an impressive hobby you have there. Yan Wang blinked, and the streak of red disappeared. He lowered his eyelashes and said, exactly, my father thought the same way. Not just him, everyone around treated me like a dangerous element. When I was little, I couldn't control the measurements well since no one taught me, so I had to try everything out for myself. So? And she asked, when you were little? How old are you now? Yan Wang replied, 19. And she exclaimed in surprise, so young. Yan Wang sneered, I don't want to be praised by you this way. You say all those explosion components need to be tested, and she tilted his head as he looked at Yan Wang, you didn't blow up the market where you lived, did you? Ouch. A red mark appeared on Anshi's forehead as Yan Wang snapped angrily, "Are you stupid?" Anshi held his head, looking wronged as he pouted, doctor. Feng Yian quickly changed the subject, all right, keep going, then what happened?" Yan Wang rolled his eyes and continued, "One day, when my father went out to set up his stall, I was surrounded by a group of people in the market. It wasn't just the usual kids who liked to bother me, but adults too. They demanded compensation for things I'd previously damaged in explosions. But among them, there were many people, not just troublemakers, but folks I had never even seen before. This world is like that, there's no order, nothing at all. Once someone turns evil, the entire crowd follows suit, as if all individuals merge into one massive malice. Normally, they were just neighbors' kids, uncles from adjacent stalls, or passing merchants. But suddenly, they formed a temporary group and acted as if they'd lost their minds. Yan Wang deeply inhaled, shook his head, and rephrased, "In short, they beat me up badly, mercilessly. Not only fists, but iron rods, steel wires, all kinds of random objects, I can hardly remember. At that moment, I really thought I was going to die. Blood covered my eyes, my hair was torn out, my knees and elbows completely lost sensation. Then, someone stepped on my hand, saying, these hands are too dangerous. And I heard everyone agreeing, too dangerous, we should cripple these hands. Why? I hadn't done anything to them before. My hands had never harmed any of them." Yan Wang took off his gloves, slender and elegant fingers with neatly trimmed nails. He turned his palm over to reveal its clean beauty. Then he began to unbutton his cuffs and rolled up his sleeves, exposing a strong and proportionate forearm. However, from the wrist upward to the elbow and upper arm, countless old scars crisscrossed each other. He clenched and then relaxed his fists, saying, "But what they said wasn't entirely wrong, these are indeed dangerous hands because everyone ended up paying the price for it." And she was shocked and asked, "How did you escape back then?" Yan Wang coldly laughed, "Escape? That was impossible. Back then, I only managed to get away because he showed up." And she subconsciously asked, "Who?" But Feng Yian had already realized, was it Ming? Yan Wang nodded and said, "At that time, Ye Wei Li's bounty hunter team and he himself were already quite famous. After rescuing me, the bystanders couldn't immediately argue, but Ming's team didn't leave right away. He said." Yan Wang looked down at his curled fingertips and said, "Your hands are beautiful, you must protect them carefully." Then he leaned toward me and whispered, using a very soft voice, "Only delicate hands like yours can efficiently kill." Yan Wang clutched his hands together, trembling slightly as if feeling cold, at that moment. I must have cried. I told him I couldn't do it, I wanted to kill them, but I was too weak. Ming said, "You're not yet strong enough now, but it's already enough to deal with them. When you become stronger, come find me at Ye Wei Li." After that, I continued to make unremitting efforts for being able to enter Ye Wei Li, not only in terms of explosion but also physical techniques, close combat, firearms, physical fitness. Although their recruitment requirements were always strict, you had to be a bounty hunter with quite a reputation in other bounty groups in order to reach the threshold. But I didn't believe in this set of rules, even if no one had achieved it before, I was going to make it happen. Besides, someone without experience or fame managed to get into Ye Wei Li, Feng Yian interjected. And she let out an, "Ah, was it Miao?" Feng Yian nodded and laughed, "But you've been deceived. Miao wasn't any kind of miracle, he was recommended by me and his master." "No, forced into it." "What?" Yan Wang looked up in surprise. Feng Yian burst into uncontrollable laughter, "There's just no way around it, the world of adults is so dark." Yan Wang's dazed expression made and she laughed chirpily too. It took Yan Wang a long while to snap back, saying, "Anyway, last year, I finally got another chance to meet a squad from Ye Wei Li, and eventually, they brought me to the headquarters, and I was recruited. Just unfortunately, when you joined, everything had changed, Ming wasn't there anymore," Feng Yian sighed. "It's more than that," Yan Wang gritted his teeth, "actually, I had already heard about Captain Ming's misfortune before that. Though I was deeply saddened, it did not alter my determination to join Ye Wei Li. However, not long after joining the group, I began to notice something amiss, the team's atmosphere was strange, and people spoke cryptically, stopping mid-sentence. The teammates were clearly divided into several small factions, Hovel and his cronies were one, Owen and Jayashark were another, Mianbu formed another. And she hadn't heard of any of these names and paid little attention, shaking his head casually, but Feng Yian furrowed his brow seriously in thought, asking, "Has it come to this? Among all these, is there anyone who might possibly?" Yan Wang shook his head, "You mean help us?" "Hard to say, but those who would like to see us both lose should be many." Feng Yian said, "Then fine, less people helping Huafu is good news, the enemy of my enemy is my friend." Speaking of the moment now, and she was still expounding on his station entry plan, after you arrive, first cry your heart out to show how much you miss your teammates, then express your joy at rejoining the team, and then you can quietly observe them. As Yan Wang listened to his description, his mouth twitched, and he asked, "What about the two of you?" And she said, "Wait until I finish talking. After you go inside, head to the dining hall first and look for a sister about my height." No, I should be taller than her now, her name is Jianan." You'll definitely see her around mealtime, very easy to find. Then tell her that I have returned, and ask her to help you inquire about the patrol shift change times. Yan Wang said, you don't know the shift change time. And she shrugged, after all, I've been away for so long. And according to what you said, it seems like the refuge station is now extremely short-staffed, with fewer people taking turns. The schedule will probably have been adjusted accordingly. He continued, after knowing the shift change times, ask Yan to help you contact Ping Gai. During the noon break, you and Ping Gai take advantage of the shift changes to open the gate and let us in. Yan Wang asked, is Ping Gai a member of the gatekeeping team? And she said, no. He works in the water purification station. Yan Wang glared, then why does he meddle? And she said, but Ping Gai knows how to open the gates. When we were kids, we always liked to sneak to the surface to play with prying doors. Yan Wang covered his face, full of black lines, saying, alright, then what happens after you get inside, where do two living people like you hide? And she became excited, we can stay on the -12th floor. That's where Xiao and Miao met originally, there's no one there, only mutated rats. Yan Wang couldn't bear to look at him straight, if this guy gets excited talking about mutated rats, dangerous or not aside, he's absolutely strange. As the two were about to discuss further, the solar-powered lamp suddenly went out with a pop. In the darkness, Feng Yian said, that's enough, it's late, and we need to leave early tomorrow. And she said, shall we leave at 4, doctor? Call me. Feng Yian hummed, their journey was getting longer day by day, because everyone in their hearts was anxious, every second of delay was filled with infinite uncertainties. He took out a nearly empty bottle of monster repellent, placed it to the side, laid down, and entered a brief sleep. Chapter 44, Squad Number 2. Anshi. Wake up, it's time to get up. Anshi groggily hummed in response, stretching lazily with his eyes closed, making creaking sounds, and then was quieted by a kick from Yan Wang. Afterwards, he heard the rustling sound of Yan Wang slowly getting up. Supporting himself with his arms, he sat up straight, his hair piled up in front of his face, looking quite frightening in the darkness. Anshi crawled up on all fours, half opening his eyes as he packed his long-distance bag. Over these days, he had become increasingly adept at doing these things alone, and once again got used to the routine of waking up every morning with sore muscles and aching bones. Though the walking tasks during the day were heavy, he still insisted on doing weight training every night, taking a muscle-building pill, doing this daily as if trying to hold on to some kind of breath. He shook the bottle, there wasn't much left. He hoped to see the wasteland before it ran out. Without the wasteland, his daily schedule became very simple: travel, rest, refine the shelter station map, then clean guns, sharpen knives, feed sheep, sleep. After another night had passed, it was time to travel again. Anshi made an effort to revive his spirits, hung the pack and sniper rifle over his shoulder, simply cleaned his mouth, then put on a breathing mask and windproof goggles, pulling his hood up and fastening it properly. Just from looking at him, he already looked no different from an ordinary wasteland traveler. Feng Yian was also ready, shaking the monster-repelling incense and saying, let's go, then plugging the incense bottle into the odor diffuser. Though it was midsummer in the northern hemisphere, the sky at 4:30 in the morning was only slightly bright. Looking around, one could already see a few mutated animals wandering outside. The closest one to them was a mutated wild cat, with bald patches all over its body, one eye blind, revealing sharp fangs and letting out a hoarse scream. Almost simultaneously, Anshi brought the rifle on his back to his chest and fired a shot that pierced through the face of the wild cat. His sniper rifle now had 2 gun muzzles. More precisely, a new barrel was added parallel to the original one, turning it into something resembling an old-fashioned double-barreled shotgun. However, the function of the new barrel was very different. Its front end was equipped with a spearhead-like arrowhead. It contained no gunpowder and had no explosive function, more like a cold weapon such as a crossbow. Although it altered the balance of the original gun, it was advantageous for being recyclable and cheaply made. It could also be used as a bayonet or spear when entering a station without pulling the trigger. Anshi slowly walked up, pulled the arrowhead from the mutant cat's face, casually wiped off the bloodstains, reinserted it back into the gun muzzle, and yawned. With a blank expression, he looked around left and right, noticing several shadows stirring in the pale blue dawn light. Every night, the undead would wander out across this land, aimlessly searching on the plains based entirely on their sense of smell, the darkness serving as their perfect camouflage. As sunrise approached, the surface began to warm rapidly, causing large amounts of decayed skin to fall off, slowing down the movements of the monsters even further, gradually retreating to their caves to avoid the sunlight. It was exactly this time period, yet suddenly the air was filled with the smell of 3 fresh blood bags, invigorating all the monsters' nostrils. In a moment, the nearby shadows began to stir. At this moment, one of the shadows suddenly started running quickly straight toward the direction of Anshi and the others. Anshi's drowsiness instantly cleared, firmly placing the butt of his gun against his shoulder, moving the muzzle along with the trajectory of the moving monster. Meanwhile, several other monsters also began moving swiftly. Yan Wang reached into the cape draped over his waist. Attached to his waist belt was a row of bizarre and dangerous items. As soon as his index finger flicked, this place would turn into scorched earth. The mutated creatures were getting closer: 2 mutated dogs, 3, 4 mutated giant rats, and a quickly moving mutated rattlesnake on the sand. Not good, Anshi thought. The snake's body was flexible, and it was a small target, so hitting it accurately was unlikely. He could only rely on Yan Wang. At the same time, he wondered why the monster-repelling incense wasn't working today. Distracted, he glanced at Feng Ian, who had also taken out a gun, holding the odor diffuser in the other hand. The bottle inverted on top had only a bit left, but indeed there was still plenty of dosage remaining inside. In an instant, a mutated dog had already darted in front of Anshi, but Anshi hesitated to shoot. What are you doing? Yan Wang shouted loudly. The mutated dog was already too close to Anshi for him to throw a bomb. Anshi furrowed his brow, unable to explain in time. However, his body had already made the judgment ahead of his thoughts. As soon as the trigger was pulled, the mutated dog's right leg was pinned to the sandy ground, but its body still writhed madly. At the same time, several more mutated creatures were heading their way. It was only then that Feng Ian and Yan Wang noticed something odd. This group of monsters seemed to be blindly coming in their direction, but not targeting them specifically. They lacked any signs of aggression. The 3-meter-long, venomous fangs protruding mutant rattlesnake actually slipped right through the gap between Anshi's legs, while other mutants ran into the range of the repellent incense and veered off course, quickly dashing past them without hesitation. Ignored. Yan Wang said, dumbfounded. Anshi exclaimed with admiration, this monster-repellent incense is really powerful. Not quite. Feng Ian still remained on high alert. He said, there's something else out there. Something far worse. The two instantly tensed up again, reaching peak alertness. Anshi silently prayed, apart from dragons, hopefully that earthquake hadn't awakened anything else strange. With full concentration, they turned their eyes toward the direction where the monsters had fled. At the horizon's edge, a streak of golden-red sun rose to its top, and the dust of the entire world trembled under the strong warm light. And then, amidst the gradually ascending great fire disk, a single wobbling shadow appeared, followed by 2, and then 3 figures. Is someone over there? Yan Wang questioned, puzzled. Something's not right, Feng Ian responded. If it's humans, why are those monsters running? High-level mutants. Upon hearing these words, both immediately turned and sprinted away. Anshi hesitated for a brief second before rushing to follow. Not 10 steps later, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower back. His body instinctively lurched forward but was caught by the neck just before hitting the ground. Gripped by the throat and lifted off the ground by a single hand, Anshi didn't even have time to see his captor's face when a figure leaned close, his breath warming Anshi's ear. A cold sweat immediately broke out all over Anshi's body, raising the hair on his arms, he remembered. Back in Luo City within a tall building, the captured lame traveler had been bitten directly in the neck by a high-level mutant. However, the excruciating pain causing instant asphyxiation made Anshi unable to produce any sound. Luckily, Yan Wang glanced back at the critical moment. His pupils expanded sharply as he saw the scene unfold. Reaching behind his waist, he shouted, "Duck!" Pulling out a handgun, he moved incredibly fast. But before he could lift it to chest height, he was kicked hard in the wrist. Simultaneously, the hand choking Anshi suddenly loosened. The high-level mutant who had attacked from behind was seized by one hand on his wrist and another around his neck, flung far into the air. It took over a dozen meters for him to finally hit the ground heavily, who possessed such brutal strength, able to throw a nearly 2-meter-tall high-level mutant like trash. Anshi coughed violently as he landed on the ground. Without looking back, he subconsciously started crawling and running forward. However, the person lightly stepped on the edge of his outer clothing. No matter how hard Anshi tried, he couldn't move an inch. "Anshi, why are you running?" the man suddenly asked. Anshi froze momentarily, then turned abruptly. The tall figure stood facing the newborn son, his face hidden in shadows. But the voice was unmistakably correct. "Number 2. Anshi cried out. On the other side, number 29 returned a gun that had been kicked away and handed it back to Yan Wang, saying apologetically, "Sorry, I was afraid you'd hurt us by accident." Yan Wang stared at the proffered gun, hesitant to make a move. Number 29 tossed the gun back onto the ground indifferently, turning to Anshi and saying, "Last time you came, 72 wasn't here, so you don't know each other." That 72, who had been thrown over 10 meters earlier, walked back. He must have hit his forehead against a rock upon landing, his face smeared with blood, but no trace of the wound was visible now. Wiping his face casually, he asked, "Do you know each other?" Number 2 nodded and gestured, "Anshi, 72, 72, Anshi." Only then did Anshi stand up, massaging his lower back while baring his teeth and smiling painfully. "Oh, nice to meet you." He noticed Feng Ian and Yan Wang were completely disoriented by what had happened, misinterpreting their expressions and hastily introduced them. "This is Yan Wang and Dr. Feng." Yan Wang's expression twisted. Number 2 expressionlessly waved at them and asked, "Where's Mia?" Unexpectedly, as soon as the question was asked, Anshi suddenly exploded, yelling furiously, "Ah! All because of you. This is all your fault. Because of your blood vial, Mia was discovered by Fuer. Mia has been taken away, wah." Number 2 had no idea what Anshi was talking about, confused why just 3 sentences had already made the kid burst into tears. Feeling very annoyed, he hastily raised both hands, I'm sorry. Yan Wang's worldview suffered a severe blow. This rookie boy, shorter than 170 centimeters, was beating up a high-level mutant. And the latter not only accepted the beating but also apologized. His judgment was correct, this person was indeed extremely dangerous. Beside him, number 29 frowned and repeated, "Foor, this name sounds familiar." Number 72 shrugged, "Never heard of him. By the way, just because we know someone, does that mean we can't eat them?" In response, number 29 kicked out, causing number 72 to fly a full 20 meters this time. When number 72 crawled back again, number 2 had learned a little bit more, confusedly asking, "Why did they capture Mia? Does Yahweh still lack henchmen? You're worth more anyway." After being complimented, Anshi shyly smiled. Yan Wang screamed inwardly, this wasn't the moment for such reactions. Number 72 curiously asked, "Why?" Number 29 introduced, "Didn't you wonder who modified our weapons?" "It's him." Number 72 excitedly said, "Then don't eat him, take him along when we build the new base." Number 29 rolled his eyes slightly, impatiently saying, "Shut up." With a casual move, he grabbed the back of number 72's head and smashed his face into the sand. Anshi glanced at number 2, then Feng Yian, asking, "Can we tell him?" Feng Yian spread his hands, somewhat laughing through tears, even he had never encountered high-level radiators directly, they were at least a kilometer away earlier, yet were caught up within 3 seconds. Their physical strength and resilience far exceeded his imagination. Anshi sighed, saying, "All right, but I'm only telling you two." Number 72 finally pulled his face out from the ground, covered in dust and bloodstains, having finally learned to keep his mouth shut. Meanwhile, number 2 understood the entire story, revealing what he thought was an enlightened expression. In reality, he merely widened his dull red eyes, creating a very eerie effect. Number 2 said, "No wonder he gets along well with that guy, it seems they're family." Anshi made a tisk sound, saying, "Mia is not a mutant." He laughs. He laughs. He used 2 fingers to stretch his cheeks upwards, angrily saying, "I'm not talking to you guys anymore, we need to keep moving." Number 72 also thoughtfully placed his fingers on his cheeks, trying hard to push them up. As soon as Anshi took a step, number 2 followed, making Yan Wang instinctively step back in fear. Number 2 said, "Come on, bring us along for the fun." Anshi turned around, elongating his tone and asking, "What?" Number 2 explained, "We got separated from everyone, aimlessly wandering for half a month, quite bored." Anshi puzzledly asked, "Why don't you go back?" Number 29 replied, "Back to Luo City. Luo City has been uninhabitable after the last storm. Most buildings are gone, plus daily aftershocks waking us up under falling bricks." Number 72 enthusiastically asked, "Where to play?" Number 29 just glanced sideways at him, and he immediately closed his mouth, zipping it up. Number 29 said, "Actually, it's fine. There are only 3 of you, forget about the refuge station, but there's an entire professional bounty-killing team on the other side. Rescuing someone will be difficult. Might as well have number 2 help fight." To show his fighting ability, number 2 flexed his arm, although the muscles covered with purple spots and blue veins weren't too exaggerated, no one doubted it was one of the strongest bodies on the entire wasteland. Number 72 gleefully said, "Refuge station. I've never been there before." He hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly remembered, kicking his left leg and jumping several meters away, narrowly avoiding number 29's violent punishment. Anshi tilted his head, thinking, saying, "Sure, we don't have much monster repellent incense left anyway. Let's use number 2, he's very useful." At this point, Yan Wang couldn't hold back any longer, ripping off his mask and nearly shrieking, "You're serious?" Anshi innocently looked at him, "What's wrong?" What was wrong? Yan Wang didn't even know where to start answering this question, stammering, they are mutants." Anshi nodded like he understood, comforting, "Actually, they don't need to eat anything. They just find the smell of blood appetizing, sometimes craving it." Yan Wang was greatly shocked, wasn't that the problem? He turned to Feng Yian, seeking some reason in support, only to see him propping his chin on one hand, pondering, "This is true, I've heard about it. It seems real. This is good actually, our plan wasn't too reliable to begin with. More firepower isn't a bad choice." Yan Wang stared blankly at him, then at Anshi, then at number 2, unsure whether the world had gone mad or if it was himself. But suddenly, number 2 pointed at Yan Wang and asked, "Is this your brother?" The two simultaneously turned around, "Huh?" Number 2 scratched his head, "Oh, you two seem to get along pretty well and look a little alike." "Not alike at all." Anshi snapped. "Where's the good relationship?" Yan Wang shouted at the same time. The two glanced at each other, both had unpleasant expressions, but they indeed shared black hair and eyes, fine features, and a skeletal structure typical of young teenagers. "Doctor." This time Anshi, feeling embarrassed and irritated, turned to Feng Yian for support, only to see him helplessly smile and say, "Actually, I've wanted to say this for a while now, just feared that you two would be upset." Humph. Humph. Number 2 awkwardly withdrew his hand as number 29 shot him a blaming look, "If you don't know how to chat, better keep quiet. Look, you've upset the kids again." Chapter 45, The Lost Town, Part 1. After the small team expanded into a unique lineup of 6 people, their route also underwent some changes. Although Flame King had previously designed a route that sought to balance risk and distance to minimize time, after number 2's arrival, the situation greatly improved. Small mutated monsters fled at the mere whiff of their scent, and urban areas once forbidden to humans unlocked as passable stations. Of course, these towns, large and small, were products from before the full-scale radiation outbreak. Now they had turned into deadlands like Luo City. After 5 hours of walking, the sun was high overhead. And she was nearly exhausted, and the group found a nearby abandoned rest station with leaking walls to sit down. He leaned against the wall, sipping water little by little and breaking up a few pieces of compressed rations to hold in his hand. Number 2 sat cross-legged on the steps at the entrance. Ultraviolet rays and residual nuclear radiation in the air and water sources had long ceased to affect him. Being able to freely breathe the dry air of this land might be the only benefit of becoming a mutant. In a few gulps, he finished a bottle of water and tossed the empty bottle aside. Seeing this, and she asked, "You're not keeping the bottle?" Number 2 replied, "There's Mudstone Town ahead. We'll pick up more there." Flame King asked, "Mudstone Town? What kind of place is that?" He'd walked this route countless times and had never heard of such a place. Urshiba said, "It's a town under Bosun County. If you go through Mudstone Town to reach the three-headed bird shelter station, it'll be the fastest way." Flame King immediately said, "What? Bosun County? Isn't that the worst hit area for mutations?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized, his companion was also a mutant. How could they care about that? He thought about it further and couldn't help but furrow his brows. Everyone knew that pre-radiation towns were the most dangerous places, where the densest populations of humans and pets used to be. In other words, mutants and monstrous creatures concentrated heavily there. There were also many leftover wartime reconnaissance machines. During the initial collapse of various governments and violent agencies, the malls and supermarkets in these areas were often looted first, leaving almost no supplies. Going there would only add unnecessary trouble. He looked at number 2 again. The other party seemed capable of traversing even large slaughterhouses like Luo City without any hindrance, yet he and his companions were different from them. Apparently, these mutants had adapted to an entirely different set of survival rules compared to normal humans, judging dangers vastly differently. Relying solely on their abilities might cause problems due to negligence and overconfidence. While absent-mindedly eating, Flame King made plans. Urshiba glanced at him and said, "The majority of Bosun County's population concentrated in the northern capital, while Mudstone Town is located at the southernmost point. After the recent earthquake, the 3 surrounding mountains all collapsed. If we don't go through the middle of the town, we'd have to take a much longer detour." Flame King looked at him, surprised. Had the other person read his mind and explained himself? Though still skeptical, he politely nodded. Feng Ian also took out a map and compared it to their original itinerary. If they followed the original plan, they could arrive at the refuge station at the latest by mid-afternoon the day after tomorrow. But if they went straight through Mudstone Town, they could approach the destination by the morning of the next day, or perhaps even tonight. Lifting his head, he said hesitantly, "I think we should give it a try. After all, our current lineup has changed. We should leverage any advantages we can." Flame King and she exchanged glances and both nodded in agreement. 72 wasn't particularly interested in everyone's discussion, squatted by the broken window and played around by picking at the wall. Accidentally using too much force, he peeled off a large piece of plaster, causing the already unstable metal window frame to completely fall apart with a clang sound and land on the floor. And she instinctively let out a scream of shock, and Flame King, who hadn't been startled initially, got a fright due to She's sudden scream. 72 quickly glanced at Urshiba, then instantly crouched down covering his head. When nothing happened after a while, 72 cautiously opened his eyes and said, "If you ask me, this route is way too slow. Why don't we just carry someone on our back, run at full speed to the destination, kick open the door of the so-called refuge station, rush inside for a good battle, and then call it a day?" Urshiba snorted coldly, "Do you think you'll be able to carry someone to the destination? I bet you won't last 10 meters before your instincts get the better of you." I can see the drool dripping. Caught red-handed with his intentions, 72 awkwardly remained silent. Noticing Flame King's terrified expression, Urshiba said, "Don't worry about it. If it makes any irregular moves, I'll crush it." After the rest period ended, the small team, led by Urshiba, proceeded directly toward Mudstone Town. This abandoned town still faintly showed signs of its former glory. It was probably once a wealthy neighborhood. Each villa had its own gate, garage, and the remnants of garden fences were still visible. However, now all the soil was polluted, the trees and plants had withered into ashes, and the entire town was covered by a layer of radiation dust. The town was eerily quiet, interrupted only occasionally by the low growls of mutated dogs, the buzzing of giant flies, or the rustling of huge rats ready to attack. The red eyes flashing in the shadows under the eaves belonged to bloodthirsty hunters lurking in the dark. And she, Flame King, and Feng Ian all loaded their guns and held them at the ready as they cautiously moved forward. Number 2 strolled confidently ahead, while 72 darted around like an unbridled mutant wild dog, kicking mutant creatures everywhere. Once they entered the town, and she immediately felt an unprecedented discomfort and oddity. This wasn't his first encounter with such a desolate and silent scene. Even Luo City's scenario seemed more terrifying compared to here. But there was something wrong about it. As they approached the center of the town, the human and animal corpses on the roadside increased. And she stared closely at them, afraid that one might suddenly jump up, but these bodies were so shriveled that the scorching sun and dry air had turned them into natural mummies. Suddenly, Anshi's foot kicked something unknowable. The object rolled twice before hitting the curb and, bang, exploded with a loud noise. Everyone jumped in shock as number 2 instantly appeared in front of Anshi. However, it was just a can of red soda, where the carbon dioxide inside had built up to its limit and exploded upon slight touch. Flame King reprimanded, "Can you please watch your step? Stop scaring us." Knowing he was at fault, Anshi meekly said, "Sorry." He glanced again at the can still sputtering water, suddenly realizing the source of this odd feeling. The whole town seemed as if it had been abandoned by time. A road sign lay broken on the corner, corroded beyond recognition. Through glassless windows, one could see the unfortunate victims who never escaped their living rooms, wearing color-faded cloth fragments, with strands of hair still stuck to their skulls. And at the heart of the town stood a large cathedral, its huge clock shattered in front of the church, underneath which lay several aged skeletons, their wedding rings left untouched for years. But aside from that, the town was almost too normal, as if the humans had vanished overnight. There were no limbs or dismembered remains scattered across the streets. Many cars were still parked properly in the garages. Not only did they not see a mob of mutants wandering through the streets as expected, there was not even the smell of decay in the air. Was it because the overpowering scent emitted by number 2 and the others drove everything away? And she wondered. However, during the time in Luo City, even with Urshiba present, those mutants would still attempt attacks without hesitation. There's something strange here. It looks like these people weren't killed by mutants but... Flame King flipped a corpse over with the muzzle of his gun, saying, "This is a gunshot wound. No wonder none of them mutated, they were all killed by other humans." Feng Ian also commented, "In such a large town with at least thousands of people, it makes no sense to see not even a single mutant." And she gripped his weapon tightly, cold sweat drenching his hands. What exactly happened here when the full-scale radiation broke out? Number 2 walked ahead and, with great effort, pulled down a door of a house, tossing it aside before walking in alone. The next moment, there came several sharp, short shrieks followed by heavy thuds before silence returned again. Number 2 peeked out halfway and beckoned, and she, "Come do some shopping." And she carefully advanced with his gun at the ready, always mindful of any monsters that might lunge from the sides. Walking inside, he found it to be a supermarket. Most shelves were empty, and the non-functional freezers were filled with dried-out mold. Number 2 tossed him a can, which she caught with both hands quickly. While walking, number 2 kicked aside a mutant creature that was still losing blood, crouching down and looking around left and right. Amused by what he saw, and she carefully examined the peculiarly marked packages and a poster partially peeled off the wall. Looking up, he saw number 2 taking the baseball cap off a mannequin's head and placing it on his own before turning around and asking, "Do I look good?" And she couldn't help but laugh and said, "You look good." Such things hadn't been produced in ages. Synthetic fibers or fabrics could neither protect against ultraviolet rays nor isolate radiation, making them useless to ordinary people. And she discovered a few small bottles of brown liquid in glass containers and kept them in his hands, examining them closely. They appeared sealed, possibly not yet spoiled. "Can we drink this?" And she asked. After inspecting it, number 2 burst into laughter and said, "Of course you can drink it, it's a good thing that can make you forget everything, including fear." Nodding seriously, and she asked, "Then do you want some?" Number 2 shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, this stuff is no longer useful for us. Our metabolism is too fast, the effect is gone before it even starts. That's how these bodies are, after a while, nothing feels stimulating anymore. Whether it's getting injured or sucking blood, it's all useless." And she nodded, picking out 2 bottles of liquor with appealing colors and stuffing them into his pockets, along with a few sealed cans, a multifunctional pocket knife, a solar flashlight, and a roll of nylon shoelaces. Chapter 46, The Lost Town, Part 2. Thus, the 6 continued forward. However, their smooth journey did not last long. As they were about to leave the town, several mutants suddenly appeared from somewhere. Anshi didn't react in time, but Chishire quickly darted out and grabbed one by the throat, slamming it forcefully against the wall. After a loud crash, cracks like spider webs appeared on the wall behind the mutant, and the whole house even began to shake. This thunderous sound seemed to have startled the sleeping town, and within seconds, monsters and mutants that had been lying in wait in the dark suddenly surged out, causing gunfire to ring out 4 times. "They have guns!" Feng Yan shouted loudly. Anshi carefully observed that a few mutants mixed among the creatures were actually wielding submachine guns. Their rigid fingers pressed on the triggers, mechanically pulling them repeatedly while the empty guns clicked continuously. Anshi also yelled, "No bullets!" 3 high-level mutants were among the monsters, moving so fast that Anshi couldn't see clearly, making him completely hesitant to fire. At this moment, Yen Wang suddenly shouted, "Get out of the way." 10 meters. By the time his words had fallen, Ershiju and Chishire had already quickly leaped away from the circle of monsters. Araheo stepped up, lifting Anshi waist-high, and carried him 10 meters away. It was only then that Anshi noticed a wet, glossy sheen on the ground where he had just been standing. He sniffed lightly, detecting the smell of some kind of engine oil. The next moment, he realized that during the previous melee, the fuel tank of a car by the roadside had been accidentally punctured, spilling what little gasoline it contained all over the ground. Everyone rapidly grasped Yan Wang's plan and retreated further outward. Just as the monsters were about to pursue them, a spark suddenly splashed onto the surface of the oil, followed by a boom, as all the monsters standing above it were engulfed in roaring flames. A short while later, delayed screams of pain finally sounded, and the half-burnt monsters charged chaotically without any order. But Yan Wang promptly threw another small thumb-sized bomb. The bomb fell into the center of the crowd of monsters, a red light flared, stretching out a laser fence with a diameter of 20 meters, then tightened abruptly. All living things within the range were instantly shredded into pieces of meat, plopping down on the ground. Anshi pushed away Araheo, ripped off his mask, turned around, and threw up. Qishir stood half-mouth open, circled around to look at the scattered corpses, then moved to take a closer look at Yan Wang, giving him a thumbs up. Yan Wang's eyebrows twitched, and he nodded with a laugh devoid of mirth. Ershiju also came forward for an inspection, evaluating, "Your efficiency is good, but you've destroyed the weapons." He picked up a section of a gun barrel, both ends were smooth cuts made by the laser. He then kicked a severed arm with confusion. "This is military uniform." Anshi rinsed his mouth with the liquor he had scavenged earlier, almost choking. After spitting out the alcohol and wiping his mouth, he forced himself to overcome his nausea and went over to inspect. Shoulder insignia, camouflage, army boots, these were all part of the old military attire. After looking around and gazing at each other, they wondered collectively, how could such a tranquil town have so many soldiers? "Over here." Araheo's voice echoed from afar. Following the sound, they rounded to the back of a gas station at the town's exit. This place might have originally been lush woodland, but now only a few bare tree trunks remained. Nearby, a rusted-out barbed wire fence surrounded the area, with a crooked sign hanging from it that read, "Restricted Area," after Araheo wiped the dust off. On the metal plaque were more revealed words, "Military Restricted Zone, no open flame." Feng Yayan tilted her chin upwards and looked inside. A rectangular cement building lay overturned on a slope, leaving her puzzled. Why would there be a military camp in such a remote location? Anshi, however, was thinking about something completely different and blurted out, "If there's a military camp, does that mean there's a weapons and ammunition depot?" Upon hearing these words, everyone's spirits brightened. The wandering mutants outside were all equipped with relatively high-grade firearms, though their ammunition was exhausted. Nevertheless, perhaps the depot still held supplies. Given the state of preservation in this town, having lasers, guns or nuclear-powered ones wouldn't be surprising either. In his mind, Anshi counted and estimated the remaining equipment. His only hot weapons were a pistol and a sniper rifle, with severely lacking ammunition, which was why he'd previously come up with the method of using recyclable arrowheads. Yan Wang had plenty of explosive items on hand, but once they entered the refuge station, weapons of such scale certainly wouldn't be allowed. They would need to find tools capable of precise point kills. When the three had left Fancheng Market days before, food and clean water took priority over weapons. The idea was to replenish resources upon reaching the safety station. But at this moment, expendables had already freed up significant weight capacity, and an ammunition warehouse was now right in front of them. Should they take the risk of wasting time to open it or play it safe and leave? As the group hesitated, Qishir had already broken the iron gate's latch. Everyone turned to look at him, and he looked back just as bewildered. "I didn't use much force, I swear. I was just checking, but it really broke because of how rusted it was." Before his words even finished, the iron gate was violently pushed from inside, and a wave of mutants surged out, trampling Qishir under it. No wonder the whole town had been so empty, they were all locked up here. 5, 10, 20, 50, an endless number of mutants finally broke free from their cage, rushing out with a wild craving for fresh blood. Instantly, both sides engaged in fierce firefights. Some of the mutants armed themselves and began indiscriminate attacks, sparks flying amidst the hail of bullets. Yan Wang shouted, "This place is too small, get out." He yanked Anshi behind him and raised his hand, ready to throw a bomb inside. "No." Anshi quickly pulled on his arm. "There are munitions inside, it'll explode." Finally freed from under the gate, Qishir grabbed the nearest mutant arm and swung it, sending several tumbling into the crowd. 3 high-level radiation-infected mutants charged forward like meat grinders, filling the air with the sounds of snapping bones and bullets tearing through flesh. Yet, no matter how fast or strong they were, the regular mutants remained more drawn to the scent of human blood, relentlessly trying to leap over them towards Anshi and the others. The horde of mutants was overwhelming, spilling out non-stop like an overflowed current. As Anshi shot while retreating, his bullets soon ran out. "Here." Yan Wang hurled 2 rows of ammunition boxes at him and roared, "Climb up." Anshi glanced where he pointed. There was a small iron tower about 2 stories high on the left. It used to be the bell tower for assembling townspeople. Anshi immediately slung his gun over his shoulder and scrambled upward with all his might. Meanwhile, Feng Yayan and Yan Wang climbed onto another broadcast tower across the street and yelled, "Drive them toward us." Anshi understood. He disassembled his rifle into its sniper configuration and firmly set it against the railing, targeting and killing any outside mutants. The low-level mutants' intelligence was minimal, they only acted out of instinct, staggering toward the base of Yan Wang's tower. The pair's tower was very low, only 2 meters high, but Feng Yan shot down every single mutant who tried to climb it swiftly on all fours. Whenever enough escaping mutants gathered in suitable range, Yan Wang detonated them all with one well-placed bomb. After such repeated efforts, the pile of mutant corpses in front of the arsenal's entrance had grown into a mountain. The air stunk of charred flesh, and everywhere flames raged. A burning mutant shrieked as it ran onto the road and was put down by a quick shot from behind by Anshi. "That's enough." Anshi shouted loudly, "We're too close to the gas station." Yan Wang glanced at the gas station at the intersection, then looked back at him just as he was turning away when suddenly his pupils widened and he screamed, "Behind you." Survival instincts instantly took complete control over every muscle and reflex in Anshi's body. Without thinking, he rolled aside. The floor he had just been lying on was now pierced by a large hole gouged by a mutant. Perhaps distracted by his focus earlier, he hadn't noticed that a mutant had already climbed up. Before Anshi could sit up, the mutant pounced again. Its strength was immense, barely allowing Anshi to hold the gun up to block it, shaking both of his arms painfully. The mutant's fingers, nearly exposed to the bone, were inches away from his face, and the corrupt odor from its mouth filled the air. With no way to evade, Anshi's muscles tensed to the extreme. If those claws managed to break his skin or draw blood, there would be a risk of contracting the mutation virus. But mutated humans had overwhelmingly powerful strength. Even if most muscle tissue remained absent from its body, it retained brutal strength. Anshi desperately held firm against the gun, trembling arms barely keeping it up. Gritting his teeth, he kicked out with full force, aiming at the mutant's waist. However, instead of flying away as he had hoped, the mutant merely loosened its grip slightly. Seizing this opportunity, Anshi took a short breath, let out a loud shout, and kicked with greater power once more. The mutant finally stumbled backward a bit. Seizing the moment, Anshi scrambled to stand up. Raising the stock of his gun high, he struck the mutant hard on its temple. The mutant was slammed heavily onto the ground, but showing no sign of pain, it swiped at Anshi with a claw. His pants immediately tore in multiple places. There was no time to check whether he had bled. Adrenaline surged through him, focusing all his attention and rapidly working through ideas in his mind. A memory flashed through his mind. It was the first time Feichu taught him how to switch his sniper rifle into a submachine gun, and how he demonstrated blowing monsters' heads off at close range. He recalled the smooth, almost artistic movements Feichu demonstrated, and how he practiced repeatedly day after day while he was gone. In a fleeting 0.1 seconds, Anshi processed an enormous amount of information while his hands remained exceptionally steady. He took a shallow breath, realigned the gun with precision, left hand supporting it, right hand pressing the target, unexpectedly aware that he couldn't be hasty, the distance was too close, the space too cramped, he only had one chance. The mutant had already regained its balance and propelled itself upward from the ground using all 4 limbs, hurtling toward him midair. Exhale. At the moment the trigger was pulled and the gunshot echoed, the mutant's right face exploded suddenly, the remnants of its blood and skin mixed with brain matter splattering everywhere. Anshi subconsciously lifted his arm to shield himself. "Are you okay?" Number 2 suddenly appeared at the window, his head and face covered in blood, but he had jumped up 2 floors directly from the ground. Anshi shook his head. Number 2 stepped inside, delivered a kick to the body of the half-faced mutant, sending it flying downstairs. Then he crossed past Anshi, carefully checking up and down the stairwell before returning and saying, "Gone." Afterward, he noticed the tear in Anshi's pants, grabbed his shoulder, and asked, "Did it scratch you?" Anshi let out a pained cry. Number 2 asked, "Hurts?" Clutching his teeth, Anshi replied, "No, it's not that, it's you gripping me too hard." Number 2 quickly released his grip as Anshi bent over to check his trousers. His shin guard underneath was still intact, so he said, "No injury." Number 2 seemed to sigh with relief, then said after a long pause, "Come down, the ones below are dead." Anshi hadn't realized it, but just trying to take a step made his knees buckle under him, and he collapsed on the floor, too close, perilously close to death, every muscle he had tensed earlier now loosened without strength. Only then did delayed fear and tension begin to surface. Number 2 intended to help him, but Anshi shakily stood back up with his gun for support. The two slowly walked down the stairs together, Feng Yan and Yan Wang hurriedly rushing forward to ask, "Is everything all right?" Anshi shook his head, gazing at the overly realistic scene of apocalypse before him. The fires were filled with dismembered bodies, resembling the aftermath of a massacre in Hell's Crucible. 72 shoved aside the corpses, clearing a path to the arsenal, and just as 29 stepped out carrying twin machine guns on his shoulders and single-handedly dragging a box of ammunition, he announced, "Welcome to shopping heaven." The closed weapons warehouse reeked, dark red and black stains plastered across its walls. Just stepping further inside caused Anshi to vomit once again. He didn't have much food left in his stomach, but it kept coming back up acidly. Unable to stand it, he ran out. Yan Wang said, "Sit down, we'll sort through the stuff first." Too exhausted to resist, Anshi nodded, yet the pile of dead bodies made it impossible for him to find a seat, leaving him no choice but to lean against the wall standing still. After some time, boxes of arms and ammunitions were steadily carried out, machine guns, laser guns, power cells, grenades, tear gas canisters, sound bombs, nuclear energy armor pieces, rocket launchers, all manner of weaponry emerged. As they rummaged through the pile, adjusting for weight, 29 fished out what looked like a household electrical system remote control. This board revived after being exposed to sunlight for some time. 29 flipped through it, looking at the daily planner entries within, saying casually, "Ah." 72, curious, asked, "What's the about?" 29 read aloud a few passages. March 18th, scenes from the news growing more horrifying, the locations where cases of mutation occur coming closer and closer. Don't know when they'll reach our town, Mudstone. March 26th, negotiations failed a third time with Factory 305, they won't open the arsenal for us. Are we really expected to protect ourselves with hunting rifles when zombies come? April 19th, Jefferson led a night raid on the factory yesterday to gain control of the arsenal, but it failed and many died. April 30th, too many deaths. People have gone insane, is this really the end of the world? Zombies haven't even arrived yet, and we're already dying by each other's hands. 29 quickly flipped a few more pages, losing interest as he summarized, that's probably the gist of it, local residents clashed violently with the army guarding the arsenal. Thinking the armory was safe, they retreated there, unaware someone already infected had been among them, so everyone got locked inside. Anshi asked, then, the owner of this controller, obviously a resident, how exactly did he end up inside? 29 shrugged, tossing the board aside, who knows? It's been more than 90 years since these events happened. This meant that within this cramped, sunless arsenal, those townsfolk from 100 years ago had maintained their state of living dead for nearly a century. Feng Ian sighed deeply, this town, it finally reached its conclusion 100 years late. Yan Wang gave a somewhat sarcastic laugh, maybe God wanted to leave some of the original townsfolk behind, so they could see what this world has become. Anshi still felt slightly unwell, but he knew they couldn't afford to waste time. He opened his long-distance travel bag, pondering which weapons would be most suitable to bring. 29 also glanced down at the pile of arms and equipment on the ground before looking up at 72. 72 shrugged, stepping back half a step. 29 said coldly, I'll let you off the hook for prying out one window last time, but now look, what with you messing around this time and prying off a door lock, you've managed to unleash hundreds of mutants. 72 tried to adopt an innocent expression, only making his facial muscles contort grotesquely. 29 pointed to the ground and said, since you have so much energy, why don't you carry all of it then? 72 took one look at the pile of weaponry weighing over 100 pounds and obediently bent down. Chapter 47, 24 hours. Is that it? How unimpressive. 72, sprawled out next to Yan Wang, muttered while propping his chin. Yan Wang subtly shifted a little away, he still wasn't used to being so close to a mutant, but indeed, the entrance of the refuge station in the telescope lens was quite inconspicuous. Not only was it low and short, but it was also gray and dusty, looking like a sandbag that could be blown away at any time, blending seamlessly into the wasteland. Of course it has to be inconspicuous, fool. Otherwise, it would have been discovered right away and couldn't have survived until now, number 29 mocked mercilessly. 30 hours later, at this exact moment, they had finally arrived less than 2 kilometers from the three-headed bird refuge station. They found a naturally formed rock cave to crouch in. They couldn't get any closer, although there was wind today with limited visibility, the flat terrain of the wasteland was expansive. Moving any closer would inevitably alert the guards at the refuge station. So, do you remember the map of the refuge station? And she asked him anxiously. I remember. You're too nagging for your age, Yan Wang slightly pushed his head away. And you're too close. On which floor does Jianan work? What does she look like? And she leaned over again. Yan Wang replied stiffly, 5th floor, water purification station, red hair. Bottle cap is on the 4th floor, medical surgery is in the farthest room on the 7th floor. Directly below it, the 8th floor room is the armory. You've already asked me hundreds of times, and you're pressing on my arm. And she humphed, saying, oh well, I'm just worried about you. Yan Wang frowned, saying, worried about me? I think you don't trust me. Do you think I'm like you? Seeing a corpse makes you throw up. That's not. And she started to argue back but then gave up half-heartedly. Anyway, we will wait here, safety first for you. Only open the door when you're confident you won't be caught. Don't take unnecessary risks. Are you teaching me now? Yan Wang raised an eyebrow. I'm reminding you. Because you seem very restless and unstable. And she exclaimed. Yan Wang laughed incredulously, what did you say? You. Alright, number 2 and Feng Ian from the newly joined youth peacekeeping faction separated the two teens. Feng Ian said, let's check one more time if there's anything on your body that shouldn't be brought inside. Inside, there's always a chance they'll search you. Yan Wang obediently checked, and finally everything was prepared. He unfurled that striking crimson cape, using the corner of his coat to polish the golden brooch, pinning it on the front lapel of the cape. And she clenched his fists, saying, good luck. Yan Wang brushed 2 fingers across his brow, saying, see you. The crimson cape disappeared into the yellow sands, carrying a touch of splendor mixed with desolation. They all sat or stood silently as Yan Wang gradually moved further away. After watching for a while, and she suddenly said, Doctor. Feng Ian, And she, that Lily Core's cape has a similar color to your stall tent. Feng Yian curved the corners of her mouth and said, you just noticed. And she nodded while resting his chin on his hand, it stands out. Feng Yian said, after all, both brothers have peculiarly similar tastes. And she tilted his head, asking, who? Feng Yian said, Ming He, and Miao's master. And she's eyebrows shot up in surprise, are they brothers? Feng Yian said, no blood relation, but, what are brothers if not that, right? And she continued staring dumbfounded, his mouth forming an O. Yan Wang had already walked halfway. And she sighed again, when I left the refuge station, it was also around this time of day. At that time, everyone was taking their midday rest breaks. Mia and I sneaked out. When the refuge station gates opened, I almost got blinded by the sunlight. Feng Yian chuckled softly, even number 29 and number 2 turned to look at him silently. And she continued, my first feeling back then was, wow, it's so hot. The sunlight was so blinding, and, honestly, it seemed like there was nothing outside. But I didn't dare make a sound at that time, 1 because I was nervous, fearing discovery at any second, and 2 because I was afraid that if I said something wrong, Miao might leave without me. Afterward, as we walked and walked for a long time, I felt like I'd never been so tired in my life. I was thirsty and hungry, and Miao moved so fast, I couldn't keep up. When I thought I couldn't continue anymore, we finally reached a rest stop. But guess what? We still had to climb up the mountain to enter. The mountain was incredibly steep, practically vertical. It took a lot of effort to climb up, and after reaching the top, I collapsed from exhaustion, unable to move anymore. And to think, that rest stop was only some stone platform, it barely counted as a bed. You must have regretted it big time back then, 72 sat down beside him. There's one thing, and she smiled, this wasteland is just utterly terrible, there's nothing here at all. No wonder so many people want to get into the refuge station. Feng Yian said, yeah, but you'll get used to it later. And she shook his head, it's not about getting used to it, it's about the sunset. Feng Yian didn't understand and tilted her face, And she said, the sunset, Miao once told me in the refuge station that he wanted to show me a sunset and some stars. Then I saw them, right on that little mountaintop, that was. His throat seemed to be choked by some surging emotion for a moment, but he swallowed it down and said, that was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Afterward, every day since then until this very moment, whenever I felt sad, I would think, you've had your sunset, you've already been blessed enough. The group of people in the cave fell silent, while Yan Wang had already arrived at the door of the refuge station. He stood outside the gate for a while, as if negotiating with someone inside. But Miao said he would only take me to see one sunset, and she continued, and truly, he left the next morning, leaving me a bunch of stuff and telling me to enter the refuge station alone. Both number 2 and 72 spat out water in surprise. Number 2, cough, what? And she glanced back at him, remembering something, oh. Later, I tried to go home down the mountain myself, but I couldn't make it halfway, when suddenly I saw a squad of high-level mutants walking far away. It scared me so much that I quickly climbed back up to the top of the mountain, that was the first time I'd ever seen high-level mutants. Number 2 revealed an expression that could almost be described as bewildered, taking a long time to say, what mountain is that? I must go check it out, which refuge station is it? And she's faint excitement disappeared again, we passed by it on our way here, but, it's gone now. Number 2 asked, the refuge station's gone. And she shook his head, the whole mountain is gone. Maybe it was caused by an earthquake before. From the middle of the mountain, it crumbled into pieces. The doors of the refuge station opened, the scarlet cape flickered, and Yan Wang went inside. After the gates closed, they turned into a low hill once more, some things hadn't changed after all, and she thought, like these tons of burning suns, like this endless yellow sand. Next, all they needed to do was wait. But you've changed so much already, number 2 said, even compared to when we saw you for the first time. And she looked at him in surprise, as if the other party had heard what he was thinking. And she gripped the gunstick in his hand and said to himself, it's still not enough, I need to move faster. 4 hours later. Under the scorching sun, the wasteland showed no signs of life, quiet like a dead star. And she got so hot that he took off his hoodie entirely, only keeping a shaded visor. 29 had left the cave for some reason, and then she sprawled lazily on the ground, making hissing sounds. And she, hey, hissing. 72 perked up his ears, looking around left and right, pointing at his nose and asking, me? And she nodded, yeah, come over. 72 enthusiastically sat beside, will you give me something to eat? But and she suddenly stared behind him and said, 29. 72 immediately buried his head in his knees. And she, ha ha ha. 72 dropped his arms, completely disheartened, and collapsed next to she. And she laughed for a while, asking, why are you so afraid of 29? 72 dryly replied, because I can't beat him. Curious, and she asked, oh. Aren't you also a mutant? 72 irritably said, could that be the same? I'm 72, he's 29. And she blankly said, What does that mean? Do you know their names are given based on the order of mutation? Feng Yian explained. And she aimlessly nodded, I know that. Feng Ian explained, although there's no direct experimental data proving it, the general belief is that mutants who transformed earlier tend to be stronger. Their genes after mutation don't seem to result in one fixed outcome but keep adjusting. And their bodies as containers also increasingly merge with the mutated genes, similar to software upgrades. He then nodded to the other two, saying, sorry, because he was discussing this matter in front of them. Number 2 nodded, and 72 shrugged, indicating it didn't bother him. Feng Ian continued, only during these upgrades, sometimes the container no longer matches the situation, causing the body to break down and become irreparable, leading to degeneration. And she remained astonished for a full 10 seconds before saying, oh, isn't this is exactly like vampires, the older ones are always stronger. Is it a movie from your station's content? Feng Ian chuckled, so this is why mutants are called the new vampires. And she excitedly nodded, but you're not afraid of the sun. Stronger than vampires. And his eyes sparkled as he stared at number 2, this means number 2 successfully upgrades every time, how amazing you are, number 2. Number 2 cleared his throat, cough cough, there's nothing amazing, just coincidental good luck. 72 quickly moved to the other end of the cave, muttering, even started blushing, disgusting. The next moment, his face was slammed into the mountain wall by number 2. 7 hours later. It was completely dark already, and the gate of the refuge station still hadn't reopened. The refuge station becomes stricter at night, and the very instant the sun's afterglow disappeared, and Xi's shoulders noticeably slumped. Feng Ian consoled him, didn't you tell him not to take risks before? He's only been inside for so short a while, don't worry. And she nodded and hugged his knees tighter. Feng Ian continued, sit closer in, today there are no clouds, it will be very cold tonight. 10 hours later. Feng Ian, and Xi, you really won't sleep at all. You didn't sleep much last night. And Xi shook his head. Feng Ian sighed, it's only 9 o'clock in the morning now, didn't you say that lunchtime is when the guards relax? And Xi expressionlessly nodded. 3 hours later. The surface showed shadows again, indicating the sun was beginning to set westward. It was too quiet, thought Xi, he was almost tired of this quietness, this long and unsettling silence. If they were still at the Fan City market, it would have been better. The market was prosperous and bustling, each day he and the doctor worked their stalls to make money. When they got back home, Fei Tu had always prepared delicious food. He would stand by the table with an apron on his arms, tone harsh but gaze gentle. He was like this every time. No matter how dissatisfied he seemed verbally, his eyes always revealed his true feelings. He gave him a little lamb, made him protein soup, and even earlier, like a heavenly deity, descended to the 12th underground floor to save him. This time it should be his turn. But why was the refuge station door closed so tightly, like an insurmountable chasm? No, and she shook his head, that was no longer a chasm, he had already come out from there. But what happened, why hasn't Yan Wang come out yet, was something holding him back or? Nah, doctor, and she said, is Yan Wang okay? Feng Ian reflexively said, he should be fine, he's been in Yahweh for a long time, about. Then he realized the other party wasn't asking about Yan Wang's abilities, looking at him in surprise, do you suspect him? And she carefully thought about it and shook his head. To say the least, Yan Wang not coming out yet proves we found the right place, but it also means Hufuer is inside the refuge station, the situation may be quite complicated, you need to give him some confidence, some time. And she listened absent-mindedly, his eyes fixed on the distance. Do I really know how to read people's hearts, he wondered, he seemed to keep being deceived, when Fei Tu called him to leave at the start, then when Hufuer asked him to deliver goods, he fell for both without any suspicion. What if Yan Wang was deceiving him as well? But the doctor said to believe him, he couldn't disbelieve the doctor, could he? And she was thoroughly confused. Number 2 couldn't bear it anymore, standing up saying, we force our way in. And she was startled, quickly replying, no, we finally figured out where they are, what if scaring them away ruins everything? Moreover, if chaos ensues, everyone in the refuge station will be in danger. Number 2 muttered, we are mutants. We're more dangerous than chaos. And she frowned deeply, eyes wide open without blinking. Just then, the refuge station gate suddenly opened. Open. Ah. And she jumped up high and immediately covered his mouth, realizing that at this distance they wouldn't be heard anyway. And she was delighted beyond measure, feeling as though all floating organs returned to their proper places. He grabbed his far-traveling bag and gun off the ground, taking half a step forward until he was pulled back by 29. Confused, and she turned to look at him, seeing 29 squinting and staring at the distance. And she also unhooked the telescope to look, the door opened a crack, a person stood beside it, but it wasn't Yan Wang, nor Bottle Cap, it was someone he completely didn't know. And she blankly asked, who is that? Feng Ian leaned in to take the telescope, recognizing after a moment, I remember the guy on the right. He came by our stall before, he's from Yahweh. And she quickly snatched back the telescope, the person propping the door moved aside slightly as 2 men emerged, carrying a long package of something, walking out one after another. The 2 headed straight toward the direction wherein she was hiding. Number 2 raised a finger to his lips, then pointed to his ears, signaling that they could hear. The group hid further into the cave, but the two didn't go any farther. They shook the cloth covering what they carried, and out rolled a body. To be more precise, it was likely a corpse. Seeing this, every single hair on Anshi's body stood up from tip to top, his mind racing through countless worst-case scenarios. Is it Yan Wang? Could it be that Yan Wang has been discovered? Or, perhaps the experiment failed. Is Fudi already dead? Did they arrive too late? That's why Yan Wang hasn't come out yet. It can't be. It must be some other test subject. No, how could he even think like this? If anything happened to anyone in the refuge station, he couldn't forgive himself for feeling relieved because it wasn't Fudi. After dropping the body, the two turned and walked back inside, and the gate of the refuge station slammed shut once again. Number 2 shook his head. They didn't say anything useful, only muttered about throwing it far enough so as not to attract monsters. A streak of shadow flashed past, and before anyone knew it, 29 had disappeared, returning moments later with the body hoisted by its waistband. He placed the adult male corpse on the ground with ease, grayish short hair visible outside, definitely not Yan Wang or Fudi. What a relief. And she gasped, feeling an overwhelming sense of surviving disaster, which drained all strength from his limbs. 29 kicked with the tip of his foot, flipping the body over. And she caught just a glimpse of the disfigured face, then covered her mouth in shock, stumbling back and falling onto the ground. Number 2 asked quickly, do you recognize him? And she pointed at the ruined side face, saying, it's Uncle. Uncle Dullier, how could? Feng Ian frowned, is he a resident of the refuge station? Pulling open Dullier's clothes, Feng Ian examined the bloody hole on his chest and concluded, gunshot. 72 was a bit confused, muttering, why are you so shocked? Was this guy powerful or hard to kill? And she shook his head, then nodded, Uncle Dullier, he is the leader of our station, the head of this refuge. Silence fell upon them all. After a long while, 29 said, this makes it clear. Something major has already happened inside. Chapter 48, Homecoming. After a moment of silence, 72 stood up first, stretching his arms and casually said, what are we waiting for? Let's just storm in. And she shook her head. Wait. She knelt down next to Duer. First, she placed her palm over his unclosed eyes, then carefully opened his blood-stained shirt, untied his utility belt at the waist, and from the hidden compartment inside the belt, she retrieved a silver-gray metal piece. Feng Yian leaned in and asked, what is this? An access card? And she replied, this is the master key to the shelter. The group looked over in surprise. Number 2 curiously asked, there's such a thing? And she nodded. There's only one in the entire station. Ha. 72 leaned in closer, taking a look. Not bad luck. 29 slapped him on the back of the head, correcting him. Turning misfortune into good fortune. 4 and the others obviously wouldn't know about this. Feng Ian thought for a moment and said, but even if we can open the door, there must be someone guarding on the surface layer. And she replied, correct. But using this to open the door won't trigger the alarm system. Although the automatic unlock time will take twice as long as unlocking it manually, as long as we knock out the guards before they realize. 72 snorted with a smirk, I don't know how to just knock out. Ordinary human necks felt fragile under his fingers, like ants. And she stood up but met his crimson gaze straightly, saying, if that's the case, I hope you won't go inside with us. If you can't control yourself, no, if there's any possibility of harming the shelter members, I absolutely will not allow it. The slender teenager stood tall and firm before the towering advanced mutant. Feng Yian arched an eyebrow while watching him. This was the first time he had heard Anshi make such a resolute statement. His profile was solemn and serious, the soft lines around his jaw disappearing, filled with unwavering determination. Feng Yian also noticed number 2 watching Anshi from behind, but remaining silent. What is he doing here anyway? Feng Yian wondered. A legend on this wasteland, one of the first transformed advanced mutants. Aside from him, all the others who had mutated at that time were already dead. After a long pause, 72 finally said, all right, I'll pay attention. The tense standoff was narrowly won, causing Anshi to quietly let out a breath. Feng Yian raised his eyebrows and said, everyone pull your hoods up. We don't want to get spotted before we even reach the door. The group prepared quickly, even the 3 advanced mutants disguising themselves as travelers by wearing breathing masks, and fast approached the shelter with the sunset tilting westward. It was getting dark. There were many people who would come to shelters by chance if they couldn't find rest stops. Thus, it should not arouse suspicion too quickly. And she watched as the shelter's doors drew nearer. Actually, he'd never really observed it from the outside much. 72 was right, it blended seamlessly with the ground and dirt mounds, extremely inconspicuous. The line of sight level had several foggy one-way glasses embedded into it. And she lowered his hood, moving close to the heavy soundproof door and shouting, excuse me, we are passing travelers. Can we borrow accommodation for a night at your shelter? We are willing to pay a certain amount of fees or resources, or if there is work, we are happy to do it. There was no response inside. And she tapped the door again. Please, give us a hand. Still, there wasn't a single sound. And she glanced at Feng Yian, who understood and continued yelling, "We just need a little water, not a bed. The floor is enough for us to sleep on." At the same time, and she began searching near the door. He rubbed off the yellow sand with his gloves, revealing a panel. He lightly pressed it, and the panel popped open, exposing the sensor strip inside. He brought the keycard closer, watching as its dim red light slowly filled bar by bar. He turned around, signaling everyone to prepare for action, intending to stop anyone inside from manually triggering the alarm system as soon as the door opens. 29 nodded. However, 72 pushed him back a little, indicating that he shouldn't interfere. The red bars had already been read halfway through. If the guard inside was sharp enough, they ought to hear the mechanical sound of the gears turning on the gate. Hence, and she raised his voice to drown out that sound, "A storm is coming tonight. Please, help us. We are willing to pay." However, before his words ended, the door suddenly made a click sound, stunning everyone. And she glanced at the signal disc. The indicator light had turned green, though it had clearly not completed the process moments ago. The heavy door was pushed slightly open from inside and then widened some more. Number 2 was about to step forward but stopped at the spot after, and she raised a hand. Through the door crack and the remaining glow, and she clearly saw the tall youth inside and exclaimed in surprise, "Bingai." Bingai was also extremely surprised, lowering his voice to scream, "And she. I knew it was your voice." Both of them were shocked as they sized each other up. Ever since Enshi's shelter had vanished without a trace, no one had heard any news about him. Although they were reluctant to admit it, everyone couldn't help but speculate whether he was still alive. Now that he saw Enshi again, this old friend of his from back then, not only was he perfectly fine, but he had grown taller and stronger too. From head to toe, he radiated the aura of a wasteland traveler. On the other hand, looking at Bingai, and she was even more astonished, he had dreamed of returning here countless times. His memories of the shelter and friends were frozen in time from a year ago, as if after he left, the timeline of the shelter had stagnated. Of course, this was merely his own stubborn and foolish illusion. However, while focusing on his own growth, he hadn't realized how much his old friends had changed every day into mature teenagers. And she stammered, "It's not, you, how did you get so tall?" The current Bingai was now half a head taller than Enshi. He carried the characteristic pallor and slimness of a cave dweller. His gray uniform hung loosely on him, exposing parts of his wrists and ankles where the clothes failed to keep up with his rapid growth. "Hey, how long do you two plan to stand outside the gate talking?" 72 suddenly leaned close to Enshi's ear, yanking off his hood to reveal a face full of veins and purple bruises, along with blood-red eyes. Bingai was horrified, taking a step backward and quickly releasing the safety catch of his gun. "Wait!" And she shouted loudly, "Don't shoot. He's with me. Can we come in?" Though they had grown up together, over the past few months, both of them had clearly experienced monumental changes in their lives. Fortunately, despite Bingai's body having grown significantly, he still emitted a familiar aura. And she also removed his goggles and mask, revealing a face with uneven skin tone and covered in dirt. But his eyes hadn't changed, prompting Bingai's finger to slightly loosen from the trigger. Bingai looked dubiously as several people accompanying and she took off their hoods, one except and she was human, all others were his worst nightmare, mutants. How could they speak? Bingai still hadn't lowered his gun, keeping the barrel pointed directly at 72. And she explained, "They're not like ordinary mutants, they are conscious beings. They are here to help me." He signaled for 29 to shut the heavy door of the shelter. It would set off an alarm if opened for too long. Something that took all of Enshi's strength before could be easily closed by 29 with one hand. As if remembering something, and she wore an anxious expression, saying, "Let's skip all this talk first. Is everyone at the shelter okay? I saw Uncle Duade." Upon hearing this, Bingai hesitated momentarily, lowering his gun and saying, "Not good, everyone is doing very poorly." And she was about to ask something else but was stopped by number 2. Number 2 said, "Someone's coming." Bingai glanced at him in surprise. He hadn't heard anything yet, but quickly pointed at a nearby trapdoor. And she immediately understood, it was through this channel that he and Fida climbed up from the second-floor armory before. All of them quickly ran over, opened the hatch, dropped down the ladder, and slid into the second-floor room. As the hatch was just closed, and she heard footsteps enter the ground-level room. "Why are you the only one here?" And she heard an unfamiliar male voice asking. Bingai replied, "I don't know, it's just my shift." "That's impossible. Who the hell is slacking off? The people in the shelter are always lazy," another voice cursed loudly. And she heard Bingai grunt, as if suddenly in pain. He sucked in a breath and continued, "Really, it's just me, it hasn't reached shift change time yet." The newcomer seemed not to care about his explanation. There followed some dull collision sounds accompanied by Bingai's restrained groans of pain. And she clenched his fists, pressing his ears against the hatch cover. There were so many things he wanted to ask Bingai. Why was he, who should have been working at the water purification station, guarding the entrance on the surface? Why had the formerly timid and cautious Bingai become so adept at handling his gun? How did he know when she was coming back to the shelter now? Was Yen Wang in contact with him? And, where was Fidu? Was he alright? Was he still alive? However, all these questions he couldn't bring himself to ask, could only listen silently through the hatch cover as his old friend endured bullying in what used to be his home. After quite a while, when the voices gradually disappeared, and she finally loosened his fists and looked around in astonishment. He was shocked to find that what used to be a packed warehouse now only contained empty shelves, not a single box of ammunition left. He took off his windproof coat and gloves, stuffed them all into a bag hidden in the corner of a shelf, brushed the yellow sand off his pants legs and boots, and wiped his face with his sleeve. Suddenly, the door lock was turned open from the outside, and everyone quickly hid behind the shelves. 72 stood by the wall behind the door while number 2 remained brazenly standing there. And she glanced at him, knowing he must have identified the footsteps of the person approaching. Sure enough, Bingai opened the door quickly and slipped inside. Within just a few minutes, there were already more purplish bruises on his face and arms. And she's eyes instantly reddened. They hit you. How could they do this to you? Bingai shook his head and calmly said, this is nothing. For a moment, and she couldn't speak, although he hadn't seen everyone in the shelter yet. Uncle Duade's furious staring eyes and the blood-streaked hole in his chest were no longer than 30 minutes ago. And she shook his head, urgently asking, how did you know it was me and still opened the door for me? Bingai whispered, that man called Yen Wang, who came in last night as an Awali member, happened upon me in the dormitory. And she nodded, I asked him to find Dianan at the food supply station and contact you through her. Bingai shook his head again, Dianan isn't there anymore. Awali people have been placed in both the food and water purification stations, and all women have been confined. Let's not talk about that now, but Yen Wang told me you'd likely try coming back today, so I sneaked up here during the dinner shift change. Bingai's words only brought up more questions, and she heard them and felt deeply sorrowful inside, but he had to ask that core question right now, the one most haunting him. And she asked softly, that. Meow, is he here? His voice was so quiet, like he was afraid of breaking something. Bingai hesitated briefly at the unfamiliar name, then quickly realized, you mean that outsider? And she hurriedly asked, do you remember him? Is he alright? Bingai quickly replied, he's alive. Alive, just alive, not fine, but everyone still let out a small sigh of relief since he was still alive. Bingai continued, he's staying on the 7th floor, that place. And she nodded, when Fudi was first brought in, he was also arranged in the medical station on the 7th floor. Bingai went on, that area has been quarantined, nobody except the doctors are allowed in. I delivered meals twice, his consciousness was still clear. And she almost collapsed onto the metal rack, muttering blindly, that's good, that's good. But, does Fudi even know everything Hufuer has done to the shelter? If he finds out, what will he think? It was the shelter that first rescued him when he was severely injured, though motivated by inhumane selfishness, it did provide shelter, food, and medical care. But now, because of his existence, the whole shelter has fallen into such a dire and dark situation. If he knows, how would he react? The elders have all been detained. They see me as harmless, so I can still move around relatively freely since they still need someone to maintain the regular supplies, Bingai reported. You need to get to the bottom floor quickly. I'll come down after the lights go out. The water purification station and medical station aren't the same as before, they're guarded very strictly now. The passages are no longer safe either, except for the armory, it's been emptied anyway, so no one pays attention to it anymore. And she took it all in mind and nodded, asking, what about the medical warehouse on the 12th floor? Bingai slightly smiled, it was the first time he showed a smile-like expression since their reunion, and said, what? Do you want to go back? That place has been cleared out already, everything has been moved to the 7th floor. And she wanted to say something more, but Bingai stopped him, looking at the seconds on his watch, we've got 1 minute until the shift change starts. We'll take the vertical lift down. Everyone immediately became quiet. Number 2 pressed his ear to the door, listened carefully, and nodded. Bingai led the way out to the corridor and pressed the call button for the lift. Accompanied by familiar creaks, the lift ascended slowly. Bingai pulled open the lift's gate, and everyone swiftly stepped inside. And she quickly pressed the button for the -12th floor. The lift struggled to start, slowly descending. -3, -4, -5, the lower the floors became, the cooler the touchable temperature on their skins. -6, -7, the descent speed of the lift suddenly slowed. Someone outside had pressed a floor button. Instantly, a thin layer of sweat formed in Anshi's palms, but numbers 2 and 29 reacted quickly. In a jump, one hand lifted, pushing open the lift top cover, 3 mutated figures disappeared upwards within seconds. 72 was the last to dart up, his shoe barely caught on the edge of the closing top cover. The lift stopped at the 7th floor underground. Standing outside the door was a Yali team member and she had never seen before, he wasn't wearing a cloak, but still had a golden brooch pinned to his chest. Feng Ian stood quietly in the shadow behind the bottle cap, rather inconspicuous. The man immediately locked eyes with Anshi, uncertain whether he had seen him before inside the station. And she took the initiative to ask, going downstairs? The man replied, no, I'm going up. As soon as he spoke, a row of jagged teeth like a wild beast's became visible. Bottle Cap then said, are you coming in? The well lift has to go down first. The man continued to scrutinize and she, suspicious, yet indeed carrying the distinct aura of this station. After a while, he released the button and said, "You go down first." And she stared directly into his eyes without retreating, and couldn't help glancing past his shoulder at the end of the corridor until the cement floor disappeared from view above. He couldn't see the door to the room, but he could see the ghastly pale light emanating from it, illuminating the floor. He knew that beyond that door, the wasteland was just a few feet away, waiting for him to save it. Chapter 49, The Second Kind of Contact. That night, the shelter fell into silence after the lights were turned off. But this silence was different from that of the wasteland. The silence of the wasteland carried white noise that brought peace, wind crossing the wilderness, and dust settling. Here, though, only insects and rats scurried audibly just on the other side of the wall. Xian lay flat on a table in the darkness, staring blankly at the dim green glow of the night lamp, suddenly saying, "I did it with the wasteland on this very table." Ershiju wasn't expecting that comment and burst into a loud cough, while Chishire silently moved away from the table with disdain. "Can you give some high-energy warning before your nostalgic moments?" Xian propped himself up on his elbows before he could speak, when Erheo suddenly said, "Someone's coming." They all straightened up instantly. Erheo continued, "It's the kid." Sure enough, 10 seconds later, Pingai pushed the door open, and Yanwang followed behind him. Xian jumped down from the table with a soft shriek, "Oh oh oh, Yanwang." Yanwang kept a stoic expression as he responded to him, "Oh oh oh Xian." Yanwang glanced around the room, then wrinkled his brow without trying to hide his distaste as he asked, "Why did you bring them down here?" Xian was stunned for a moment, slightly dissatisfied as he asked back, "What's wrong?" Yanwang casually closed the door and pulled out a transparent sphere from his pocket, shaking it and placing it on the table. Inside, some unknown substance began glowing softly after being shaken, casting shadows on Yanwang's face. "Are you really clueless or are you just dumb?" he said, "even though your reasoning is intact, leaving them in human-populated areas, especially in such an airtight environment filled with the scent of highly concentrated blood, forces them to constantly suppress their instincts. You're practically torturing them." Xian's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. He looked at Erheo, then at Ershiju. "Why didn't anyone tell him?" Xian stuttered, "Yes, I'm sorry." Ershiju shrugged, while Chishire replied, "Wait, I thought we were allowed to kill people, which is why I came along." "Since we're talking about killing," Yanwang lowered his expression, "my time is limited now. If someone wakes up in the middle of the night and finds me not in bed, there'll be trouble. I have 2 things to say." Xian eagerly leaned forward with a serious look. Yanwang cleared his throat. "First, I met Meow." The room was so quiet one could hear the sound of insects chirping miles away. Yanwang continued, "To be honest, he doesn't look good. I don't know what they've done to him recently, but he looks rather weak. As far as I can tell, they haven't injected him with any anesthetics, probably fearing it might affect the blood sample needed for tests, but he's been drained of much blood. The injuries sustained from our last encounter with them still haven't healed completely." "Not healed?" Xian exclaimed, "How long has this been going on?" After all, it only took a week for the wounds inflicted by the mutated giant lizard and the fractured tibia to heal completely. "It might be because he hasn't consumed much food or nutrition, I'm not sure," Yanwang shrugged, "and furthermore, if the bullet isn't removed from the gunshot wound, the wound will find it hard to heal. Even if it does close eventually, the bullet may stay inside the body and could move to fatal locations over time." Xian grew restless. "What do you mean? Could it be they didn't even take out the bullet? As long as he stays alive, who cares about the condition of a blood bag?" "Don't interrupt me all the time." Yanwang pressed his palm downward to signal him to calm down. "My point is, if we want to rescue Meow, we need to act soon. At this rate of experimentation, drawing more bags of blood could become dangerous." Xian sat back on the edge of the table, deep in thought. "Not quite. This isn't as simple as that. Our original plan was simply to save Meow. Now." He glanced at Pingai, who also looked at him. "We cannot leave the refuge station in Huafuer's hands." Surprisingly, Yanwang nodded and said, "Agreed. That's the second thing I wanted to say. I did some inquiries, and learned that Huafuer has not yet revealed the real reason for imprisoning Meow to the team. He vaguely mentioned it as some kind of gene mutation experiment, but many older members of the team knew Meow well, not necessarily out of affection, but because he used to be a member of the team. Huafuer was merciless enough to abandon us yesterday, and today he is inhumane enough to use former teammates for experiments. Who knows what he'll do tomorrow? The team already has significant objections. Although he tried to suppress these emotions, the experiment itself has not gone smoothly," Yanwang added. "The serum they barely managed to extract is extremely difficult to preserve. It degrades too quickly to even test its efficacy. Today, I heard that he wants to conduct experiments on live humans." Pingai couldn't help but shout, "What?" Xian also stared at Pingai in shock. "Live humans? Could it be that he detained all those people just for?" Pingai shook his head, whether in denial or disbelief. "Jian An and the others have been placed under house arrest, to be sold off as reproductive resources." Anshi felt a wave of nausea. "How do you know?" Pingai lowered his gaze slightly. "Last week, it seems like 2 trash from Yueli wanted. Jian An." He struggled for long but couldn't bring himself to say the word rape. Pingai quickly added, "Fortunately, nothing happened, it was stopped by their leader." He got really mad, saying something about how the quality of the goods couldn't be compromised, it'd be terrible if she got pregnant. Yanwang snorted, that's just his style. He continued, as for the human experiments, I also overheard some other team members talking about it. The fact that this news reached me means more team members also know, and they are strongly opposed. Qishur suddenly groaned, can we cut to the chase? When exactly can we kill people? Yanwang glanced at him without getting irritated, calmly saying, the crux is, I feel that those who share our purpose aren't limited to the few in this room. Fenyan finally broke his prolonged silence with a question, what exactly is our goal? Yanwang immediately replied, kill Huafuer, select a new captain who's capable, and reclaim Yueli's honor. Anshi added, rescue Miao and the rest of the station's captives. Pingai pondered for a moment before also saying, get all of Yueli out of the refuge station. He looked at Yanwang and quietly amended, except for you. Erheo waggled his finger, that makes 3 goals. Fenyan said, nevertheless, these 3 goals serve one purpose. Anshi said, Huafuer. Fenyan nodded, right. Without him, the already bewildered members would definitely not be interested in any gene modification plan. His fear of greed among the others has led him to guard his secrets alone, isolating himself in the process. However, on the flip side, not being interested in genetic mutation doesn't necessarily mean disinterest in other things. Yanwang furrowed his brow again, what do you mean? Fenyan pointed upwards, indicating the shelter above them, this shelter has both soft and hard resources in abundance. Taking advantage of the chaos to seize control of the entire shelter and utilizing its advantages could still find support among others. If we merely kill Huafuer and hand over Yueli to another dictator, then we will only achieve 1 out of the 3 goals. Yanwang rested his chin on his palm and spoke gravely, your meaning is, before we make our move, we need to determine which factions we're dealing with. Fenyan said, identify the real allies of our enemies, because the enemy's enemies are our friends. Yanwang shook his head, there's too little time, hastily testing would pose great risks, even if we temporarily form alliances, they won't be solid. Fenyan poked his chest with his index finger, saying, no matter what, this task relies solely on you, as to whether it can succeed, there's only one way to find out. Yanwang met his eyes, realizing what he meant, instinctively straightening up a bit and said, I'll give it a try. Fenyan nodded, we can only try. The lighting tool brought by Yanwang gradually dimmed, and Anshi's crisp voice unexpectedly rang out, I've got a plan. All eyes turned toward him. Anshi gave the glass sphere another shake, using the rekindled warm glow to explain, starting tomorrow morning, Yanwang will start probing the inclinations of members in Lily's group. If there's anyone we can trust to help us, remind them not to drink water after dinner. Erheo curiously asked, drinking water? Anshi nodded, looking at Fenyan asking, Doctor, can you prepare that highly potent sleeping pill? Fenyan took a moment to comprehend and said, it's fine as long as we have the raw materials. You think? It's not the wasteland here. Everyone carries around plenty of purified water stock. Once inside the station, they fall into the habit of drawing water as needed. And here, everyone's source of clean water is the same, Anshi pointed at Pingai, which is the 4th floor water purification station. During breakfast in the morning is the first water supply, the second time is after dinner and before lights out. We'll exploit this interval. During dinner time, Pingai can add the sleeping pills into the water source, and the effects should take hold as the lights turn off. Even considering individual differences where some bodies react faster to the drugs and sleep earlier, there probably won't be much suspicion aroused, Anshi explained, this will give us more ample time. Then divide our forces into 3 groups, Erheo and Ershiju go control Huafuer and his cronies, the doctor helps perform surgery on Miao to remove the bullet fragments, while me and Pingai rescue everyone in the station. After Anshi finished speaking, everyone remained speechless for a moment. Feeling belatedly tense, he fidgeted with the corner of his clothes. Fenyan asked, Anshi, when did you come up with this plan? Anshi pointed to the table behind him, oddly replying, just now. Everyone fell silent for a moment, exchanging glances. 29 spoke first, I think it's a good plan. Pingai said, I agree too. Chishira responded, I don't approve, sounds like there's no role for me at all. Erheo didn't bother with him and asked instead, where will the ingredients for the drugs come from? Anshi had already thought this through and said, on the 7th floor, I'll go steal them. Pingai can't leave the group's line of sight for too long, so apart from him, I know this place best. Moreover, I used to work in the medical station, so I'm familiar with how the materials are packaged and stored. People from Yueli hardly recognize me, so as long as I change into the station uniform, wash my face, even if I get seen, they wouldn't figure out who I am right away. Fenyan seemed uneasy about that and replied, unless you run into Huafuer himself. Anshi couldn't refute that, Yanwang said, there isn't a better plan currently, we can only hope you won't encounter him because I want to kill him with my own hands. Before the newly formed plan could be fine-tuned further, the group had to take immediate action. There was no time for sleep before the storm began. Dawn was near, Erheo and the other mutants looked too conspicuous to wander around, so they were sent directly to the lowest level which had been dug up halfway but then abandoned. Yanwang returned to the rest area while Fenyan and Anshi both changed into uniforms brought by Pingai from the refuge station. Ah! Anshi slipped on his one-piece pantsuit, but when he tried to zip up his jacket, he found it somewhat tight. Pingai walked over, flipped the collar to look at the size label and said, "It's your size." "Fatter?" Anshi stared at his flat abdomen in confusion. "Stronger, and taller." Fenian patted his shoulder. Anshi glanced at Pingai, and they silently leaned back to back against each other for a moment. Fenian placed his hand behind Pingai's head, turning around, he showed Anshi the height difference between them, this much. Anshi pouted his lips slightly, while Pingai grinned wide. As their eyes met for a brief moment, Pingai suddenly embraced Anshi and said, "We were all worried sick when you went missing. They must be happy now to know you're okay." Anshi felt his nose tingle and said, "I'm also glad you're all safe." He swallowed hard and continued, "But after this. I may." Pingai interrupted gently, "You may still need to leave, right?" Anshi hung his head low, resting his chin on his chest. Pingai said, "You've always wanted to reach the wasteland since you were little. We've snuck out to the surface many times before, but in the end, only you had the courage to leave. After you left, I reflected for a long time until I realized it wasn't that I couldn't leave, it was that I didn't have the courage to do so. Freedom seems enticing, but it can also be terrifying." Anshi sniffled, nodding, "But I still miss you guys." Pingai also exhaled sharply, we miss you too." Just as the two young boys pretending to act mature were about to show their vulnerability, water brimming in their eyes ready to overflow, Fenian hurriedly interjected, "It's getting late, Pingai, if you don't go back soon, someone might find out. Come on, Anshi, here's the list of medicines." At 4:50 a.m., apart from the guards changing shifts on the surface layer, there was more than an hour before the shelter would wake up. Anshi had pondered this before, why did people underground still follow the sunrise and sunset rhythm even though they lived far beneath the earth? Only after he saw the sun with his own eyes and experienced its power and eternity did he seem to understand. The original settlers of the radiation shelters likely thought it would just be a short retreat. Surely, air, water, and soil toxins would be purified quickly, following the same cycles Earth has experienced countless times. Unbeknownst to them, humans eventually found themselves driven to such an extremity, yet amid this desperate situation, they hadn't stopped killing each other. After washing his face and hands, Anshi tied up his hair again, shouldered the familiar tool belt, breathed out deeply, and strode towards the vertical shaft ladder. His steps were light, almost like a clever cat, yet every step felt heavy, leaving an invisible impression. The shelter hadn't awakened yet, vast and quiet under the earth, blood stains lingering in corners and crevices of the walls, emanating an eerie gloom. He arrived at level -7 alone. A member of Yoeli was sitting dozing off in front of the medical station at the end of the corridor. Stirring slightly upon hearing the sound of the shaft elevator door opening, Anshi held his breath waiting. A moment later, the guard fell asleep again, leaning against the wall. Anshi tiptoed forward, clutching a surgical anesthesia needle given to him by Fenian in his sweaty palm. The sharp needle point punctured the guard's neck swiftly and accurately. The guard's eyes shot wide open, kicking his legs furiously. Anshi rushed to cover his mouth and pushed the remaining half-dose of the needle agent into his veins. The leg of the chair under the guard's buttocks scraped loudly against the floor, making Anshi tense up as he nervously looked left and right, fearing any disturbance. However, it wasn't long before the man's struggles became weak and feeble. Anshi quickly reached out to support him and adjusted him back into the position of leaning against the wall, as if he were still sleeping soundly. He put the needle back into his pocket and pushed open the door right in front of him. The patient on the bed, who had perhaps been woken by the noise outside, was now straining to focus on the doorway. Expecting some horrific torture, he froze in shock upon recognizing who entered. In just half a second, Anshi, who had always suppressed her emotions and mercilessly mowed down monsters with her gun, who hadn't shed a single tear after being tackled head-on by mutants and clawing her way back from the brink of death, couldn't hold back her tears anymore. Yanwang had not exaggerated when describing the dire state of Fidu. His body was filthy, covered in blood, with sunken cheeks that looked both exhausted and haggard, lost in messy, dried stubble. His clothes and trouser legs had turned deep brown, a color stained repeatedly with dried blood, while his arms were riddled with injection marks. A drip stand hung near the bedside with an empty bag of glucose. This had clearly been the sole nourishment keeping him alive these past few days. Fidu managed a faint smile, but his lips cracked and bled slightly as he spoke. "I was just thinking about little sheep, here you are." His breathing was shallow, and his voice dry and hoarse. His eyes appeared misty, as though seeing what lay before him only in a dream. It wasn't until Anshi's tears fell onto his arm that reality seemed to dawn like the kiss of a prince awakening a fairy tale princess, turning black and white pictures into vivid color. Anshi moistened his lips with water and then slowly shared small sips of liquid with him by mouth. His hands were cuffed to the bed, with his wrists severely chafed and bloody, but she couldn't unfasten them yet. Unaware of all this, Fidu's senses were dull as if he had sunk deep into some distant memory. He murmured haltingly, "When we first met, it was here. I was lying in bed, and you stood at my side giving me water, but it spilled everywhere and you got scolded." Anshi sobbed quietly, "Don't speak, please don't speak, your voice sounds terrible." But Fidu went on regardless, his gaze vacant as he rasped out words to himself. "If I'd known it would end this way, I should have treated you better earlier. What good is saving money? It'd have been better to buy you protein soup." Anshi shook her head while crying, carefully pulling out an empty needle from his hand and gently cleaning the wounds on his wrists. "I don't want any protein soup. Your food tastes good, I'll never drink that stuff again. Just get well soon and make something for me. Fida closed his eyes and shook his head. I've been thinking, our last words, were when I said I thought you were quite annoying. Anshi felt her heart shatter. What last words? We're meeting again now. Tomorrow we'll leave this place together, go to Zumo Tea, an imagined place. I won't stay in the marketplace anymore. Let's go to the sea together, watch the stars, make love. Fida grew increasingly weak, gradually losing consciousness. Anshi panicked, afraid to shake him and could only softly call his name. Fidu, meow, meow, don't sleep. Looking around frantically, she noticed why his ankles weren't shackled. The medical sheet beneath was already dyed reddish-brown, his legs sprawled helplessly, his ankles nailed to the wooden bed frame with 2 long nails. Anshi shivered all over, her voice trembling. Meow, don't sleep, let me take you away right now. He's too weak, a strange male voice suddenly sounded. He can't hear what you're saying. Anshi's scalp tingled and every pore on her skin stood on end. Without much hesitation, she pulled out her pistol, flicking off the safety catch. But the man moved faster. Before she could fully turn around, the barrel of his gun was already pointed straight at her face. Exposing jagged fangs as he spoke, the intruder said, feeling excessive blood loss is like watching life ebbing away from you, feeling cold, your consciousness dispersing, your whole life flashing before your eyes like a carousel. Anshi tightly gripped the pistol stock, holding it in front of Fitu's face, staring at the man before her. She'd met briefly at the shaft ladder only hours ago. Anshi said, I just stopped by along the way. The other man cut her off asking, do you know what a carousel is? Anshi slowly shook her head, no. I do, he raised both hands in a surrender gesture, putting his weapon away as he continued, and I also know you and Yanwang are partners. When I saw you earlier today, I had my doubts. Now that Yanwang wasn't in the rest area, he must have been meeting up with you, right? Anshi stared at him with suspicion. Who are you? He replied, hi, my name is Jiaosha. Still holding her gun steady, Anshi waited for more. Jiaosha said, I've introduced myself, now it's your turn. Anshi hurriedly responded, I'm Anshi. What do you want? Jiaosha bared his teeth in a bloodthirsty grin. Me? I want to join you guys. Anshi scowled with furrowed brows. Join us? Why join us? Jiaosha said, that's for you to tell me. What are your plans? He stretched his neck to look past Anshi and asked, how do you intend to get him out of here? Anshi shot back, what's it to you? Jiaosha chuckled, if it were none of my business, I would have handed you, Yanwang, and that guy over to Hufuer already during the day. Let me be honest, Hufuer's schemes don't interest me, nor do I care to participate in them. Anshi studied him for a moment before asking, what do you really want? Hufuer's life or the name Yali? Jiaosha showed his sharp fangs in satisfaction, that's more like it. We're finally getting close to what truly interests me. Chapter 50, Dragon and Dungeons, Part 1. And she returned to the 12th sublevel still shaken. He dumped all the pharmaceutical ingredients he had brought back on the table, and Feng Ian quickly came over to take stock. Was the journey smooth? He asked with his words. And she was speechless for a while, and Feng Ian looked up curiously and asked, what's wrong? And she gazed at him in bewilderment, and Feng Ian put down what he was holding and moved closer to ask, is Meow Meow okay? And she shook his head, tears plopping down one after another, frightening Feng Ian, whose face immediately grew serious. And she recounted Meow Meow's pitiful state to him. Feng Ian bit his lips, remained silent for a moment, then whispered, let's just hope there hasn't been any irreversible physical damage. And she noticed how his fingers were tightly gripping the edge of the table, his jawline rigidly tensed. And she thought, the doctor is angry, it's the first time I've seen this. And she continued, I also met someone from Yue Li. Feng Ian was surprised, and then? And she said, do you remember that person we encountered when we took the well lift down before? The one with sharp teeth, called Jiaosha. It turns out he wasn't oblivious at that time but had already suspected something unusual. He initially thought seeing the bottle cap with us was merely part of the refugees' plan to escape Hufuer. Since he also wanted to get rid of Hufuer and take over Yue Li himself, he kept quiet about it. He mentioned wanting to collaborate with us. Feng Ian frowned, that's it. And she was puzzled, what do you mean? Feng Ian, leaning on his waist, analyzed, don't you find this suspicious? When we need an ally, he shows up, and instead of directly seeking our team leader Yanwang, he goes to Meow Meow and discusses things with you. He continued, most likely Yanwang checked Meow Meow's condition as soon as he arrived and was noticed by him, which linked the two events together. I've heard a little about this Jiaosha too. He's considered a senior figure within Yue Li but remains very low-key. His specific personality is unclear. If he observed carefully, he might have uncovered Meow Meow's blood gene secret. Feng Ian raised his head, unconsciously carrying some reproach in his eyes. Perhaps it was just speculation on his part, but now that he has met you, all his guesses probably became confirmed. And now letting him go back without certainty if he will act according to his promises leaves room for concern. Moreover, we can't proactively contact Yanwang. Even assuming Yue Li really falls into his hands later, would the safety of the refuge station residents be guaranteed? And she fell silent, never having considered so many factors. Feng Ian shook his head, you are still too young. No, this isn't a matter of age. People who come from this place operate differently than those from the wasteland. If it were Yan Wang, he wouldn't let Jiaosha return to the group like this. And she stared blankly. What? What do you mean, should we kill him outright? Feng Yian didn't respond but sighed slightly. This is the way of survival in the wasteland, where everyone has zero sense of security. You must kill me before I kill you, allowing no opportunity whatsoever, and all danger factors must be entirely eliminated. And she couldn't find any words to say for a long while. Then Feng Yian gestured, come on, help me out here. In a daze, and she walked over to the side of the table to measure out the medication dosage. Suddenly recalling something, he said, I didn't tell him about administering the medicine through drinking water. Feng Yian simply nodded, that's good at least. And she felt somewhat dejected, then thought of Miao Miao's weak appearance and the foot nailed to the bed, feeling both distressed and regretful. Feng Yian wrote down the amount and proportion of the drug preparation on the side and instructed, this requires 150 grams. After waiting 3 seconds and receiving no response, Feng Yian turned his head to look at Anshi. He saw that his eyes were lost, his under-eye areas were dark, and sadness clouded his features, realizing he had spoken too harshly earlier. So, sighing again, he said, you haven't slept since yesterday, more than several dozen hours now. Would you like to rest a bit? And she shook his head. Feng Yian said, after we put the agent in the distillation box, why don't you sleep for a bit? In this state, your sluggish reactions could drag all of us down. And she, looking somewhat uneasy, softly apologized, I'm sorry. Silently, he helped Feng Yian with the preparations, carefully weighing all the ingredients according to the ratio and double-checking them, afraid of making any mistake, I cannot lag behind, and she repeatedly reminded himself in his mind. The agent would stay in the distillation box for a few more hours. After the semi-finished product went in, the room was left filled only with the buzzing hum of the machine working. Feng Yian pulled out a stool and patted the backrest, saying, and she, come lie down for a nap here. And she obediently nodded and came over to sit down. He laid his head on the table, burying his face in his arms. The standard uniform of the refuge station carried a scent of disinfectant, which he hadn't smelled for so long, both familiar and comforting. His mind was chaotic, thinking that he would definitely not be able to fall asleep. But within moments, he drifted away into slumber. After an unknown period, and she heard Yan Wang's voice in his drowsy state. I questioned him why he had abandoned us at the market in Fan City earlier. And he actually said something about how naive it is to expect people in a bounty hunting team to have such conscience. Yan Wang's voice came closer and further. I mentioned how the loss of Jutian could have been prevented if only that guy had spent a few minutes sending him to emergency care, but no, and that led to his death from excessive bleeding. He even had a 5-year-old younger brother who was his only family left. This must mean that. And she wanted to wake up fully, but his muscles were heavy and sore, his eyelids weighing like thousands of pounds, unresponsive to his will. Yan Wang continued, almost everyone in the group had been forced by Jutian to look at pictures of his little brother repeatedly, teasing him about it all the time. But now, with his death. Feng Yian added a sightful sentence. Yan Wang said, and so I told them how years ago, during Yue Li's most prosperous era, they were a glorious 100-member team, persisting on their own principles in those disorderly times, respected and admired. Both me and Jutian grew up aspiring to join this team. Now, what has it turned into? Feng Yian asked, how did the group react when you said that? Yan Wang replied, then someone suddenly brought up whether our old leader Ming deliberately let another die back then too, using similar excuses. That comment caused quite a stir. Feng Yian responded, indeed, people must have suspected that for a while. He asked again, what about Jiaosha? Yan Wang's voice became unclear as sleepiness enveloped Anshi once more. A few hours later, and she woke up slightly to Yan Wang's voice again. His face, marked red from pressing against the surface, lifted slowly. With a nasal tone, he muttered, you're still here. Yan Wang scoffed, not just here, I've been gone and come back already. And she hurriedly rubbed his face, stretched lazily, and bones crackled due to staying still for too long. Ignoring him, Yan Wang went on telling Feng Yian, anyway, after contacting several team members privately, many seem swayed in stance. However, there are very few explicit ones, most remain neutral. Feng Yian agreed, that's normal. Feng Yian was opening the distillation box to do the final purification process. Dazedly observing for a moment, and she realized his role and stood up to offer help. Unexpectedly, upon standing quickly, he experienced sudden darkness before his eyes due to low blood sugar, fainting slightly and falling backward, caught by Yan Wang who put him back onto the stool. Yan Wang teased by pulling his long hair and scratching his face, mocking, are you a girl or something? Fainting like that? Eyes immediately wide open to argue back, yet Anshi's stomach made a loud rumbling sound. Yan Wang burst out laughing, saying joyfully, did heaven send you down here just to liven things up? And she ignored him and turned away, squatting on the ground to pull out some food from his bag. He found canned goods scavenged earlier from the Mudstone Town convenience store, turning them around for a long time, lunch meat, never seen before, and its expiration date had also passed. But hearing that canned foods usually last long, and she pulled the ring on top to open it. Once opened, the tempting smell wafted out, pink tender meat inside, and then she eagerly scooped 2 spoonfuls, bright-eyed and excited. So good. And she exclaimed holding the spoon tightly. Yan Wang smirked again, didn't you have this before? But now these cans are getting rare. And she licked the remaining on the spoon, pressed the lid back, and vacuum sealed it in a food bag. Yan Wang raised an eyebrow, you're full now. Shaking his head, and she pulled out compact dry rations instead and clutched them, stating, saved for later. Yan Wang clicked his tongue twice, checked his watch, and asked Feng Yian, done? After mixing large amounts of reagents through reaction followed by distillation for purification, Feng Yian obtained only a small bottle of pale yellow concentrated liquid, becoming colorless and odorless when mixed into dozens of liters of water in a large tank. Yan Wang carefully kept it close, saying, after handing this to bottle cap, I won't come down here again to avoid suspicion. And she nodded, waving goodbye. As the appointed time approached, and she and Feng Yian took the vertical well lift down to the deepest part of the refuge station, the 15th basement level. If level -12 could be described as desolate, then this place was truly desolate, everywhere marked with unfinished chisel scars and corpses of bugs and rats left uncleared. The lighting only reached the entrance to the well ladder, leaving the tunnels dark and hollow, permeated by a cold and putrid atmosphere. A pair of red eyes suddenly appeared in the darkness, startling and she into stepping back half a step before recognizing them. Number 2. The figure kicked out a leg, and a groan came from the shadows. Number 2 said, time to get up and work. Qi Ershi woke up hazily, stretching and yawning loudly. By now, and she had fully woken up, his previous dejected mood gone thanks to a restorative nap. He laid out the completed map of the refuge station that he had drawn along the way for everyone to look at under the light near the well ladder entrance. After we go upstairs shortly, Doctor and I will head to level 7 first where Miao receives treatment. You two follow Yan Wang and systematically search each level to control any escaped Yue Li members. His eyes locked on Qi Ershi as he reiterated carefully, control them, do not kill. Qi Ershi tilted his face upward. Ha. Ershiju said, it's better if Feng Yian and I go to level 7. If someone comes, I can cover him since he won't have time to spare while you just be useless there. And she considered it for a moment and nodded. That works too. Then I'll go with Bottle Cap to rescue everyone separated and confined in various locations. The detention rooms used are scattered around, so one person might not handle it alone. Feng Yian walked over and patted his shoulder gently. Be careful. Inside the refuge station is different than outside, use weapons cautiously. And she nodded. I won't be a burden to everyone. Feng Yian hesitated briefly before saying, that's not exactly what I meant, never mind. Just be careful, alright. Chapter 51, Dragon and Dungeon, Part 2. After all preparations were completed, the five stepped back into the well ladder. And Shi's fingers rested on his waist, unconsciously rubbing the dark patterns on the gun stock. He didn't know when it started, but only when he touched the hilt of a knife or the stock of a gun did he feel at ease. At this moment, he remembered Feng Yian's words from before, this is the survival rule in the wasteland, kill others before they kill you. Any dangerous factors must be eliminated. Will I become that kind of person too? And Shi asked himself. The well ladder ascended slowly, with light shining through the railing and casting shadows on his face, splitting him into pieces. Inside the shelter station, there was complete silence. When the well ladder reached the 7th floor, Feng Yian and Urshiba walked out first, the corridor stretched emptily ahead, completely devoid of any presence. Feng Yian turned around, putting her finger to her lips to signal for them to move quietly. Number 2 responded with an okay. Upon reaching the 4th floor, and she went out alone. Number 2 and Xiushi nodded expressionlessly toward them before continuing their ascent. And she once again stepped down this corridor he'd walked countless times. He paused briefly, listening carefully before gently pushing open the door to the water purification station. Bang! A figure suddenly tumbled out of the door, causing Shi to jump and hastily draw his pistol. Startled as well, Binge took a moment to catch his breath. Upon focusing, Shi saw that apart from Binge inside the room, the other 2 members of Yue Li's group lay sprawled across the floor. And she quickly darted into the room. What are you doing? Binge, still shaken, replied, the drug's effects came much faster than planned. But I don't know what's happening in other areas yet, so I didn't dare to move. And she extended a hand to help him up. Don't worry, let's go. Together, they bound the unconscious duo back-to-back onto the pipes of the purifier. As Binge prepared to head down to the 5th floor, and she stopped him, let's check if there's anyone else left on this floor. The water purification station connected 3 rooms together, taking up most of the 4th floor. However, due to earlier excavation on the 5th floor being less thoughtfully planned, there remained several small, unused chambers. And she bent over slightly, his gun gripped firmly in front of him, advancing like a predator while stepping softly. Binge followed behind, constantly glancing around. It's awfully quiet, Binge whispered. And she nodded silently, praying everything would go smoothly. They opened one door after another to inspect each room. Indeed, in the workroom at the end of the corridor where the pressing devices were kept, an All-Lily member who hadn't yet lost consciousness entirely still lay on the ground. And she recognized him after a glance, this person had been with Huafuer when he first visited the marketplace stall. Seeing Shi, the man appeared momentarily confused, then immediately identified him, it's you. And she squatted in front of him, asking, "Do you recognize me? Do you know why I'm here?" Wide-eyed, the man seemed utterly perplexed, because. Lit? And she inquired, "Did you used to be teammates with Meow?" The man shook his head, his facial muscles gradually becoming uncontrollable due to the drugs. "No." Then his mouth twisted sideways, saliva flowed uncontrollably, preventing him from forming coherent sentences. And she responded dispassionately, "Oh." With that, he raised his hand and struck the gun butt against the man's skull, eliciting a muffled groan before collapsing to the ground. "Tie him up," and she said. Binge, startled for a moment, quickly reacted and fumbled awkwardly with the ropes. After completing their investigation of the 4th floor, both decided it would be unwise to risk using the well ladder again. It was after all the mandatory route for going up and down the shelter. Returning to the water purification station, they approached the outlet pipe at the back. Originally, the two would crawl through this hidden path every noon to directly reach the dining area on the 5th floor and receive food from the smiling Dianen. Now, as they reopened this concealed door, they involuntarily exchanged glances but remained silent. At this moment, no one seemed able to find appropriate words. Surprisingly, the food station on the 5th floor stood empty except for numerous discarded plates scattered everywhere waiting to be cleared. Both looked suspiciously around the vicinity, opening doors before stepping out onto the veranda. The largest resting room for all residents was located just next door, and most people should have been confined there. And she pulled out the universal key he found on Uncle Dule and placed it against the sensor strip outside the lock core. This time, the unlocking process happened much faster, and the red bar surpassed the halfway point within seconds. And Binge called out abruptly. And she responded absent-mindedly. And Binge called again, this time with unmistakable tremors in his voice. And she froze, his pupils dilating instantly, realizing something wrong. Within moments, he swiftly shoved Binge aside. Simultaneously, Huafuer, who had been pointing a gun at Binge's head, pulled the trigger. The bullet grazed past Inshi's cheek, embedding itself in the wall. And she was just about to draw his gun in retaliation when he saw Huafuer turn the gun as if he had no interest in him, directly aiming at Binge who had fallen on the ground. And she screamed and threw himself forward, using his shoulder to knock Huafuer's arm out of alignment. The next moment, Binge's cry of pain rang out, the bullet missed its mark but still hit his calf, causing him to fall heavily again right after struggling up, his knee slamming hard against the floor. And she reacted quickly, grabbing Huafuer's wrist and crashing it against the rough wall, trying to make him drop the gun. Unfortunately, his strength wasn't enough, only making Huafuer's grip falter slightly. When Inshi prepared to try again with all his might, Huafuer anticipated his move, a knee rose and sharply struck his soft abdomen. And she bent over immediately, unable to suppress retching, exposing an entirely unprotected back. Huafuer delivered a vicious elbow from above, mercilessly smashing Inshi to his knees. And Binge shouted, pulling out his pistol and firing rapidly at Huafuer. However, lacking much real combat experience in shooting, he found it hard to aim under pressure. Huafuer stood amidst countless passing bullet trajectories, wearing almost a derisive expression. He lifted his hand for one shot, creating a massive blood hole in Binge's hand, the gun flying far away. Clutching his wrist and screaming, Binge scrambled backward on one leg. Huafuer spat, stepping over Inshi lying on the ground, revealing silver teeth, cursing, "You little bastards, I suspected something was off. Tell me, was the drug put in the food or the water?" Binge frantically crawled using his hands and feet toward his dropped gun, only for Huafuer to swiftly advance and kick it far away. Then, with a sharp boot kick into Binge's side and a stomping heel onto his cheekbone, he forced Binge's face flat against the ground. "Even someone like you, whom I wouldn't even bother locking up, dared to scheme against me?" Huafuer said, "What I don't get is how you managed to hook up with Yen Wan." Then, leaning closer, looking down at Binge, he continued, "But honestly, I'm not really that curious." "Who cares about a dead man's past?" he said. Huafuer pointed the gun barrel at Binge's temple, thumb flicking the safety catch open. Just as he placed his finger on the trigger, a gunshot echoed first. Huafuer suddenly darted aside, leaving a blood trail along his upper arm. And she stood behind him, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, unhesitatingly firing another shot immediately afterward. The narrow corridors of the shelter offered minimal hiding space. Huafuer, dodging in vain, got shot in the right shoulder. Swearing a curse, he quickly switched the gun to his left hand and returned fire. However, and she was well prepared, this place where he had grown up from childhood, he knew every brick and patch of soil here inside out. He deftly stepped aside and pulled open the door of the adjacent warehouse to use as a shield. Bullets collided violently against the iron door with metallic clangs. Huafuer grew enraged, shooting repeatedly, all bullets hitting the iron door and leaving numerous indented bullet holes. Dropping the empty weapon, Huafuer grabbed Binge one-handed, holding him in front as a shield, shouting, "All right. Then I'll just snap your neck." And she retreated step by step from the doorway, the gun held before his chest hesitating. What should he do? Shooting recklessly would harm Binge. His mind raced furiously. If he were in the wasteland, what would he do? If he were in the wasteland, his scope would be integrated into his body, part of his hearing, touch, sight, and perception. He could certainly kill Huafuer without harming Binge. There was no time for such thoughts. Persuading himself to discard distractions soon, Huafuer was already closing in, throwing Binge aside forcefully. Not daring to shoot nor dodge, and she instinctively reached out to catch him. Binge's body barely landed in his arms when, simultaneously, Huafuer kicked powerfully from the side, and she being slammed into the wall, his vision clouding. Before his vision could clear, searing pain erupted from the scalp at the back of Anshi's head. Huafuer grabbed a fistful of his hair and yanked back, twisting his right arm painfully backward. Anshi cried out pitifully, Huafuer increasing the pressure and saying, "What's wrong? Don't feel like playing hide-and-seek anymore." Anshi's arm was twisted almost to dislocation, tears forming in his eyes due to physical pain. Leaning close, Huafuer bit his teeth and said by his ear, "Familiar scene, isn't it? But this time, there's no light to save you. Wasteland, wasteland, save me." This thought arose like a spark igniting dry wood, or sodium falling into water, bursting into roaring steam. Yes, why was he here, why did he come here? In the past, whenever he faced danger, the wasteland would always appear in time to save him from the brink. This time, it was because he wanted to protect him in the same way that he came here step by step. Anshi's voice was hoarse as he struggled to utter a few words, simultaneously moving his left leg slightly outward. Huafuer didn't hear clearly, so he pulled Anshi's hair again, forcing him to expose his neck. "Huh?" Anshi coughed twice and said brokenly, "I said, one of me, is enough." Huafuer frowned, not understanding what he meant at first, and unconsciously loosened his grip. Anshi seized the moment when Huafuer was distracted, drew a slender handleless dagger from his garter, and swiftly slashed backward, cutting off the hair being grabbed. When Huafuer saw the tip of the knife coming, he instinctively leaned back, but the hair in his hand was cut off unexpectedly, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. But Anshi had already stepped on the corner of his cloak first. Huafuer was unprepared, his pace obstructed, and his body lost balance. Within half a step, countless broken strands of hair floated between them, yet were rudely split apart by a cold light. Anshi tightened his waist and abdomen. He wasn't strong enough, he was still lacking something. In the blink of an eye, he chose to kick off the wall with one leg for extra momentum and suddenly lunged forward. With all his strength, he swung his left hand outward, drawing a huge semicircle. Huafuer hastily raised his hand to block. He barely managed to stop Anshi's attack, only to catch a glimpse out of the corner of his eye that it wasn't a dagger in Anshi's hand but a piece of metal gleaming coldly. It was an unlocking key. Huafuer realized this before his body could react. It was over. But since his body was losing balance at the moment, he couldn't respond immediately. The tip of the knife in Anshi's right hand had already reached his throat. The next moment, he saw that pale and frail teenager splattered all over with blood, blinking lightly, a drop of blood rolling down his eyelashes, then pushing the blade further forward. Huafuer's eyes bulged wide open. He belatedly realized, all of that was his own blood. This doesn't seem right. There was no time for more thought, and she mercilessly withdrew the blade, even more blood spurting from his carotid artery, flowing down along his uneven short hair, wetting his shirt. Huafuer helplessly tried to cover his neck, but blood kept gushing out from between his fingers, trickling down his palm, making a retching sound. Unable to say a word, his knees went weak, leaning against the wall and sliding down to the ground. And she lifted the knife again, bending over closer. Huafuer showed boundless fear in his eyes, and she made 2 more cuts inside his wrist, severing the tendons. Now, his hand completely lost power, his arms drooped, blood continued to spurt. And she looked down at him for a while until all the light faded from his eyes, then exhaled faintly. The sound of the blade hitting the ground startled Binge first, who wanted to call out to Anshi but burst into a loud cough instead. Anshi also noticed this and hurriedly extended his hands to support him. He stretched his hands toward Binge, but they froze halfway through the air. His entire body was soaked in dripping blood, emitting a nose-piercing smell of rust. Anshi saw his hands tremble and instantly became aware of an incomprehensible fact. From sight to smell, every nerve of his seemed to be excited by this slaughter. "No, it's just excessive adrenaline," he kept telling himself desperately. "No, I really like this feeling." Anshi. There was a shout behind him, and Anshi turned around sharply. Number 2 and 72 quickly rushed to his side, followed by Yan Wang and a few unfamiliar Yawali members. All of them were startled at first by his blood-covered face, then glanced at Huafuer on the ground, speechless for a moment. Anshi was completely unable to control the trembling of his hands, feeling like the person whose blood had drained and shivered coldly was himself. He put his hands behind his back, as if that would prevent them from being seen, and desperately tried to say something normal. "No, sorry, I should have left him, for you to kill," and she forced out a smile towards Yan Wang. Yan Wang didn't respond, just kept looking at him with complicated emotions. And she let his shoulders drop, glancing around aimlessly. "I just killed him before he could kill me." Suddenly, Yan Wang stuffed his gun into the back of his waistband and took a step forward to Anshi, and she was surprised to see Yan Wang open his arms to embrace him lightly and whisper in his ear, "It's over." And she stood there dumbfounded. Number 2 also reached out to ruffle his hair, then turned and went inside with 72 to check other rooms. A few other members of the Yawali group also approached, 2 of them supporting Binge on the ground while one went to unlock the door at the restroom entrance. And she was still not fully recovered from his shock when Yan Wang took hold of his arm and led him back to the adjacent dining area. Yan Wang pointed to the sink in the kitchen and said, "Wash your hands." Mechanically, and she extended his hands beneath the running tap water, watching as the swirling red blood dissipated with the flow, revealing his original skin tone once more. Yan Wang said, "Take off your clothes and wash your face." And she followed his commands like a programmed robot, executing each order blankly. He shed his overalls, leaving just an undershirt on, then leaned towards the water stream to wash his face. Yan Wang added, "Keep washing for now. I'll be right back." And she splashed water over his face and neck, noticing how the red-tinged water gradually turned light pink. He heard commotion in the hallway. Everyone must have been freed, he thought, and he should soon check on Binge's injuries. Soon, Yan Wang returned with a bottle of soap solution and said, "Use this for your hair." And she knelt to wash his hair, almost numbly calculating that if Wafur had appeared here, it meant the wasteland they knew was safe for now. Yan Wang continued nearby, "The situation at the station is mostly under control. Rest stop number 29 has gone to open another exit. We were lucky this time to have them around. Dr. Feng is still performing surgery. Once you're feeling better, we can go down together." And she mumbled a vague, Yan Wang walked half a circle around him, wiping away the remaining traces of blood beneath his ear with his fingers, which he rinsed off under the stream. And she slightly tilted his head and said through dripping wet hair, "Can you help me grab a pair of scissors from that drawer?" Since his mother's death, he hadn't cut his hair. Though he used to be familiar with death, he could not accept it. Though he had always seen partings before, he could not get accustomed to farewells. But it wouldn't be like this anymore. Uneven strands of hair fell from his shoulders, landing on the same path he came in on, mirroring the younger self he had been. Chapter 52, Conclusion. Strands of uneven lengths kept falling as Anshi mechanically raised his wrists. The whole process after the first snip was filled with an intangible yet mysterious sense of ceremony, like a silent farewell, and also resembled a ruthless sacrifice. He first cut his hair down to shoulder length. After glancing left and right and finding it unsatisfactory, he continued trimming it shorter, gradually revealing his neck and then his ears. Yan Wang came over after watching for a while and said, "You can't reach the back. Let me help." Only then did Anshi release the scissors in his hand. Compared to his hasty way, Yan Wang meticulously picked up small clumps of hair with his index and middle fingers, trimmed the ends with the tip of the scissors, and combed through with his fingers. It turned out that one's hairstyle could bring such significant changes to their facial features. Anshi looked at the stranger reflected in the aluminum cabinet and almost instantly forgot what he looked like with long hair. The short-haired Anshi now exuded a more spirited and tidy demeanor, with sharper lines on his face. His originally innocent, round black eyes no longer seemed so clear and transparent, and when placed next to Yan Wang, who also had black hair and eyes, they looked more like brothers around the same age. After Yan Wang finished trimming the back, he enthusiastically moved to the front and said, "Close your eyes." Anshi hesitated and said, "It's fine, we should, outside." Yan Wang made a shoo sound, "Be quiet." Reluctantly, Anshi closed his eyes, wrinkling his nose at the ticklish feeling of hair brushing against his face. After a while, Yan Wang finally declared satisfaction, roughly brushing away the stray hairs from Anshi's face and said, "Done. Let's go." Together, the two stepped out of the kitchen. Outside, people were still cleaning up, a noisy crowd filling the corridor. When Dianin saw him from afar, there was a fleeting expression of joy upon reuniting after a long separation, but she hesitated, unsure if she should approach. Anshi immediately noticed her. She looked pale and disheveled, her hair messy, but clean and uninjured. Anshi called out, "Sister Dianin." Running through the crowd to her side, he asked, "Are you all right?" Seeing Anshi approach, Dianin relaxed and hugged him tightly. "Anshi. I thought I recognized you earlier, but I wasn't sure." Anshi shook his newly shortened wet hair like an animal, revealing the robust body of a young man underneath. Everyone gathered around, calling out Anshi repeatedly in a cacophony of voices, "Are you all right? Where did you go? What was that person all about?" "I don't know, where are the others?" The focus on him was brief before shifting to another topic. Anshi couldn't tell whether he felt reassured or disappointed. Familiarity breeds contempt. He had been worrying about meeting everyone again, fearing he would be criticized for leaving without notice. However, things seemed normal in the station, even functioning without him. His return was merely a ripple in the waves. The bit of anticipation in his heart quietly vanished along with his worry. Yan Wang observed from the edge of the group, a little distance away, all members of Yaoili were subtly separated from the original inhabitants of the refuge station, as if an invisible wall stood between them. Suddenly, the broadcast overhead crackled, "Attention, all levels, please gather at level 3 for a head count. If there are any injured, please report immediately." Upon hearing this, the crowd finally dispersed from around Anshi and began moving orderly outward. Anshi stood there for a moment, somewhat lost. He knew that this, all people, referred only to the residents of the refuge station, and this category no longer included him. Thus, once the others left, he joined the Yaoili team. Looking at Yan Wang, and then the unfamiliar man behind him, Anshi thought to himself, "I don't belong here either." Anshi looked around, "Where is number 2? Yan Wang pointed downwards, "Gone, afraid the public wouldn't accept it just yet." A pang of sadness struck Anshi, suddenly producing a sense of shared suffering as an outsider. He asked, "Can I visit level 7? Yan Wang nodded, "Of course." Rushing through the corridors of level 7, a brightly lit room lay ahead. From far away, 29 could be seen, and Feng Yian was still busy tidying up the equipment. Seeing Anqi arrive, she waved a glass bottle in front of him, its interior stained with blood and containing 2 twisted metal fragments, bullet pieces freshly extracted from Wasteland's body. Anqi glanced down at the bedridden Wasteland. All his wounds had finally been properly treated. White bandages wrapped around his entire body, especially the 2 severely injured legs, which were tightly bound. Feng Yian explained, he has fallen asleep. There shouldn't be any life-threatening danger. Anqi dazedly responded, oh. Subconsciously, he looked around again, searching for the 2 steel nails that had been pulled out. Seeing his reaction, Feng Yian was worried that he hadn't understood and repeated, Miao will be fine. Anqi still showed no expression, only nodding. Feng Yian looked at him, took off her gloves and walked to his side, gently rubbing his damp hair and said, this haircut looks good on you, suits you well. Anqi's shoulders slightly slumped, the tension had faded, but the feeling of helplessness and anxiety crept back into his heart. The doctor said Fei Tian would recover, but he must have been in so much pain. There was nothing Anqi could do to make him get better faster or share his suffering. The quiet air stood still for a moment before Yan Wang also came down. Leaning an arm on the doorframe, he first glanced down at Fei Tian, then softly asked, Dr. Feng, everyone is gathering on level 3, there are many injured people, do you have time? Anqi turned around with some surprise when looking at him. Yan Wang used to call Dr. Feng Yian by her full name, but now actually called her Yu. Feng Yian nodded and said, Anqi, you stay here and take care of Miao. When he wakes up, take his temperature again. Don't rush into eating solid food yet. As soon as the 2 left, number 29 also entered the room, saying, we're leaving too. Anqi responded with an, oh, then realized, go, where? A hint of laughter seemed to flash in Red's eyes as she said, of course, it's to leave this place and return to our own spot. Anqi slightly opened his mouth, slowly comprehending, leaving, already. Number 29 pointed at herself and said, we can't linger long in the shelter station, and we haven't found our companions lost earlier yet. Now while the station is still in chaos, we won't be able to go out once security returns fully. Anqi felt somewhat disheartened, asking, then, when will we see each other again? Number 29 replied, as long as we live, we'll meet again. He reached out his hand, wanting to rub Anqi's hair like number 2 did before quickly changing his mind and only patted his shoulder, turning around and walking out of the door. Now, with all the surrounding people gone, Anqi looked back at Fei Tian who still frowned even in deep sleep, hurriedly rushing out of the room calling, number 29. Number 29 turned around and looked at him from the end of the corridor. Anqi urgently said, thank you. Thank you also for number 2 and 72. Number 29 pointed to her ear indicating that number 2 could hear it himself. Anqi smiled and increased his volume, thank you, number 2. Number 29 waved to him, turned around and left, while Anqi returned inside. He moved a chair over next to Fei Tian's bed and sat down, staring at the pale face on the bed whose cheeks were so caved they were almost unrecognizable. He remembered what Fei Tian said to him during those times of mental confusion, regretting how he treated him poorly in the past. Would he remember that upon waking up? Would he be nicer to him in the future? Anqi almost forgot, he forgot that he initially cared about these things. When they first met, Fei Tian was kind to him, smiling often and gentle as well. But then he soon discovered it was all for personal gain. So, Fei Tian's attitude worsened later, speaking little and impatiently, cold and distant. But after a while, Anqi found out that Fei Tian was still kind-hearted. He bought him an electronic sheep, made protein soup for him, and despite all the trouble, not only didn't abandon him, but always did his utmost to protect him. Now, trying his best just to protect Fei Tian for a short period left him completely exhausted. Anqi whispered, as long as one lives, everything else doesn't matter. Shelter stations or elsewhere, it doesn't matter where as all persistence fades in the face of death. Wait, electronic sheep. Anqi touched his pocket and realized he had left the sheep behind, hurriedly running downstairs and fetching his bag, sniper rifle, and pistol together to prepare for a long stay near Fei Tian. Unforeseen, there was no sunlight underground, so the sheep wouldn't turn on. Anqi lowered his head fiddling with the lamp, but its solar battery was drained completely, unable to light up the screen no matter what, except for the power red light flickering. Suddenly, a hoarse and confused voice calling Anqi drew his attention back. Anqi startled and raised his head. You, woke up. Are you okay? How do you feel? Do you remember what happened? Fei Tian was bombarded by questions making his head spin. Seeing him blank-faced, Anqi's imagination went wild and suddenly became nervous. Do you still recognize who I am? Fei Tian strained to say, not easy to tell, are you the upgraded version of Anqi? Anqi hesitated for half a second, then realizing it meant something shy as he touched his short hair. Fei Tian, upon seeing that familiar expression, finally regained some realism and asked, where's Feng Yian? Anqi leaned close to his ear and said, the doctor went up to help. Does any part of your body hurt? Fechuo shook his head and asked, where's Hufure? Anqi replied, he's dead. Fechuo weakly raised an eyebrow. Anqi then said, I killed him. This time Fechuo was genuinely surprised. Soon after, he noticed the grazes on Anshi's elbows and bruises on his cheekbones, asking, "Are there any other injuries?" The spot on Anshi's stomach where Hyufjor had kicked him ached continuously. He hadn't had time to examine it yet, but it certainly didn't look good. Still, he shook his head and said, "Nope." Fechuo gave no reply, only gazed at him coolly. Under that piercing stare, Anshi inexplicably grew nervous. Had he been caught lying? But he just couldn't afford to act spoiled in front of this weakened Fechuo. Compared to what the other had suffered, these minor abrasions were nothing. Number 2 had left. Fechuo was still weak, and the doctor was busy tending to the wounded. Yan Wang was still dealing with Yaoi's affairs. It was precisely the time when he needed to be dependable. Fechuo slowly blinked and softly said, "Anshi." Anshi instantly responded, Fechuo opened his lips and said, "You've worked hard." Stunned, Anshi blinked back, and almost instantaneously, a tear splashed out as if it were a hallucination. He quickly sniffed and showed a mouthful of white teeth, smiling, "Not at all." Fechuo closed his eyes and faintly curled his lips upward. Though Fechuo's consciousness had returned, his body was still too frail. Afraid of disturbing him, Anshi dared not utter a word and could only silently watch over him as he rested. Not long after, the medical station's door suddenly creaked open, startling Anshi greatly upon seeing who entered. "How dare you be here?" Anshi glared at Jayesh. The latter confidently walked in, closed the door behind him, and said leisurely, "What? Should I have been drugged like everyone else and locked up in the warehouse? For someone who previously sought me out for chats, you should have informed me about such matters." Anshi, who had been reminded by Dr. Feng Ian not long ago, immediately became more alert and frowned, asking, "Why are you here?" "Everyone's on the 3rd floor." Jayesh smiled and said, "True. We hadn't finished our last conversation, and now since everyone is busy with other things, why don't we continue from where we left off?" Anshi furrowed his brows, saying, "I don't recall any unfinished conversations." Jayesh leaned against the corner desk and ambiguously said, "You understand the situation here in the shelter, right?" Puzzled, Anshi asked, "What do you mean?" Jayesh gestured and explained, "The current situation in this small shelter is actually quite complex. The remaining few groups inside are ticking time bombs. They will soon realize their vastly differing positions, or rather, some might already be calculating their strategies. Hyufjor has been killed by you, but most members of Yaoi's team remain. Part of them were close allies of Hyufjor, showing the worst attitudes previously, making them public enemy number 1 in this shelter. Then there are Yan Wang's newly recruited partners, whose team is new and very unstable. Most others are merely ordinary members with no clear stance who were drugged and locked up without reason. Regarding the shelter side, almost all are extremely hateful toward Yaoi's group, despite also being partly saved by them and unwilling to expel certain rescue team members." Anshi interrupted, "And you?" Jayesh grinned and said, "Be patient. Currently, no one understands the situation fully, except 3 people, you, me, and Feng Ian. However, Feng Ian is known for being detached. It's interesting how in this era someone can still play a saint-like role." Anshi looked back at Fechuo. When Jayesh came in, Fechuo was resting with his eyes closed, claiming sleep helped recovery. But was he really asleep? Anshi turned back, thinking that whether Fechuo was truly asleep or not, Jayesh must assume Fechuo wasn't involved since the last time Fechuo was unconscious during his visit. Anshi suddenly felt a strange sensation. Looking at Jayesh and around the room, he suddenly became fully alert. Anshi cleared his throat and said, "I get it." Jayesh raised an eyebrow, "Oh." Anshi said, "You're someone who understands the situation well, aren't you?" Jayesh nodded. Anshi continued, "In other words, from start to finish, everyone was kept in the dark, but you were always fully aware. You knew Yan Wang's intentions for rejoining the team. You understood Hyufjor's purpose in abducting Miao for experiments. Perhaps even earlier, before Hyufjor, you might have known about Fechuo's abnormality." As soon as these words were spoken, Anshi tried hard to keep his face composed, but sweat broke out in his palms. Had he guessed correctly? Surely, Jayesh must know something about Fechuo's heritage. Jayesh momentarily widened his smile and said, "Not bad. However, Hyufjor was just too foolish to devise such an ostentatious method for manufacturing serum." Anshi secretly sighed in relief and said, "Finally time for confessions. Then I have 2 questions to ask you as well." Jayesh tilted his head with interest and extended a hand, signaling him to continue. Anshi asked, "The first question is the one that has been bugging me all along. Out of so many people, why did you always choose me to talk about these things? To be honest, I'm not exactly outstanding among everyone, I have no say, and my combat strength doesn't even rank." Jayesh replied, "Didn't I just say it? In a situation where everyone else is choosing sides, only you and I are the observers." Anshi nodded, "Observers, this should probably be your life motto. I heard that in Yaoi's group, you had similar seniority as Hyufjor, but you've never really had much fame or popularity." Jayesh narrowed his eyes dangerously, "Watch your words, little boy." Anshi shrugged and continued, "My second question is, apart from the few who were assigned the task, no one else knows about the sedative we put in the water, so how come only you and Hyufjor escaped being affected?" Jayesh laughed indifferently, pointing at his own nose, saying, "Didn't you just say it yourself? People like us who can survive day after day in the wastelands must have dog-like senses. Anshi responded with an, oh, then said, then, I think I have some new guesses about your first answer. He stood up facing the bed, blocking Wutu behind him and slowly said, in fact, I believe every time you came to the medical station wasn't to find me. These past few days, I've only been to level 7 twice. How coincidental could it be that you found me both times? After careful thought, these two meetings were precisely when the station's guard was loosened. The first time was during a shift change when I was taking advantage of the lax vigilance, and this time during the hostage liberation when everyone was called to gather on the 3rd floor. You assumed there would definitely be no one down here. Unfortunately for you, both times you ended up encountering me instead, which prevented you from accomplishing what you truly intended. To avoid alarming anyone prematurely, you had to resort to misleading conversation. Jayesh retracted his smile, then tell me, what is it I truly intended to do? Anshi sidestepped horizontally, pulling open the low-temperature cabinet on the wall. Inside originally stored unstable liquid medications but now filled neatly with rows of blood bags, all Wutu's blood. Anshi said, you admitted earlier that you noticed Mieo's unusual physical state long ago, right? Before, perhaps you didn't have the opportunity or lacked the audacity to execute the same plan as Hyufure. Now someone else paved the way for you. Hyufure is dead, so you rushed over hoping to reap the benefits. Jayesh's expression finally soured as he coldly sniffed, lacked audacity. Don't compare me to that fool. Anshi remained unfazed, continuing, you also intentionally warned Hyufure not to drink the tampered water, trying to create obstacles for us, but Hyufure didn't warn his teammates as you wished. It makes sense though, paranoid individuals trust no one. He likely wanted to see who wasn't affected to determine who betrayed him, so he could settle accounts later. Jayesh got up from his seat, sighed impatiently, and drew a pistol pointing at Anshi. Such a hassle. If you'd simply played along, you wouldn't have had to die. I'm not very fond of killing people myself. Anshi still maintained a calm demeanor as if expecting him to do just that. He sidestepped, grabbed a bag of blood from the cabinet, and held it up in his hand, saying, however, you miscalculated one part. Jayesh involuntarily glanced at the blood bag, frowning and questioning, what? Anshi emphasized each word clearly, that is. He suddenly threw the blood bag towards Jayesh while rolling to the side. Jayesh instinctively raised his hand to shoot, puncturing the bag. The cold, bloody fluid splattered over him, obstructing his vision. At the same time, another gunshot rang out, but it wasn't fired by Jayesh. A bullet hole explosively opened on his forehead as blood gushed from the wound. His eyes wide open in shock, he collapsed backward, his last sight being Wutu sitting on the bed with the scorched round hole in front of him smoking lightly. Wutu pulled out the pistol from beneath the blanket and coldly stared at him. A streak of blood ran down Jayesh's forehead, trickling over his brow ridge and dropping onto his lips. You. He slumped to the ground, his legs twitched once and then stopped moving. Feta twirled the gun on his index finger and dangled it from the tip, gesturing for Anshi to take it. This was the same gun Anshi had secretly slipped under his blanket when he stood up earlier. Feta slumped back down after just a few seconds, his voice hoarse as he said, so troublesome. Can't you stay quiet for a few minutes? Anshi took the gun, feeling equally helpless. Hyufure knew, Jayesh knew, how many others might know as well. Is this what Feta's future holds? To constantly be plotted against and hunted by those who hear rumors and bear ill intentions. Could this truly be their future? Chapter 53, The Road Ahead, The Sea Before. As the blood bag broke, the infirmary was filled with a thick, pungent smell. And she carefully skirted around the dead shark-like creature's corpse. He even double-checked to make sure it was completely dead, but Fechuo mocked him. You think it could still move after being hit in the forehead? Do you take it for a mutated shark? And she pouted and dragged over the foldable bed from the corner, setting it up before reaching out to move Fechuo. Fechuo had his eyes closed, but as soon as she touched him, he suddenly opened his eyes and asked, what are you doing? And she replied, I'm carrying you onto the stretcher. Fechuo raised an incredulous, teasing eyebrow, me? You're going to carry me? And she, irritated, said, what's wrong with that? Fechuo retorted, forget it, just help me up, while wrapping his arm around Anshi's neck. With his legs unable to exert any force, Fechuo struggled to shift onto the stretcher. Just as one hand landed on the stretcher, the unsecured wheels of the stretcher, slippery from the blood, slid to one side. The two of them lost their balance instantly. And she frantically tried to stabilize Fechuo while also attempting to pull the runaway stretcher back, all the while yelling loudly. Step on it. Fechuo snapped irritably. The pressure plate under the wheels. And she realized this at last, quickly hooking one foot under the stretcher leg to lock the wheels in place. This prevented them both from falling into the bloody mess. Still shaken, Fechuo couldn't help but explode in annoyance, you dumb sheep. And she sulkily pursed his lips and mumbled something under his breath. What? Fechuo asked. What did you say? And she quietly muttered, nothing. Once settled on the stretcher, Fechuo lay there as she pushed him out of the corridor. While entering the elevator shaft, and she heard another quiet mumbling from behind. You said you'd be nicer to me, you lied. Fechuo frowned deeply. What exactly are you muttering about? And she defiantly tilted his head and loudly proclaimed, when you were unconscious, you confessed everything to me. Fetuo scoffed in disbelief. I was unconscious, you expect me to confess anything then? And she said, it's true. When I secretly went to check on you, your consciousness wasn't clear. You thought it was all a dream. How often do you dream about me, huh? Tell the truth, I won't laugh at you. Laugh at you? Fetuo glanced up at Anshi, his neck upwards glowing pink, the short-haired boy's earlobes visibly red underneath his fringe. Fetuo responded, oh. What exactly did I say? Because I don't remember. Anshi's Adam's apple moved as his face grew redder. You said, you regretted not treating me better before, saying you should have spent all your money on protein soup for me. You were so nice when you said it, and now you've gone back to being like this. Humph. He half-truthfully continued, and you said you liked me the most. Told me not to leave you, and that we should always stay together. Oh yeah, you also said you regretted saying harsh things to me before leaving. And she narrated a mix of truths and embellishments, but when Fetuo heard the first few sentences, memories started flooding back. For the latter parts though, they felt foreign. As he listened, Fetuo involuntarily felt somewhat flustered, warmth creeping beneath his stubble-lined cheeks. His lips moved as if to argue, but uncertainty hung in his mind, had he really said those words? And she was merely joking around, throughout all the time he'd spent with Fetuo, he'd never had the upper hand verbally. Fetuo was always poised and unreadable, making it impossible to discern whether his words were jest or genuine feelings. This moment was different. Watching Fetuo caught between shock and embarrassment brought pure joy to Anshi, compelling him to lean down impulsively and kiss him. Feeling uncomfortable, Fetuo leaned away slightly. Do you not mind dirt? I haven't taken a shower in days. Anshi smiled. The light halo above made his recently cut hair look fuzzy and endearing. Fetuo looked up at him, unable to suppress a slight curve of his lips. Before the atmosphere could deepen, the argument outside the elevator interrupted them. And she was about to open the rusted door when Fetuo interjected, don't. Huh? And she turned around curiously. Fetuo shook his head slightly, signaling silence. Outside, a heated argument raged. They hadn't caught the beginning, but and she easily recognized Yan Wang's voice cutting through, blame needs to be assigned properly, alright? Each issue is separate. Everyone here is struggling. Can we calm down first? But another voice immediately cut him off, alright then. Separating issues, we kindly invited your group to stay at our safe station, providing you food, water, and medical equipment, yet what did you do when you came inside? And you even harmed Dullier. Initially, murmurs followed. But as soon as the mention of Dullier arose, chaos exploded again. Someone nearby began sobbing softly. A stranger chimed in, that wasn't us. We were tricked too. What's worse, we actually came here to save you. If I knew. What did you just say? Someone shouted furiously. Figures. You didn't come with good intentions either. So what exactly did you mean by, if I knew? Yan Wang spoke up again, alright, everyone calm down. We all know what's been happening during this time. It's not difficult to tell who has ill intentions and who is merely following orders. We do not represent the entire Yaweli group, and Huofu certainly does not represent us. Bingai suddenly said, speaking of Huofu, didn't you still have some members under your control? His confidants, what are you going to do with them? Suddenly voices erupted all around, that's right, that scarred-faced bastard tried to bully Jianan. Kill them. Get revenge for Duer. That's right, it can't end like this. And she at this moment was thankful Wasteland had stopped him. If he'd walked into those arguments, what identity could he use to speak? Although he hated Huofu and his henchmen because they made everyone suffer in the station, he was undoubtedly acting alongside Yan Wang. He even killed Huofu personally in front of Yue Li's old team. Now, another life, a giant shark's, was on his hands too. That outsider feeling became clear once more. He realized he couldn't choose a side against anyone here, nor could he completely join a group. The sense of growing up felt so lonely. Feng Yian, standing outside the crowd, rubbed her forehead with an ache in her head and saw the two people secretly eavesdropping inside the shaft, letting out a distant sigh. And she pointed toward downstairs silently, asking Feng Yian if she wanted to leave together. She shook her head wryly and pointed to Yan Wang, now the focus of the crowd's attack. They waved to each other briefly, and she truly felt for her as well, originally thinking Huofu was the toughest person to deal with, only to find out killing him was just part of the process. The balance had been shattered without any organization, and now the real muddy disputes were starting. Wasteland suddenly patted his hand, saying, and she, I've been calling you for ages, but your face looks blank. And she, huh? Wasteland, I've applied for a wash. And she immediately wiped the confusion off his face and started teaching earnestly, ah. You absolutely cannot do that. You've got many external wounds, water exposure could lead to infection, what if it gets abscessed? Of course, Wasteland was trying to distract him, saying, just washing my hair would be fine, maybe while also shaving. I saw your haircut skills are good. And she, embarrassed, touched his newly short hair that he wasn't accustomed to yet, his voice becoming smaller, doesn't it look good? I'm so unfamiliar with this, my head feels light. But, my hair grows fast. Wasteland wondered curiously, what are you rambling about? And she whispered softly, didn't you say, you liked my long hair, because... At that point, Wasteland remembered his previous evaluation, long hair is energetic when pulled, almost making him choke on his saliva. And she was utterly unaware and kept pulling his ear hair anxiously. The hoist cage in the shaft creaked and came to a stop again. And she pulled out the stretcher from behind, saying, it's a bit dark, there hasn't been enough power recently. Wasteland recognized it instantly, this was level -12. A crooked smirk crossed his lips, a few days ago, didn't you guys stay here? And she nodded, yes, number 2 just left. Upon hearing number 2's name, Wasteland was momentarily startled, was he here? Then he muttered quietly, no wonder seeing number 29 wasn't an illusion. Shaking his head, pretending to sigh deeply, he said, really, I don't know if you're dumb or clever. Confused, and she asked, why? He pushed open the door of the abandoned restroom lavatory and waited after turning the faucet on. Slowly, yellowish-brown water with rust flowed out, and after waiting longer, it gradually cleared. Only then didn't she say, okay. He carefully wrapped waterproof oilcloth around Wasteland's neck and gently covered his body before starting to wet his hair little by little. As tiny droplets of water trickled onto his skin, Wasteland joked, are you watering me? And she's voice came from above his head, the water's a bit cold, we haven't had hot water these past few days. Wasteland said, no problem, doing this makes it easier for you to catch a cold. Unable to help himself, and she drenched Wasteland's hair completely. The hair was far too dirty, all tangled together. In the first attempt, no foam appeared at all. Only after rinsing with clean water and grabbing some soap to rub between his hands did things begin moving forward. Indeed, the water flow was quite cold, the droplets dripping continuously, but the gentle fingertips brushing over his scalp brought warmth. Wasteland closed his eyes tightly, feeling the tight nerves built up over the past few days finally relaxed. Admittedly, for a period, he had truly thought he was going to die. In fact, over the nearly 30 years of his Wasteland life, situations where death loomed hadn't been rare. But surviving this time seemed different, something had changed. What had changed? After the second rinse of soap suds, seeing that Wasteland still had his eyes closed, and she placed his palm on his cheek. Wasteland opened his eyes, what? And she looked at his head from all angles and commented, you've lost quite a bit of weight. Then, with a forceful hand, he squished his cheeks together. Wasteland mumbled incoherently, what the hell? And she burst out laughing and gave him a loud kiss on the cheek. After cleaning Wasteland up, and she turned to start tidying up the restroom. Wasteland watched lazily for a while and said, what's the point of working so hard? Without turning his head, and she took off his tank top and used it as a cloth, wiping down the mattress and bed rail, you'll still have to stay here until your wounds heal, it's better to clean up a bit. Oh, Wasteland suddenly remembered that day they parted ways, before he confronted Yahweh Lee and was captured and tied to an experimental table. That day, they were about to go their separate ways, and now that everything had settled, the rest would surely return to normal. And she said he felt regret when his mind wandered. He regretted what he'd said, he regretted what he hadn't done. Really? Maybe. Watching and she busy himself tidying this small restroom, where they shared their first kiss and made love for the first time, even though he knew their current state was temporary, there were some questions lingering on his lips he couldn't bring himself to ask. Let's pretend not to know, just let it last a little longer. During those days of endless trekking across the wasteland, every morning was spent trying to drag a sleep-drenched and she out of bed, then shoving food into his hands. During stormy days, he used a rope to tie them together. Encountering suspicious travelers, he habitually pushed and she behind him, as if he really was a soft and tender little lamb. Maybe and she was right, as long as he was around, he would indulge in acting childish. But teenagers grew up astonishingly fast, yet he still insisted on treating him like a child. And watching the little lamb fussing over things for him wasn't bad either. And she pulled out bed sheets from the cabinet and spread them out, crawling on the bed to tuck in the four corners, his torso half naked, his waist sunken in slightly, wearing loose work pants. Then he suddenly straightened up with an, ah. He rushed over to his travel bag and took out a vacuum-sealed bag that had been carefully stored. What was that? Wasteland squinted his eyes, was it a can? And she held the bag up and stared at it for a long time, then carefully opened it and brought it close to sniff. Without warning, and she abruptly sat on the ground, threw his head back, and started wailing. Wasteland was shocked, what happened? You were fine just now. Through and she's wailing cries, Wasteland could make out a few words, it's ruined. Wasteland looked perplexed, the can is ruined. And she sobbed loudly, I put it carefully in the vacuum bag, hiccup, but the bag got punctured, wah, my luncheon meat, the luncheon meat can is spoiled. Wasteland was torn between laughter and sympathy. After having a deep inner reflection about Anshi's growth, he saw this scene, and consoled him, it's just a can, we can find one at the market later. No. Wah, don't. And she continued crying incessantly, tears gushing like a flood, it tasted so good, it was, specially saved for you, I didn't even eat it, woo. Wasteland finally understood, feeling like someone had stepped on his heart. He waved for Anshi, stop crying, come give me a hug. And she tumbled off the floor, scrambling to his bedside, I just feel, hiccup. I can do nothing well, I can't protect you, or everyone in the shelter, I'm so useless. Wasteland rubbed his hair vigorously, saying, you saved me, and she. Isn't that amazing? I'm still alive, aren't you happy? And she wouldn't listen, still caught up in this emotion, crying loudly, I can't even feed the lambs, no sun, no electricity. What if the lambs die? Wah. Wasteland was completely confused and tried repeatedly to calm him, they'll be fine, stop crying. Feeling both amused and sympathetic, he asked sarcastically, did you behave this way when you were with Dr. Fong? And she gradually stopped crying and said, no. I haven't cried at all before. Wasteland replied, wow, impressive. And she pushed his hand away, don't laugh at me. I'm serious. Wasteland innocently raised his hands, I'm not laughing at you, I really think you're impressive. And she pouted unhappily. They stayed quiet for a moment, and she dried his tears, and returned to his diligent mode, helping Wasteland move onto the freshly made bed, his face blank after releasing his emotions. Wasteland looked at him and asked, your dark circles are so heavy, want to sleep on the bed too? And she shook his head, you're injured. Wasteland chuckled, are you only starting to care about this now? And she also remembered, when they first arrived at Luocheng's market, he had insisted on sharing a bed with Wasteland, and after that. And she leaned on the bedpost, his forehead almost touching Wasteland's as he smelled the familiar shampoo scent between them, asking, where will we go after this? Wasteland didn't respond. And she looked up at him, asking again, what's wrong? Wasteland shook his head, nothing, I'm just surprised. I thought once you returned here, you wouldn't want to leave. And she looked puzzled, why? Is it finally time to broach this subject? Wasteland let out an almost imperceptible sigh, saying, this is your home, isn't it? Your family and friends are all here, and the conditions are so much better than outside. I thought you'd regretted it before, wanting to come back home already. After going outside, there were mutated monsters, apocalypse storms, and those men from Hufure. I thought you were done with all that. And she furrowed his brow in thought, unable to refute, saying only, I'm not sure if everyone still considers me family. Beneath the blanket, Wasteland's fingers twisted together, maintaining a composed face, they've only been without you for a year. They'll get used to seeing you again soon, and you'll readapt. And she stared at his face, pondering further, then suddenly smiled, asking, what about you? Wasteland lifted his eyes, me. And she grinned, there are so many people in the station, all of whom have grown up together, supporting each other, but among them, only me is left by your side. Wasteland was stunned. After a long pause, he managed to swallow past the dryness in his throat, attempting to speak calmly, did I say these things when I lost consciousness? And she beamed brightly, yes. Now he understood. Could little lambs look this beautiful? Underneath long lashes, brown-black pupils shone brilliantly, reflecting the disheveled and weary image of himself. Wasteland asked, oh, so tell me, what did you think when I muttered all these things while half dead? And she didn't answer, merely looking at him. His gaze was so earnest that it made one almost feel incapable of holding it directly. And she didn't reply. His eyes darted around mischievously as he abruptly started a new topic, will there be room for a double bed on the space vessel? Wasteland froze for a moment, confused how the conversation had steered that way. If there were a double bed, it would be great, although being squeezed together is pretty good too, and she commented. Wasteland saw his own reflection in the other's pupil, his own face lighting up with belated joy. Stop this, it's embarrassing. Quick, breathe normally. But joy surged through every inch of him, even making his fingernails tingle with excitement. And she said, I've seen sunsets and stars already. This time, would you take me to see the sea? Chapter 54 Revenant. And she heard the voice of Flame King while in a daze and took quite a while before sluggishly opening his eyes. Flame King said unhappily, I've been looking for you for a long time. And you're sleeping here. Do I fall asleep? And she looked around blankly. Flame King and Fong Ian had already pushed the door open and entered the room. Fong Ian was carrying a large square heat-insulated bag in one hand. Futu opened his eyes and sat up too. To tell the truth, this was still considered as the first formal meeting between Futu and Flame King. Flame King immediately recalled their previous encounter at the gate of the Fan City Market and chuckled coldly, hee. Futu actually had no memory of him at all and felt very puzzled. He also forced a smile and replied sarcastically, hee. Flame King pulled up his clothes and pointed at a pink scar, thanks. Futu subconsciously said, you're welcome. Then he realized, oh, it's you. Flame King, hee. Fong Ian introduced them, this is Flame King, this is Meow Me. The two glanced at each other silently, sizing each other up indifferently, and both responded coldly with an, oh, before turning their heads away. Fong Ian got a headache and quickly summoned the mascot, and she. And she rubbed his eyes and obediently came over. Before Fong Ian could say anything, Flame King pointed at the marks on Nshi's face and the short hair sticking out, laughing loudly, so stupid. Ha ha ha, so stupid. Nshi's face immediately dropped. Then Flame King saw the discarded lunch meat bag lying aside, immediately understanding what happened. He loudly mocked, ha ha ha. Didn't finish eating it before, did you? It went bad, didn't it? Mentioning it made Nshi feel wronged again. His lower lip pouted to a dangerous degree instantly, and with a cry, he threw himself into Fudo's arms and cried out loud. Flame King instantly received 2 reproachful glances filled with parental protection, and embarrassingly shut his mouth. After a while, and she finally came back to his senses, sitting there with a vacant look, drooling. Flame King gave him a startled glance. How come after rescuing the person, he became so mentally challenged instead? He couldn't help but stretch out his hand to poke Enshi's cheek. Just as his finger approached Enshi's mouth, Enshi turned his head and bared his teeth. The teeth clicked together making a threatening, click-click sound. Flame King stuffed his fingers back into his pocket. At the same time, Fudo raised his chin toward Feng Ian and asked, how about it? Feng Ian said, not bad, most people have nothing serious wrong with them. Some malnutrition is common among the refugees without sunlight, cannot synthesize vitamin D. Fudo interrupted him, who wants to hear this? Feng Ian blinked his eyes, understanding the point. Lacking enthusiasm, he briefly summarized, argued until both sides reached some compromise eventually, giving 3 days for Yahweh to evacuate the refuge station. However, those few who were locked up, they refused to release. It couldn't be said that way, some people insist on handing them over to Yahweh for handling. But these are only a minority within the station. Fudo asked, what about you? Feng Ian said, I'm just a bystander. When Yahweh evacuates, I'll leave along with them, after all, you are safe now. Fudo pointed at Enshi expressionlessly, no after-sales service at all, doctor. Not safe at all. This stupid sheep almost threw me down just now. Enshi's ears stood up, ow. Feng Ian also looked at Enshi, saying, however, even if the people from Yahweh are driven away, after the previous several invasions, the refuge station is now quite tight on manpower and resources. It is estimated that this time they will have to open their doors to welcome outsiders. Enshi finally came back to his senses. Is the radio station going to open? Feng Ian smiled, didn't you know? Enshi nodded, when I was little, I used to go there to play often. Even though we knew there was no signal, we would pretend to keep broadcasting calls into the microphone. However, medical personnel and weapons are currently the most lacking. They were almost consumed in the previous invasions, Feng Ian said, for them, we are all outsiders and can't stay here for long. Enshi lowered his head and remained silent. He knew this was when the refuge station needed him the most, this place where he grew up which taught him everything now needed him more than ever. Flame King continued, don't mention it, our team is also in chaos right now. Huafuer died, everyone has such different opinions, the top priority must be choosing a new captain. Most senior members basically left the team after Ming team leader passed away. The rest basically mixed together with Huafuer, there's also a Giashark, killed by someone again. And she stared blankly, Flame King looked at him, as expected, it's you, isn't it? Next time when others ask, don't have such a defenseless reaction. Fudo swiftly interjected, it wasn't him, it was me who killed him. Flame King shook his head, don't worry, no one else knows. During the time of drugging, only Huafuer and Giashark didn't fall for it. By the time others woke up, these two were already dead. It was instinctively assumed they died for the same reason, killed in the conflict with the refuge station personnel. Fei Tu furrowed his brows, but he was gunned down at the medical experiment station. Flame King scoffed, suddenly getting excited, the bodies were naturally moved and dealt with by me long ago. And you guys ran away without a care. Didn't clean up all that blood. And she weakly said, I'll go clean it later. Flame King raised his voice, what cleaning? I'm talking about this guy's blood, pointing at Fei Tu, a whole cabinet full, some taken away. If inspected. Are you stupid? And she realized now, that's right. They had worked so hard to get to this point all because of this special blood, how could they completely forget after seeing Fei Tu? He anxiously asked, where's the blood? Feng Ian patted the square heat-insulated bag and said, here, but we can't open it now. Once opened, the cold air will dissipate. Fei Tu glanced at the bag, half his life was inside there, yet he surprisingly found himself devoid of much emotion. He had detested Huafuer intensely before, which stemmed from years of aversion, but upon waking up and discovering Huafuer was already killed by Enshi, he somehow felt a subtle sense of relief. Fei Tu waved at Feng Ian and said, it's yours. Flame King and Enshi both turned their heads simultaneously, leaving Fei Tu confused as he said, what? Do you want it? Both of them slowly shook their heads and glanced again at the bag. Feng Ian maintained his surprised expression for a while and asked, are you sure? Fei Tu said, do what you wish with it, even discarding it is fine. The group stared silently at the opaque bag for a moment before Flame King broke the silence, you've distracted me, I forgot why I came. And she still remembered the jokes made on him earlier and retorted irritably, yeah, why did you come? Flame King gave him an annoyed look, ignoring him, where was I? Yes, the team couldn't elect a new captain. But the rest of them showed little interest in the topic. Flame King clenched his jaw, although Yaweli bounty team isn't as powerful as it once was, it's still the largest one in the wasteland. How could these people look like they only cared about eating compressed dry rations? Flame King cleared his throat loudly and said, so, someone proposed to elect him as the new captain. And she looked around, Flame King's finger was pointed straight at him. Baffled, he muttered, me. Flame King impatiently shook his finger, "Get out of my way, you're blocking me." And she then followed the direction of the finger behind him. It was Fei Tu, oh. And she said. After a short pause, he finally reacted, screaming, "Ah." Flame King slightly tilted his head with great arrogance, nodding as if bestowing a knighthood. "Now, speaking of seniority within the team, it's definitely Light who has been around the longest. Longest serving time, trained personally by Ming team leader, besides." Fei Tu swiftly interrupted him, "About the previous matter, weren't they forced into action by Huafur? Adults make their own choices, and there's no need to feel guilty through such methods. Has Yue Li really deteriorated to this extent?" And she was still shocked, repeatedly looking between the two. "What do you mean? You are going to be the captain of Lily team?" Fei Tu shook his head at him. "No, they fear I'll settle accounts later, concocting some bad plan to pacify me." And she very easily let go of the concern. Flame King's forehead burst with another vein. "No. It's not due to guilt or anything. What have you thought of Yue Li as?" Taking a deep breath, he asked, "How long have you been in Yue Li?" Fei Tu replied, 6 years. Flame King nodded. If Ming team hadn't met with misfortune, it might have been longer than 6 years, right? Can you just sit idly by and watch Yue Li be destroyed? And she was tense watching him. Even when the refuge station merely faced trouble, he had already considered it his responsibility and couldn't leave. Being requested so directly, Fei Tu must feel quite troubled. Unexpectedly, Fei Tu's expression didn't change, and he calmly said, "Nonsense, Yue Li was already ruined long ago. Without Ming team, it's unworthy to be called Yue Li. As for the current one, I don't even know what it is." Feng Yian said, "Miao Mi, don't say that." Fei Tu counter-asked, "Isn't it true?" Flame King remained silent for a long time, seemingly unsure of how to respond. Fei Tu continued, "I actually feel quite sympathetic towards you. You've never seen Yue Li in its true form." Flame King suddenly spoke up, "No, I've seen it." He put away all his mockery and ease, serious and deliberate, saying, "I have seen it, that's why I can't bear to see what it has become now." Fei Tu also looked at him, re-examining this overly young teenager. There was no trace of ignorance or naivety like in Xi on him. Instead, one had to observe carefully to detect his real age. Fei Tu sighed, saying, "Something is beautiful precisely because it eventually comes to an end." During the following 2 days and nights, Fei Tu almost slept through his entire stay at level -12. Whether it was due to the stimulation of hematopoietic stem cells by massive blood collection or not, his external wounds healed faster than before, closing and scabbing visibly. Soon, aside from weakness and drowsiness, there were no more signs of his severe injuries from a few days ago. On the third night, Fei Tu woke up. He abruptly opened his eyes, feeling as if his consciousness had never been so clear. It was like he had experienced a long dream, inside which there were even more nested dreams. For the first time in a long while, reality sensations returned to his body, as though this was his first time breathing air, his first time feeling gravity. At the same time, hunger followed swiftly. And she had long gotten used to his rhythm of sleeping and waking, paying little attention, tinkering with something in his hands while saying, "Good evening." Fei Tu lingered for a moment and blurted out 2 words, "Very hungry." And she, startled, turned around with an as Fei Tu said, "Thirsty too." With 3 enthusiastic "Oh," and she stood up, hastily fetching water and handing it over to Fei Tu, who tilted his neck back, his Adam's apple moving up and down, spilling some water from the corner of his mouth due to drinking too fast. And she quickly handed over his own water. Fei Tu quickly drank both their water supplies dry. And she twirled around once on the spot and said, "Wait a moment, I'll go upstairs to fetch water, and bring down some food too." Fei Tu asked, "Isn't it the time when water supply has already stopped?" And she laughed, "That was in the past, rules have changed now. Just wait." And she fetched 2 large jugs of water and managed to get Dianin to open the food warehouse, gathering some dry rations in his arms for him. He hurried back downstairs, pushing the door open only to see Fei Tu actually getting up, naked, standing barefoot on the ground, spreading his fingers, clenching them into fists. He examined his palms and backs of his hands, stroked over his chest and abs, finally bending his knees and trying to jump, just like a newly manufactured robot testing its abilities, adapting to this new body. "Ah." And she stared at him dumbfounded. Several days of inactivity made Fei Tu thinner all over, his previously bulging arms and chest now more streamlined, his whole figure tall and well-proportioned. His body was covered with varying shades of pink new skin, indicative of his recent recovery from severe injuries. Fei Tu picked up a stool, tossed it aside indifferently, looking around for heavier objects. Turning, he saw Shi and motioned with his fingers, saying, "Come here." The sight of a naked Fei Tu beckoning him with his fingers was irresistible, and Shi set down the things in his hands and walked to his side. Fei Tu looped his fingers under Shi's armpits, suddenly hugging him tightly and lifting him up. The latter swung back and forth in Fei Tu's hands like a sack of pomelos, spun around in the air, and finally lowered after Shi's scream of protest. Not bad, Fei Tu thus appraised his new body. And she went berserk, "Am I a scale?" Fei Tu casually picked out a pair of shorts from the clean clothes Shi prepared for him, wearing it loosely around his hips, sitting down and eating the food Shi brought him. And she rested his chin on the table and blinked at him for a while, saying, I've just told everyone, we can rest here for a few more days, leave when your body fully recovers. Fei Tu rotated his shoulders again, shaking his head and saying, not necessary. And she, oh. Fei Tu looked up at him, do you feel reluctant to part? And she instinctively replied, no, then nodded slightly, a little. Fei Tu remarked nonchalantly, we can always come back. After all, having lured him away once, doing it again wouldn't make much difference to his conscience. And she thought about it, initially stepping onto the wasteland, he felt that the outside world was so vast and boundless it was frightening. But rushing back from Fan City Market this time, he later realized that this world wasn't small but also wasn't big. Thus, and she instantly felt relieved. Fei Tu observed his expression, scoffing, truly gullible, accepting it instantly. And she discontentedly said, why? It's because I trust you. Fei Tu quickly devoured the food and drank half a bottle of water, finally regaining some strength. He said, that's right. Next time, I'll tie a rope around your neck so you don't get tricked away by someone else. Not gonna happen. And she protested, leaping at Fei Tu, but was easily caught by the wrist and dragged aside. Before he could lose his balance and fall, Fei Tu gently tightened his arm, pulling and she back to him. With only a thin layer of fabric between their chests, and she instantly forgot his intended irritation, stammering, your body is so hot. Is it? Fei Tu felt himself, then touched Enshi's neck with the back of his hand, pondering aloud, seems like it. Then, he slid his hand under Enshi's shirt, caressing his chest as he chuckled, but this place is even hotter. I wonder, how about here? As he spoke, his hand gradually moved downward until it reached the waistband of Enshi's pants, circling the waistline before delving into the soft fabric to cup Enshi's buttocks. Fei Tu solemnly commented, it appears my temperature is still higher. And she murmured something faintly audible, which Fei Tu didn't catch, what? Speak up. And she whispered softly, kiss. Fei Tu laughed, the rare pleasure resonating from his chest accompanied by a strong heartbeat. Oh, you enjoy kissing? Adjusting due to their height difference, Fei Tu slightly bent over to encircle Enshi in his arms, one hand gripping his buttock while the other supporting the back of his head. And she clung to him completely, mimicking Fei Tu's earlier actions as his fingers trailed along the indented lines down his back, lightly pulling on the edge of his underwear to reveal firm buttocks. Between kisses, Fei Tu instructed, lift your leg. And she realized his pants had already been pulled down to his knees, his face flushing crimson yet still obeying to free his foot from the drooping pant leg. Their breaths interwove urgently, expressing the accumulated fervent emotions unspeakable for days as they embraced each other, retreating further while kissing until they stumbled onto the nearby bed. With one knee kneeling by the bed edge, Fei Tu looked down at Enshi, and she raised his hands to help remove his shirt, exposing his lean body. Fei Tu observed silently without comment, just leaning down to kiss his chest, teasing his nipples with his tongue while licking downwards, finally poking inside his underwear at the hard bulge beneath. And she whimpered in delight, just from kissing, the pleasure was unbearable, and pleaded, let me come first. Fei Tu teased maliciously, what? How could that be? And she protested meekly, getting smacked on his thigh by Fei Tu, you lie there doing nothing while I'm an injured person. Hurry up and start working. Struggling weakly to crawl up, and she gave up halfway and instead tried to kiss Fei Tu, wrapping his arms around his neck. Don't pout. Though saying so, Fei Tu extended his tongue and intertwined with him. From now on, every day we will do this, and she muttered quietly. What nonsense. Who knew you were such a lewd person, and Fei Tu couldn't stop laughing. And she's cheeks puffily stuck out, almost appearing resentful, because when I see you, I want to kiss you, when I kiss you, I want to touch you, when I touch you, I just want to do it. Is this the same little lamb I used to know? How could he say such things without blushing? Fei Tu was secretly astonished, this situation seemed problematic later on. Truly terrible, now there's no way out without doing it, his lower body already hurting from stiffness, but there wasn't any lubricant nearby. While searching left and right for anything usable, and she had already rubbed quite a lot of bright prostatic fluid on Fei Tu's lower abdomen, pressing his heels against his buttocks, displaying extreme initiative. Just as the arrow was on the string, the door to the restroom was suddenly pushed open. They both turned around, seeing Flame King supporting the door with a shocked expression, his face turning deathly pale before rapidly blushing red all over. Flame King, usually composed and decisive, turned out unexpectedly innocent. He slammed the door shut forcefully and fled away screaming. And she froze for a moment, then burst into uncontrollable laughter, rolling on the floor in a crumpled heap, ha ha ha. Flame King. That expression on Flame King's face. Ha ha ha. Still hardened below, Fei Tu scowled, laying Enshi out irritably, stop laughing. And she couldn't stop laughing. Watching him for a bit, Fei Tu's face softened gradually, sighing helplessly as he leaned down to kiss Enshi's forehead behind his short hair. Completely at ease with the kiss, Enshi closed his eyes blissfully like a sheep basking in the sun on dry grass, lazily accepting another kiss. From now on, every day we must do this, and she repeated again. Fei Tu readily agreed this time. Chapter 55, Amusement Park. Yan Wang, who had mistakenly trespassed into a forbidden area, couldn't recover for several hours afterward and remained distracted until the next day, finally welcoming the last moment when the refuge station would expel all unwelcome guests. Almost everyone at the station gathered on the surface layer. Yan Wang was already packed and ready to go, but Anxi and Fidu were nowhere to be found. The station naturally held different standards for them, so no one hurried them along. They had entirely forgotten this matter. Yan Wang looked around for a while, and Feng Yan asked, looking for Anxi. Yan Wang replied, where is he? He didn't even come to say goodbye, no conscience. Feng Yan laughed and asked, why don't you go find him? It was better not to mention it. Yan Wang immediately blushed from head to toe when he thought of what he saw the last time he opened the door to find Anxi, and quickly shook his hand, saying, never mind that. Feng Yan tilted her head in confusion and asked, do you want me to go call him for you? Yan Wang instinctively said, no need, but then after some thought added, well, doctor, are you leaving as well? Feng Yan narrowed her eyes slightly, yes, I'm going with you all. Wait a moment. Fidu and Anxi were actually not doing something embarrassing as Yan Wang had imagined. They too were preparing to set out. The two of them first went through Fire Force belongings, and found items taken from Fidu when he was captured, the most important of which, aside from his weapons and knives, was obviously all his savings needed to start a new life. Every pen core was still carefully stored in its original bag without damage. The refuge station staff responsible for clearing bodies had no idea about Fidu's money, so when they handed over Fire Force deposits, they asked, there's more. Do you want them? Fidu checked the contents of the bag, visibly relieved, tightened the strap, and placed it snugly against his chest, happiness practically bubbling over his face. Anxi stared in shock, rubbing his eyes, only to see that it was still the same expressionless Fidu. Of the large amount of weapons confiscated in Mudstone Town previously, Team Number 2 hadn't taken them away. After discussing, Anxi and Fidu decided to gift all of them to the refuge station as a minor compensation since they couldn't stay behind to help. It took them 2 trips back and forth to move all the weapons into the empty armory on the 8th floor. When they left the station for the first time, they had stolen quite a bit from here, now returning several times more. After completing these tasks and just as they were about to ascend the stairs, they met Binge, who was holding a stack of clothes. Anxi instantly recognized it as the windproof travel suit he had casually discarded in the storage room on the 2nd floor during his initial infiltration. Taking the neatly folded clothes from Binge, cleaned and exuding a familiar disinfectant smell, he felt somewhat embarrassed looking down. At least there was an opportunity to say goodbye this time. He joked, clean as it is, it'll get dirty within half an hour outside. Binge also lowered his head hesitantly and replied, then, it really is a terrible place. Anxi nodded fervently, exactly. Binge looked up, and both recognized each other's familiar eyes. Anxi quickly said, you mustn't cry, once you start, I can't hold back. Binge wiped his eyes with the back of his hand and said, what nonsense, it should be you who isn't supposed to cry. They both started laughing awkwardly, quickly turning into a sobbing embrace with no dignity. Anxi cried, Wawa. Fidu stood silently, watching. Binge cried out as well, come back anytime you wish. Whenever. Waha. Anxi called out tearfully, Bingi, wah. Fidu's forehead veins popped, grabbing the collar at the back of Anxi's neck, that's enough. Let's go already. When Anxi was lifted upstairs, Yan Wang was delivering the final chapter of his farewell speech as a devoted fan. For me, and for all of you here, and even those outside, the name Yaweli does not merely represent another bounty hunting group in the wasteland. It once stood for order amid chaos, perseverance amid injustice, and justice amid collapse. It has garnered much admiration, respect, tears, and sacrifice. A group of strong men from Yaweli were moved to tears, whereas the thin and weak residents of the refugee station remained expressionless. But today, I have to admit, even though this team was born and strengthened because of Ming Team and grew into the form we recognize and remember, it was also inevitably destroyed by Ming Team's death. Every member has a very distinct character and ability, gathered originally because of one person, and continued to struggle for survival after that person passed away, but it was merely a hollow shell without a soul. So today is the day we bid farewell. He raised the iconic golden sharp claw emblem to his lips, may the blade be ever at your side. Everyone echoed in unison, may the blade be ever at your side. May the blade be ever at your side, said the wasteland in a low voice. Anxi looked up at him, and Fedu also looked over. His expression was visibly moved as he explained, this means that you can hunt for food to survive, repel enemies with fangs who thirst for blood, and protect what you cherish. Thus, the renowned Yaweli bounty hunting group of the wasteland disintegrated, marking the end of an era. After that day, most members chose to go solo, while a few, after negotiating with the refuge station, stayed on as warriors. Members who had directly or indirectly participated in harming or killing refuge station residents were originally confined to the lounge on the 5th floor, but during the night of the 2nd day, a group of unforgiving refuge station residents broke into the lounge and killed them all. The refuge station intended to cover up the incident without thoroughly investigating the killers, and since Yaweli no longer existed, the matter was left unresolved. Yan Wang formed a new bounty hunting troop with several old comrades and set off together with Feng Yan, who was returning to the Fan City market. Fetu and Anxi traveled with them for a few days and then parted ways at a fork in the route, moving forward in different directions. Their destination was the Starry Sea. A few days later. On this day, it was overcast and windless. Wearing only their hoods and breathing masks, with no windproof goggles, Anshi squinted into the distance and asked, "Why is the route always different?" At first, he thought it was simply because he got lost easily and couldn't remember the way. After all, under the vast desert sands, he often followed Fedu with his head down, so not recognizing the road seemed normal enough. But now, facing this thing, he had definitely never seen it before. A roller coaster track stretched across a full kilometer of the wasteland stood before them. Although its ends had collapsed, it still presented a magnificent sight, frozen in time like the skeleton of a giant dragon. Fedu didn't seem surprised at all, explaining, "Can't help it, when the dust storms pass through, the surface changes a lot, so we can only rely on the compass for a rough route, but direction is skewed by the magnetic field too, and it's not every day the weather is good enough to see the stars." "The stars look amazing," Anshi exclaimed immediately, "but what is this?" He stared at the large sign on the ground for a long time, unable to recognize the characters, until he heard Fedu snicker and say, "This way." It was then that Anshi realized he'd been looking at it backward. With a flustered face, he walked around to the front. 5 flags. Amusement park, Anshi read out loud, "What's an amusement park?" Fedu replied listlessly, "A place where people used to go out and play, kind of like playing games." Before he finished speaking, Anshi had already taken a step inside, only to be stopped by Fedu. "What are you doing? You delayed us half a day yesterday just because you wanted to check out some parking lot." "It wasn't a parking lot, it was a car market." Anshi retorted, "Didn't you like that red one?" It was around this time yesterday when Fedu was standing in a drafty car showroom pretending to introduce a squat red sports car whose engine had been stolen. He offered, "How about it, sir? Excellent performance, don't you want to take it for a spin?" Anshi activated his skill, puppy dog eyes, meekly begging, "Please. Just have a look." Before Fedu could add anything else, Anshi had already hopped over to a long-abandoned ice cream stand and tilted his head examining it. Fedu glanced at his watch with a scowl and said, "Only half an hour, got it?" Anshi nodded furiously and hurried toward the center of the amusement park. First, he walked halfway around the collapsed Ferris wheel, wanting to enter a viewing cabin but abandoned the idea when he found the door was rusted shut and Fedu wouldn't help. Fedu stood behind him with his hands behind his back, casually saying, "Even if you climb this thing, you'll only see more sand anyway, nothing special about it." Unbothered, Anshi soon spotted a pirate ship nearby. After reading its introduction, he asked, "Is this thing really a ship? So, does the circular boat look like this too?" Fedu inspected the almost entirely rotted wooden ship and said, "Not a chance, it doesn't even have a sealed compartment or an anti-gravity instrument, how would you operate it?" Anshi circled to the front of the ship and pointed excitedly at the mermaid carved there, exclaiming, "There's a mermaid here." Fedu inwardly thought, "You know about mermaids, right?" But when he rounded to the front, he saw the mermaid actually had a snake tail, a grotesque face with snake-headed hair hissing tongues, and a trident in her hand. "What misunderstanding do you have about mermaids?" The carousel turned out to be the best preserved attraction in the entire amusement park. Though the tin roof had peeled off, ignoring that detail made it still appear decent overall. Anshi climbed over the railing, picked a unicorn that retained faint hints of its original colors, and sat astride it. "Will it turn?" Anshi asked. Fedu walked around the ticket booth, found an emergency generator, but it was completely drained of power, so he could only shrug helplessly. "Well, there's nothing we can do about it then." Anshi climbed down from the horse. Unexpectedly, after just a few steps, the sound of creaking followed. Within 15 seconds, the entire carousel collapsed right before their eyes in terror. In the following days, the weather remained fine, the low-lying acid rain clouds shielded the ozone hole, and although the air pressure was extremely low, there was no wind. They passed by chimneys standing tall in factories, fields full of fallen windmills that once generated electricity, and opulent holiday resorts that had now become territories for mutated roaches. Now, they stood at the edge of a colossal pit where layers upon layers of rock caves spiraled within. About 200 meters in diameter, shaped like a funnel tapering downward, its depth was unpredictable. Anshi couldn't contain his excitement. "What is this? Why have I never seen it before?" Fedu let out a tisk sound and said, "You didn't open your eyes when you walked before, I was the one pulling you along." Anshi, awestruck by its magnificence, remarked, "It looks like a crater formed by a meteorite strike." Fedu responded, "Which meteorite leaves such neat craters?" "This is a mine pit. Don't stay too long here, it's usually hollow underneath, earthquakes are frequent recently, and the surface could collapse easily." By sunset that day, they approached the rest station they were about to lodge at, but before that, they encountered a church. Or rather, the ruins of a church. Fedu had grown accustomed to playing tour guide, introducing actively, a church. "Is this also a church? It doesn't look quite the same as the one we saw in Mudstone Town." Anshi indeed forgot his fatigue again and became happy. The church in Mudstone Town was a typical small-town church, incomparable in scale and grandeur to this one. This majestic stone structure retained only a relatively complete front facade, a large central arch flanked symmetrically by 2 side entrances. The wooden doors had decayed and disappeared. The main body and lateral stone walls of the church had completely collapsed into rubble, leaving only some pillars and pedestals outlining its former size. Even this remaining facade was riddled with cracks, looking as though it might collapse at the slightest push. Feta pointed to a row of large arched windows on the second floor wall. These places used to have stained glass windows, those colorful glasses that made sunlight filter through in various colors. Anshi looked up for a while, an expression of yearning on his face, asking, "But how do you know all these?" Feta blinked slowly, saying, "My mother used to tell me about these things often." Her refuge station had preserved quite a few pre-radiation era materials. Though the church no longer had any walls, the two still entered through its precarious main entrance. Passing through the absent church hall, a massive brass organ lay smashed at the end of the great hall, beneath which was a roughly buried cross statue, with a pulpit standing in front. For some reason, this iron pulpit turned out to be the most intact part of the whole church, standing steadily in place as if someone had always been standing there witnessing everything. Anshi wandered around and asked, "So the church was a place people gathered in the past?" Feta replied, "Yes, also a place where people prayed, and conversed with God." Anshi turned his face over, asking, "God?" In this age of fading faith, religion inevitably went to extremes. Most people quickly became passive atheists, while a small portion shifted toward extreme fervor. However, regardless of either group, it was already unrelated to the gods of old. The new order needed new deities. Yet, there was a popular saying on the wasteland, if new gods had a residence, it would be in Zomodi. After all, the Buddhist term Zomodi represented Eden, the Western paradise, and was currently the only place still under divine favor. As Feta watched Anshi stand in front of the pulpit, he suddenly remembered something, asking, "Do you know what churches were also used for in the past?" Anshi looked over curiously and shook his head. Feta cleared his throat and said, "Churches were also used as wedding venues. The newlyweds would stand where you are now. Behind the pulpit would be a priest who would ask both parties if they agreed to marry each other, and if both agreed, the priest would declare them married." Anshi's face lit up. "This priest is so amazing, they can announce others' relationships like that. Then I want to be a priest too." What kind of reasoning led to such a conclusion? Feta's face darkened as he continued, "Then the priest would announce that they exchange rings and then kiss." The idea of kissing was already familiar to Anshi, who asked, "What are rings?" Fetyu formed a circle with his thumb and forefinger and said, "A silver ring this big, worn on the finger. If you wear it, others will know you've made a covenant with someone." "Oh." Anshi thought for a moment before asking, "Won't wearing a ring affect how your finger feels when you're shooting?" Fetyu had an exasperated look on his face as he nodded seriously, "Yes, that's true." The two then continued walking along the colonnade that used to encircle the rear garden. Anshi still eyed the front of the church worriedly, saying, "There's literally just one wall standing. It looks like it might fall down any time. Will it crush people?" Fetyu scanned the visible area for kilometers and found no sign of human presence. He chuckled, "What are you worried about?" Anshi furrowed his brow in thought, then his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Ah! I know. You stay here and wait for me." He quickly ran dozens of meters to the side of the church. Fetyu was just about to follow him when Anshi waved him off. Anshi pulled out an oval-shaped object about the size of his palm from his waistband, pulled its pin, and threw it forcefully. Fetyu froze in place. "What?" Seeing Anshi crouch and cover his ears, Fetyu belatedly realized what was happening and covered his own ears. This self-made grenade was a small trinket taught to Anshi by Yen Wang. Though not particularly powerful, it still unleashed an earth-shaking roar. The lone remaining stone wall of the precarious building couldn't withstand the blast and collapsed as expected, its crumbling dust extinguishing the firelight. Against the backdrop of the collapse of humanity's highest civilization structure, Anshi grinned mischievously as he came running back to Fetyu, holding up the silvery pin of the grenade and handing it to him. "Here's your ring," he said. Fetyu took off his glove and slid the pin onto his middle finger, where it felt slightly loose. "It can be adjusted later tonight," Anshi dismissed nonchalantly. Fetyu nodded silently, unable to speak. Curious, Anshi asked, "Isn't this the part where we should kiss?" Fetyu looked down at him. They had walked for half a day already, leaving Anshi's face dusty and gray, but his eyes remained unusually bright and beautiful. Fetyu suddenly pulled Anshi into a tight embrace, causing Anshi to try and raise his head to look. Fetyu held his nape firmly and pressed him closer to his chest. Anshi waved his arms frantically, "MMMMMM. I can't breathe." Fetyu gazed over Anshi's head at the wasteland. Day after day, year after year, he had walked through this land so many times. And yet, he had never noticed before how this scorched land could also possess such a distinct and extreme beauty. Now, all bleakness had become grandeur, and all grandeur had turned into celebration. Chapter 56, The End of the Journey. "Anshi, do you feel how hot it is?" "Fei too, you're just noticing the heat now." Anshi unbuttoned her shirt and fanned her neck with her hand, saying, "No, this isn't the usual heat from the sun, it's hotter than usual." Fei too was already used to the high temperatures during the day, but after Anshi mentioned it, he suddenly felt the sweltering heat as well. Nevertheless, he still muttered, "Stop whining. You're not thinking about resting again, are you?" "It's not that." Anshi protested loudly, then suddenly exclaimed, "What's that?" Fei too complained under his breath, "What is?" But when he looked in the direction Anshi pointed, he also saw something bright at the horizon. It appeared as if something had caught fire. He pulled out his binoculars for a closer look. In the distance, the ground seemed ablaze with fiery red colors, resembling incandescent filaments. Confused, Fei Tu mumbled, how could sand catch fire? Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Fei Tu realized that they were supposed to reach Sumodi port before nightfall, but taking a detour might delay them even further. He said, let's just head there and check it out. The two continued walking toward the direction of the flames for over half an hour. The burning heat became increasingly noticeable, pressing against their faces. Suddenly, Fei Tu let out an ah and removed his breathing mask, wrinkling his nose while muttering, as I thought. Anshi glanced at him curiously and mimicked his action. However, she inhaled sharply and immediately recoiled, shouting, what is this? What smell is this? Fei Tu readjusted his mask and said, it smells like sulfur. That's not a fire, it's lava. Anshi froze for a moment before asking after a long pause, lava, isn't that something deep inside the earth? Why would it be here on the surface? Fei Tu was initially going to explain, but upon seeing Anshi's eager expression, asked sarcastically, do you want to see it? Unsurprisingly, Anshi nodded enthusiastically. When they got close enough, the full scope of the landscape came into view. Streams of molten lava crisscrossed the ground, resembling crimson knife wounds or dazzling tattoos etched into the charred earth. They lay almost motionless across the blackened terrain, transforming what was once a monotonous expanse of sand and stone into an alien wasteland. However, the rivers of molten rock weren't stationary, they burned incessantly with an unstoppable ferocity, relentlessly consuming everything in their path. Whether rocks or life, anything they encountered was devoured mercilessly. A black crust formed on their surfaces only to be slowly ruptured by the growing crimson core beneath, much like monsters bursting forth from cracked skin, issuing defiant roars toward the sky. It didn't resemble Earth anymore. Both donned protective glasses and were spellbound by the sight. Anshi asked, how much farther do we have to go? Not far theoretically, Fei Tu replied. After answering, he remembered to take out the topographical scanner and compass for comparison. Both had been completely captivated by the lava streams, unaware that Sumodi was already within reach. Through the binoculars, they could already see dense fleets of airships filling the skies, their vast number stretching endlessly into the horizon. Seeing such a scene, Anshi couldn't help but feel excited. They had been making their way towards Sumodi circuitously since leaving the shelter station around a year ago, and finally, it was truly within sight. Anshi suggested, why don't we stop circling around and proceed cautiously straight ahead? Thus, braving the extreme heat, the duo carefully navigated through the lava flows, seeking stable solidified edges on which to walk. However, barely minutes passed when a tremendous explosion sounded nearby. The fissures erupted from the immense pressure underground, spraying sparks all over. Fei Tu hastily remarked, all right, too dangerous. Though surrounded by such brilliant lava light, the gradual darkening of the skies went unnoticed. The two wound their way along the outskirts of the volcanic fractures, until hunger began to protest within their bellies. Glancing at his watch, Fei Tu realized it was getting late. Fortunately, due to the intense heat and brightness surrounding the lava, they encountered no mutated creatures along the way. Continuing on foot for nearly another hour, the sounds of bubbling lava faded behind them. Suddenly, Fei Tu grabbed Anshi by the arm in excitement, did you hear that? Having walked for so long, Anshi was utterly exhausted and responded listlessly, huh? Fei Tu placed a finger to his lips signaling silence, listen. Can you hear the sound of the sea? Involuntarily, Anshi stopped breathing altogether. At first, she heard nothing, but gradually, her ears detected faint whispers of sound, a subtle shuffling akin to distant waves. He slowly exhaled, then quietly filled his lungs with oxygen again, finally catching up to the rhythm of these sounds, wave after wave, the sound of seawater crashing against the shore. But the sky was too dark, and so was the sea, making it impossible to tell where the land ended and the ocean began. Fita squatted down and asked Anshi to shine an emergency light while he pulled out his night vision goggles from the bag and handed them to Anshi, saying, wear this. The moment Anshi put them on, he immediately complained, what is this? Everything's green. Fita ignored his protests and pulled the hood over Anshi's head, saying, I don't want you to trip in the dark. Then he added, almost regretfully, so we don't fall behind schedule. Anshi yanked the hood off, muttering, there hasn't been any sunlight for ages now. He trudged along clumsily for a while, gradually getting used to the resolution of the night vision goggles. With everything bathed in green, he followed Fita onward. Finally, when Anshi moved close enough to clearly see that the bright spots in the sky were not stars but Luke ships, the sound of the waves was no longer just hitting his eardrums, it felt like they were slamming directly into his chest. Fita suddenly ripped off Anshi's night vision goggles, revealing the sea and Sumodi before Anshi's very eyes. Anshi thought nothing could shock him as much as the starry sky again. But here, there was a most peculiar night sky, indeed, it was the entire sky. On the outermost ring floated various kinds of small private Luke ships, resembling space debris captured halfway by the stars. Within that, larger Luke ships hovered densely, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands, forming a dazzling ring like satellites, and at the core, the one that looked almost too distant to make out, was the central city of Sumodi. The size of a single floatship was comparable to an island, blocking the sun endlessly with lights glowing day and night, denser and brighter than the starry sky, so radiant that the moon couldn't be seen even on clear days. A new continent. A new planet. Fida didn't say anything either, standing shoulder to shoulder with Anshi looking at this magnificent view. Where they stood was also illuminated. Not far away, large amounts of magma that had gathered underground found its outlet on this steep cliff, creating an endless great lava waterfall, continuously pouring scorching geothermal heat into the cold sea. To their left stood a billboard, great a scenic spot, oceanfront viewing of lava waterfall with a combo package for diving tours through undersea stone sculptures. Anshi stood rooted to the spot, staring dumbfounded at all this. His brain hadn't caught up yet processing all the information. A boat rental salesman already approached him. He loudly announced the name of his brokerage firm to Fidu, only to find the other party showed no reaction. However, soon the ship vendor quickly resumed his professional attitude, enthusiastically introducing the discounted goods. More ship vendors joined in as well. But Anshi didn't hear a single word. He seemed lost in the boundless black sea, lost in this limitless grandeur. Was the human world of old so magnificent? He had only ever seen dead Luocheng, believing it to be the pinnacle of industrial civilization. Strangely, he didn't feel sad, nor sorrowful. Yet he shed tears peacefully. But no one noticed, not even himself, as if he had shrunk into a grain of sand on this wasteland, eagerly wanting to be carried away by the sea. At that moment, however, the first boat vendor whistled and fired a flare, pointing to one among the countless loop ships, asking, "This one, how about this one?" The glaring flare lit up the entire nearby sea, giving colors and details to the loop ships and the ocean, brimming with vitality. Anshi's pupils dilated, his shoulders slumped, and he exhaled all the air from his lungs, the remaining tears on his cheeks gleaming in the light. He stared blankly at Fidu, who happened to glance back at him just then, surprisingly not asking about his tears. The flare went out, and the boat vendor waited a long time without hearing a response from Fidu, so he asked, "How about it? You can go aboard for a look first, right? I'll have someone bring it closer." Fidu looked at Anshi again, but shook his head and said, "Never mind, let me check further." Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the once arrogant boat merchant paused, then changed his tone, saying, No, take a look first, okay? Is it too expensive? We can negotiate the price." Fidu hesitated, taking a half step forward but stopping unsurely. Anshi wiped his face and walked to stand beside him. The boat vendor then blew an even longer whistle, which echoed in the night sky. Other vendors disappointedly retreated. Within 15 minutes, the loop ship was driven to the shore. The entire hull wasn't too large, elegant and simple in design, small almost to the point of being cute. Anshi absent-mindedly stepped onto the ship, following Fidu like a lost soul as the boat vendor introduced every part of the ship. The deck, engine, kitchen, and even a guest bedroom, once a servant's room. Anshi had never seen such living quarters before. It wasn't the crude and rugged survival tools he was used to but was instead filled with colorful decorations made from various materials, some seemingly without much meaning. It wasn't just alloy heat-proof panels paired with double-glazed windows, there was also a beige curtain hanging there. It wasn't just a food preparation countertop, there was also a wooden table decorated with faux wood grain patterns along with 2 chairs. It wasn't just silver-gray storage iron racks, there was an ornate glass door cabinet with delicate floral edges. And then there was the bedroom, not the space-saving bunk beds at the evacuation stations, not the hard stone beds at rest stations, nor the deformed stretcher-like single beds in the marketplaces. Instead, it was a big and comfortable double bed, intricately carved with beautiful headboards. The ceiling of the bedroom connected directly to the bow of the ship's deck, which had an openable transparent air window. After the entire introduction was over, Fidu gave the boat vendor a curt nod with a cold face and said, "Let us discuss it." The boat vendor shrugged, indicating no problem, and walked out of the cabin. Fidu pulled Anshi aside and asked quietly, "How about it?" To his surprise, Anshi lifted his tear-filled eyes, choking on his words for a long time, unable to speak. Fidu felt awkward and swallowed, saying, So you regret it? It's not even as big as your evacuation station's generator room." But Anshi interrupted him, "Wah. I love it so much. It's incredibly cool." Fidu's face flushed red immediately. He covered Anshi's mouth angrily, "Quiet down. If you keep shouting like that, I won't be able to bargain." Suddenly, the ship vendor called them outside, and the two followed him to the stern deck. He slid open a nearby control panel and introduced, "This ship was originally a birthday gift for the youngest son of a noble lord from Zumodi. I can't tell you who exactly, but mentioning his name would certainly shock you. But the young master only used it for a few years before exchanging it for a larger vessel, so there are actually many features unavailable on regular ships. For instance, this one, it has a holographic projector that can screen outdoor movies on good weather nights and is also capable of projecting electronic pets." And just like that, Anshi was completely smitten. Chapter 57, the final chapter, a new beginning. After an hour and a half of relentless haggling, the boat merchant finally left with a grey face. Fedu's wasteland enthusiasm seemed lacking, but as soon as the boat merchant was gone, he triumphantly propped up his leg, ready to boast to Anshi. To his fury, however, Anshi was already asleep in the chair, drooling profusely. Fedu reached out to pull Anshi's ear, but in the end, he just touched his hair before withdrawing his hand. Even though they were only at the very edge of Humoidi, a place name, the afterglow of the newborn star still illuminated this area. The whole floating city seemed to have no concept of night, instead enjoying the cool evening without interference from mutated creatures. In the distance, voices of people chatting and laughing could be heard, while far away there was also a magnificent scene of a lava waterfall. The land of Fetu was pitch black, looking extremely distant. All the procedures for transferring the boat houses and renting spaces were completed overnight. Fetu was handed over to a sallow-faced technician who began explaining the basic usage knowledge of the looped boat without any fluctuation in tone. By the time he had listened to Looped Boat User Guidelines 1.3, he was already feeling dizzy. All the words flowed directly out of his right ear and continuously fell, until Fetu finally kicked and she awake and told him to attend the class, then lay on one side pretending to be dead. Unfortunately, having and she attend the class wasn't such a wise decision either. He started asking unrelated questions while listening. May I ask what horsepower the power engine is? So if we change the clean water cycle to solar-powered, wouldn't it save a lot? Can a full holographic projection use a power amplifier to change the appearance of the ship? I just saw an advertisement outside for ships like this. Since we already have a launch source. The training personnel dropped a brick-thick practical guide for the looped boat, then fled with a grey face. Finally, only Fetu and she remained on the ship, in their new home filled with only sample furniture. Fetu glanced around. There was a bed, food and water in the bag, and some pen refills remaining. They would go out tomorrow during the day to research the locations of various supply stations. Although dawn was fast approaching, there was nothing urgent at the moment. He watched and she in the cockpit, poking around aimlessly, without much real feeling. They had longed for this thing for too long, a process long and arduous that it was almost impossible to recall. But the actual acquisition was so ordinary. Was this real? Or just a dream? A small circulatory boat, far away from dust, insects, and rats. The air was humid, and there was even a little lamb. Speaking of which, the little lamb. Fetu called out, and she, do you want to try plugging in the little lamb? He could almost see and she's ears perk up immediately, pointing straight toward the sky. He rushed to the deck, took out the electronic pet, removed the dust cover from the base, and plugged it into the connection disk for the holographic projection. And she waited attentively, looking everywhere for where the lamb might appear. Fetu rolled his eyes, and she, who could dismantle and reassemble bioenergy generators at will, was nervous enough to forget to turn on the power. He extended his arm around and she's shoulder and lightly turned on the switch for the projection device. After an almost imperceptible hiss of electricity, a life-sized white lamb appeared on the deck. And she screamed, covering his mouth with his hands for fear of startling the little lamb. It was already a year old, barely half as tall as a person. Its 2 ears flopped down lazily, and its head sported a pair of tender horns. Covered in creamy white curls, its hooves and tail were spotless. It shook its head and turned around, softly, ba-ing. And she went wild with joy. Lamb. The lamb is so cute. Oh my. Fetu was startled. Why are you crying again? And she suddenly turned and threw himself at him, grabbing his waist and wiping tears on his chest. New home. Our new home is so beautiful. And you gave not only me a home, but the little lamb a home as well. Fetu coughed uncomfortably and said, what's so special about it? And she laughed through his tears, the sea is also so beautiful. Fetu touched his hair, smiling and saying, beautiful, isn't it? Look. And she lifted his head, loosened his arms, and gazed beyond the deck. The sky was brightening, with cool and salty breezes floating in the air. Clouds stacked upon clouds covered the sky, transitioning from indigo to pink, welcoming the new day's sun. The surface of the sea sparkled like crumpled parchment paper soaked in rain, its spots more numerous than stars in the sky. How miraculous, and she thought, the whole world seemed so desolate, yet the sea remained this blue, exactly like in the movies he had watched. It was so tranquil and accommodating that even the scorching, fierce lava pouring into it would vanish without a trace, like a spoonful of sugar dissolving in a cup of water to become sugary water, while a spoonful of sugar thrown into the sea would still leave it as seawater. Thinking this way, he glanced back at the wasteland behind him. Even with just a little distance from the shore, the wasteland had already become so distant and unfamiliar, resembling a patch of desert within an oasis, abrupt and strange. No wonder the people in the main city of Humoidi had completely forgotten about them, forgotten the continent, forgotten the other half of humanity. As he furtively observed Fetu standing beside him, he suddenly noticed a silver ring on the ring finger of his left hand, unable to resist pulling at him. Fetu seemed lost in thought, only reacting when pulled, asking quietly, so? And she said, so what? Fetu slowly inhaled and said, do you really think this place is good? The boat is actually quite small, and unlike being on land where you can wander freely. The sea will get boring in 2 days, much like the wasteland. If you visit the main city, you'll see how luxurious it truly is. And she tugged at his hand, forcing Fetu to look over, and wrapped an arm around his neck, kissing him. And she secretly opened his eyes to look at him. Compared to when he first met Fetu, he hadn't changed much, still handsome, but the sense of unreachable remoteness had disappeared. Even if Fetu wore a blank expression, and she could tell whether he was happy, unhappy, angry, or shy. And she felt like he might really love him. Now, with just a tilt of his head, he could kiss the corner of Fetu's mouth. They were going to live together for a long time in the future. Maybe here, maybe somewhere else, what difference did it make? The world was vast, there would always be new beautiful scenery to see. The first rays of sunlight broke over the horizon, casting thousands of kilometers of golden red ripples across the ocean. The boundless sea surface gradually merged the fading starlight with the rising red clouds, with the red sunlight making even the magma seem pale in comparison. And she interlaced his fingers tightly through Fedu's, touching the silver ring, saying, I won't get tired of looking at sunrises and sunsets, I still like them so much. Fedu slightly turned his head, his Adam's apple moving. Fortunately, and she didn't look up to see his current expression. And she continued, this ranks among my top 3 romantic moments. Fedu asked, what are the first and second? And she said, second is the last time you took me to see fireworks. Fedu couldn't help laughing. During that time in Luo City when they encountered dual tornadoes, everyone embraced their deaths watching the entire city flattened. Countless electronics and generators were swept up into the sky, exploding in fiery bursts as Fedu told Anshi, come watch the fireworks. After Fedu laughed for a bit, he asked again, and the first? And she replied without hesitation, the first is the day you brought me away from the shelter station, we watched the sunset atop a hill. It was the first time in my life I saw the sun, and the first time I saw it set. I thought at the time, why is something so beautiful also so dangerous? Direct exposure burns the skin, direct gaze injures the eyes, and only those brief minutes during sunrise and sunset does its beauty present itself safely for appreciation. Fedu smirked and teased, you're declaring to the sunrise that your favorite moment is actually the sunset, how could that work? And she laughed as well. Half of the sun had already risen above the horizon when Fedu suddenly asked, do you know what I think is the most romantic moment? And she immediately perked up, his eyes wide open, staring at him. Fedu never said these kinds of things, often unwilling to even make an extra expression. Fedu said, at the time, all I thought about was completing the last high-reward mission so I could come to Humoidi and buy a boat. Then I got critically injured, with no food or teammates, thinking this was it. I felt so regretful, I had almost succeeded. And then, I was actually saved by a shelter station. When I woke up, I opened my eyes and saw a tiny, thin big-eyed white lamb by my side feeding me its drinking water. During its escape attempt, all the water spilled, but it didn't even notice. And she's face turned beet red, stuttering, why you're lying. You didn't like me back then. Fedu tilted his head innocently, when did I say I liked you? Not only back then, what makes you think I like you now? And she froze for a moment before baring his teeth, attempting to look as menacing as possible. Fedu burst out laughing. And she crumpled his features, breathing heavily in anger. After Fedu laughed for a bit, he cleared his throat, all right, seriously. And she threatened, you'd better tell me properly. All right, he turned his body towards Anshi, the sun rising behind him, swallowing his smile in the boundless morning light, the most romantic thing is when I took you to Turthi, and you called it, home, ... The end . Chapter 58, Paradox Interlude, Rest Stay at the Fan City Market. The timeline is about a year after their separation when they agreed to meet again, and this time Hofur went offline. The first day of Fedu's departure. Rest cried while squatting in a corner of Feng Yanan's stall, who kept chatting with customers and doing business as usual, her face calm. The second day. Rest was still crying. The third day. With puffy eyes, Rest put up a sign that read, Home Appliances and Weapons Maintenance and Upgrade, Grand Opening, all services at 20% off. The fourth day. When Feng Yanan went out to see patients, Rest welcomed his first customer. The customer was smooth-talking, and Rest, unfamiliar with prices, got scammed. The fifth day. Rest greeted his second customer, who requested an on-site repair service. Rest accepted it. Following the map through 7 twists and turns, he arrived at a remote residence. The room was dim and filled with a strange smell. While Rest repaired the equipment, the customer stood in the shadow behind him, staring at him intently, making grinding sounds from time to time, which made Rest's scalp tingle. Feeling increasingly cold and his hair standing on end, Rest finally finished just in time when he suddenly saw, through the reflection of the aluminum-lined water tank, a row of bottles placed in the corner. Inside the bottles were various organs preserved as specimens. Turning his head for a closer look, Rest's hands shook so much he almost fell to the ground. With great difficulty, he finally fixed the device. Tidying up his package, Rest stood up and softly said, New store discount, 80% off, 24 pens. The customer looked darkly at him, silent, then suddenly took a step forward. Rest immediately freaked out, letting out an, ah, before turning around and running, but in panic, instead of heading towards the door, he mistakenly turned into another inner room. The lighting in the inner room was even darker, and upon entering, Rest knew he'd taken the wrong direction. Suddenly, he noticed on the bedside a skeletal figure, emaciated with nutrient tubes inserted all over its body. Rest, Aayawiawa. The skeleton abruptly started coughing due to sudden constriction in its lungs. Tears streaming down his cheeks, Rest fled wildly, leaving the money uncollected. The second week. Rest had finalized the first version of his price list. Over 2 weeks, he earned less than 50 pencords. If things kept going like this, he wouldn't be able to pay the rent at the end of the month. The third week. Holding the rent he managed to gather halfway together, Rest walked back to his secluded living place only to be blocked by several travelers demanding robbery. Rest lost all the pen cords he had earned since opening his store and wiped his tears for a long while afterward. Several months later. Rest already owned a small stall of his own, with a total area of only 2 square meters. The uncle from the neighboring stall, "Hey. Anshi isn't crying today?" Rest. "Uncle, when you first came, you cried every day, even when helping the doctor collect payment, terrifying the customers." Rest. "Enough. I only cried for 2 days. Uncle, ha ha ha, clearly a week. Tee-hee-hee." Soon a customer arrived, bargaining tirelessly over the price. Rest calmly replied, "Don't think of cheating, this costs no less than 15 pen cords, no more calculation." At noon, when closing the store, passing by the doctor's stall to greet her. "Fong Yanan, yo, Anshi taking a break in the afternoon?" Rest, "Not exactly, I'm going to District D. The water pipes in the public bathhouse burst." Fong Yanan, "Work hard, let's have dinner together tonight." Rest, eyes sparkling, "Sure, sure." 1 year later. Rest, holding an iron box, arrived at the stall, skipping and humming songs along the way. Everyone has come to know him, Anshi seems in a pretty good mood today. Rest, excitedly muffled, "Today my wife is coming." All bystanders spurt out water laughing, "You have a wife too?" Rest, yeah, doctor told me that if 2 people get married, then she is my wife, we're going to sumo Thai to get married. Crowd, even the doctor starts lying to kids, the world really can't be saved anymore. Rest, "Hey. Passerby, how come we've never seen her? People can go to sumo Thai already, how could they possibly take notice of someone like you after such a long time, I bet they're long gone." Passerby B, "That's true, probably Sumathai's noble lords already got their hands on her." Rest snarled and hissed, "CSI, hulu lulu lulu." Crowds, "Haha, don't be sad, Anshi is so cute, definitely won't be abandoned." Rest, "I'm not cute. Whatever. Don't talk to you guys. You don't understand." After successfully arriving at Sumo Thai, Fida joined the main city's night squad and belonged to the same group as Jin Mao, who sold him the electronic sheep earlier. Jin Mao happened to recognize Anshi during a recent mission passing through Fan City Market and informed him about Fida's itinerary. Rest quietly packed his luggage, sat joyfully on his stall waiting for whoever dared to visit, claiming he was too busy to handle them. "Customer, you've been sitting there for 2 hours without moving. Anshi, meh, go away." By the afternoon, a large squad of Zamothi knights entered the market. Covered in dust but exuding an aura of grandeur, they drew involuntary stares from the people in the marketplace. One tall knight separated from the group and walked straight to Anshi's stall, stopping in front of him. Anshi tilted his head back and stared at him intently, blankly asking, "What do you want to buy?" Fida said, "Do you have those electronic pets that are useless but scary? Preferably a little lamb." Anshi nodded, then shook his head, "There's one that's handsome, strong, has long hair, and makes money. Do you want it?" Fida said, "It must be pretty expensive, right?" Anshi, "It is a bit pricey, but it's a limited edition, so it's worth it." The uncle from the neighboring stall chimed in, "It's definitely worth it." Everyone encouraged, "Buy it, buy it." Anshi suddenly remembered something and said, No, it's not expensive at all. You get pen cores when you buy the lamb." Everyone, "Huh." In the few days Anshi knew Fida would come, he sold everything he had except his consumables and toolbox, earning quite a sum of money, which he anxiously guarded day by day. He handed over the iron box filled with pen cores, turning over all his savings. Fida took it, weighed it in his hand, his expression slightly awkward. Anshi said, "What's wrong? Don't you like this thing? It's all for you." Fidu, "I don't actually like, never mind, I'll keep it for you." Anshi still gazed at him with bright eyes, fidgeting with his fingers, sweating nervously on his forehead. Fida glanced at him and asked, "What are you waiting for?" Anshi, "Meh." Fida yanked him out of the stall and planted a fierce kiss on his forehead, saying, "Why aren't you coming home with me right now?" Chapter 59, Bonus, Rainy Day. Under the high and seemingly undiminishing enthusiasm of Anshi, the circular boat had already been arranged in a quite orderly manner. However, his way of finding inspiration was somewhat peculiar, and she was always holding a telescope to spy on the decorations inside the passing ships next door, and he would even call Fei Tu over to comment together. "Getting caught will cause trouble," Fei Tu said with a grimace, "Your telescope keeps reflecting light, it can be seen from far away." And she reluctantly gave up and ran to the stern to talk to Xiao Yang. And she, Xiao Yang, what color do you like?" Xiao Yang kept eating grass. And she, green, right? You see, the grass is green too. Let's paint the bedroom walls green. Xiao Yang continued to eat the non-existent grass. Fei Tu. Suddenly, Xiao Yang's figure wavered slightly, like an unstable signal due to low voltage. And she tilted her head and looked carefully, another subtle current rushed through Xiao Yang's body, seeping out a small round spot on the ground under its feet. And she said. "Ah." Fei Tu said. And she turned to look at him. Fei Tu stood barefoot on the deck in short sleeves and shorts, expressionlessly looking up at the sky, stretching out his palm and saying, "It's raining. Rain." And she also stood up, spreading out his arms to catch raindrops falling from who knows when. Fei Tu gestured, "Come in. The rain is too acidic, direct contact with the skin." Before he could finish speaking, and she already joyfully cried out, "It's raining." "Wow." Fei Tu struggled, "What did I tell you? Don't use your skin too directly." Having never seen rain before, and she couldn't listen at all, standing foolishly and staring at the clouds above with his mouth half open, wildly waving his arms, "The clouds are so thick and black, is it these clouds that make it rain?" Fei Tu abandoned verbal communication, directly picking she up by the waist onto his shoulder, kicking open the cabin door, and turning on the transparent weather protective cover, shielding the electrical appliances on the deck. And she wanted to jump up again and rush out, but was tightly held by the arm around his waist. And she, "Let me go, I want to see the rain." Fei Tu pulled the curtain with one hand and said, "Watch this way." Just as if to cooperate with his words, a drop of rainwater perfectly splashed on the window, and she immediately forgot to struggle, reaching out to touch the water trace left by the raindrop sliding down the glass. And there. Fei Tu pointed to the air vent on top of the bedroom, where several water flowers had splashed, quickly turning the curved glass hood into a kaleidoscope. "Oh oh oh oh." And she immediately cheered up, flopping onto the bed and taking over the middle, sprawling out. The flower-like shadows formed by the water drops divided she's face and neck into different colors. Fei Tu leaned against the door frame and watched him for a while, then went over and lay down beside him. Fei Tu rested his head on she's chest, his feet sticking out beyond the edge of the bed because of his height. The sea surface was starting to get windy, especially noticeable in the high altitude, making the entire ship sway lightly as if truly navigating the ocean. Fei Tu looked down, noticing she also had bare toes wiggling around, as if having a very good mood. Fei Tu privately found it amusing. Isn't this just like a child? It seemed that his assumption that she had grown up earlier was mistaken. His scent also smelled milky. He buried his nose in she's chest and sniffed again, leaning closer to his neck and inhaling deeply. And she trembled slightly, pulling his shoulders back and whispering, "What are you doing?" Fei Tu's nose brushed over his collarbone, mumbling unclearly, "Smells good, like you taste delicious." And she burst into laughter, ticklish. Fei Tu wrapped an arm around she's waist, placed his legs on top of she's, and carried him around like a large toy. And she laughed until he couldn't catch his breath, gasping, "Waist, ha ha ha, stop, ha ha ha, too ticklish." Only after she was tousled until his hair was a mess and his clothes were rolled up to his stomach did Fei Tu finally finish playing, arranging his arm as a pillow neatly, then resting his head on it again. And she still bore a blush of laughter on his face, turning his eyeballs to glance at him. A rain shadow fell right on his forehead. Fei Tu gently lifted himself and kissed his forehead. A drop of rain landed on his nose bridge. Fei Tu kissed his nose again, another drop diffused on his lips, so they exchanged a kiss. And she's chest rose and fell slightly as he asked, "Why did you stop kissing?" Fei Tu tapped on his chest, indicating for him to look at the traces of the raindrops, then bent down and kissed it. And she propped up his upper body and peeked, understanding at that moment, when another raindrop fell precisely on his navel. No. But the skin around the navel had already met Fei Tu's lips, causing involuntary tremors in the muscles of his abdomen. Fei Tu lay on top of him, looking up at him with strong arms propping him up beside she's waist, planting kisses wherever the shadows of water splashes appeared, complying with every request. And she's face turned red. He slightly pushed his body upward, hiding his face in the shadow outside the air window. The rain suddenly became heavier, falling densely on his lower abdomen. And she secretly clutched the sheet, his toes curling with anticipation. Fei Tu raised his head and gave him a seductive look that made his heart race. Light kisses trailed along below his navel and then teeth even licked a small patch of skin on his abdomen. And she swallowed hard, his breathing gradually becoming more rapid. Fei Tu kissed his groin through his pants, letting out an ambiguous hum. And she complained, "What are you doing?" Fei Tu glanced at him from under lowered brows teasingly and said, "You're getting hard so fast." And she said, because you kissed me." Fei Tu said, "I only kissed you once." And she's neck slowly turned red as well, mumbling, then kiss me some more." Fei Tu smiled again when hearing this, blowing warm breath on his sensitive area. Before she could speak, his lower body was teased through the fabric. The words yet to leave his lips turned into moans. Fei Tu took off his shorts, and she's erect penis springing up. Fei Tu gripped it with his hand, stretching his fingers to measure, asking, "Did it grow a little?" And she writhed impatiently against the bedsheet, No, I don't know." Fei Tu seemed completely oblivious to his urgency, swinging the base of the shaft left and right before stroking all the way from root to tip seriously. He said, "It really did get longer, see." He paused and said, "Oops, it's leaking." And she involuntarily moved his hips, rubbing his erection in Fei Tu's palm. Fei Tu gripped his erection, lifting his eyes to gaze at she while leaning down and bringing his lips close to the front of the shaft. His tongue peeked out, just waiting for she to thrust his hips forward to make contact. Ugh, and she couldn't bear this dual stimulation of sight and touch much longer. His erection grew harder than ever, and the tip began secreting bright pre-cum fluid. Fei Tu loosened his grip slightly and said, hold on, if you ejaculate, we won't have anything else to play with. And she begged, let me come once. Fei Tu firmly refused, no. Fei Tu knelt straight, reaching back to remove his shirt, revealing a well-muscled upper body. Some light scars still lingered on his body, but she knew they would soon fade. Fei Tu noticed Shi's gaze, curved his lips, placing his hand on his chest to pinch his nipple while another ran over his neatly lined abs. Clearly defined fingers hooked onto the belt of his pants. Each button was carefully undone, and Shi stared intently until Fei Tu's stiff member sprang free. Involuntarily, he squeezed his legs together. The countless shadows of rain dissolved on Fei Tu's body. He looked like a flawless sun god statue in the rain-soaked shrine, yet exuded a dangerous erotic allure. Shi drew one leg back, using his toes to prod Fei Tu's member. Fei Tu freed both hands behind his back, kneeling with spread knees, presenting himself completely for Shi's whim. Shi swallowed again, using the sole of his foot to rub the heated rod twice before crawling toward Fei Tu on all fours, allowing complete freedom to Shi's whims excited him greatly. Due to the wind and rain, the temperature outside dropped suddenly, but inside this tiny circular boat cabin, it burned hot. Shi's fuzzy head moved to his chest, licking his nipples. His restless hand held onto Fei Tu's erection, circling the top with his palm, making Fei Tu let out a low groan involuntarily, which Shi noticed sharply, asking, is it comfortable? Fei Tu's hand stayed behind his back, but the domineering look he cast downward left no room for refusal, as though commanding everything under his control. He ordered, keep going. Excitement made Shi's tailbone tingle as he lowered his head. He wrapped his lips around his teeth, positioning his tongue on the ridges, moving up and down rhythmically. One hand pinched Fei Tu's firm buttocks while the other masturbated himself. After licking for a while, Shi raised his head and said, I want to. He locked eyes with Fei Tu biting his lower lip to hold back his pleasure. Pre-ejaculatory fluids had soaked the bedsheet. Shi continued, I want, you, lie down. Fei Tu raised his eyebrows but still obeyed. He laid fully naked in the center of the bed as Shi climbed atop him, squeezing his pectoral muscles together and positioning his erection in the gap between them. You little brat, Fei Tu said in a stunned tone, but he thought the sight of Shi sitting on his chest and grinding his hips was not bad at all. He let Shi play around for a while before patting his butt and saying, are you done yet? I told you if you come, there will be nothing left to play with. Shi's entire chest was flushed red, his gaze had already lost focus, showing a dazed expression as if he didn't know what day it was. Fei Tu held the base of his erection and tapped it against Shi's buttocks crack, and the lust filled Shi immediately obeyed by kneeling and lifting his hips, his hands fumbling around the root of his thighs searching for Fei Tu's penis. Fei Tu couldn't bear watching Shi grope blindly with his eyes closed, so he lifted one long leg and flipped him over beneath him. Then, he swiftly stood up along the edge of the bed, standing slightly apart with his legs near the bedside. He tightened his arms, grabbed Shi's legs, and dragged him to his front. His buttocks collided with Fei Tu's crotch. He positioned Shi's legs on his shoulders and steadily guided his erection into Shi's body. Shi let out an unrestrained moan and covered his mouth with his hand. Fei Tu slowly rocked his hips, pulling out slowly and then thrusting deeply back in, saying, now, no one is really around. You can make as much noise as you want. Then, he added, have I ever told you? The sound you make when calling out is especially lewd. Shi muttered unclearly, don't say that. Ah. Fei Tu indeed stopped talking and began pounding furiously. Unable to control himself, Shi kept shouting, ah, mixed with nasal tones and whining cries, as though unable to endure any more. No, I can't. It's unbearable. Shi cried. Just as he was about to climax inside him, Fei Tu suddenly stopped and lowered Shi's legs to the side of his waist, bending down to kiss him. Shi naturally extended his tongue to tangle with his, but Fei Tu only kissed briefly before withdrawing, saying, hug my neck. Shi's arms fell limply around Fei Tu's neck as he weakly replied, I have no strength. Fei Tu said, quickly, stop being childish. Shi could only embrace his neck, but then he was suddenly lifted off the bed. With one long stride, Fei Tu stepped out of the cabin onto the transparent protected bow deck, though the fierce rain blurred everything, Shi still tensed up tightly, closing his legs under the natural light. Fei Tu hissed, suffering from suicidal tendencies, are we? And as punishment, he thrust deeper into him, gritting his teeth. This deep thrust made Shi cry out again, hastily clamping his mouth shut and anxiously looking around left and right, fearing passing ships might discover them. Fei Tu teased him, do you think others are like you, grabbing binoculars to look everywhere? Before he finished speaking, he pressed Shi against the cabin door, scooping up his knee with his arm and started hammering hard from below, leaving no breathing space until Shi could barely stand and clung helplessly to him. Shi begged, no. I can't anymore. Ugh. Fei Tu deliberately asked, what can't you do? Saliva dripped down from the corner of Shi's mouth as he confessed honestly, too pleasurable. Fei Tu thrust deeply once more, asking, do you want to come? Shi nodded vaguely, having experienced multiple orgasms without ejaculation, both his body and brain couldn't handle the overwhelming sensations piled together. Fei Tu laid him on the ground, wrapping one hand around his waist while pulling his arm with the other. The rear entry position plunged especially deep, and within minutes, Anshi's cries became increasingly enticing, paying no heed whether anyone could hear them or not. Ah, 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 in this shrill and lustful scream, Anshi's fingers and thighs trembled, finally reaching climax as thick jets of semen intermittently sprayed onto the deck floor. Fei too, having been squeezed to heightened arousal, came inside him without even a chance to withdraw. They collapsed silently together, panting rapidly. The rain showed no sign of letting up, but the sound of rain seemed to break through the boundaries of their passion, creeping into their ears. Too exhausted to move a finger, Anshi hoarsely said, that was, too pleasurable. It was truly amazing how he could say such words without any shame, making Fei too find it amusing yet somewhat regretful. It always got messy after internal ejaculation and he hadn't been able to resist. Unexpectedly, Anshi continued, wow, you shot so much inside me, it feels good. Fei too almost choked on air, glaring at him. And she innocently asked, what's wrong? He blinked a few times as if realizing something, smiling and lifting his knees, saying, it will keep flowing during the shower. If I were female, I might get pregnant. Fei too loudly slapped his butt and fiercely said, not tired, huh? Should we continue, then? And she grinned and replied coyly, well, I'm willing. And she predictably started to whine, no, I can't do it. I'm too tired, I can't move. Seeing that Fei too was ignoring him, he coaxed, the floor is so hard and cold. I can't stand up. Fei too still paid him no attention. And she stretched his leg to nudge his thigh, then kicked at his waist, intentionally annoying him, but suddenly let out an, ah. Fei too glanced sideways at him, what? And she blinked and said, it's leaking out. Fei too inhaled deeply, yanked him underneath himself, and smoothly reinserted his erection into Anshi's body. And she couldn't help but throw back his head and cry out, the end of his voice trailing off into a sticky moan. Fei too nibbled on his earlobe and whispered, looks like you're not tired yet, so let's continue round 2. After this day, following sunrises, sunsets, and fireworks, rainy days became Anshi's fourth favorite thing. The end.